always two circles of Poles. The former and bigger contained all people speaking Polish, but not conscious of any national historical tradition. The other circle, which gradually broadened its scope, contained these Poles, who consciously realized that they were Poles. Tajbir 1997, 19. The reader may ask why I chose to deal first with the Poles and their language politics. In Chapter 2, I focused first on Czech out from the 4 Central European languages to which this book is devoted. I took as a guideline the fact that the initial documents written in Czech predate those jotted down in Hungarian, Magyar, Polish or Slovak. Here, however, I decided that continuity of literary tradition and the use of an idiom as an official language allows me to concentrate on Polish first. With this approach I do not wish to rank these 4 languages along some imaginary scale of importance or quality, not at all. Simply, I stress the use of a language in public and political sphere as decisive. 367. 368. For the rise of nationalism and the implementation of national policies, the very subject matter of this work. Consequently, a section devoted to Hungarian comes second while those on Czech and Slovak follow. The Magyar language was elevated to the status of an official language already in the 1840s, and the Magyar nation obtained its ersatz nation-state in Austria-Hungary in 1867. The Czech language had to wait for similar recognition in Bohemia and Moravia until the 1880s, and Czechoslovakia, as the nation-state of the officially announced Czechoslovaks, or the Czechs and the Slovaks, was founded in 1918. Only in this state did Slovak develop as a language of administration and politics. The Polish language and nationalism in partitioned Poland-Lithuania. The last Polish-Lithuanian king, Stanislav August Poniatowski, ruled 1764–1795, and other like-minded modernizers, strove to reform the Commonwealth in order to prevent its looming disappearance from the political map of Europe. In 1791, under the influence of the French Revolution, they forced through the Sejm, Estate Parliament, the May 3 Constitution, named after the day when it was promulgated. It combined the traditional divine legitimization of the monarch's rule with the will of the Polish nation, and vested the latter with the decisive role. Significantly, the erstwhile nations of the Kingdom of Poland and the Grand Duchy of Lithuania were made into the common Polish nation, Narod, from the legal point of view. De facto, though not explicitly, the separatateness of Lithuania was abolished because the dual commonwealth was now construed as the unitary Kingdom of Poland. Despite the novel terminology, however, the proclaimed Polish nation was not much different from the traditional Polish and Lithuanian nations. The latter were composed exclusively of the noblemen of the kingdom and Grand Duchy. The new nation, as prescribed by the Constitution, also encompassed the male members of the nobility only. The document opened the path to nobility for propertied burghers, but did not include them in the nation. The Constitution actually diminished the number of members in this new nation vis-a-vis the erstwhile nations. It deprived the noblemen who were not property owners of political rights, as distinct from civil rights. Peasants, who formed the vast majority of the population, remained serfs. The former civic concept of natio was also limited in other spheres that were to become instrumental for the rise of ethnic nationalisms in the 19th century. The Constitution provided that Catholicism was the state religion and prohibited abandoning it for any other faith. Although the document did not say anything about language, the fact that it was done in Polish indicated the final replacement of Latin as the traditional language of politics and administration at the Polish case 369. The state level. In 1790, Father Hugo Kołłątaj, 1750–1812, proposed that Polish AA should fully replace Latin as the official language of Grand Duchy, and he saw this language as the visible proof of the unity of the Polish nation. In line with the practice of the Jacobins, who abolished the public use of languages other than French in 1794, he proposed making Polish the sole language of politics and administration in the kingdom. This spelled the end of Latin as the foremost language of the Polish-Lithuanian natio, not shared with any part of the populace, but by which this nobility underlined its social and cultural commonality with the noblemen of Western Christianity. Kalataj's views were not surprising, as they stemmed from his experience as a member of the Commission for National Education, Komisja Edukaciji Narodowaj, KEN, one of the first European ministries of national education. It was established in 1773 on the basis of the Jesuit educational system, that is, in the same year that the Pope abolished the Order of Jesus. This abolition had been preceded by the banning of Jesuits from Portugal, 1759, and the dismantling of their educational system in France, 1762. During the 1760s, French educational reformers, who appealed for education nationale, national education, for the youth, directed most of their efforts at replacing Latin with French as the medium of education. In emulation of the French pedagogical trends, KEN hoped to create the Polish nation through popular education, and Kalataj, as a co-founder of this one of earliest state systems of popular education in Europe, to influence the decision to supplant Latin with Polish as the language of instruction. This was only practical, because 80 to 90% of the Polish-Lithuanian nobility spoke Polish, while considerably fewer had a reasonable command of Latin. But Latin lingered as a significant sociolect of the Polish-Lithuanian nobility well into the 19th century. That is not surprising, as in 1772, 1 year before disbanding the Jesuit educational system, 200,000 young noblemen received education exclusively via Latin as the medium of teaching in the order's 56 colleges and 2 university-level academies, in Lwów, Lviv and Wilno, Vilnius. Ironically, the gradual disappearance of Latin as the nobility's socioloect during the first half of the 19th century did not mean that it was fully replaced by Polish. The ascendance of French as a language of cultured discourse in civilized Europe had begun in the 18th century. Central European rulers, courts, and aristocrats tended to acquire it along with Latin, or instead of Latin. Genetic closeness between the two languages facilitated the process. Not surprisingly, King Stanislaw August Poniatowski preferred to converse and govern through this language, though his contemporaries noted favorably that he often talked to noblemen in Polish. In the 19th century, descendants of the Polish-Lithuanian aristocracy tended to acquire French as their first language, whereas aspiring noblemen turned gentry, and the emerging intelligentsia, diligently learned this language to improve their social position and chances of gainful. 370. Career. In the context of the growing politicization of language, French also allowed a Polish socialite to communicate with his Russophone and German-speaking equals without the need to converse either in Russian or German, which would risk incurring the accusation that one was a traitor to the Polish national cause. On the other end of the social spectrum, French marked the clear-cut class border between Polonophone gentry and peasantry. For in the late 19th century rhetoric of Polish ethnic nationalism, both groups were to constitute a single nation. The 19th century monopoly of French as the distinctive sociolect of the Polish-Lithuanian nobility and the aspiring intelligentsia, gradually spawned by the former group, was not a foregone conclusion at the turn of the 19th century. For example, the first Polish-Lithuanian scientific journal, Warszawska Biblioteka, Warsaw's Library, 1753 to 1795, was published in German. That was due first to the multi-ethnic character of the Commonwealth, in which German-speaking Protestants and Jews were most active in developing Polish language publishing during the 18th century and at the beginning of the next century. Their personal contacts with publishing and printing houses in the Holy Roman Empire and Prussia allowed for the transfer of know-how to Poland-Lithuania. The example of commercial success achieved by publishers who produced Polish-language publications in Saxony and Prussia Silesia motivated new firms to repeat their success in Poland-Lithuania. The paragon of them all was Michael Graal, 1722 to 1798, who served as the royal court's printer and published the May 3 Constitution. Second, in neighboring Russia, until the beginning of the 19th century, modernization and centralization were conducted initially through Latin, and later through German and French, the preferred languages of Western European specialists employed by St. Petersburg. Third, in the 18th century, the stereotype of civilized languages emerged, and held fast throughout the 19th century. Within that framework, French was seen as the language of polite conversation, suitable for women and socialites, while German was accorded the role of language most suitable for philosophical and metaphysical pursuits. Although the Ken educational system was designed to eventually cater to the educational needs of all the inhabitants, at least at the elementary level, Kołłątów was not troubled by the fact that more than 60% of the Commonwealth's population did not speak Polish, and the Polonophone nobility constituted 1/4 of all the Polish speakers. First, despite modernizing changes, the Polish nation was still equated with the nobility. Second, these modernizers, who agreed to encompass the entire population of Poland-Lithuania in the confines of the concept of the Polish nation in line with the French Jacobin model, required that all the members of this nation learn Polish, construed as their national language. Kołłątow's closest Ken collaborator, Father Francis Xalzy Jezierski, 1740–1791, expressed this attitude most clearly in his 1791 definition of nation as an assembly of people sharing a single language and customs. The Polish Case 371. Governed by one and the same law for all the citizens. Subsequently, Ken produced curricula and textbooks in Polish, many of which remained in use until the mid-19th century, along with Onufry Kopczynski's, 1735–1817, Gramatyka Języka Polskiego II, The Grammar of the Polish Language, 1785, Warsaw, originally published in 3 parts, 1778, 1781, and 1783, Warsaw, and earmarked as respective textbooks for the first, second, and third grades of the elementary school. This first full-fledged grammar of Polish written in Polish was entitled in the initial textbook edition as Gramatyka Języka Polskiego I Języka Eee Lacieńskiego dla Szkół Narodowych, the grammar of the Polish language and the Latin language for national schools, that is, for the schools of the Ken educational system. As indicated by its title, Kopczynski's popular and practical grammar closely emulated the conceptual scheme of the generic Jesuit grammar of Latin, set by Father Emmanuel Alvarez, 1526–1582, with his De Institut Ioni Grammaticalibri Trace, the 3 books of grammatical principles, Lisbon, 1572, Beauvois 1996, 239, Biankowska Komorska 1990, 15, 17, Cecilskiatl. 1992, 11, Jodlowski 1979, 166, Johnson 1950, 16, 21–22, 25, 36, 40–41, Judge 2000, 74, Klimoas 1980, 108, Klosh 1995, 46, Konstytukcja 2004, Mikolaj Zak 1998, 187, 190, 240–243, Syatkowska 1992, 252, 254, Stankiewicz 1984, 40–42, Tajbir 2001, 304, 318, Walicki 1989, 67–68, 72–74, 2000, 248. The May 3 Constitution was abolished in 1793, when Prussia and Russia concluded the Second Partition of Poland-Lithuania. 2 years later, the state disappeared altogether in the course of the Third and Final Partition, in which Austria too participated. There was then no time for the Polish and Lithuanian nations to be trimmed of nobles without property, and transform into a noble and civic Polish nation, as postulated by the Constitution. What remained were the memory of the vanished Polish-Lithuanian statehood, increasingly presented as exclusively Polish, and the Polish language. Tadeusz Kościuszko, 1746–1817, fought against the British in the American Revolution and headed the 1794 uprising of the Polish-Lithuanian army against the partitioning powers. He attracted peasants to participate in this uprising by his declarations limiting serfdom duties and suspending them altogether for peasants who joined his forces. But Kościuszko was an opportunist in this matter. He turned a blind eye to noblemen, who often seized back their serf-sterned soldiers. Furthermore, despite his support for political freedom, Kościuszko opined in 1798, 3 years after the final disappearance of Poland-Lithuania, that the Uniate and Orthodox Ruthenians should learn Polish and begin to use this language in their holy masses, still said in Church Slavonic. Kościuszko perhaps knew that most of the Uniate and Orthodox clergy educated and active in Poland-Lithuania already knew Polish, but he hoped for the spread of the command of this language among their parishioners. Most influential in spreading the idea of this novel linguistic nationalism was Kopczynski. His grammar was the first textbook of the Polish language, which long remained in wide. 372. Used throughout the territories of erstwhile Poland-Lithuania, Stama 2006, 48, Tajbir 2001, 304. Kopczynski dedicated his grammar to his beloved nation, Kochany Narod. He denoted that the fate of the Polish state may be dissolution and it could mean the disappearance of the Polish language too. Then he speaks about the ancient Greeks and Romans, emphasizing that not their states but their languages and literary works ensured immortality for those two peoples. Kopczynski concludes that the Poles should follow the same path by making their language pure of foreign influences and using it in the cultured way explained in his grammar. He adds that it is the language, język, that will ensure the immortality of the name of Poland, 1817, 5–8. Kopczynski and other Polish thinkers drew on Herderian thought, and maintained that the Polish language was the spirit or mind of the Polish nation. The aristocrat, scholar, journalist, statesman, and general, Stanisław Kostka Podhakaj, 1755–1821, who saw the end of Poland-Lithuania and the Duchy of Warsaw, perceived the Polish language as a living organism that could function in lieu of the vanished polity. He also spelled out the goal of the codification of Polish, which was to make it into a civilized language in emulation of the French model. Perhaps Podhakaj was aware of Nikolai Mikhailovich Karamzin's, 1766–1826, Russian language fiction published in the 1790s. With his literary works, Karamzin introduced to Russian the so-called new style in which he emulated French models of syntactical correctness and word formation. This allowed for the firm distancing of Russian from heavily Church Slavonicized Russian that, until the beginning of the 19th century, functioned as the official and most respected form of the Russian language. During the 1820s and 1830s, the popularity of Karamzin's new style sidelined Church Slavonicized Russian and the possibility of steeping Russian in the vernacular of Moscow or St. Petersburg, and thus, the modern Russian language emerged as we know it to this day. This new beginning of the language is conventionally associated with the poetry of Alexander Pushkin, 1799–1837. Podhakaj maintained that the most appropriate measure of the civilizedness of a language was the logicality of its syntax. Not surprisingly, French syntax appeared to him as the apex of logicality, to which Polish should aspire in order to be distanced finally from emotional, hence, less civilized, languages such as Church Slavonic or not yet fully secularized Russian, whose civilizedness was tainted by its direct association with religion. Podhakaj's analysis of civilizedness and logicality of languages was given a twist by his views on the development of languages. Classical Greek appeared to him as the most perfect language. In this view, Latin was the product of the decomposition and destruction of Greek, and French emerged from the vulgarization of Latin. This dimmed the perceived perfection of French, but there was no living Latin or classical Greek to outshine it. Still, the degree of vulgarization was even larger in Italian and the Polish case 373. other European languages, which allowed him to rank them as less civilized than French. This ongoing discourse on the role of language in nation, state, history, and education pitted Kopczynski against Jan Sniadecki, 1756–1830, a scientist and future rector of the Imperial University of Wilno, Vilnius. Jan's brother, Jedrzej Sniadecki, 1768–1838, created Polish chemical vocabulary in the first decade of the 19th century. Kopczynski wanted to codify contemporary Polish usage in speech and writing by politicians, scholars, and writers. Jan Sniadecki disagreed, following the thinking on language then prevalent in Europe that associated perfection with the past, reminiscent of the myth of a golden age. He proposed that 16th-century Polish be made into Standard Polish and argued that Polish was in its most perfect and pristine state when Poland-Lithuania was then at the apex of its political power. It did not matter to Sniadecki that 16th-century Polish varied from late 18th-century Polish. He trusted that the codifiers of language were great scholars and writers, so if they consistently stuck to 16th-century Polish, this would finally produce a desired standard of the Polish language. Kopczynski and his followers won this competition with Sniadecki about the future shape of Standard Polish, but the model of grounding a modern standard language in some literary tradition dating to several centuries earlier was followed by the codifiers of the Czech language. They derived modern Czech from the 16th century usage of the Czech Brethren, which Joseph Dobrovsky and his followers identified as the pinnacle of the Czech language, and identified the period as the Golden Age of Czech history. The geographical center of Poland-Lithuania was located in the lands coterminous with present-day Belarus and western Ukraine. The partitions gradually shifted the center westward to the region of Warsaw. The establishment of the Duchy of Warsaw, 1807, followed by Russia's Kingdom of Poland, 1815, reaffirmed this tendency. Sniadecki found this antithetical to the historical tradition of Poland-Lithuania. The political change also made the process of codification of Polish more readily dependent on dialects and usages prevailing in ethnic Poland, especially those spoken and employed between Warsaw and Krakow. Sniadecki decried this development and poked fun at Polish usages employed in Warsaw publications, because they varied from those current in Polish as spoken and written in the lands stretching along the line Vilnius, Minsk/Mansk, Lwów, Lviv. The difference was caused by the fact that the overwhelming majority of the population in this vast region were Ruthenian-speaking Uniats and Orthodox Christians. Their Cyrillic-based Ruthenian had functioned as one of the official languages of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania until the end of the 17th century. Obviously, the nobility spoke and wrote in Polish, but their Polish was colored with various Ruthenian expressions and phonetic features. Sniadecki saw this Ruthenized Polish as closer to his ideal. 374. Of 16th century Polish and more characteristic of the Polish-Lithuanian tradition than the Polish of Warsaw, Isachenko 1980, 137, Klosch 1995, 24–25, 38, 46–54. The intensification of political life in Poland-Lithuania at the end of the 18th century produced a lot of specialized Polish vocabulary. The process was most visible in the coining of Polish synonyms for Latinate words, for instance, posiedzenie for sesja, session, pierzedzstojenie for prezentakcja, presentation, pierzedmiot for object, object, or pomnik for monument, monument. Jacek Pierzybulski, 1756–1819, was the foremost representative of linguistic purism and proposed more neologisms, Języko Slednia for grammatica, grammar, Wyvodnia for morphologia, morphology, Wyspodnia for prosodia, prosody, or Ryzachertnia for interpunctia, punctuation. They never caught on. First, there was no need for them, as established terms conveying the same meanings already existed. The situation was different in the cases of the Czech and Magyar languages. The corresponding movements of linguistic purism filled in terminological lacunae in these languages. Second, the high status and distinctiveness of Polish vis-a-vis neighboring languages was of long-standing nature, hence there was no need to emphasize its uniqueness with puristic methods, unlike in the case of Czech, culturally bounded with German, and heavily Latinized and Germanized Magyar. Kopczynski treaded the middle ground between purists and those who shunned Polish altogether and subscribed to the view of Lucas Gornicki, 1527–1603, who had maintained that Greek is the most beautiful language, and Latin a close second. In the first half of the 19th century, a similar position was taken by those who opposed replacing Latin with Magyar as the official language of Hungary. Throughout the 19th century, numerous descendants of Polish-Lithuanian aristocracy and intellectuals of this social origin continued to avoid using Polish and spoke in French. Klimoas 1980, 34, Sietkowska 1992, 261. At the beginning of the 19th century, the use of Polish in public and administration was quite checkered across the lands of erstwhile Poland-Lithuania. In 1778–1781, Kołłątaj reformed the University of Krakow. He replaced Latin with Polish as the medium of education at the Faculty of Philosophy, which produced teachers. The change enabled Ken to issue the 1783 decision that made Polish the only language of instruction in the parish schools. Teaching of, and in, Latin was allowed to a limited degree only in later grades. These reforms, however, did not apply to the lands Poland-Lithuania lost to Austria, Prussia, and Russia in the first partition of 1772. In the territories of the Kingdom of Poland seized then by the three partitioning powers, Latin persisted as the language of administration and instruction, while Polish largely functioned in these capacities in the lands detached from the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. In addition, Polish remained the language of public discourse in all these areas. The Polish Case 375. The final abolishment of Poland-Lithuania in the two successive partitions of 1793 and 1795 led to the gradual dismantling of the Polish language educational system that Ken had built. The centralizing and modernizing reforms of Maria Theresa and her successor Joseph II, carried out in the Habsburg-controlled lands of Central Europe, entailed the replacement of Latin with German as the language of administration and education. This policy was applied to Galicia, which Vienna had seized from Poland-Lithuania in 1772. To meet these needs, the University of Lemberg, Lviv, was established in 1784, with Latin mostly, but also German, as the media of instruction. In 1805, after the Third Partition, German replaced Polish as the language of instruction at the University of Krakow. The partitions made Prussia into a de facto bilingual German-Polish state. Polish speakers constituted 40% of the population. The former Polish-Lithuanian capital of Warsaw was cast in the role of the administrative center of the province of New East Prussia. Polish was tolerated in the schools and in administrative contacts with the nobility, although this did not prevent the Germanization of Ken's network of Polish-language schools. In 1775, of the originally 24 Polish-language secondary schools, only 8 survived. Berlin organized 2 modern secondary schools in Poznań, 1804, and Warsaw, 1805, but they provided education exclusively in German. Samuel Bogomil Linda, the future author of the first multi-volume dictionary of the Polish language, headed the latter school. The overall goal was to produce enough teachers to make the entire educational system Germanophone. At the end of the 18th century, the administration remained bilingual in the areas east of the Vistula River, but German became the sole medium in the erstwhile Polish-Lithuanian lands west of the river, that is, in Wielkopolska and West Pomerania. The position of Polish was different in Russia's section of former Poland-Lithuania. It was the language of the nobility who constituted a minority among the Ruthenian and Lithuanian-speaking populace. Tsaritsa Catherine the Great, Sophia of Anhalt-Zerbst, ruled 1762–1796, was born in Prussia's Germanophone city of Stettin, today Szczecin in Poland. Although she mastered Russian, her court was German and French-speaking. Her absolutist and centralizing reforms were different from those conducted in Austria and Prussia. She was interested more in stabilizing and fortifying her empire than in educating the multilingual populace in any given language. To this end she closed numerous Ken schools as sources from which seditious, French, revolutionary ideas had spread. This resulted obviously in the limiting of Polish language education. In 1798, her son and successor, Paul I, reigned 1796 to 1801, banned the importation of any foreign books, including Polish ones from the Prussian and Austrian zones of partition. The University of Vilnius, Vilna in Russian, was also closed down. In 1803, the Tsaritsa's grandson Alexander I, reigned 1801 to 1825, revived it as the Imperial University of Vilnius. Initially, the language of instruction remained Latin. 376. But because many professors came from Western Europe, some courses were delivered in French or English. Although Polish dominated in the university's social life, it was made the medium of instruction only in 1816. Beginning in 1803, the university became the center of the school district, Uchebny Okrug, that comprised all the Polish-Lithuanian lands seized by Russia, and in addition, the gubernia of Kiev. In the south of this school district, the famous Lyceum, secondary school, was founded in Krasmienice, Kremianets in Ukrainian, Kreminets in Russian, in 1805 with Polish as the language of instruction. It functioned almost as another university, and its excellence in scholarship earned the town the nickname of Volhynian Athens. Unlike his grandmother, Alexander I appreciated things Polish and surrounded himself with Polish aristocrats, including Prince Adam Czartoryski, 1770–1861, whom he made Minister of Foreign Affairs. In the early 19th century, the University of Vilnius was the largest in the Russian Empire, and far more subjects of the Tsar could read Polish than Russian. Perhaps as many subjects were literate in Russian as in German, which was the language of administration and education in Russia's Baltic gubernias that enjoyed their own German language university in Dorpat, Tartu. Obviously, the vast majority of the population remained illiterate. At that time, the status of Polish and German as long-established languages of politics and culture still exceeded Russian, which was newly standardized only in the second half of the 18th century. French and German took precedence over Russian in the imperial court and provincial administration, and Polish in general education. 5. The Tsar allowed for the revival and development of Ken's Polish language educational system, with the University of Vilnius at its center. Hence, not only legal, but also the cultural distinctiveness of these Polish-Lithuanian lands was maintained in the Russian Empire. The only significant concession to integration was the introduction of the old-style Julian calendar in these lands in 1800, Alexandravicius and Kulakowskis 2003, 70–71, 264–265, 348, Davies 1982, 114, 232, Johnson 1950, 63, 287, Clemencius 1976, 501, 508–511, Magoxi 1996, 335, Snyder 2003, 25–27, Wandich 1974, 33–34, 68. The political situation changed dramatically when Napoleon's armies defeated the troops of Austria, Prussia, and Russia in a succession of battles during the years 1805 to 1807. They accepted French dominance in Central Europe and had no choice but to agree to the creation of the Duchy of Warsaw, 1807. It was established on the basis of an agreement between Napoleon and Tsar Alexander I and comprised the territories Prussia had annexed in the course of the Second and Third Partitions of Poland-Lithuania. Another conflict between Vienna and Paris in 1809 led to the next Austrian defeat, thanks to which the duchy was enlarged with the territories the Habsburgs had seized during the Third Partition. By then, apart from Warsaw itself, The duchy also contained the first Polish-Lithuanian capital of Krakow and the Polish case 377. Poznan, the capital of Wielkopolska. The duchy's territory of 155,500 square kilometers was inhabited by Polish speakers, 79%, Jews, 6%, German speakers, 6%, Lithuanian speakers, 5%, and Ruthenian speakers, 3%. The duchy was a de facto French protectorate placed under the hereditary rule of Friedrich Augustus, reigned 1807 to 1813, King of Saxony, ruled 1763 to 1827. Paris devised such a dynastical arrangement, because Saxony was a French ally. As the duchy was not contiguous with Saxony, Napoleon granted Dresden the use of a military road across Prussia's province of Silesia. The Duchy of Warsaw was crucial for the Napoleonic War effort. It provided 180,000 to 200,000 recruits to the duchy's conscript army. As a result, Polish soldiers fought French battles from Haiti to Moscow. At the time of Napoleon's fatal invasion of Russia and its disastrous aftermath in 1812 and 1813, the duchy turned into one large military camp. In the last 2 years of its existence, the Duchy of Warsaw functioned under Russia's provisional regime. Friedrich Augustus knew Polish. His great-grandfather, Elector of Saxony Friedrich Augustus the Strong, ruled 1694 to 1733, had been the King of Poland-Lithuania, as August II, during 1697 to 1704 and 1709 to 1733, while his grandfather, Elector of Saxony Friedrich Augustus II, reigned in Poland-Lithuania, as August III, between 1733 and 1763. As the Duke of Warsaw, Friedrich Augustus made sure the government deliberations were conducted in Polish, not in French, though the latter language was preferred by numerous Polish-Lithuanian aristocrats. The educational system was re-Polonized and developed in line with Ken's guidelines, which provided for schools even in small towns and villages. In 1809, the system was supplemented with the University of Krakow, where Polish replaced German and Latin as the language of instruction. The connection between the Polish language and nascent Polish nationalism was visible in the mission of the Towarzystwo Przyjaciół Nauk, TPN, Society of Friends of Sciences, founded at Warsaw, then in Prussian hands, in 1800. The society strove to preserve the national language and to protect it from disappearance. It gathered Polish aristocratic thinkers and intellectuals, who saw the Polish language and culture as instrumental for preserving the ethos of former Polish Lithuania while awaiting an appropriate moment for recreating it. Napoleon's victories over Prussia and Austria, followed by the subsequent establishment and enlargement of the Duchy of Warsaw, seemed the first steps in this direction. The person who happened to marry the ideologically charged concept of the Polish language with the message of Polish nationalism was Samuel Bogomil Linda, 1771 to 1847. In 1803, he accepted the Prussian civil service position as principal of the bilingual Polish-German secondary school in Warsaw that finally opened 2 years later. Linda was born to a German-speaking Lutheran family, of Swedish origin, in Torun, Thorn, a year before the first partition of Poland-Lithuania, 1772. 378. Which placed his hometown next to the new border with Prussia. In 1789, he left for Saxony, where he continued his education at the University of Leipzig. The influence of the milieu of Polish-Lithuanian nobles and thinkers living in the city caused Linda to start research on the Polish language. In the city's public library, he met Johann Christoph Adelung, 1832 to 1806, who had compiled, and published in 1774 to 1786, the first modern dictionary of German, in 3 volumes, that commenced the standardization of the language. Linda noticed that there was no similar dictionary for Polish. The sole modern work that described the vocabulary of this language was Michael, Abraham Trotz's, Trox, 1703 to 1769, 4-volume Nouveau Dictionnaire François, Alamand et Polonoi /Nauidik Jonarius to Jest Monik Polsko-Francusko Niemiecki /Volstandages Deutsches und Polnisches Wörterbuch, the new dictionary, consisting of the French-German-Polish part, the Polish-French-German part, and the German-Polish part, published in Leipzig between 1744 and 1772. Its three parts went separately through numerous revised and enlarged editions until 1832. Significantly, Trotz's dictionary was preceded by a trilingual, Polish, German, and French, introduction, with an overview of the abbreviations and conventions employed in the work. As he explicitly wrote in the introduction, Trotz hoped to replace Grzegorz Napski's, Gregorius Napius, 1561–1639, outdated Thesaurus Polonolitino-Graecus, 1621–1632, Krakow, and to improve on it by providing a large number of scientific and technical terms in order to raise the level of Polish to that of French and German. Since the early 1790s, Linde had translated Polish literature and documents into German. In the course of the 1794 insurrection against Russian dominance in Rump Poland-Lithuania, Linde carried out research for his future dictionary of the Polish language. At that time, he met Kopczynski, whose grammar Linde referred to as Grammatica Narodowa, national grammar. In the second half of the 1790s, Linde lived in Vienna, where he befriended Count Józef Ossolinski, 1748–1826. The Count made Linde his librarian. Linde also met Joseph Dobrowski and other scholars who researched Slavic languages. At that time, the idea of compiling his monumental Słownik Języka Polskiego, Dictionary of the Polish Language, took its final shape. What is more, he decided to explain Polish words not only by means of German translations but also through counterparts drawn from other Slavic languages. Scholars, who Linde had acquainted in the Holy German Empire, helped to secure for him the position of the principal of the German language secondary school which the Prussian partition authorities opened in Warsaw in 1805. He continuously held the position until 1835. The school's language of instruction became Polish after 1807, when Napoleon founded the Duchy of Warsaw. This secure source of income in the extremely volatile times allowed Linde to devote his full attention to his linguistic pursuits. Thanks to Ossolinski, Linde obtained a considerable financial grant for this project from Adam Czartoryski. Apart from Polish-Lithuanian aristocrats. The Polish Case 379. Woeded Linde, Prussian King Friedrich Wilhelm III, ruled 1797–1840, and Tsar Alexander also supported his project. Both monarchs were interested in the further codification of Polish, which was a significant language of administration, politics, and education in their realms, considerably enlarged after the partitions of Poland-Lithuania. In the context of the political instability bred by the Napoleonic Wars, Berlin and Prussia knew that concessions to the Polish-Lithuanian nobility were necessary in order to secure their friendly attitude. The survival of Prussia was at stake, and the Tsar hoped to retain the land seized from Poland-Lithuania. The first volume of Linde's dictionary came off the press in Warsaw in 1807 and was followed by 5 more, the last of which was published in 1814. The publication of this dictionary, which codified the modern Polish language, symbolically coincided with the period of the short existence of the Duchy of Warsaw. However, there remained numerous mistakes in this hastily carried out lexicographic work. Some authorities remarked that Linde's dictionary would not have been possible without Jerzy, George, Samuel Bandke, I.e.s. 1768–1835, Słownik dokładny Języka Polskiego I Niemieckiego /Volstandages Polnis Deutsches Wörterbuch e.e., the exact dictionary of the Polish and German languages, 1806, Breslau Wrocław, from which Linde borrowed much material without acknowledgement. This 2,000-page-long one-volume Polish-German dictionary recorded over 1,000 Polish words more than Linde's dictionary. Bandke was born in Lublin, but finished secondary school in the Prussian city of Breslau, which at that time functioned as an emporium for Poland-Lithuania equal to Gdansk, Danzig. Similarly, to Linde and many other scholars from Poland-Lithuania, he continued his education at universities in the Holy Roman Empire, in Halle and Jena. When the partitions of Poland-Lithuania made Prussia into a bilingual, German-Polish kingdom, Bandke's linguistic expertise in Polish was much needed by Prussian administration and schools. In 1798, he returned to Breslau, and 5 years later, published his Nowy Elementarz Polski, the new Polish primer, Breslau. The publication of Bandke's Słownik dokładny języka polskiego i niemieckiego / Wohlständiges Polnisch-Deutsches Wörterbuch was followed by his Polnisch Grammatik für Deutsche, the Polish Grammar for Germans, 1808, Breslau. After Napoleon founded the Duchy of Warsaw, most Polish-speaking areas were excluded from Prussia, hence, in 1811, Bandke moved to the University of Krakow, where he worked as a professor and the librarian of the university's library, Bankowski 2000, I-14, Zaplinski and Lodogorski 1993, 20, Kolmencioas 1976, 512 to 513, Klimoas 1980, 37, Linde 1854 to 1860, I-15 to 19, Dedications, Ogrodziński 1946, I-183, Pierzylowski 1955, 32, 80 to 82, Stankioas 1984, 51 to 52, 54, Wandich 1974, 43, 48. 61. Thus a Catholic priest, Kopczynski, a Lutheran who studied to become a pastor and spoke better German than Polish, Linde, and a career scholar in the service of Prussia, the Duchy of Warsaw and the Free City of Krakow, Bandke. 380. Created the foundations of Standard Polish. 6. This quite atypical trio reflects the multi-confessional and multilingual makeup of the Polish-Lithuanian natio. The makeup clashes with the current paradigm of Polish ethnic nationalism, which emerged at the turn of the 20th century, that equates Polishness with the Polish language and Catholicism. In 1816, General Józef Zajíczek, 1752–1826, the Viceroy of Russia's Congress, Kingdom of Poland, had 2 medals minted to celebrate Kopczynski's and Linde's achievements in the standardization of the Polish language. This event at least partially contributed to the legitimization of the polity in the eyes of the Polish-Lithuanian nobility. It pained them that due to the decisions of the Congress of Vienna, 1815, the kingdom was much smaller than the Duchy of Warsaw, deprived of Krakow and Poznan along with entire Wielkopolska. But they and burghers, whose status was equated with that of the noblemen already in the Duchy of Warsaw, could draw consolation from the fact that the constitution granted to the kingdom by the Tsar was much more progressive than its predecessor, the May 3 Constitution, or even the contemporary French Constitution. In a 30 million strong France, only 80,000 citizens had the right to vote, while its same privilege was enjoyed by 100,000 citizens in the much smaller kingdom. At the Congress of Vienna the partition powers granted the Poles a modicum of rights stemming from the legislation of Poland-Lithuania. Clearly, the term Poles meant the Polish-Lithuanian nobility, irrespective of actual language or ethnicity. Wielkopolska, renamed as the Grand Duchy of Posen, was excluded from the Duchy of Warsaw and reincorporated into Prussia. The Grand Duchy's territory of 30,000 square kilometers was inhabited by Polish speakers, 54%, German speakers, 40%, and Yiddish speakers or Jews, 6%. The remaining lands of the Duchy of Warsaw, roughly speaking the Prussian and Austrian share in the final partition of Poland-Lithuania, were organized as the Kingdom of Poland, popularly known as the Congress Kingdom, within the borders of the Russian Empire. With the constitution published in Polish and French, this was a constitutional monarchy united in real union with the absolutist Russian Empire. Tsar Alexander I promised wide-ranging legal and cultural autonomy to the Polish nationalite, under which term he meant the Polish-Lithuanian nobility. The Tsar adopted the title of King of Poland. The kingdom's territory of 128,500 square kilometers was populated by Polish speakers, 75%, Jews, 10%, German speakers, 7.5%, Lithuanian speakers, 5%, and Ruthenian speakers, 2.5%. Indecisive on Krakow, the partition powers made it into a free, independent, strictly neutral city with its district that popularly became known as the Republic of Krakow. Austria, Prussia, and Russia jointly controlled this republic, whose territory amounted to 1,164 square kilometers. The TPN, with its seat at Warsaw, survived all the political upheavals. When St. Petersburg got the upper hand in Warsaw, the TPN did not fail to stress the similarity of Polish with the language used in the Russian Empire, which put the Polish case 381. The TPN in good stead with the empire's authorities. This claim of closeness between Polish and Russian was not as absurd as it may seem nowadays. In 1813, Linda even proposed creating a common alphabet for writing all the Slavic languages which would combine Latin and Cyrillic letters. Linda, as a rarely remembered precursor of Panslavism, hoped that it would be the first step toward creating a common standard language for all the Slavs. Tsar Alexander I, known for his fondness of things Polish, allowed the retention of the Polish language educational system in the Kingdom of Poland. The subsequent development of elementary schools gradually ensured an education for the daughters of noblemen and richer burghers. The Tsar also acted as the official protector of the University of Krakow, and soon recognized the need for a local university that would produce teachers for the educational system. In 1818, a year before founding a university in the empire's capital of St. Petersburg, the Royal University of Warsaw was founded, with Polish as the medium of instruction. After the University of Vilnius, it was the second Polish-language university of the empire. At that time, in Russia, there were 3 Russian medium universities in Moscow, Kazan, and Kharkiv, which educated considerably less students than the 2 Polish-language universities. The TPN published a new edition of Kopczynski's grammar and 2 altogether new grammars of the Polish language. In 1827, the TPN formed the Deputacja Ortograficzna, Orthography Commission, headed by the rector of the University of Warsaw. It was a second attempt, as a first commission of the same name had been founded in 1814 but had not begun its deliberations due to the political upheavals at the end of the Napoleonic Wars. In 1830, this new commission published the 500-page tome, Rozprawy Ionioski o Ortografii Polskiej, Theses and Conclusions on Polish Orthography, Warsaw. In line with the French prescriptive tradition, the work proposed changes in Polish spelling. The outbreak of the November uprising then intervened and no consultations were held, but the volume showed the direction in which Polish orthography would develop throughout most of the 19th century. This was a partial answer to the TPN's appeals for a Polish Academy of Sciences that would ensure purity and perfection of our national language, like the Académie Française established in 1634. Significantly, the 1830s saw the end of discussions about what shape the Polish language should take. Between the 1790s and 1830s, Polish emerged as the standardized language we know today, with its related and mutually dependent formal written variety and colloquial spoken variety. Subsequently, poets, writers, administrators, journalists, and school teachers spread the knowledge of Standard Polish among the growing number of users, including populace, gradually transcending the outmoded bounds of the Polish-Lithuanian natio. The Polish questione della lingua, language question, 7 was over well before standardization of modern Czech, Magyar, and Slovak started in earnest. 382. The official status of the Polish language in the Congress Kingdom was also reflected in the part of partitioned Poland-Lithuania incorporated directly into the Russian Empire. The Polish language educational system, with the University of Vilnius at its helm, persisted there. The Polish language remained in administration also. The dominance of Polish culture in this ethnically non-Polish and largely, with the exception of Lithuania proper, non-Catholic environment continued. Not surprisingly then, the still uncodified White Ruthenian, Belarusian, language was classified as a dialect of Polish, chiefly because it was written in the Latin script, which, in Russian eyes, was the Polish alphabet. In 1820 to 1823, students at the University of Vilnius, among them the most famous Polish poet, Adam Mickiewicz, 1798 to 1855, established two secret Polish patriotic organizations. The authorities of the absolutist state were appalled when the organizations were discovered. The subsequent trial was followed by the gradual suppression of Polish language education. Students found guilty were incarcerated and exiled into the Russian interior. In 1829, Mickiewicz was permitted to leave Russia, and he spent the rest of his life in Western Europe, mainly France. Symptomatically, he never set foot in either Warsaw or Krakow. These events led to the authorities replacing Kopczynski's national grammar with Maximilian Jakubowicz's, 1785-1853, Gramatyka Języka Polskiego do Użytku Znaczenia, Grammar of the Polish Language for Schools, 1823-1827, Vilnius, in the Polish-Lithuanian territories directly incorporated into Russia before 1795. Jakubowicz's grammar, unlike Kopczynski's, did not contain references to the Polish nation. Shortly, schools and offices in Russia's Kingdom of Poland were furnished with Antoni Jakubowicz's, 1789-1842, two-volume authoritative Słowar Rosyjsko-Polski, Sakiniani I Poslovarium Akademii Rosyjskiej/Slonik Rosyjsko-Polski Ulozony Podlug Slonikow Akademii Rosyjskiej, Russian-Polish Dictionary, compiled in accordance with the Russian Academy's Dictionaries of Russian, 1825-1828, Warsaw. However, due to the replacement of Polish with Russian as the official language in the erstwhile Grand Duchy of Lithuania after 1831, such a dictionary was more urgently needed there. Stanislaw Muller's, 1786-1847, three-volume authoritative Polsko-Rosyjski Słowar/Slonik Polsko-Rosyjski, Polish-Russian Dictionary, 1828-1830, Vilnius, specifically targeted the Western Gubernias. Muller compiled it in accordance with Linda's Dictionary of Polish and the first two editions of the Russian Academy's authoritative Dictionary of the Russian Language, 1789-1794 and 1806-1822, St. Petersburg. Muller's dictionary was reprinted in 1841 and 1854. In the Grand Duchy of Posen, the Prussian monarch issued an act that guaranteed the parallel use of Polish and German in education and administration. But in practice, bilingual elementary education led to largely monolingual secondary schools, with German as the language of instruction. The Prussian educational authorities sent talented Polanophone youth to universities in the Polish case 383. Berlin or Breslau in clear defiance of the decisions reached at the Congress of Vienna, which provided that Polish-speaking students from all the sections of partitioned Poland-Lithuania should be allowed to study at the University of Krakow. The situation was even more difficult for the Polish language in Galicia, where the above-mentioned Ken reforms were never introduced. Only in the first two grades of elementary schools was Polish used as a medium of education. In the higher grades, German was the sole language of instruction. In secondary schools, apart from German, Latin continued to dominate with the addition of Classical Greek. In the course of the Napoleonic Wars, Vienna closed down the University of Lemberg in 1805, so as to stop the spread of revolutionary ideas. This university was re-established in 1817, with Latin as the sole medium of instruction. German replaced this language 7 years later. The territory of Austria's crown land of Galicia was 82,000 square kilometers. This crownland housed 58.5% Polish speakers, 40.2% Ruthenian speakers, and 1.1% German speakers. The number of Ruthenian speakers correlates well with that of Greek Catholics, who constituted 42.1%. Already in 1774, Maria Theresa forbade the use of the term uniat, which was perceived as pejorative by those to which it referred. Those who professed Catholicism usually spoke Polish and numbered 46.5%. German speakers were mostly Protestants, 0.5%, and actually Yiddish-speaking Jews, whose language was officially classified as corrupt German. These Yiddish speakers together with their Polish-speaking counterparts amounted to 10.9% of Galicia's population. Polish-speaking Catholics concentrated in the western half of the Crown Land, whereas Ruthenian-speaking Greek Catholics and Jews in the eastern half. In a Ruthenian peasant's eyes, he spoke in a peasant language, Polish speakers conversed in a language of lords, and Jews in Jewish. In 1843, drawing from the Polish-Lithuanian usage of Ru, Rus, Ruthenia, and the adjective Ruski, Ruthenian, derived from the name, Greek Catholic Bishop Mikhailo Levitsky Michael Lewicki, in office 1816-1858, of the Pierzami SL Eparchy, proposed to the Austrian authorities the introduction of the official names the Ruthenisk nation, Ruthenian nation, and Ruthenisk Sprach, Ruthenian language, for referring to Galicia's Greek Catholics and their idiom. Vienna approved the proposal and Levitsky popularized the Polish language counterparts of these terms, Rusini, Ruthenians, and Ruzienski, Ruthenian. In 1848, the first chair of Ruthenian language and literature was inaugurated at the University of Lemberg. Importantly for the cause of Polish-Lithuanian noble nationalism, in 1817, Austrian Emperor Francis I, ruled 1792-1835, agreed to the founding of the Ossolineum, or Zaklad Narodowy. Ossolinskik, National Library and Publishing House of the family Ossolinski, in Lemberg, the provincial capital of Galicia. Linda's benefactor, Joseph Ossolinski, could found the Ossolineum due to his unwavering loyalty to the emperor, which secured for him the viceroyalty. 384. Of Galicia. But it was thanks to Father Francis Archinsky, 1758-1829, the first director of the Ossolineum, that Vienna agreed to the contentious adjective national in the full name of Ossolineum. After the TPN in Warsaw, the Ossolineum was the second consciously national scholarly organization that aspired to preserve and improve the Polish language as the only remaining fatherland of the Polish-Lithuanian natio. The free use of Polish in all spheres of public life continued in the tiny free city of Krakow. It was the language of administration, politics, the educational system, and, significantly, of the University of Krakow. As mentioned above, the Congress of Vienna earmarked Poland Lithuania's first institution of higher education, founded in 1364, for the role of the Polish University par excellence, which would cater to the educational needs of all the aspiring youth of the Polish-Lithuanian natio. This situation of the Polish language, established in the wake of the Congress of Vienna, remained largely unchanged until the anti-Russian November uprising of 1830-1831. It erupted in the Congress Kingdom of Poland and in the northern section of the former Grand Duchy of Lithuania, that is, in its Catholic and Lithuanian-speaking part. Warfare also spread to the free city of Krakow. On January 25, 1831, the Sejm of Congress Poland deposed Nicholas I, ruled 1825-1855. Inevitably, the imperial army crushed the sparse forces of the Polish-Lithuanian nobility. Most of the insurrectionists still shied away from accepting peasantry into commonality with the natio so that it could transform itself into a nation. Peasants, who constituted the vast majority of the population, remained neutral in this war of lords, or even provided valuable information to the Tsar's forces. Alexander I's brother and successor, Nicholas I, was disenchanted with the behavior of the Polish-Lithuanian nobility. In 1825, they had sworn loyalty to him as the next king of Congress Poland, and now they rebelled. Unlike his brother, who had pardoned the nobility for their anti-Russian activities during the Napoleonic Wars, Nicholas I decided on a sterner course against the rebels, Aleksandravicius and Kulakowskis 2003, 59, 72, Anakenka 1969, 13, Berezovsky 1934, 91-92, Zaplinsky and Lodogorsky 1993, 21, Fraz 1999, 12, 41, 97, Gajda 2001, 29, Halzer 2004, 477, Jodlowski 1979, 43-45, Johnson 1950, 287, Kiswalter 1999, 203, Kolmencios 1976, IL 67, 513-517, 653, Kopczynski 1817, 271-272. Lewiskios 1980, Magoxy 1980, 9, 1996, 389-390, Maynow 1984, 309, Perzilowski 1955, 81, Rogel 1993, 68, 70, Snyder 2003, 29, Stankios 1984, 43, 55, 133, 137-138, Stama 2006, 133-134, Wandich 1974, 72, Wapiensky 1994, 107. The Tsar's policies were twofold. Those applied to the Kingdom of Poland were to assure St. Petersburg's full control over it. The goal was different in the Polish-Lithuanian territories incorporated directly into Russia. These gubernias incorporated to Russia from Poland, now renamed the Western Gubernias, or Western Russia, 8 were to be thoroughly integrated with the rest of the empire in the Polish case 385. Line with the official imperial ideology of orthodoxy, autocracy, and nationality, which aimed at turning Russia into a homogeneous and centralized polity capable of competing with the Western European powers. 9. Nicholas I readily espoused this ideology, as proposed in 1833 by Sergei Semyonovich-Kovarov, 1786-1855, the president of the Russian Academy of Sciences and the Minister of Public Education. In line with this new official line, the Tsar granted an amnesty, with some exceptions, to the insurrectionists from the kingdom, but none to those from the Western gubernias. Between 1831 and 1832, Russian replaced Polish in all the state offices in the Western gubernias. Non-Russians were discharged from the civil service. The Imperial University of Vilnius was closed down in 1832, which meant that education in the region was available solely through the medium of Russian. The assets of this university, and the Krasmienice Secondary School, which was abolished, as well, were transferred to Kiev as the basis for the founding of St. Vladimir University in 1834. Paradoxically, that university then served as the center of Polish in Russia, because 2/3 of its students were Polish speakers, and they constituted half of the students even in the 1860s. Polish was retained as a subject in the secondary schools of the Western gubernias until 1839, and only at the beginning of the 1840s, did bilingual Russian-Polish governmental gazettes disappear. In secondary schools, the history of Poland-Lithuania was replaced with the history of Russia in 1839. The following year, the old Lithuanian statute, which had regulated the administration and law of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania since the 16th century, was abolished. Russian law replaced it. It was a wave of change, considering that as early as 1811, the Tsar had seriously contemplated turning Russia's partition zone of the Polish-Lithuanian lands into an autonomous Grand Duchy of Lithuania. In this context, St. Petersburg perceived the Uniate Church in particular, as a source of instability and potential rebellion, and increasingly incongruous with the official imperial ideology steeped in orthodoxy. Around 80% of the population in the Western gubernias professed Uniate Catholicism. In 1827, the staunchly pro-Russian and anti-Catholic Uniate Bishop of Lithuania, Iosif Semashko, in office 1832 to 1839, began to draw up plans for the abolition of the Uniate Church through its absorption by the Orthodox Church. The faithful supported his policy, because the bishop presented it as a limiting of the despised Roman Catholic influence, which gradually replaced Church Slavonic with Latin and Polish in the Uniate Church. His plan was implemented in 1839, when the Uniate clergy and faithful were ordered to join the Russian Orthodox Church. This distanced the converted population from Polish language and culture, increasingly perceived as inherently anti-Russian. In the Russian Empire, the remnant of the Uniate Church, in the form of the Chelm Eparchy of Volhynia, survived until 1875 because it was located in Congress Poland. By 1905, when a decree of religious toleration was finally enacted, no more than 150,000 to 200,000 Uniates were left to practice there. 386. Faith openly. They survived due to secret pastoral service provided by Uniate clergy, who found safe haven in Galicia's Greek Catholic monasteries. In the Orthodox eparchies organized in the Western Gubernias, Russian was used in sermons and the Church Slavonic liturgy was rendered with Russian pronunciation. Because compulsory elementary education was never in practice introduced in the Russian Empire, the state promoted Russian in this manner as language to which one was expected to aspire. This coaxed the multi-dialectal vernacular of the Slavophone non-Polish speakers toward Russian and away from Polish. St. Petersburg also decided to cut down on the number of Polish-Lithuanian nobles. The new regulations of 1836 required them to provide the administration with proof of their nobility. Impoverished noblemen who were unable to fulfill this demand were officially stripped of any pretense of nobility, and 54,000 of them were sent to the Caucasus, Siberia, or beyond the Volga. Out of their usual social milieu, they had no choice but to accept Russian as the language of everyday discourse. In the sphere of culture and education, all these measures meant the replacement of Polish with Russian as the official language in the Western Gubernias. Understandably, the number of secondary and elementary schools plummeted because there were not enough Russian teachers who could replace their Polish counterparts. In the 1840s, Russian replaced Polish as a medium of instruction even in the most obscure schools. By 1854, Polish had also been banned in private schools. In Congress Poland, similar processes of reducing autonomy unfolded, but at a slower rate, hindered by the internationally approved status of this kingdom. However, Pope Gregory XVI, 1831–1846, condemned the November uprising in his 1832 encyclical, Cum Primum, on civil disobedience, and urged loyalty to the emperor. This document legitimized the Tsar's anti-seditious decisions. The kingdom's constitution was abolished and replaced by a mere organic statute, which seriously downgraded Thepali's autonomy. The kingdom's Sejm and separate army were liquidated, and the administration directly subjugated to St. Petersburg. The constitutional monarchy was replaced by absolutist rule characteristic of the Russian Empire. The traditional 10 voivodeships, administrative regions, into which the kingdom was divided were transformed into standard Russian gubernias, and their number reduced to 5. The title of the Primate of Poland was abolished in the Prussian section of Poland-Lithuania already in 1795, and the Tsar also forbade it after the November uprising. The last vestige of the Polish-Lithuanian crown thus disappeared, for the Primate acted as an interrex during periods of interregnum. The University of Warsaw and the TPN were abolished in 1831. The library holdings and art collections of the TPN and other private and public libraries and museums were confiscated and taken to St. Petersburg. As was in the case of students from the Western Gubernias, higher education for prospective students. The Polish Case 387. From Congress Poland was available only at the Russian-language universities of St. Petersburg, Moscow, Kiev, and Kharkov or at the German-language University of Dorpat. Russian replaced German as the language of instruction at this university in 1889. In 1839, the educational system of the Kingdom of Poland was placed under the control of the Center, that is, the Russian Ministry of Education. The following year, a new act on elementary education recommended where possible, to teach reading and writing in Russian. Another recommendation provided for the use of German in Protestant elementary schools and of Hebrew in Jewish ones. The 1840s marked the beginning of the process of slow modernization in the course of which Polish-Lithuanian Jews began to leave the Polanophone cultural circle for the Russian-speaking one. In 1847, the Russian Criminal Code replaced a section of the kingdom's laws. In the next 2 decades, all these policies brought about the supplanting of Polish with Russian as the official language in administration. A relaxation of St. Petersburg's approach to things Polish took place after Russia's defeat in the Crimean War, 1854–1856, and in the context of growing social unrest in the empire. In the Western Gubernias, Polish was reintroduced as a school subject in secondary schools in 1856, but in 1860, when asked by nobility to re-establish the University of Vilnius, reintroduce religious tolerance, and reintroduce Polish as the language of administration and education, the Tsar replied that this land is Lithuania, not Poland. Alexander II, reigned 1855–1881, meant that some measure of autonomy was reserved only for Congress Poland, but not for the Western Gubernias that made a homogeneous part of the empire after the November uprising. The Kingdom of Poland became the industrial center of the Russian Empire, so that the wishes and influence of Polish and Polish-speaking industrialists could not be disregarded too easily. But this was tempered by the inflow German and Jewish settlers, workers, and entrepreneurs to the industrial centers of Warsaw or Lodz, Lodzy. At least at the beginning, they showed no obvious interest in the cause of Polish language and culture. In 1862, a new act on education for Congress Poland was implemented. It largely emulated laws that had governed the educational system in the Duchy of Warsaw. Polish was reintroduced as the language of instruction, and the teaching personnel were to be Poles only. The crowning of this liberal trend was the re-establishment of the University of Warsaw as the main school of Warsaw, Szkoła Główna Warsawska, in 1862, with Polish as the medium of instruction. The main school became the center of the renewed Polish language educational system. The renewed attraction of Polish language and culture was so strong that some Jewish intelligentsia wished Jewish youth to be connected with Polish rather than with Russian, or with a Jewish culture steeped in Hebrew and Judaisch, Jewish German, or Yiddish. Under such pressure, rabbis agreed to use Polish in Jewish schools. Aleksandravicius and Kulakowskis 2003, 59, 63, 77. 388. 79–81, 84, 86–87, Davies 1982, 286–87, Hrikak 2000, 49, Johnson 1950, 96, Mazak etal 1996, 194, Magoxy 1996, 375, Snyder 2003, 120, Zibika 2002, 72–73, Topolska 2003, 202. Russia's western gubernias were comprised of the lands, which St. Petersburg had seized in the 3 partitions of Poland-Lithuania, 463,200 square kilometers. Prior to the November uprising, Polish-Lithuanian nobles toyed with the idea of turning the gubernias into an autonomous Grand Duchy of Lithuania, similar in status to Congress Poland, or even dreamed about merging them with this kingdom into a renewed Poland-Lithuania under Russian tutelage. Alexander I was not adverse to these projects but chose not to carry them out. His brother Nicholas I was not a Polanophile, and his distrust of the Polish-Lithuanian nobility was confirmed by the anti-Russian insurrection of 1830–1831. This was the end of dreams about reconstituting Poland-Lithuania with the help of Russia. Before they were forced to convert to Orthodox Christianity in 1839, Slavophone Uniats constituted the majority of the population in this vast region. From them, the present-day nations of Belarusians and Ukrainians emerged. In the southwestern land, in Ukrainian histories known as Dnieper Ukraine, Catholic Poles, or rather the Polonophone nobility, accounted for less than 2% of the population. Their number amounted to 10% in the northwestern land, including Polonophone peasants. Jews constituted more than 10% of the population in both lands. In the north of the northwestern land, that is, in present-day Lithuania, Lithuanian-speaking Catholics added up to almost 80% of the population. By the end of the 19th century, the ethnodemographic changes were quite extensive in the southwestern land due to the inflow of settlers to the neighboring southern land, Odessa region, or New Russia. Many of them settled in the southwestern land too. As a result, the numbers of Little Russians, Ukrainians, Jews, and Poles sank to 71.5, 8.5, and 1.7%, respectively, whereas Russians constituted 12.4% and Germans 2.1% of the population. Alexandravicius and Kulakowskis 2003, 230, 238, Zaplinsky and Lodogorsky 1993, 18, Eberhardt 1997, 94, Magoxy 2002, 108, Wapinski 1994, map between pages 224 to 225. The November Uprising also influenced Polish policies in the Prussian and Austrian partition zones of former Poland-Lithuania. The danger of sedition on the part of the nominally loyal Polish-Lithuanian nobility became all too clear. In Prussia's partition zone, German replaced Polish in the traditionally bilingual administration in 1832. 10 years later, German was introduced as a compulsory subject of elementary education. Any changes in educational policy were of much more profound consequence in Prussia than in the Russian Empire, because compulsory elementary education had been introduced in the state in the 18th century, and quite effectively enforced after 1825. Compulsory elementary education combined with Prussia's astounding economic success led to the virtual disappearance of the phenomenon of illiteracy by the 1870s. Hence, the Polish case 389. The intensity of inculcating with German language and culture through education, administration, and printed matter was much more successful in Prussia than St. Petersburg's efforts with respect to spreading knowledge of the Russian language. In the absence of compulsory popular education, the Russian administration had to rely on the Orthodox Church, which was not fully geared to the propagation of the Russian language. Prussia's Germanizing course abated after the revolutionary upheavals of 1848. These events shook the established order in Central Europe, which entailed more concessions for non-state languages and their users in Prussia. The state was also weakened, because Vienna defeated Berlin in its bid for hegemony in the German Confederation. In 1857, the Towarzystwo Przyjaciół Society of Friends of Sciences, was established in Posen in emulation of the TPN of Warsaw, disbanded in 1831. For the time being, the TPN of Posen functioned as a second center of Polish culture and language along the Ossolineum in Lemberg, Lviv. The failure of the November Uprising was painful. In the mid-1840s, the leaders of the Polish-Lithuanian Natio came to the conclusion that it would be possible to defeat the partition powers only with participation of the Polish-speaking peasantry. The Western European concept of the nation as a majority or even all the population of a country, a concept increasingly divorced from formal social status, such as nobility or tax-paying bourgeoisie, started taking root. The transition from the Polish-Lithuanian Natio to Polish ethnic nation commenced. The abolition of serfdom became an inalienable part of any Polish national program at that time. Serfdom was largely a thing of the past in Prussia and the Austrian Empire, phased out gradually in the first half of the 19th century, but not in Russia, where the majority of Polish speakers, that is, potential members of the Polish ethnic nation, resided. Polish national revolutionaries in Prussia and Galicia decided to start an uprising in 1846. They happened to be out of sync with the rest of revolutionary Europe, because 2 years later a series of, mainly national, revolutions swept the continent. Had they waited, the Polish insurrectionists would have stood a better chance of victory. The Prussian authorities prevented the All-Polish uprising and imprisoned the organizers. It broke out only in Krakow and in the vicinity of Tarnow in western Galicia. Austrian forces suppressed the insurrection in Krakow. The Free City of Krakow was disbanded and its territory incorporated into the Austrian Crown Land of Galicia. Krakow, the first Polish-Lithuanian capital and a regional center, was relegated to the position of a provincial backwater. In Tarnow, the local peasantry killed the noble insurrectionists because the latter rebelled against the divinely sanctioned rule of the Emperor Ferdinand I, reigned 1835 to 1848. Apparently, the concept of the Polish nation was still just a plan. Peasants did not identify with the goals of the noble natio. They trusted that the emperor rather than their direct lords might free them from the lingering legal remnants of the oppressive bondage of serfdom. 390. The Polish language administration and educational system of the erstwhile Free City of Krakow was Germanized. The same measure was applied to the University of Krakow. In the period 1846 to 1862, there was no institution of higher learning with Polish as a medium of instruction. A slight relaxation of this policy took place after the 1848 to 1849 uprisings that swept the Austrian Empire and seriously destabilized this polity. Finally, the abolition of serfdom, which had commenced at the turn of the 19th century, was completed in Austria as well as in neighboring Prussia. The rise of German nationalism incited other Central European ethnic nationalisms and offered the model of action. The national idea began to gain the upper hand over the dynastic cum absolutist order. The only exception to this rule was Russia, where serfdom disappeared only in the 1860s, in 1861 in the Western Gubernias, and in 1864 in Congress Poland, and nationalism did not become the dominant ideology of statehood legitimization until the introduction of the official policy of Russification in the 1880s. After 1848, Polish gradually replaced German in Western Galicia's elementary schools, as did Church Slavonic, in Ruthenian pronunciation, in those of Eastern Galicia. At that time, the idea of Landessprache, regional language, emerged in the Austrian Empire, meaning that, for pragmatic reasons, local languages should be used to improve the quality of governance. Landessprachen stood in opposition to German that was conceptualized as the Staatssprache, state language, of the Austrian Empire. When Austria-Hungary was founded in 1867, a three-tier language system emerged in the Austrian half of the dual monarchy, with the Staatssprache, Landessprachen of the Crown Lands, and Landesüblichen, or local languages, recognized for limited administrative and educational use in a given Crown land. The Ruthenian language of the Greek Catholics, Uniats, underwent an evolution similar to that of the languages used among other Orthodox and Slavophone peoples. Although prestigious and well-established Church Slavonic was increasingly difficult to understand. It lacked a firm connection to the everyday speech and did not allow one to speak about numerous solutions and devices brought about by modernization. As a result, elements of the vernacular and of Standard Russian entered local recension of Church Slavonic, not unlike in Slavano-Serbian. The outcome was the Slavano-Ruthenian language, similar to, though dialectically and in various official usages different from, the 17th century Chancellery Ruthenian of Poland-Lithuania. In the 1830s and 1840s, some publications, including a short-lived newspaper, were brought out in Slavano-Ruthenian with the use of Latin characters. Most Ruthenian intellectuals and clergy disagreed with this trend. In the late 1850s, they brought about the change from the Church Slavonic Cyrillic script, Kyrillitsia, perceived as backward, to the Russian Cyrillic, Grajdanka, closer in cut to the Antiqua version of the Latin alphabet. This must have been seen as an indication of the Polish case 391. Increasing Russian influence among Ruthenians, because in 1859, the Galician governor imposed the Czech-type Latin alphabet on Slavano-Ruthenian. The outcry of Ruthenians was immediate, and the decision had to be revoked. In the early 1880s, the Ruthenian writer and journalist, Volodymyr Barvinsky, Volodymyr Tsparwinsky, 1850–1883, worked out the phonetic orthography of Galicia's Ruthenian vernacular at the request of the Galician authorities. In 1893, Vienna recognized this Ruthenian vernacular as official. Hence, Ruthenian, very close to modern-day Ukrainian, recognized as a distinctive language, replaced Slavano-Ruthenian in education and administration. This change did not affect, however, the steadfast use of Church Slavonic in its Ruthenian recension for all written purposes in the backward Galician Upper Hungarian borderland extending on both sides of the Carpathians from Krynica to Unvar, Uzhhorod, and Rakhovo. This also meant retaining the Church Slavonic Cyrillic in preference to the Russian-style Cyrillic, Grajdanka. In Hungary's section of this region, proposals to supplant Cyrillic with the Magyar-type Latin alphabet were voiced in 1894. Finally, the most popular Ruthenian newspaper began to appear in Latin characters in 1916, but this change was short-lived. The alphabet was not used for printing Ruthenian publications after 1918. The Greek Catholic and Orthodox inhabitants of the region, consistently identified since the 1980s as Carpatho-Russins, stuck to Church Slavonic and their local idiom, prior to the standardization of the Rusyn language in the 1990s. In 1861, Polish and Slavano-Ruthenian replaced German in Galicia's village schools, and in the two first grades of town schools. The 1860s were a period of liberalization in the Austrian Empire. The change was hastened by the crushing 1866 defeat in the war with Prussia. Not only did Vienna have to resign from domination in the Germanophone world, and cede Venetia to Italy, this defeat also clearly showed the economic and military weakness of the empire. In order to preserve it, the Habsburgs gave in to those national demands they could not suppress. The 1867 Ausgleich, compromise, gave the Magyars their own semi-independent nation-state and transformed the monarchy into a dual Austria-Hungary. In order to offset the Czech national claims to their own nation-state, composed of the historical lands of the Czech Crown, Bohemia, Moravia, and Silesia, Vienna decided to grant the Galician Poles more cultural autonomy. It was a safer solution, as the latter had largely resigned from military solutions to their national predicament. Although radicals might still wait for a suitable moment to recreate Poland-Lithuania in the form of a Polish nation-state, but with most of the Polish-Lithuanian lands under the tight control of Russia and Prussia, Vienna rightly predicted that this time might not be quick in coming. Stability of the empire was worth such a gamble. In 1867, Polish and Slavano-Ruthenian replaced German altogether as the media of instruction in elementary and secondary schools. 2 years later, 392. Both the former languages were introduced to administration, Polish in Western Galicia and Ruthenian in Eastern Galicia. As a result, Polish functioned as the Landesprache of Galicia and Slavano-Ruthenian as the most important Landeshauptsprache of this crown land. German remained the official language of the military, the train system, the postal services, and of contacts with the central government. In 1870, Polish supplanted German as the language of instruction at the University of Krakow, and the same process was repeated at the University of Lemberg, renamed the University of Lwów, during the years 1871–1874. In 1877, the Polytechnic of Lwów was opened, which ensured the coining and development of technical vocabulary in Polish. In addition, the Akademia Umiejętności, Academy of Sciences, was founded in 1872 in Krakow, on the lines of the Towarzystwo Naukowe Krakowskie, Scientific Society of Krakow, that had been active at the University of Krakow since 1815. The O took over the role of Warsaw's defunct TPN as a veritable Polish Academy of Sciences, and in 1879–1901 conducted the standardization of Polish technical, scientific, and administrative vocabulary. This was possible thanks to the fact that the Ossolineum had prepared a second, updated edition of Linda's Dictionary of the Polish Language edited by August Bialowski, 1806–1876, and published in Lemberg between 1854 and 1860. Significantly, this new, 6-volume edition enforced the reformed orthography proposed in 1830 by the TPN of Warsaw. Knowledge of this standard Polish spread thanks also to compulsory popular education. This was introduced in the Habsburg lands at the end of the 18th century, and was never so successfully enforced as in Prussia, but it did provide for a much higher level of literacy than in Russia. Bankowski 2000, I-14, Dulichenko and Magoksi 2005, Fraz 1999, 203, 208, Hrikak 2000, 96, Janik and Gruhl 2002, 207, Kolmencios 1976, 517 to 523, 654 to 655, Kral 1977, Magoksi 1996, 400, 439, 444, 2004, 85 to 114, Oganowski 2000, 19, Wandich 1974, 122 to 135, Zbikowski 1997, 90 to 91, Zielinski 1977. Apart from Galician autonomy, the two other events that decisively shaped the character of emerging Polish ethnic nationalism were the January Uprising, 1863 to 1864, and the establishment of the German Empire as a Kleindeutsch, Little German, 10-nation state, 1871. The defeat of this latest anti-Russian insurrection amply emphasized how old-fashioned and inefficient was the persisting idea of a Polish-Lithuanian noble natio when faced with the might of Russia's imperial army. On the other hand, the partial success of German ethnic nationalism showed the proponents of Polish nationalism that this was the way they had to take in order to stand a chance of building a Polish nation-state. It was a foregone conclusion that the Polish-speaking peasantry should be included in the socially encompassing Polish nation. The question was not if but how to achieve this. Tsar Alexander II, who had refused to be crowned King of Poland after his father's death, fulminated against Polish ingratitude so expressly shown in the Polish Case 393. January Uprising. In 1864, the Kingdom of Poland was dissolved and its territory divided into regular gubernias became an indistinguishable part of the Russian Empire. 3 years later, the very name Kingdom of Poland was abolished and replaced by the Vistula land, Przemysliński Krai, though no formal law to this end was ever adopted. Afterward, the denotation Kingdom of Poland sometimes resurfaced as a geographical or traditional name for the Vistula land even in Russian-language publications. After the death of the viceroy in 1874, this position was discontinued. The autonomy of this area was gradually scrapped in all spheres of public life and it was directly incorporated into the Russian Empire, with the Governor-General of Warsaw at its administrative helm. Martial law, which lasted in Congress Poland and the Western gubernias until 1872, facilitated the implementation of these ad hoc measures. The economic power of the Polish nobility was shattered when 1,600 of its estates were confiscated in Congress Poland and a further 1,800 in the northwestern land. Immediately after the suppression of the January Uprising, Russian was introduced to the administration of the Vistula land, and finally replaced Polish in 1868. Polish remained as the language of the governmental gazette of the Vistula land until 1871. Gradually, this measure was extended to municipal and village administration. As of 1867, the ecclesiastical administrations of various Christian churches and Jewish religious communities, responsible for issuance of certificates of births, marriages, and deaths, were required to produce these documents exclusively in Russian. The only concession was that Catholic priests could add Polish translations to such certificates. In 1865, Uvarov's initiative of replacing the Latin alphabet with Cyrillic for writing and printing in Polish was taken up. By 1869, 5 Cyrillic-based Polish language school textbooks had been published, including a primer and grammar of Polish. Afterward, this planned Cyrillicization of the Polish language was abandoned. In 1869, 7 years after its establishment, Russian supplanted Polish as the medium of education in the main school of Warsaw as well as in all secondary schools. In 1876, Polish was banned from courts of law, and in 1885, from elementary schools too. Only religious instruction for Catholics could be taught in Polish, with the exception of the Vistula land's easternmost gubernias, mainly inhabited by Ruthenian and Lithuanian speakers. These Russifying measures did not extend to the Polish language press and book publishing, which was beneficial for the continued development of Polish language and culture. Paradoxically, St. Petersburg's failure to introduce compulsory elementary education also played into the hands of Polish nationalists, otherwise, Polonophone peasants, molded by school to read in Cyrillic, would have shunned Polish language publications in Latin characters in adult life. Thus, illiteracy preserved the peasantry for the Polish nation, until effective compulsory elementary education was eventually extended to them in the Polish nation-state after 1918. 394. The repercussions of the January uprising also included prohibitive legislation against other languages in the Western gubernias, such as Lithuanian and Little Russian, Ukrainian. Due to the shared past of Poland-Lithuania, speakers of these languages were closely connected to Polish culture and language, and Lithuanian and Little Russian-speaking elites tended to know Polish as their preferred second language. St. Petersburg perceived this situation as Polish intrigue that contradicted the official imperial ideology. The Western gubernias, seen as traditional Rus lands, were presented as having rightfully returned to the Rus fold of Russia. In 1839, their Slavophone population of the Uniate faith was rightfully returned to Orthodox Christianity, and in the 1860s, it was high time that the equally rightful domination of Russian would be reasserted in this region in line with the imperial national myth of historical continuity between Rus and the Russian Empire. The return of Russian as the language of Rus in the Western gubernias required banning the anti-Rus Latin alphabet, Polish language, and all Muzhitsko Narekia, peasant idioms, tainted by their historical and cultural connection with Poland, Lithuania and the Polish language. After the suppression of the January uprising, it became popular to refer to the Western gubernias as Western Russia, and to the inhabitants of this region as Western Russians. This proved the immemorially, Iskana, Russian character of these lands. In 1863, the Minister of the Interior, Count Petrovalyov, 1814–1890, issued a circular, popularly known as Decree, to the Office of Censorship, which prohibited the use of Little Russian, with exception of belles lettres, famously claiming that this language did not, does not, and cannot exist. It could be only a southwestern dialect of the Great Russian language. Until the mid-19th century, many Russian scholars had considered Little Russian to be a Russian corrupted by Polonization or a Polish dialect altogether. 11. Even the 1862 translation of the New Testament into Little Russian, deemed dangerous and harmful, was banned by the Holy Synod of the Russian Orthodox Church. The 1876 EMS decree, Alexander II issued it while at Thespa in Germany, extended this prohibition to all Little Russian publications and forbade their importation from abroad, especially from Galicia. In 1881, the new Tsar, Alexander III, reigned 1881–1894, allowed publication of dictionaries and musical lyrics in Little Russian, if they used Russian orthography. However, the ban was extended to any permanent theaters or troops performing in the Little Russian dialect. Ukrainian cultural, let alone national, activism was invariably perceived as a Polish plot to divide and undermine the empire. The same fate met the White Ruthenian, Bielorusky in Polish, that is, present-day Belarusian, language even earlier, namely, after the November uprising. St. Petersburg perceived it as a dialect of Polish, mainly due to the fact that it was written and printed with the use of the Polish version of the Latin alphabet, and thus as a Polish intrigue to inculcate the Slavophone uniates with Polish. The Polish case 395. Culture. Accordingly, a ban on performances in the language of the common people, White Ruthenian, had been instituted in 1838. In the same year, and in 1852, Polish language publications featuring texts in this simple language, White Ruthenian, were confiscated. In 1859, the printing of Ruthenian books, that is, Slavophone publications in the Latin script, was prohibited in the Western Gubernias, which precluded publishing in White Ruthenian and Little Russian with the use of this script. This prohibition was directed mostly against White Ruthenian, as most Little Russian publications employed Cyrillic. The Polish leaders of the November uprising supported the publication of the first White Ruthenian language newspaper. The periodical's anti-Russian character convinced St. Petersburg that White Ruthenian was another Polish intrigue like Little Russian. As in the case of Little Russian, some change in the status of White Ruthenian occurred in the 1880s when Russian scholars began referring to this language as a White Russian, Beloruskaya, or a northwestern dialect of Great Russian. These designations safely distanced it from any commonality with Polish language and culture, which allowed for production of some publications in White Russian as long as they used Russian orthography. In the case of Lithuanian, throughout the 19th century two names were used to refer to this language, Lithuanian and Samogitian. Samogitia, as the northernmost region of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, retained its separate administrative character and continued as a separate Catholic diocese after the partitions of the Commonwealth. Hence, Samogitian referred to the speech of the northern Lithuanian speakers and Lithuanian to the speech of their southern counterparts. Another complication arose due to some Belarusian intellectuals who, like Lithuanian nationalists, aspired to the heritage of Grand Duchy, and referred to themselves and their Slavophone speech as Lithuanian. St. Petersburg could not hope to abolish the Catholic Church by decree, as it had done in the case of the Uniate Church in 1839. The continuing political and economic clout of the Polanophone nobility also prevented such a step. Because most of Lithuanian-speaking peasants were Catholics, it was out of question that they could be made into Russians, though official attempts to convert them to Orthodoxy were continually undertaken. Their religion served as an additional marker of their ethnic difference. But at that time, St. Petersburg's main aim was depolonization of the Western Gubernias, not wholesale Russification. In the Baltic Gubernias, Ostsee province and in Russia's official German language terminology, of Estland, Livonia, and Courland, German served as the sole language of official documents until 1867, of administration until 1885, of municipal self-government until 1889, and of courts of law until 1892. Education was offered in German, Estonian, and Latvian until 1887, when Russian was introduced as the language of instruction in the two final grades of elementary school. 2 years later, Russian supplanted German at the University of Dorpat. In 1887, articles in the Russian language press suggested replacing 396. The Gothic type of the Latin alphabet with Cyrillic for writing and printing in German, but the Baltic Germans staunchly opposed this proposal, which was not implemented. Likewise, the imposition of Cyrillic on Latvian language publications was less effective than on Lithuanian, and the Cyrillicization of Estonian was never seriously attempted. German alongside Estonian and Latvian survived in the first 3 years of elementary school in the increasingly Russified educational system. The Russification of schools in the Baltic Gubernias had a much larger impact than elsewhere in the empire, because for all practical purposes elementary education was truly popular there, and illiteracy disappeared in the second half of the 19th century. But unlike in the Western Gubernias and the Vistula land, private schools with languages of education different than Russian were not prohibited in the Baltic Gubernias, which brought about the burgeoning of such schools there with German as the medium of instruction. The position of German, Estonian, and Latvian was partly reasserted after 1905. Significantly, the gubernia diets of nobles, zemstva, and peasant communal administrations retained their native languages. In 1841, a semblance of this relatively lenient Baltic policy was extended, in the field of elementary education, to Lithuanian speakers in the Samogitian diocese, largely coterminous with the gubernia of Kovno-Kaunas, which bordered the gubernia of Courland. Russian remained the official language, but numerous elementary schools with Samogitian, Lithuanian, as themedium of instruction were opened. As a result, half of the predominantly peasant Lithuanian speakers gained literacy in this area, in stark contrast to White Russian and Little Russian peasants, out of whom 90 to 96% remained illiterate until 1917. 12 overzealous civil servants tended to extend the 1859 prohibition on publishing Ruthenian books to Lithuanian books printed in the Latin script. Any leniency ended after the January uprising. Even non-Polish-speaking Catholics were persecuted to convince them to convert to Orthodox Christianity. In 1864, Lithuanian and Samogitian language primers and textbooks were ordered to be printed exclusively in Cyrillic characters. Later in the same year, publication of any Samogitian and Lithuanian books in the Latin script, or their importation from abroad, was prohibited. Alexander II approved this measure in 1866. In 1869, infighting in the administration of the gubernia of Vilna, Vilnius, led to permission for one publishing house to produce and sell Samogitian and Lithuanian books, after censors had eliminated those considered to be dangerous. This situation lasted until 1881, but in the meantime a multitude of Lithuanian language publications in the Gothic type of the Latin alphabet had been imported from Lithuania Minor, Prussia. N 1872 circular prohibited the use of Gothic type Lithuanian books, but the illegal importation, also of Lithuanian publications printed in Antiqua, continued in defiance of this ban. In the last 3 decades of the 19th century, only about 50 Lithuanian books in Cyrillic characters were published in Russia. The Polish case 397. Until the January uprising, language was not a decisive instrument that divided groups of people in Russia's section of Poland-Lithuania. What counted was social status, whether one was of the nobility and intelligentsia, enjoying personal freedom, or a serf with limited freedom. This uprising was the last one in which, despite language differences, members of the erstwhile Polish-Lithuanian Natio fought together to create a noble-dominated Polish nation-state, conceived as a recreation of Poland-Lithuania. The subsequent politicization of language, in emulation of the Prussian/German and Austro-Hungarian models, established the paradigm for the development of Central European nationalisms. St. Petersburg also realized the potency of this instrument. For instance, in the gubernia of Vilnius, Lithuanian replaced Polish as a secondary medium of education in 1863 to 1872. Polish then returned to local schools as a subject. This decision only partially stopped the influence of Polish culture on local public life. Contrary to what was expected, however, Russian did not fill the vacuum, and this curb on Polish cultural vibrancy provided the necessary space for the rise of Lithuanian ethnic nationalism. Similarly, the suppression of German in the Baltic gubernias paved the way for the coalescence of Estonian and Latvian nationalisms. The rise of industry and capitalism in the Vistula land gave the Polish intelligentsia and national activists new economic instruments with which to counter Russification and to attract German-speaking settlers and Yiddish-speaking Jews to the fold of Polish language and culture. The Vistula land was the most urbanized and industrialized region in the Russian Empire, with 33% of its population living in towns and cities. In 1914, 400,000 workers were employed in the industrial sector. This enormous economic and social potential allowed for a revival of Polish language and culture. In 1881, the Casa Miankowski Foundation, was established in Warsaw. It supported the compilation and publication of Jan Karlowicz's, 1836–1903, Słownik Języka Polskiego II, Dictionary of the Polish Language, Warsaw. This replaced Linda's outdated dictionary, as Jacob Grimm 1785–1863 and Wilhelm Grimm 1786–1859 Deutsches Wörterbuch German Dictionary, 1854–1960, Leipzig supplanted Adelung's Grammatisch-kritisches Wörterbuch der Hochdeutschen Mundart Grammatical Critical Dictionary of the High German Dialect, 1793-1801, Leipzig. Karlowitz, together with Adam Antoni Krinsky, 1864-1932, Josef Pierzyborowski, Władysław Niedzwiedzki, and Kazimierz Kral, compiled the first straightforward monolingual and authoritative multi-volume dictionary of Polish, without the previously used prop of translations into German, Russian, or other Slavic languages. They emulated the Grimm's work, but did not wish to compete with them in comprehensiveness. 6 volumes appeared in 1900 to 1915, and 2 further ones followed in 1919 and 1927. Karlowitz dedicated the first volume of his dictionary to the University of Krakow on the 500th anniversary of its second, and permanent, 398th founding. This emphasized the national significance of this work and stressed the cultural link between the two historical capitals of Poland-Lithuania, Krakow and Warsaw. The publication of Karlowitz's groundbreaking dictionary coincided with the establishment of the Towarzystwo Naukowe Warsawskie, TNW, Scientific Society of Warsaw, in 1907, which aspired to renew the work of the defunct TPN, Aleksandrowicz and Kulakowskis 2003, 83-84, 88, 90, 96, 98, Zaplinski and Lodogorsky 1993, 25-26, Davies 1982, 100, 364, Janicki 2006, Kayaupa etal 2002, 106, 115-116, Kulmenciois 1976, 518-519, 657, Magoxi 1996, 369-373, Macmillan 1980, 110-111, Oganowski 2000, 14-15, Piderak 2006, 13-14, Pinsent and Konikova 1993, 473, Snyder 2003, 33-34, 120-123, Zibika 2002, 90, 103, 117, Thedon 1981, 28, 71, 157, 310, Uspensky 2004, 1-2, Vocker 1956, 81, Waldenberg 1992, 129-130, 137-138, Wandich 1974, 195. This renewal of organized Polish academic life East-He framework for the development of the Polish national movement was possible thanks to the liberalization in the Russian Empire. Tsar Nicholas II, ruled 1894-1917, had no choice. Absolutism was no option after the humiliating defeat of Russia at the hands of Japan in the War of 1904-1905. This event contributed to the outbreak of the 1905 revolution. Social and ethnic violence, and pogroms of Jews, destabilized the empire. The Tsar reluctantly agreed to the creation of Russia's first legislative body, the Duma. The empire set out on the road to constitutional monarchy. The relaxation of absolutism meant partial resignation from the policy of Russification. Between 1904 and 1906, in Russia's partition zone of former Poland-Lithuania, the authorities allowed teaching and printing in local languages and dialects. Russian civil servants usually perceived Polish and Lithuanian/Samogitian as languages and variously named Ukrainian/Little Russian and White Russian, Belarusian, as dialects of the Great Russian language. These provisions also allowed for use of the Latin alphabet for writing and publishing in White Russian and Lithuanian/Samogitian. The import of Lithuanian books in Gothic fonts from East Prussia and of Ruthenian, Ukrainian, books from Galicia was permitted. St. Petersburg had never banned Polish from books and periodicals brought out in the empire or importation of Polish-language publications from abroad. Thus, What mattered most for Polish activists and nationalists was broadening the public sphere where this language could be used. But there were no special concessions issued for Polish. In the Vistula land and the Western Gubernias, Russian remained official language and the exclusive medium of education. In state schools, religious instruction and Polish could be taught in Polish, but the same privilege was enjoyed by Lithuanian/Samogitian-, White Russian-, and Little Russian speakers. Speakers of all these languages could also establish private schools with their respective languages as the media of instruction, but diplomas issued to school leavers were not of the same value as those gained from state schools. Lithuanian, Ukrainian, and Belarusian nationalists perceived this liberalization as an unprecedented chance for their respective. The Polish Case 399. National movements. While Polish leaders still considered all these concessions as nothing in comparison to the status Polish language and culture had enjoyed before the January uprising, and especially prior to the November uprising. Indeed, the proliferation of language legislation solidified the status of Russian as state language, which, for instance, imposed on the Catholic Church the requirement to use Russian in its administration, except in these cases where canon law demanded Latin. As a result, Polish was banned from the administration of the Catholic Church, where it had been traditionally used since the times of Poland-Lithuania. The 4 decades that followed the January uprising were marked by the ascendancy of ethnic nationalism as the primary ideology of power and statehood legitimization in the Vistula land and Western Russia. The reorganization of the Austrian Empire into Austria-Hungary accorded with this principle, and the establishment of the German Empire as a German nation-state rationalized this trend in the eyes of intelligentsia and decision-makers. The Polish-Lithuanian natio became obsolete. It proved unable to re-establish Poland-Lithuania in the form of a nation-state, thanks to which this natio might have reinvented itself as a civic nation. The attraction of ethnic nationalism became irresistible, supported by the meteoric success of the German Empire in the spheres of the economy and the military. The Prussian statistician Richard Bach, 1824–1907, proposed to use language as the measure of nationality in censuses. After some trial use of this category in regional censuses beginning in the 1820s, Berlin included the question about language in the All-Prussian census of 1861. 9 years later, at the 6th International Congress of Statistics held at St. Petersburg, it was decided to measure the national composition of populations by asking a question about one's language in censuses. For the first time, this question was included in the Austro-Hungarian census of 1880 and the Russian one of 1897. Soon, it proved that censuses, rather than measuring the demographic size of nations, created nations. National activists and leaders employed the resultant numerical data as an instrument for obtaining recognition for their postulated nations and bargaining political concessions. In 1895, the Polskie Stronnictwo Ludowe, PSL, Polish People's Peasant Party, was established in Radoso, Western Galicia. 2 years later, Polish nationalists organized the Stronnictwo Narodowe Demokratyczne, SND, National Democratic Party, which rejected loyalty to the partition powers. The PSL implemented the postulate of including Polish-speaking peasants in the emerging ethnic Polish nation, while it SND stood on the ground of creating an independent Polish nation-state that would coincide with the contiguous territory where the Polish language was spoken. In practice, this meant territories with Polish-speaking majorities and areas where Polish speakers were in minority but constituted the upper social class of gentry, entrepreneurs, and civil servants. The SND hoped that this upper 400 class would ensure the eventual assimilation of the non-Polish-speaking masses into the fold of the ethnic Polish nation. In 1813, the poet and German nationalist Ernst Moritz Arndt, 1769–1860, famously proposed in his poem De Deutschen Vaterland, the German's fatherland, that the German nation-state extends as far as the German tongue rings. This became the working definition of the German nation-state. Polish and other Central European nationalists quickly took over this program of ethno-linguistic nationalism. As early as 1848, the Krakow newspaper Jutrzenka, Morning Star, referred to Arndt and paraphrased his words, "Wherever one can hear the Polish language, there is the Polish fatherland." The SNDS program of Polish independence and ethno-linguistic independence proved attractive to the PSL. In 1903, this party adopted Thetjective Polish in its name. Earlier it had been SL, or the People's Party, and since that time supported the idea of creating an independent Polish nation-state. This date symbolically marks the end of the political program of the Polish-Lithuanian noble natio and the emergence of the Polish ethnic nation with full participation granted to the peasantry. Soon, male peasants could test their political strength when, in 1896, Vienna introduced universal male suffrage and in 1907, scrapped electoral curie, which privileged the richest stratum of male voters, in the Austrian half of the dual monarchy. This possibility had been given to peasants even earlier in the province of Posen. Although Prussia retained its restricted, property-based suffrage until the founding of the Weimar Republic in 1918, as of the founding of the German Empire in 1871, each male had the equal vote in that new polity. But the idea of the full inclusion of the peasant in the Polish nation was fulfilled for the first time in economically backward and more rural Galicia, not in Wielkopolskie or Vistula land. A politicized Polish peasant movement emerged in the former region, perhaps thanks to Galician autonomy, which fostered cooperation on the basis of ethnic nationalism, among all the social strata of Polish speakers. Facing Berlin's Germanizing course, the priority of Wielkopolski's Polanophone elites was to retain some official status for the Polish language in this province of the German Empire. Hence, forging the Wielkopolska Polish speakers into a homogeneous part of a Polish nation remained of secondary importance. The coalescence of the political and social concept of the Polish ethnic nation necessarily brought a reaction on the part of those inhabitants of the territories of former Poland-Lithuania who did not speak Polish, or whose everyday speech could not be defined as Polish. They constituted the majority of the population in the eastern half of this defunct polity, that is, in Russia's western gubernias. Ethnic Poles accounted for hardly more than 15% of the inhabitants there, with the exception of the region around the Vilnius. But even in the Vilnius region they were less than half of the populace. Around 1900, Ukrainian nationalists accepted the idea of creating an independent Ukraine within what they called ethnographic borders. In this task, the Polish Case 401. The Ukrainian national movement could fall back on the findings and works produced by the Naukov Towarzystwo imeni Shevchenko Scientific Society, established at Lwów in 1873, a year after the founding of the The process of the coalescence of Ukrainian nationalism was quicker in Galicia, as this ideology could freely unfold in Russia only after 1905. The 1890 Polish-Ruthenian Compromise in Galicia, comparable to the 1905 Ausgleich between Germans and Czechs/Moravians in Moravia, was crucial in this respect. In 1894, Mikhailo Hrushevsky (1836–1934) arrived from Russia and took over the newly established chair of world history, with particular emphasis on the history of Eastern Europe at the University of Lwów. After the chair of Ruthenian language and literature at the same university, it was the second university chair with Ruthenian, Ukrainian, as the language of instruction in Galicia. Between 1898 and 1913, Hrushevsky published the first 8 volumes of his 11-volume Istoria Ukraini Rusi, 1898–1937, Lwów and Kiev, History of Ukraine Rus, 1997, Edmonton, and with this monumental work, modeled on Palocky's The History of the Czech Nation in Bohemia and Moravia, introduced the ethnonym Ukrainian for denoting the postulated nation that would be comprised of Ruthenian and Little Russian speakers. In his choice of this ethnonym, Hrushevsky drew on the writings of Volodymyr Barvinsky (Barvinsky, 1850–1883), who had standardized Ruthenian orthography in the early 1880s. Galicia's Ukrainian speakers remained underprivileged vis-a-vis Polish speakers in the field of education, but only slightly with regard to elementary schooling. By 1914, Ruthenian, Ukrainian, was employed as the medium of instruction in 45.6% of all elementary schools. The disproportion was much larger in the case of secondary schools, only 12.4% of them were Ruthenianophone. But the situation was still much better in Galicia than in Russia's southwestern land, where there were no state schools with Little Russian, Ukrainian, as the language of education, or in Upper Hungary, where between 2 and 10% of Ruthenian, Russian/Ukrainian, school children attended Ruthenian language elementary schools. Lithuanian ethnic nationalism emerged decisively during the 1880s and 1890s, thanks to the activities of Lithuanian intelligentsia in East Prussia, Lithuania Minor. But as in the case of the Ukrainians, Lithuanian nationalists could freely operate among the major concentration of Lithuanian-speaking peasants in Russia only in the wake of the 1905 revolution. A similar idea of building a nation on an ethno-linguistic basis began budding among the Belarusian intelligentsia only after 1905. The Belarusian national movement took definitive shape only during World War I. Interestingly, White Russian, Belarusian, language publications were usually published in two parallel versions, one in the Latin script and the other in Cyrillic. After 1905, when Russian orthography could be safely disregarded, Belarusian Cyrillic drew on the Ukrainian model, the so-called Kulishivka, developed in the mid-19th century by Panteleimon Kulish, 1819–1897, an early writer and 402 translator into Little Russian. This orthography was widely popularized by Kulish's translation of the New Testament, which was published in Vienna in 1871 and smuggled into Russia. Obviously, Little Russian writers in Russia also began to use Kulishivka again. The reintroduction of the Latin script for writing and publishing in Lithuanian and White Russian brought an ideologically significant change, too. Prior to the 1860s ban on the Latin alphabet and on the use of Lithuanian/Samogitian and White Russian, publications in both languages had employed Polish-type Latin script. In the 1890s, Lithuanian language publications switched to the Czech-type Latin alphabet, which, for instance, employs grapheme C and Z for representing the phonemes /ch/and/zh/, in preference to the Polish digraph CZ and grapheme Z. In 1905, the Belarusian version of the Latin script followed, and 3 years later, codifiers of Latvian adopted similar orthographic conventions to separate the graphic representation of their language from Polish and German orthographies, previously employed for writing in Latvian. Interestingly, the specific Polish diacritic ogonek, literally small tail, as in the Polish letters A and E, was retained in Latvian and Lithuanian but for modifying different letters, namely K, L, KKN, and U. Although A and N and E exist in Lithuanian, they denote different phonemes than in Polish. A precursor of the adoption of the Czech-style Latin alphabet for writing in White Russian and other newly codified national languages was the Galician governor, Agener Galakowski, 1812–1875. In 1859, he had first attempted to impose the Latin script on the Ruthenian language, but to not unduly antagonize Ruthenians, he had then decided on the Czech-style Latin script, instead of Polish orthography already used in some Ruthenian publications during the 1830s and 1840s. In the eyes of Lithuanian, Ukrainian, and Belarusian nationalists, Polish language and culture posed a danger to their national languages and cultures similar to Russian. The use of Czech-style diacritical letters clearly marked difference of Lithuanian and Belarusian vis-a-vis Polish. It was also a safe method, because Czech nationalists did not have any historical tradition or possibility to extend their cultural domination to the former lands of Poland-Lithuania. It is also necessary to mention that the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century saw the emergence of the ideological conflict in Jewish communities of erstwhile Poland-Lithuania between the Haskalah, which prescribed assimilation, religious traditionalism, best represented by Hasidism, and Jewish nationalism, Zionism, which propagated the revival of Hebrew and Jewish settlement of Palestine. In the Vistula land and Galicia, assimilation led either to Polish language and culture, or, due to the Yiddish-speaking character of East European Jewry, to German language and culture. In the western gubernias, the attraction of Russian language and culture proved increasingly stronger than their Polish counterparts. In 1896, the Hungarian Jew, Theodor Herzl, 1860–1904, published his seminal Der Judenstaat, Vienna and Leipzig. The Polish Case 403. A Jewish State, 1896, London, and the next year he organized the First World Zionist Congress in Basel, Switzerland. The ideological conflict among the different trends in Jewish politics continued into the interwar period. The rise of Zionism was a reaction to the limits of assimilation. One's Jewish origin or Judaism tended to be singled out by the authorities as a liability, even if in language, culture, and manners one was indistinguishable from Frenchmen or Germans, as amply indicated by the Dreyfus Affair, 1894, which Herzl reported from Paris for the Viennese press. While Polish ethnic nationalism developed vis-a-vis the rise of German nationalism and St. Petersburg's imperial policy of Russification, Ukrainian, Lithuanian, and Belarusian nationalisms unfolded in reaction also to Polish nationalism. Having rejected the civic commonality of the Polish-Lithuanian tradition, ethnic conflicts were in the making. These were symbolized by the multi-ethnic cities of Vilnius and Lwów. Polish nationalists claimed both these cities for a future independent Poland as historical centers of Poland-Lithuania, and inhabited mainly by Polish speakers, despite the fact that the surrounding areas of the northwestern land as well as eastern Galicia were overwhelmingly non-Polish speaking. To complicate matters further, both Lithuanian and Belarusian nationalists claimed Vilnius as the capital of their would-be nation-states, arguing that it was the historical capital of their Grand Duchy of Lithuania. Lithuanian intellectuals appropriated the historical tradition of this Grand Duchy for the Lithuanians, while Belarusian leaders pointed to the fact that this polity was overwhelmingly Slavophone and Orthodox, or Uniat, throughout its history. The most neglected party in this national quarrel were the Jews, who constituted 40% of Vilnius's population and over half of the inhabitants in Gomel, Homel, Minsk/Mansk, Pinsk, and Vitebsk, Vitsebsk. The logic of ethnic nationalism did not allow for the creation of a Jewish nation-state anywhere in Central or Eastern Europe, so the Jerusalem of Lithuania, meaning Vilnius, was slated for extinction in the coming age of ethnic cleansing. Aleksandravicius and Kulakowskis 2003, 355–356, Bach 1863, Fishman 1973, 51, Fraz 1999, 205, 208, Herzl 1997, Loza 1999, 2–3, 20, Magoxi 1980, 10–11, Oganowski 2000, 14, Porter 2000, Snyder 2003, 34–36, 46, 53–56, 130–131, Stoddard Halstead 2001. Zibika 2002, 175–177, Vocker 1956, 90–91, Wapinski 1994, 125, map between pages 224–225, Zaprudnik 1998, 28–31. Prior to the outbreak of the Great War, Polish was the official language of Galicia. Its status improved a bit in the Vistula land in comparison to the period between 1864 and 1905, when Polish had been completely suppressed, even in schools. The situation looked different in Prussia's Wielkopolska, or the province of Posen. After the replacement of the bilingual German-Polish usage in administration with the monolingual German one in 1832, German was introduced a decade later as a compulsory subject in all the elementary schools. After the 1848 revolution, the position of Polish was strengthened again. It returned to offices 404, and remained an unchallenged medium of education in elementary schools in the Polanophone areas, and even in the lower grades of secondary school. Limitations on the use of Polish in schools were introduced once again after the January uprising. The Germanizing pressure coalesced into an official policy after the establishment of the German Empire. Berlin hoped to homogenize this new nation-state around the two guiding paradigms of Protestantism and the German language. The influence of the Catholic Church was too strong, however, and after the mid-1880s the German imperial government resigned itself to linguistic Germanization only. In 1872, German became the sole language of instruction in secondary schools, and the same process was applied to elementary schools in 1874. Only religious instruction and hymn singing could be taught in Polish, but solely in the lower grades of elementary school, until the moment when students mastered German. In 1876, German was made the sole official language of administration, which meant removal of ancillary Polish from state and municipal offices. In the same year, Polish was removed from courts of law. This Prussian legislation on language, which emphasized the unitary and ethnically German character of the German Empire, was not specifically directed against Polish speaker but against all non-German speakers in this polity, including Lithuanian, Danish, French, and Sorbian speakers. The empire was to be made into an ethnically homogeneous German nation-state. Even non-German speaking citizens were perceived as members of the German nation, which entailed stepping up efforts to make them acquire this language. The Polish language taught as a foreign language was banned from elementary schools in 1887 and between 1890 and 1894 from secondary schools. During his term in office, 1890 to 1894, as Chancellor, Leo von Caprivi, 1831 to 1899, introduced some concessions for Wielkopolska Poles without revoking any language legislation already in force. The change was motivated by Berlin's need for a majority to pass some crucial army and navy bills, in preparation for a potential conflict in Russia, especially due to German support for Vienna's expansion in the Balkans, which clashed with St. Petersburg's interests. Polish was reintroduced as an ancillary language of administration in the province of Posen, and Polish could be taught as a foreign language in Wielkopolska's elementary schools. All these concessions were revoked in 1894. 2 years later, a new civil code extended and solidified the unique status of German as state language. For instance, last wills had to be done exclusively in German. In 1900, it was prohibited to provide religious instructions at elementary schools in any other language but German. 8 years later, all organizations and associations had to use German at their meetings unless there was a non-Germanophone minority of more than 60% in the county. Ironically, Standard Polish was codified in close conjunction with the German language. Likewise, Polish as a model to be emulated served a similar role. The Polish Case 405. Vis-a-vis coalescing Russian until the mid-19th century. In most bilingual dictionaries published in the 19th century, Polish was paired with German. In Galicia, Polish developed as a language of modern administration. Already in 1862, the Niemiecko Polski Słownik Językowo-Pronizyk I Administracyjnik, German-Polish Dictionary of Legal and Administrative Vocabulary, came off the press in Krakow, where Karol, father, and Karol, son, Stadtmüller's extensive Technisches Wörterbuch/Słownik Techniczny, German-Polish Technical Dictionary, was also published in 1913. Various collocations, phrases, and even word order characteristic of German bureaucraties and scientific language were directly translated into Polish, and are an inalienable part of the Polish language to this day. The reaction of purists against this trend was less successful than their lambasting of French loanwords. Similarly, the use of administrative Russian also left its imprint on Standard Polish, but to a lesser extent as the official register of Polish developed in autonomous Galicia. Between 1900 and 1911, the 6 volumes of Jan Karlowy's Słownik Polskich, Dictionary of the Polish Dialects, appeared in Krakow with collaboration of Hieronym Lopasinski, 1860–1906, Wacław Zanowski, and Jan Lo S. Symbolically, the O published this work at the same time as Karlowy's Dictionary of the Polish Language was published in Warsaw. Predictably, he dedicated the first volume of the Dictionary of the Polish Dialects to the University of Krakow on the 500th anniversary of its founding, as he had done with the first volume of his other lexicographic work. Like statistics that formed rather than measured nations, Karlowy's Dictionary of the Polish Dialects not only described the Polish dialects but also decided which dialects were to be classified as Polish. By extension, in agreement with the paradigm of ethno-linguistic nationalism, this lexicographic work constituted an argument for claiming various territories as rightfully belonging to the postulated Polish nation-state. Such arguments became legion, especially at the peace conference that concluded World War I. Leaders of all the newly founded nation-states aspired to the largest territories possible, and linguists did not deny them help. The model which Karlowys followed was that of German linguistics. Because language was of fundamental significance for German nationalism, dialectology as a separate field of philology emerged first in the Germanophone states. One of the earliest dialectal dictionaries of German dialect was published in 1868. Others followed in quick succession. In 1878, 7 years after the founding of the German Empire, the first handwritten part of the Deutsche Sprachatlas, Dialectal Atlas of the German language, was prepared. The entire work was published between 1926 and 1952 in Marburg am Lahn. The whole host of regional dialectal dictionaries used this atlas as the basic grid. After World War II, the German territories east of the Oder-Neisse line passed to Poland and the Soviet Union, and were ethnically cleansed of German-speaking population. But this 406 grid allowed for the publication of extensive dialectal dictionaries of these areas, for instance, the 3-volume Schulzisches Wörterbuch, Dictionary of the Silesian Dialect, 1962–1965. In this manner, through this atlas and these dialectal dictionaries, claim was laid to the proper extent of the German nation-state. Obviously, Karlowys did not have the means, or the support of any Polish nation-state, to emulate this extensive and multifaceted coverage of German dialects, and he could not rival the Grimm's dictionary, either. But his two works offered a sufficiently detailed description of the standard and dialects of the Polish language to serve as a yardstick for measuring how extensive the territory of the postulated Polish nation-state should be. In view of the German model, the Entente saw this description of the territory where Polish was spoken as scientific enough to legitimize Polish claims to an ethnically defined Polish nation-state at the peace conference that ended World War I. Actually, the only volumes of the planned multi-volume Encyclopedia Polska, Polish Encyclopedia, 1915, Krakow, to appear were those devoted to the Polish language. 14. The title of this encyclopedia's subsection was symptomatic of the ideological rolling of language and territory into a single unit, Język Polski I jego historia z uzgodnieniem innych języków na ziemiach polskich, the Polish language and its history in the context of the other languages used in the Polish lands. In the second section of this volume, Kazimierz Nys, 1874–1858, described the territory of the Polish language, which he equated with the ethnographic area of Poland, that is, the appropriate extent of the would-be Polish nation-state. This was a summary of the theses and findings she had presented in his 1911 Mała Ludu Polskiego, Idiom of the Polish People, Krakow. Zaplinski et al. 1990, 579, Encyclopedia Polska 1915, 245, Germanistisk Linguistik 1978, Kulmencios 1976, 520, 630, Martin 1939, 7, 8, Mitska 1962–1965, Oganowski 2000, 16–18, Skobel 1872. Encyclopedias and Politics. Compilation and publication of universal encyclopedias was another sphere in which the language-based national competition was played out. The first modern extensive encyclopedias alphabetically arranged were brought out in the United Kingdom, Ephraim Chambers' 1680-1740 Cyclopedia 1728, London, and in France, the famous Encyclopédie 1751-1765, Paris, which on one hand emulated its British predecessor, while Leon Theodor transcended it. Although Johann Theodor Jablonski's 1654-1731, Allgemeines Lexikon, Lexicon of All Sciences, Leipzig, was published in 1721 and followed by Johann Heinrich Zedler's massive 64-volume Grosses Vollständiges Universal Lexikon, Great Comprehensive Universal Lexicon, 1732-1750, Halle. The tradition of encyclopedia production in German commenced in earnest with the publication of Friedrich The Polish Case 407. Arnold Brockhaus's, 1772-1823, Conversations Lexicon, Conversation Lexicon, 1796-1811, Leipzig. Brockhaus's encyclopedia and its next edition soon set the standard for this kind of lexicographic works in the German-speaking states. Soon Joseph Meyer, 1796-1856, joined the competition with his THIRD-WORLDISM Conversations Lexicon, Great Conversation Lexicon, 1853-1857, Heidelberghausen. Catholics answered these two encyclopedias, perceived as Protestant, with Benjamin Herder's, 1818-1888, Conversations Lexicon, 1853-1857, Freiburg. Unlike the British or French encyclopedias that provided the reader with a mixture of succinct and monographic articles, the Germanophone model of Conversation Lexicon was a comprehensive compilation of brief articles gathered in about 20 to 30 volumes of around 800 pages each. This German-language tradition of lexicography was to prevail in Central Europe. It struck root even earlier in the Russian Empire, due to the large colony of German-speaking scholars and administrators. The first real Russian encyclopedia, Starchevsky's Spravochny I Encyklopedический Slovar, 1847-1855, St. Petersburg, copied the Brockhaus model. Hence a new element was added to the competition between nations and languages, the Universal Encyclopedia. Each civilized nation was expected to produce one to be taken seriously by its neighbors and the European powers. The Polish entered the fray as the first in Central Europe. Significantly, in Congress Poland lexicography was not caught up in confessional controversies, as in the case of Germanophone publishing houses, and thus, it was the Jewish publisher, Samuel Orgelbrand, 1810-1868, who published the 28 volumes of Encyclopedia Powszechna, Universal Encyclopedia, in Warsaw between 1859 and 1868. This example of confluence of Polish and Jewish intellectual life on the plane of the Polish language was indicative of the strength of the Haskalah assimilation movement among Jews of the Vistula land. The encyclopedia was reissued in 1872-1876 and in 1883-1884 in 12 volumes of 450 pages each. An updated edition of 16 volumes appeared in 1892-1912. Unlike the German-language conversation lexicons, this Polish encyclopedia did not include either maps or illustrations. Its volumes were roughly half the size of the 800-page volumes sported by a conversations lexicon. Saturn and Sikorsky, 1862-1922, decided to ameliorate these deficiencies of Orgelbrand's work and in 1890-1914 published in Warsaw Wielka Encyklopedija Powszechna Ilustrowana, Great Universal Encyclopedia with Illustrations. It closely emulated the model of the conversation lexicon, though it was issued in much slimmer volumes that numbered 55. Unfortunately, the outbreak of World War I prematurely terminated this work at the letter P. None of the Polish and Hungarian language encyclopedias equaled the Czech language Otov Slovnik now CNYU, Auto Scientific Dictionary. It was designed as the Národní encyklopedieska, National Czech Encyclopedia, Although the title had to be altered due to political considerations, Otov Slovnik now CNYU did become and still remains the unsurpassed national encyclopedia of the Czechs. 408. Jan Otto, 1841–1916, not only copied the model of the conversation lexicon, but also improved on it. The 28 volumes of this quaintly named scientific dictionary, which were published in Prague between 1888 and 1909, counted 1,000 pages and more apiece. The supplements to this original dictionary appeared beginning in 1930, titled Otov Slovnik now CNY Nov Doby, Otto Scientific Dictionary of the New Era. Before the National Socialist authorities of the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia stopped this project in 1943, 6 volumes, in 12 parts, out of the planned 8 had been published. In the Russian Empire 2 more updated and customized editions of the Brockhaus Conversation Lexicon were published in St. Petersburg in 1890–1907 and 1911–1916. Actually, the latter was not completed due to the outbreak of the Russian Revolution in 1917. The Granite Bibliographical Institute, modeled on the Brockhaus Publishing House, brought out the first completely original Russian encyclopedia, Encyclopedический Slovar, Encyclopedic Dictionary, in Moscow. Its publication commenced in 1910 and was completed in 1948. Curiously, 29 volumes appeared before the Bolshevik Revolution, and 29 more afterwards. The rise of the Polish nation-state. The situation in Central Europe changed dramatically in the course of World War I. In 1915, the Central Powers defeated the Russian troops, which retreated westward, leaving behind the Vistula land, former Congress Kingdom of Poland, the Northwestern land, former Grand Duchy of Lithuania, and Western Volhynia, a fragment of the Southwestern land, or, in other words, of the pre-partition Kingdom of Poland's lands directly incorporated into Russia. Vienna occupied the southern section of the Vistula land and Western Volhynia. Berlin controlled the northern half of the Vistula land together with Warsaw, organized as the Warsaw General Governorship, as well as the northwestern land and the Gubernia of Kurland, which were turned into the Land Oberost. The southern section of the Vistula land was granted to Vienna and turned into the Lublin General Governorship. Western Volhynia with the southernmost sliver of the Gubernia of Grodno, Hrodna, was made into Vienna's rear administrative area, Banach-Barton-Gebiet, corresponding in status to Germany's Land Oberost. The occupation authorities allowed the Polish-language publishers and Polish-speaking administrators from Germany's province of Posen and from Austria-Hungary's Galicia to take over the grassroots administration and education in the Vistula land. In 1915, Polish replaced Russian as the language of instruction at the University of Warsaw. Russian actually was banned from administration, courts of law, and education in both general governorships. German as official language, and Polish as ancillary replaced it. On May 5, 1916, Polish was the Polish case 409. Made the sole official language of the municipal administration in Warsaw. On August 18, Polish became the sole language of municipal self-government in the Lublin General Governorship. On November 5, the German and Austro-Hungarian emperors proclaimed the creation of the Kingdom of Poland, whose territory was to be composed of areas wrested away from Russia. On January 1, 1917, Tsar Nicholas II, ruled 1894–1917, announced as a war aim, the restoration of a free and united Poland in union with Russia. The Central Powers were not ready to act on their proclamation, which anyway would leave out of this kingdom the Polish-speaking lands included in Germany and Austria-Hungary. On the other hand, the militarily defeated Tsar was not in position to fulfill his promise. Moreover, in March 1917 the Russian Revolution shattered his empire. After the proclamation of the Kingdom of Poland, power was gradually handed over to the Polish provisional authorities. This meant that Polish changed places with German. The former became the official language in the two general governorships and the latter ancillary. On September 12, 1917, Polish became the sole official language of the educational administration in the Kingdom of Poland. Polish language schools were most numerous, but German language schools introduced in 1915 for Germans and Jews continued to function. In addition, Ruthenian, Ukrainian, language education developed in the eastern section of the Lublin General Governorship, and this language was also allowed as ancillary to administration. Meanwhile, the German administration of the Land Oberost not only banned Russian and discouraged the use of Cyrillic, for instance, for writing and printing in White Russian Belarusian, and reintroduced Polish in education and local administration, but also, for the first time in history, accorded low-key official use to such upstart languages as Latvian, Lithuanian, White Ruthenian, Vice Ruthenus, as White Russian was renamed in line with the traditional Polish name of this language, or Bieloruski, and Yiddish. The administration aspired to make these peasant idioms into modern languages with all the phrases and terminology necessary for statecraft. Similarly, in the Rear administrative area, the Austro-Hungarian occupation authorities allowed not only for the reintroduction of Polish in schools and administration but also for the introduction of Ruthenian, Ukrainian, which, for the first time, attained some official status in the lands of the Russian Empire. The German administration of the Land Oberost was surprised at their discovery of the new nationality of Belarusians, who clearly were not Russians, as German officials had initially thought. There was a lot of bureaucratic agonizing over which to call the Belarusians and their language. The ethnonym White Russian, Weiss Russisch, was too close to that of Russian, so the administration settled for White Ruthenian, Vice Ruthenus, drawing on the established Austro-Hungarian term Ruthenian, Ruthenus, employed to denote the Ukrainians and their language. Obviously, both the terms were derived from the Polish-Lithuanian term Ruski, Ruthenian. 410. That denoted the Slavophone Uniat and Orthodox population of Poland-Lithuania as well as their Cyrillic-based language, one of the official languages of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania until 1697. But there was some confusion in the application of the term White Ruthenians, because the Oberost authorities extended its use to refer to Slavophone Uniats in the Calm area of the Lublin General Governorship, though Vienna saw this population as Ruthenian. The only concession to Russian was the permission to publish a single German-Russian newspaper in Pinsk in the Rear administrative area, where there was no official policy to discourage the use of Cyrillic among Ruthenians. This newspaper was also distributed in the Land Oberost. Obviously, some civil servants had to know Russian to refer to documents, which for over a century had appeared in Russian. Most importantly, along the re-established network of Polish language schools, parallel networks of Latvian, Lithuanian, White Ruthenian, and Yiddish language schools were founded for the first time in history in the Land Oberost. In the Rear administrative area, re-establishment of the system of Polish language schools was accompanied by the founding of an unprecedented network of Ruthenian language schools organized by Ruthenian activists and organizations from Galicia. This followed the German and Austro-Hungarian occupation administration's principle of allowing education in all the Muttersprachen, mother tongues. This approach differed much from the policy of linguistic homogenization applied by St. Petersburg before the Great War, or for that matter, by Berlin in the German Empire since the early 1870s. As a result, national movements connected to all the mother tongues rapidly developed. The administration of the Land Oberost was especially interested in encouraging White Ruthenian nationalism as a counterbalance to Russian and Polish influence. The success was almost immediate. In December 1915, White Ruthenian nationalists delivered a declaration in White Ruthenian, Lithuanian, Polish, and Yiddish appealing for a confederation of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania that would be comprised of the White Ruthenian and Lithuanian nation-states. During the war, Vilnius developed into the center of White Ruthenian culture and politics, which pitted the White Ruthenians against the Lithuanians in their desire to make the city the capital of their future nation-states. Polish nationalists disagreed and continued to see Vilnius as an important Polish city. The territory of the Land Oberost was 109,000 square kilometers. Its population included Lithuanians, 34.4%, White Ruthenians, 20.8%, Jews, 13.5%, Poles, 11.8%, Latvians, 10.5%, Russians, 6.2%, and Germans, 2.5%. The territory of the rear administrative area varied according to the vagaries of the front, but usually amounted to around 30,000 square kilometers. Ruthenians constituted the majority of this area's population, but Jews and Poles also amounted to 5% each. Das Land Ober, Ost 1917, 142, 362, 376, 432 to 433, 452, Hrikak 2000, 121, Kulmencio is 1976. The Polish case 411. 519, Leolowicius 2000, 121, Lukowski Zawadzki 2001, 191 to 192, Oganowski 2000, 21 to 23, Siebensprachenwörterbuch 1918, Zibika 2002, 186 to 190. After November 1917, the Bolshevik Revolution threw Russia into disarray. The military successes of the Central Powers only exacerbated the acute economic crisis, and could not stop the rise of revolutionary and national movements. Following the offensive in February and March 1918, the front line was pushed far to the east, and extended from Narva, that is, east of the Dnieper, to the Sea of Azov. In the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, March 3, 1918, Soviet Russia, consumed by internecine civil war, concluded a separate peace with the Central Powers and ceded the territories recently overrun by German and Austro-Hungarian armies to Berlin and Vienna. The overextended German and Austro-Hungarian troops could hardly control this vast area. In the resulting power vacuum, Lithuania and Estonia declared independence, already in February. In March, the Belarusian People's National Republic followed suit, and claimed Minsk/Minsk and Vilnius/Vilna as its two urban centers. This led to conflict with the Lithuanians over the latter city. All three new nation-states paid allegiance to the German Empire and sought German protection. A People's National Ukrainian Republic, with its capital at Kiev in Russian, had proclaimed independence in January 1918, and was transformed into a straightforward Ukrainian nation-state, known as the Hetmanate, in late April 1918. Thus, for the first time in history, Belarusian, a name of the language, which Belarusian nationalists prefer to Russian White Russian, or Polish and German White Ruthenian, Estonian, Lithuanian, and Ukrainian were elevated to the status of state languages. The war of attrition, however, bankrupted Austria-Hungary, and this, coupled with the rise of separatist national movements and the growing influence of socialist revolutionaries, led to the fragmentation of the dual monarchy in the early autumn of 1918. Likewise, the German Empire found itself on the brink of collapse. Under the pressure of United States President Woodrow Wilson, the Allies accepted national self-determination as the principle according to which the political map of Central Europe was to be reorganized. In October and November 1918, Czechoslovakia, the Kingdom of Hungary, and Latvia emerged as independent nation-states along with Poland. In November 1918, the breakup of Austria-Hungary also spawned the Western Ukrainian National Republic with its capital in Lviv, Lwów in Polish, which was immediately challenged by Polish troops, because Warsaw considered Eastern Galicia as rightfully belonging to the Polish nation-state. The German occupying troops buttressed the independence of Belarus and Dnieper Ukraine until December 1918, when they retreated to Germany. At the beginning of January 1919, the Red Army overran Belarus. Western Ukraine, fighting with Poland, and Dnieper Ukraine, attacked by Bolsheviks and Whites, that is, counter-revolutionary forces loyal to the Tsar, announced their union the same month. Poland seized Western 412. Ukraine by June 1919, and the Bolsheviks Dnieper Ukraine by August 1920. Meanwhile, the Polish-Soviet War erupted in February 1919 and raged in the Belarusian and Ukrainian lands. In May 1920, Polish troops allied with anti-Soviet Ukrainian forces and seized Kiev, but in August itself, the Red Army endangered Warsaw. Unexpectedly, Polish soldiers scored an amazing victory and the Bolshevik troops were repelled. In October, an armistice was signed. In March 1921, Warsaw and Moscow partitioned Belarus and Ukraine in the Treaty of Riga. By November 1921, the Red Army had extinguished any Ukrainian forces that opposed Moscow. Soviet Ukraine was established with its capital in Kharkiv in Ukrainian, safely far away from the front. The capital was moved to Kiev in 1934. In the wake of the Polish victory in 1920, General Lech Zaligowski, 1865–1947, followed Polish leader Józef Pilsudski's, 1867–1935, suggestion and seized the Vilnius region, turning it into the nominally independent Republic of Central Lithuania, Litwa Srodkowa. In 1922, it was incorporated into Poland, and the following year, the Allies recognized this decision. The Lithuanians never accepted this outcome. Thus, Vilnius, then known as Polish Wilno, did not become the capital either of Lithuania or Belarus. Independent Lithuania had to content itself with Kaunas, Kauno in Polish, and Soviet Belarus with Minsk/Minsk, Minsk in Polish. The Polish nation-state established in November 1918 was an uneasy compromise between the ethnic and historical civic visions of Poland. Roman Dmowski, 1864–1939, the SND leader, wanted an ethnographic Poland in the shape of a centralist and ethnically homogeneous nation-state. His political adversary, Józef Pilsudski, was the commander of the Polish Legion and of Polish military forces. He hoped for the recreation of multi-ethnic Poland-Lithuania in the form of a federal Poland or a Polish-Lithuanian confederation. According to this vague concept, Poland would be linked by political union to Lithuania, Belarus would receive autonomous status within Polish borders, and an independent Ukraine would form a loose confederation with Poland. Clearly, Pilsudski anticipated a unique role of primus inter pares for Poland. Soviet Russia, defeated by Poland, offered Warsaw entire Belarus and most of Ukraine up to Kiev. In the Treaty of Riga, designed by Dmowski and his proponents in opposition to Pilsudski's vision, they limited Poland's intake of Belarusian and Ukrainian lands, to territories deemed as Polonizable. As a result, Poland was established as a centralist state with no federal concessions, traded for patchy autonomous and regional provisions for the national minorities who accounted for more than one-third of the total population. This was a complete reversal of the situation in the last days of Poland-Lithuania, whose population had been composed of 60% non-Polish speakers. Taking into consideration the statistics that was often massaged to deliver higher numbers of Poles, in 1931, Poland's population was comprised of 20.7 million Poles, 65%, 5.1 million Ukrainians, 16%, 3.1 million Jews, 10%. The Polish case 413. 1.97 million Belarusians, 6%, and 0.8 million Germans, 2%. The most dramatic slump was in the number of Germans and German speakers. In 1910, in the Vistula land and in the German territories that would be incorporated into Poland after 1918, they numbered 1.8 million. In 1915, the Russian authorities deported 150,000 Germans from the Vistula land, but most Germans and German speakers left interwar Poland either because they did not want to live in a state which they thought inferior to Germany, or because Warsaw's Polonizing policies coaxed them to. The new nation-state's territory was 388,000 square kilometers in 1922, a little more than half that of Poland-Lithuania prior to the first partition, 1,772, which had amounted to 733,500 square kilometers. Between 1918 and 1921, Warsaw fought border wars with all of Poland's neighbors, except Romania 15, namely with Czechoslovakia, Germany, Lithuania, the Soviet Union, and Ukraine, either attacking or being attacked. The new Polish nation-state was composed of the entire Austrian partition zone of erstwhile Poland-Lithuania, Galicia, most of the Prussian partition zone, Wielkopolska and the western half of West Prussia, Congress Poland, the Vistula land, and the western sliver of the Russian partition zone, the western gubernias. In 1919, the Allies made Danzig, Gdansk, and its vicinity into the Free City of Danzig, with some decisional prerogatives reserved for Poland. In the Treaty of Riga, following the concept of an ethnically homogeneous Poland, Dmowski's supporters brought about Warsaw's resignation from Dnieper Ukraine and eastern Belarus, that is, the core of the Russian partition zone of Poland-Lithuania. In exchange, and largely against Pilsudski's will, Poland acquired territories that had never formed part of Poland-Lithuania, but which Dmowski saw as ethnically Polish. The most significant of them was the easternmost sliver of Upper Silesia, which contained the second largest, after the Ruhr, industrial basin in continental Europe. The Allies granted this land to Poland in 1922. 2 years earlier, in 1920, the Treaty of Versailles transferred several little pieces of territory from Germany's Lower Silesia to Poland. In the same year, Poland also gained several territorial islets from Upper Hungary, Slovakia, and the easternmost sliver of Austrian Silesia. Czechoslovakia contested these territorial gains of Poland. Polish historians and demographers estimated that there were 7 million ethnic Poles, that is, Polish speakers, at the end of the 18th century, 10 million in 1870, and 17 to 20 million at the beginning of the 20th century. The rapid surge in the number of Poles during the last 3 decades of the 19th century is explained by steep natural growth and voluntary Polonization of Jewish and German intelligentsia and bourgeoisie in the Vistula land, and of their Jewish and Ruthenian, Ukrainian, counterparts in Galicia. In the western gubernias, assimilation usually led to Russiandom, or to Germandom in the province of Posen. Before Poland came into being as a nation-state in 1918, some scholars. 414. Note that not more than one-third of those defined as Polish speakers, mostly speakers of dialects construed as Polish, with no command of Standard Polish 16, consciously declared themselves as Poles and members of the Polish nation. It was only interwar Poland that molded them into the ethnic Polish nation, despite the fears of some late 19th century Polish nationalists, who predicted that the partition borders might lead to the creation of 3 different and separate Polands and Polish nations. The process of building a single Polish nation united in its own nation-state welded mainly from the 3 partition zones, proved thorny. In the interwar period, Dmowski berated Polish speakers who did not express eagerly enough their Polishness as half-Poles, Pole policy. In his opinion, only one-third of the nominal Poles were true Poles, Pratezowi policy. After 1918, speaking Polish turned out not enough to qualify as a Pole. It was the common Polish culture, developed through the medium of the Polish language, which facilitated the forging and subsequent maintenance of the unity of the Polish noble natio and, beginning in the late 19th century, of the ethnic Polish nation. Most publishers of Polish language books produced them for the market in all 3 partition zones. In the first half of the 19th century, the center of Polish language book production was located in the Saxon city of Leipzig, due to the long-standing political ties between Poland, Lithuania and Saxony, which lasted from the end of the 17th century to the personal union between Saxony and the Duchy of Warsaw at the beginning of the 19th century. Most significantly, Leipzig publishers made available the works of Polish émigré writers, smuggled into Austria, Prussia and Russia. In the second half of the 19th century, numerous Polish-language publishing houses were established in Galicia and Congress Poland. Usually, they maintained branches in Kraków and Warsaw, and bookstores in Posen, Vilnius and Lwów. The number of Polish-language book titles published per annum grew from 1079 to 2730 between 1865 and 1903. Similarly, the book production per capita also grew in the case of Ruthenian, Ukrainian, language books published in Galicia and in the case of Lithuanian language books produced in Prussia, Lithuania Minor. However, a mere 160 White Russian, Belarusian, language books were published between 1906 and 1915. Despite the successes of Russification prior to 1905, Polish remained an important language of education and book publishing in the Russian Empire, second only to Russian itself. In Congress Poland, the number of Polish-language bookstores grew from around 60 in the 1850s to 300 in 1900, and almost 500 in 1905. Initially, two-thirds of them were located in Warsaw, but by 1905 this proportion sank to one-third, which meant that 80% of the Vistula land cities enjoyed their own Polish-language bookstores. Punitive exiles to Siberia in the wake of the anti-Russian uprisings of 1830 to 1831 and 1863 to 1864, entrepreneurship, and employment in the Russian civil service sent tens of thousands of Polish speakers across the Russian Empire. In 1905, they were served by the Polish Case 415. 40 Polish-language bookstores, frequently doubling as printing offices, mostly located in St. Petersburg, Odessa, Moscow, Minsk/Mansk, Irkutsk, or Vladivostok. Their number increased to 75 by 1913. At the same time, the number of Polish-language bookstores located in Austria-Hungary and the German Empire, but outside the partition zones of Galicia and the province of Posen, as well as in France, amounted to less than 30. This meant that the point of gravity of Polish-language publishing, located in Saxony in the first half of the 19th century, moved decisively to Galicia and Congress Poland in the 1860s, before spreading to the Russian interior, especially after 1905. Interestingly, the eastward extension of Polish-language bookstores and printing offices across Russia significantly contributed to the spread of the Western technology of printing in the empire. The pronounced backwardness of the polity in this field was indicated by the fact that, until its demise, the Russian Empire remained dependent on foreign countries, especially Germany, for printing machines, supplies, and paper. When it came to language and national culture, Polish was made into the holy grail of Polish nationalism. Polish activists tried to emulate the models of the Western European nation-states. Polish-language theater developed dynamically from the 1870s to the beginning of the Great War in Galicia and the Vistula land. In the latter region, only in theaters and Catholic churches was it legal to use Polish in public. Polish-language writers, journalists, philologists, and teachers aspired to serve the national cause by spreading the knowledge of Polish and by guarding the purity of this language in line with the slightly diverging usages of the O and Karlowiz Słownik Języka Polskiego e.e. Henryk Sienkiewicz, 1846–1916, wrote the best-selling Trilogia, the Trilogy, 1884–1888, Warsaw, on the volatile history of Poland-Lithuania in the 17th century in order to spread interest in the Polish national cause. Predictably, Polish nobles were cast as heroes, whereas Cossacks, Swedes, and Muscovites were perfidious villains. The novel was simultaneously published in hundreds of thousands of copies in Warsaw and Krakow. Sienkiewicz was awarded the 1905 Nobel Prize in Literature for his Quo Vadis, 1896, Warsaw, portraying persecutions of Christians in Nero's Rome. This made Sienkiewicz into the internationally renowned champion of Polish nationalism. The users par excellence of language are scholars. Many of them who were Polish-speaking gave up on Latin at the beginning of the 19th century, and tried not to succumb to the monopoly of German and Russian during that century. Characteristically, most of them wrote in French, but many switched between this language and Polish. The 19th century paradigm of ethnic nationalism cast them in the role of intelligentsia burdened with the task of spearheading the postulated nation to independence. At that time, there was no clear-cut division between scholars and national activists. The Polish intelligentsia cum national movement absorbed the cultural values and preferences of the Polish-Lithuanian. 416. Natio, because it stemmed mainly from the group. But contrary to the self-enclosed estate of nobility, the intelligentsia was an open class which people of all social backgrounds could join if they gained secondary or university education and identified with the goals of Polish nationalism, most fully expressed in the highly politicized role of the Polish language and literature in it. Actually, to be a Polish writer, one had to turn out engaged literature in order not to be accused of being soft on the partition powers, or, worse, a renegade and traitor to the national cause. Polish language writers dared to breach this unspoken rule only in interwar Poland, when a poet going out on a walk could at last see a bird singing in a tree, and not see a formulaic allegory of the rebirth of Poland. Meanwhile, the Polish intelligentsia forged its unity at all Polish congresses. Between 1887 and 1914, Polish lawyers and economists met at 5 congresses, Polish historians at 3 congresses, and Polish medical doctors at 11 congresses. Philologists were a special group of scholars, because they were burdened, or burdened themselves, with the near demiurgic role of normative shapers and caretakers of the Polish language. According to Polish nationalists, when there was no Polish nation-state, the Polish nation lived in its language, and through this language was made and preserved. Editors and readers of the popular linguistic cum patriotic periodical Język Polski, the Polish language, established in 1913 in Krakow, sided with Dmowski's vision of an ethnically clean Poland. The aforementioned scholar Nis published his seminal article, Granice Państwa Granice Języka Polskiego, The Borders of the State and the Borders of the Polish Language, in Język Polski, 1920, 1921. He emphasized the Polish nation-state's purportedly most holy need to assure the perfect overlapping of the linguistic and political borders, and decried the fact that some Polish speakers were left beyond the frontiers of this just established Poland. Implicitly, he appealed to Polish irredentism in these areas. Of course, he was not to worry about non-Polish speakers in Poland, and their right to self-determination and irredentism. Warsaw required their full loyalty to the Polish state, Bieńkowska and Komorska 1990, 23, 28, blank 1993, 132, Cecilski etal 1992, 15-16, Zaplinski and Lodogorsky 1993, 18, Dmowski 1902, 1938, 106-107, Hrikak 2000, 142, Janik and Gruhl 2002, 207, Jedrzejewicz 1982, 93-94, Mazak etal 1996, 184-192, Nis 1920, 1921, Remnik 1991, 54, Rogel 1993, 132, Zibika 2002, 176, Tomaszewski 1985, 35, 1985a, 50. Polish or Lekitic. The establishment of the Polish nation-state in 1918 reaffirmed the status of Polish as a significant official and national language of Central Europe. The spotty record of the use of Polish as an official language during the 19th century. The Polish case 417. Showed up in scholarly terminology. At the end of the 18th century, this language was still known as Polish. As of the 1830s, the new name of Lekitic or Lechitic, Lekish, or Lechitisch in German, Lekiki in French or Lski in Czech, emerged for denoting it. Apparently, it was the Russian linguist, Petr Ivanovich Pries, 1810-1846, who developed this term, having derived it from the Ruthenian Liak for Pole. He employed it in his research on Prussian-Slavic groups of Kashubs and Sorbs in order to emphasize the similarity of these groups' languages with the Polish language, and the conspicuous difference of these languages vis-a-vis Russian. In the second half of the 19th century, German linguists popularized this term. The Lekitic or Lekito-Polish language was perceived as composed of the following regional dialects: Polish, Silesian, Pomeranian, Kashubian, Sorbian, and Polabian. Another classification made Polish and Kashubian the sole dialects of the Lekitic language. In the Pan-Slav scheme, Lekitic, not Polish, was sometimes enumerated as one of the main dialects of the Slavic language. This lack of surety how Polish should be classified was comparable to the even greater confusion in regard to the Czech language. Scholars and administrators were not sure if its name should be Bohemian or Czech, or whether it was a dialect of some Czechoslovak language or a language in its own right. In the latter case, the dilemma remained whether this Bohemian Czech was spoken only in Bohemia or throughout all the lands of the Czech crown, and even in Upper Hungary and Lusatia. In the case of Czech, this discussion commenced at the end of the 18th century, but continued well into the period between the two world wars, when Czechoslovak was the official and national language of Czechoslovakia. But following the period of terminological confusion in the first half of the 19th century, Polish regained its position as a well-established language after it was elevated to the status of official language in Austria-Hungary's crown land of Galicia in 1869, Dobrowski 1936, 72, Kreplin 2001, 38, Safa RJK 1837, 483, Schleicher 1850, 212 to 213, 1852, 270 to 271, Stankiewicz and Worth 1970, 38. The origin of the term Lekitic arguably goes back to the Slavic ethnic group of Ledziani Ledzis, who lived northeast of Krakow. The Polanians, Polani, of Wielkopolska subdued the Ledzians in the first half of the 10th century The former group passed on their ethnonym as the name for Poland, Polska, itself, while the latter group largely disappeared. The names of the Polanians and Poland are derived from the Slavic word pol, field. The ethnonym Ledziani was derived from the Slavic word ledu uncultivated, or fallow field. Perhaps this reflected the difference in economy between the Polanians who were agriculturalists and the Ledzians who excelled in hunting and gathering. However, the Ledzians, or the memory of them, survived long enough to be recorded as Ilyak, the Church Slavonic name for Pole used in Rus. Beginning in the 11th century, in Rus Orthodox Christianity the devil appeared as Ilyak, which doubtlessly 418 reflected the tension between Catholicism and Orthodox Christianity. Until the mid-14th century, the vague borderlands separating both denominations coincided with the political border between Poland and the Rus lands. Ilyak, as the ethnonym for a Pole, was well established in these areas, where the first pieces of information about Poland were mediated by Rus sources or authors. Although Ilyak disappeared from Standard Russian, Belarusian, and Ukrainian, the ethnonym survives in these three languages as a pejorative name for a Pole, or as a synonym for enemy. Moreover, a Pole is denoted as Lenkas in Lithuanian, Lenyel in Magyar, Lia in some Romanian dialects, and Ljahi in Albanian, and Lekistan means Poland in Osmanlika, Ottoman Turkish, and Persian. Beginning in the 13th century, the Latinized form Lechita also entered Polish usage, as a poetic self-ethnonym for the Poles themselves. After the founding of Poland-Lithuania in the late 14th century, Ruthenian influence on the Polish language was strong and remained such through the 17th century. Numerous Ruthenian loans entered Polish, and some have been considered especially suitable for poetic expression to this day. Thesabraket Lechita was introduced by Krakow Bishop Wincenty Kadlubek, 1150–1223, in his Latin language Chronicle of Polish History. Narrating the origins of Poland, he recorded, or invented, the fable of the three brothers, Czech/Lek/Lek/, and Rus. After bidding farewell to their father, they traveled, parted ways, and eventually established their separate realms, identified respectively as the Czech Kingdom of Bohemia and Moravia, Poland, and Rus. In the age of nationalism, Polish school textbooks featured numerous retellings of this story, and portrayed the brothers as fathers of the Czech, Polish, and Russian nations. Hanan 1996, 60-66, Havranek 1940, 105, Naring 1879, 467, Respond 1984, 180, Trzcionowski 2003, 24-25. Orthography and Politics. In the 7th century BCE, Greek settlers brought the skill of writing to the Apennine Peninsula. The Etruscans adopted a modified version of the Greek alphabet for writing their language. The Romans, who conquered the Etruscan lands in the first half of the 3rd century BCE, took over the Etruscan script and molded it into what we recognize today as the Latin alphabet. Unlike Etruscan, Latin writing was always left to right, like Greek writing. The Latin alphabet had the task of mapping out the sound system of the Latin language. Despite some inconsistencies, it served this purpose well, for the Latin alphabet's 22 characters corresponded easily with the 26 phonemes of Classical Latin. The most glaring examples of mismatch between Latin graphemes and sounds were provided by the ambiguous use of C, K, Q, I, and V. C could be read as /K/ or /G/ and Q as /TS/ and /K/. Although K invariably represented the phoneme /K/, in writing the sound was most often represented by C or Q. The sound value. The Polish case 419. Conveyed BC also changed in combination with the graphemes representing vowels, namely, E, I, AE, and OE. I stood for /I/, /Y/, and /J/, whereas V for /V/ and /U/. The letters K, X, and Y and the digraph CH and PH were borrowed from Greek, which enjoyed the high status of language of philosophy and social distinction in ancient Rome. X representing the two phonemes bounded together /KS/ could be replaced BCS or KS, but the Greek loan took hold, like PH standing for /F/ that could be easily supplanted with F. CH represented the palatal phoneme /X/, as in Scottish loch, and in Central Europe this digraph stands for this phoneme to this day in Czech, German, Magyar, Polish, and Slovak. But in French CH denotes the phoneme /SH/ in Italian /K/ and /SH/, and in Spanish and English /CH/. The spelling of Latin was complicated in the Middle Ages, by the addition of 4 new graphemes J, U, W, and Y. But afterward, the convention of using 26 letters for writing in Latin stabilized. These 26 graphemes also constitute the basic inventory of the Latin script. Latin was used for administrative, political, ecclesiastical, economic, and literary purposes in the Western Roman Empire until its extinction in the 5th century, in the Byzantine Empire until the 8th century, when Byzantine Greek supplanted Latin, and in the Western Christian world until the 16th to 19th century, when local languages, so-called vernaculars, elevated to the status of written languages finally replaced Latin. The shift from Latin to Byzantine Greek was swift, because it fell back at the established Greek alphabet and usage, which predated those of Latin. The Greek language also remained in semi- or sub-official use throughout the eastern half of the Roman Empire and among the elites in the western section of this empire. The change from Latin to vernaculars presented early scribes with 2 serious dilemmas. First, whether to employ Latin characters to write in vernaculars. In the Byzantine Empire, each language deemed dignified enough to translate the Bible into, was endowed with its own specific writing system, for instance, Syriac, Gothic, Armenian, Georgian, or Church Slavonic. In Western Christianity, non-Latin scripts, runes, Ogham characters, were seen as a throwback to pagan times, and thus slated for extinction. Celtic scribes used the Latin alphabet from the 5th century on, and their Germanic and Scandinavian counterparts from the 8th and 9th century, respectively. Another dilemma was whether a scribe should be more faithful to the alphabet of the prestigious Latin language or to the sound system of a local language, which he aspired to note with the use of Latin characters. Initially, the original script without any additions won this beauty competition. Early users of the emerging Romance languages did not see them as radically different from Latin, and for quite some time, until 10th to 12th century, considered these vulgar languages, as they were then known, to be part of Latin. Therefore, contemporary researchers label the language forms intermediate between Latin and full-fledged Romance languages Vulgar Latin. It was Dante who at the beginning of the 13th, 420 century legitimized the use of vulgar languages with his poetic oeuvre in the Florentine dialect, future Italian, and theoretical treatise De Vulgari Eloquentia. This paved the way for the development of vernaculars to the status of official languages that began to eclipse Latin itself already in the 16th century, as happened in the case of French. In their pronunciation, Spanish and Italian remained relatively close to Latin, so there was no need to add new letters and diacritics to represent new phonemes that did not exist in Latin. The superfluous letters or their combinations were employed to this end, for instance, J for denoting /x/ and Z for /th/ in Spanish, and SC for /sh/ and Z for /ts/ in Italian. The shortcomings of this system became quickly apparent in the case of French, which of all the Romance languages differs most from Latin, due to the substantial admixture of Germanic syntactical, vocabulary, and phonetic loans. First, superfluous letters and combinations of graphemes were employed to represent novel sounds, such as on and om for /nasal a/, or z for /z/, and j and g for /zh/. After the 14th century, French pronunciation changed dramatically, but the orthographic conventions remained largely the same. The introduction of diacritical letters such as a, e, c, or o was to alleviate the situation, but contributed instead to the growing mismatch between graphemes and phonemes. For instance, the sound /s/ may be represented bs, c, and ss, whereas the phonemes /o/ by ot, o, and o. Hence French pronunciation is no longer mapped out at the level of phonemes, but only at the level of morphemes. That is to say, only simple words, morphemes, represented by clusters of letters correspond to their oral counterparts, consisting of strings of phonemes. The situation is analogous in English, but unlike French, this language employs solely the original 26 letters of the Latin alphabet, without the prop of diacritics. In this respect, English orthography is closer to its Italian and Spanish counterparts. However, the attempt to reflect over 40 English phonemes led to an ever-widening mismatch between graphemes and phonemes. In English /sh/ can be written as c, ch, s, sc, sch, sh, ss, and t, and /i/ as ae, I, e, ea, ee, ei, eo, ey, ie, o, oe and oi. The use of the diacritics employed for writing French spread to Spanish and Italian, n, but there are fewer in these languages. In Old English, Anglo-Saxon, and the Scandinavian languages, few runes were preserved to denote specifically Germanic phonemes not associated with any Latin letters. They were branded pagan and soon disappeared from use, and nowadays they remain only in Icelandic. Western European influences, first, brought about superfluous Latin letters, diagraphs, and even multigraphs to convey specifically Germanic sounds of the German language. For instance, Z for /ts/, shared with Italian, CH for /x/, SCH for /sh/, and TSCH for /ch/. The system, as in the case of other vernacular languages, produced considerable mismatch between graphemes and phonemes. For example, /i/ is represented by I and IE, and /sh/. The Polish case 421. By ch, g, j, s, and sch. The uniquely German diacritic umlaut, literally, to change the sound, developed from the superscript E written above A, O and U to indicate rounded bilabial pronunciation as distinct from open pronunciation of /A//O/ and /U/. In the northern, that is, Protestant, German-speaking polities the superscript E gave way to the diaeresis, two superscript dots, in the 16th century, but persisted well into the 19th century in Catholic Bavaria. Today, exclusively, the diaeresis denotes umlaut in German, A, O and U. Already in the times of the Reformation, this convention also became popular in the Netherlands and Scandinavia. But with the development of the Dutch and Scandinavian languages as different from German, the umlaut disappeared from these languages, with the exception of A and O in Swedish. Doubled vowel diagraphs A, E, and OO were introduced instead, with the exception of Swedish. In 1869, A was introduced to Swedish orthography to make it more different from its German counterpart. The same intention dictated the introduction of O in Danish. Because German and Swedish were the dominant languages in Finland and present-day Estonia, Finnish and Estonian orthographies have featured doubled vowel diagraphs prominently since the second half of the 19th century, including doubled umlaut vowel diagraphs, OO. Moreover, the specific diacritic letter O was added to written Estonian, Kerr 1987, 9-25, Lendl 1935, 45, 116, 140-141, 162-166, Porak 1979, 13, Rogers 2005, 170-174, Wolf 2003. In Central Europe, the dominance of Latin and its script came together with Christianizing missions that arrived mainly from the west of this continent. The subsequent placing of Central Europe in the sphere of Latinate Western Christianity also opened this region to the post-13th century discourse on the dignity and use of vernacular languages. At first, Czech was found to be dignified enough for wider use in writing beginning in the 14th and 15th centuries. This was so because the tradition of Church Slavonic literacy in the Glagolitic script survived, or was periodically revived for political reasons, in Bohemia from the time of the 9th century Cyrillo-Methodian Christianizing mission in Greater Moravia. Initially, that is in the late 13th century, as in Latin, in the Romance languages, and English-only Latin letters and diagraphs were employed to map out almost 40 Czech phonemes, CZ4/TS/, CHZ and CS4/CH/, S4/ZH/, indefinite integral, SS, 4/SH/, R indefinite integral, Rs and RZ4/rhoticized, trilled, ZH/. Confusingly, C stood for /K/, G4/J/, U and W4/V/, L4/L/, and /W/, E4/E/ and /palatalized E/, U4/U/, /IU/ and /V/. Probably, E, representing /palatalized E/, and U, representing /IU/, reflected two glagolitic ligatures of similar phonetic values, written today as E and in Russian Cyrillic. In the 14th century, the writing of fricatives and affricates became more orderly and the range of spelling variation narrowed, hence, C stood for /TS/, CZ4/CH/, S4/S/, SS4/SH/, Z4/Z/, ZZ4/ZH/, and RZ4/rhoticized ZH/. E representing /palatalized E/ was replaced by E and J was introduced. 422. 4/I/ so as to distinguish it from /I/ conveyed by I. The latter change was confusing because /J/ continued to be represented by J and G. In the following century, in his D'Orthographia Bohemica, 1406, Jan Hus proposed that each Czech phoneme should be represented by a single letter. The biggest obstacle was posed by the question as to how to write affricates and how to distinguish between regular consonants and their palatalized counterparts. He proposed to do this with the new diacritic in the form of a superscript dot placed above a letter or next to its top part, for instance, C4/CH/ E4/polytalized E/ or Z4/ZH/. Hus retained the diagraph /CH/4/X/ G4/J/N/G/ X4/KS/ and U and W for the same phoneme /V/. Hussites, who readily embraced Hus's spelling reform, replaced the superscript dot with the circumflex turned upside down, still known in English by its Czech name Hosek, literally, small hook, for instance, C4/CH/ E4/polytalized E/ N4/polytalized N/ R4/rhoticized ZH/ S4/SH/ and Z4/ZH/. The superscript dot gave way to the superscript comma in D and T4/polytalized D/N/polytalized T/, but the letters' capital counterparts, D and T, retained the Hosek. The superscript comma replaced the superscript dot in L and its capital counterpart L4/palatalizidal/, but this did not allow to distinguish between this sound and /W/ also noted as L. The solution was the slash, which produced L for denoting /W/. In the 16th century the Czech brethren replaced J with I for denoting /I/. The acute allowed for distinguishing between long vowels and their short counterparts, A, E, I, O, U, and Y, before whose long vowels had been denoted by doubled letters, A, E, 2 and so on. The inconsistency was that at the end of word /U/ was not conveyed by U but by U. This Czech orthography was adopted mainly in Bohemia, the stronghold of the Czech brethren, as opposed to predominantly Catholic Moravia where diagraphs and numerous elements of the pre-Hus writing system survived. In the future, this led to naming written Czech of Bohemia Bohemian and of Moravia Moravian. In 966, the ruler of the Polanian state, future Poland, Mieszko I, reigned 960 to 992, accepted Christianity from Bohemia. Latin and Czech influences followed. During the 13th century, first words and sentences noted in Polanian, Polish, employed only single Latin letters and diagraphs, which caused ambiguity, because then the Polanian, Polish, sound system consisted of over 40 phonemes, for example, S denoted /S/, /palatal S/, /sh/, /z/, /palatal Z/ and /zh/, ch taken from French stood for /ch/, and Italian sc mediated via Magyar also denoted the same sound. Czech influence showed in the use of indefinite integral for /sh/. Loans from the Greek alphabet also came to the succor, conveyed /nasal O/ and O, that is, a variation of /nasal E/. The Czech influence was even clearer in 14th and 15th centuries when Czech attained status of an international language among Slavophone Catholic nobility. Polish nobles considered it second only to Latin. As a result CZ was employed to convey /ts/. The Polish case 423. /palatal ts/ and /ch/ SSZ/palatal S/ and Rs and RSZ/rhoticized ZH/. The German influence also showed up in the use of the trigraph SCH for /SH/, /ZH/, and /S/. Jan Parkazovic knew Hus's work on Czech orthography but did not want to follow it because he perceived Hus as a heretic. Around 1440, among other less influential changes, he proposed Y for denoting /J/, L for /L/, and L for /W/. In 1513, Stanislav Zaborowski in his Orthographia seu modus rex scribendi et legendi Polonicum idioma quam utilissimus, orthography, or on the manner of correct writing and reading, with the most useful Polish expressions, 1513, proposed to adopt Hus's superscript dot above C, S, and Z to denote the affricates /ch/, /sh/n/zh/. These his z4/zh/ survives in Polish spelling. Zaborowski's proposal of placing two superscript dots, diaeresis, above letters to mark palatalization did not catch on. But his recommendation for a subscript dot below a4/nasal e/ and a subscript comma below a4 nasal/o/ led to the 16th century emergence of e and a, ee, which still denote the two nasal vowel aa, else in Polish. The most renowned Polish Renaissance writer, Jan Kochanowski, 1530–1584, marked palatal /ts/n//s/n/z/ with the superscript comma placed above the letters, which spawned c, n, s, and z, still part of Polish orthography. Jan Sandecki Malachy, 1490–1567, and Lucas Gornicki, 1527–1603, recognized the continuing significance and attraction of the Czech language. The former, a Protestant, looked to the spelling of the Czech brethren due to confessional affinity. Sandecki Malachy advocated wholesale adoption of Czech graphemes for writing in Polish. The Catholic Gornicki traded the hasik for the circumflex to be placed above letters, for instance c4/ch/ as opposed to Czech c. None of these ideas found support among printers who contributed to the uniformity of Polish spelling that acquired its final shape by the end of the 16th century. It was a compromise between Huss's system of single diacritical letters and pre-Huss system of diagraphs for denoting phonemes. The Polish diagraphs introduced then and remaining to this day include CZ4/CH/, SZ4/SH/, DZ4/DZ/, DZ4/DZH/, and DZ4/palatal DZ/. A similar compromise was struck in the case of Magyar orthography that began to develop between the mid-15th and mid-16th centuries, when a substantial number of handwritten and printed Magyar texts appeared, initially due to Hussite-inspired translations of fragments of the Bible. The letters of the Latin alphabet did not suffice, as the Magyar sound system is comprised of 40 phonemes. French influence showed in the initial acceptance of ch4 conveying /ch/, before the Italian example of using cs4/ch/ led to the adoption of cs4 denoting /ch/ in Magyar. By analogy, the correspondence between c denoting the fricative ts and cs standing for the affricate /ch/ led to the similar pairing of z for the fricative /z/ and zs for the affricate /zh/. German influence showed in the adoption of s4 conveying /sh/, as well as o and u for the phonemes shared with the German language. In the late 1520s, first 424 Magyar books were published in Krakow, when Poland, Lithuania, and Hungary shared the same dynasty, which increased the Polish influence in Hungary. The Polish grapheme sz was used to denote /s/, as opposed to s conveying /sh/, dz stood for /dz/, and dzs for /dzh/ corresponded to the Polish diagraph dz. Hussite usage showed up in the marking of the length of the vowel with the superscript comma placed above the letter. The Magyar pairs of letters conveying short and long vowels include a, e, I, o, and u. The French usage of y4/i/ was replaced by I, but y survives in the diagraph gy4/dis/ derived from Italian, where g often stands for /dzh/. Y also shows in New York and Thai for palatalized /n/n/t/. This usage corresponds to Czech pre-Huss and Polish manner of denoting palatalization through adding I to a consonant, for instance, ci and si for palatalized ts and s. The aforementioned conventions of Magyar spelling stabilized in the 17th century and survive to this day. Balish 2000, 32, 113–114, Jodlowski 1979, 16–28, Karlik etal 2002, 166–168, Kiss and Nagy 1999, 57–63, Orlo S 1993, 24–25, Porak 1979, 13-17, Siatkowska 1992, 104-105, 110-111, 118, 136-138. The system of Polish orthography remained largely unchanged in the 17th and 18th centuries. At the end of the 18th century, Onufry Kopczynski's grammar reintroduced the rarely used graphemes a, e, and o, but not all users accepted this novelty, because the letters did not correspond to any clear-cut phonemes. The ferment of the political and educational reforms in the final 3 decades of the existence of Poland-Lithuania prompted several individuals to submit their proposals how Polish orthography should be reformed. One of these projects was put forward in 1814 by Stanislaw Stasek, 1755-1826, a renowned geologist and organizer of the educational system in the Duchy of Warsaw and Congress Poland. The discussion heated up when Józef Mrzyński, 1784-1838, in his treatises published in 1822 and 1824, introduced to Polish thought and language the clear distinction between the phoneme and the letter. He proposed that actual pronunciation should be the guideline of any spelling reform, while Kopczynski respected the already established system of Polish orthography and did not wish to satellite with too many changes. The two opposed camps clashed also over the letter J. Jansniadecki, standing fast by Kopczynski's grammar, called J the evil spirit of grammatical confusion. In 1830, Rozprawy Ionioski o ortografii polskiej struck a balance between the two camps. Following pronunciation, J replaced I before vowels, for instance, iabako, and Y at the end of words and before consonants, for instance, bikabajka, krakraj. In turn, Kopczynski's favorite A was scrapped. Obviously, these were the TPN's recommendations, and were not adopted by all users and publishers. In his publishing company between 1826 and 1839, Franciszek Székely-Dmochowski, 1801-1871, published writings of the most significant Polish authors with the use of the spelling employed in Lindislonik Języka Polskiego and in line with the TPN's recommendations. The Polish Case 425. This set the prevailing norm of Polish spelling for most of the 19th century. The uprisings of 1830-1831 and 1863-1864, as well as Russification and Germanization, turned the attention of Polish intellectuals from orthography to politics in order to preserve a modicum of official status for the Polish language in all 3 partition zones. Meanwhile, the leveling of phonetic difference became apparent for O and U both denoting /U/, RZ and Z both denoting /ZH/, and CH and H both denoting /X/. But all these pairs of graphemes, although used for conveying the same phonemes, remain part and parcel of Polish spelling. Although these historical, etymological, elements in Polish orthography distance it from pronunciation, they allow for reflecting in writing significant differences in meaning, for example, moze, meaning may, and mors, meaning see, sound the same in speech/maje/. But spelling conventions may also influence actual pronunciation when the written form of a language attains high prestige. For instance, when Czech was revived as a written language at the turn of the 19th century, speakers of vernacular Czech did not distinguish between short and long vowels, for example, /i//i/. This was seen as one of the telling signs of how much Czech had deteriorated since the golden age of Czech language writing in the 15th and 16th centuries. With the rise of Czech nationalism, the stigma of speaking in rotten Czech became of such social importance, especially in Bohemia, that speakers acquired the long-gone distinction reflected in standard Czech by grapheme pairs a, e, I, o, u, and y. Until the 1840s, Linda's basically historical dictionary of Polish, which aspired to collect all Polish words attested in manuscripts and publications between the 16th and 18th centuries, and the relative steeping of this language in older usages distanced from spoken Polish, became the guideline for the standardization of Czech. The then accompanying wave of Polonophilia among Czech intellectuals was comparable to that of Czechophilia among Polish nobles of the 16th century. As Sandecki Malachy had advised that Polish be made more elegant through the infusion of Czech lexical, syntactic, and phonetic loans 3 centuries earlier, Václav Hanka, 1791–1861, translated Polish poetry into a heavily Polonized Czech in the 1830s. Another example is offered by Jan Svatopluk Prysl, 1791–1849, who, drawing on Jedrzejewski Sniadecki's scholarly work, developed Czech chemical terminology between 1825 and 1835. On the other hand, the sound / with denoted bl remained only in some Moravian dialects. But initially the Czech national movement concentrated in Bohemia, where this phoneme had disappeared. The letter L had never featured prominently in Czech Brethren publications, as opposed to Polish-language prints, hence it was scrapped from modern Czech orthography in the first half of the 19th century. In the mid-19th century, the letter W was replaced with V for conveying the sound /V/. In Polish, V is retained for a few foreign 426 expressions, while W continues to denote /V/. These changes made Czechla similar to Polish. In Bohemia during the 1840s, J was firmly introduced to convey /J/ only, and the function of G, which previously had stood for this sound, was limited exclusively to denoting /G/. Often, Pavel Joseph Safarik is credited with having successfully advocated this change. Jodlowski 1979, 17, 25–26, 41–42, Klosch 1995, 56, 64–69, Orlo S 1993, 41–45, 54. The aftermath of the failed November and January uprisings was not opportune for any initiatives toward the further standardization of the Polish language. Yet, the increasing fear was that Polish orthography might develop in different ways in the 3 partition zones of Poland-Lithuania unless a single standard was accepted by all the leading centers of Polish politics and culture. Because the popular belief was that without its own state the Polish nation lived in and through its language, such orthographic disunity would be a disaster for the Polish national movement. It might even produce at least 3 variants of the Polish language. Were these variants accepted as languages in their own right, it would mean the rise of 3 related but different Polish nations. Beginning in the 1850s and 1860s, preventing such a possibility became a pressing need for the emerging Polish-speaking intelligentsia that no longer equated the Polish nation with the Polish-Lithuanian nobility. This new intelligentsia, often of impoverished noble, urban, or even peasant origin, had a hard time finding gainful employment in the partition administrations, and in the partition educational systems in which the role of Polish was minimal, until the introduction of Polish as the official language in the Crown land of Galicia in 1869. A high cane literacy without a single shared Polish orthography and usage increased the possibility of Polish splitting into 3 different languages, but the purchase of the 6 volumes of Linda's expensive dictionary remained beyond the intelligentsia's meager financial means. In order to alleviate this predicament, Erasm Rykoczewski's, 1803–1873, modestly priced 2-volume pocket-size Słownik języka polskiego podlug Lindigo I Inik Nauzich Zerodel, the Dictionary of the Polish Language, compiled in accordance with Linda's dictionary and other newer lexicographic works, of 1,155 pages, was published in Berlin in 1866. It partly drew from the similar but more extensive and more expensive 2-volume Słownik języka polskiego, the Dictionary of the Polish Language, of 1,700 pages, published in 1861 in Vilnius. This was the last significant flowering of Polish language culture in the Western Gubernias, before the January uprising triggered staunch Russification of the region. Maurice Orgelbrand, 1826–1904, brother of Samuel, the publisher of the first Polish language encyclopedia, Encyclopedia Powszechna, organized the compilation of the dictionary. Interestingly, this so-called Słownik Wileński, Vilnius Dictionary, recorded numerous words specific to the Vilnius region. This was quite an argument for those Polish leaders and scholars who were arguing that the Polish language in the three partition. The Polish case 427. Zones might diverge into three altogether different Polishes, which might mean the end of the single Polish language. After the January uprising, producing another edition of this Vilnius dictionary in the Russian Empire became impossible. The run of 2,000 copies of Rykowski's Słownik Języka Polskiego EE sold out in 6 years, which prompted the publisher to produce the second printing of this work in 1873. The third edition was brought out in 1905 in Chicago for the sake of the Polish-speaking immigrants in the United States. Until 1918, it had been the most popular dictionary of the Polish language. Having acknowledged the primacy of Linda's dictionary for the standardization of the Polish language, the compilers of Słownik Języka Polskiego EE, Vilnius Dictionary, and Rykowski in his Słownik Języka Polskiego Podluglindiego EE set out to record only those words which were actually in use in the mid-19th century, including their inflectional endings and examples of usage. Their ultimate goal was utility and making sure that each person writing in Polish would see one of the two dictionaries as the regular reference. It was an easy feat, as only the richest Polish speakers could afford to purchase Linda's multi-volume dictionary. The compilers of Słownik Języka Polskiego EE and the author of Słownik Języka Polskiego Podluglindiego EE also hoped that their respective dictionaries would contribute to the further codification and unification of Polish orthography. The unforeseen bonus of the Vilnius dictionary was that its copies significantly contributed to the preserving of the Polish language in Russia's western gubernias after the January uprising. The first step toward further codification of Polish was taken by the editors of the Vistula Land's influential literary cum scholarly monthly Biblioteka Warsawska, Warsaw Library, 1841–1914. In 1881, they organized a conference of scholars, teachers, and editors in Warsaw to deliberate on the most contentious issues of Polish orthography. The conference obliged Adam Antoni Kriński, future co-author of Karłow's Słownik Języka Polskiego EE, to prepare a summary of the discussion, Opisanie Polskiego, on Polish spelling, 1882, Warsaw, which was then presented to the O. Although time and again requested to take up the role of guardian of the prescriptive norm of the Polish language, the O declined this distinction. In reply to Kriński's document, the O presented its own resolution on the Polish orthographic norm in 1885. It mainly reaffirmed the spelling rules employed in the O's publications, but emphasized that these were just temporary, and internal O recommendations, but by no means, a final norm to be followed by everybody who wrote in Polish. This was not enough for Galicia's Radyzkina, school council. Polish was the official language of this crown land, and the council had to be able to decide which spellings and usages were correct and which were unacceptable in order to produce efficient civil servants, if nothing else. They had to write Polish. 428. Following a single orthographic standard. In 1887, the O answered the school council, stating that the orthographic conventions used in the O's publications could not yet be seen as binding for school use, because disagreements had arisen with regard to the S 1885 spelling norms. Meanwhile, the practical question of correct orthography became so urgent that, in 1888, Galicia's Minister of Religion and Education advised that the school council adopt the O's orthography anyway. The school council convened a commission for working out the rules of Polish spelling. Almost all but 2 members came from Galicia. Kriński and Karłowiec were invited from Warsaw, and no one represented the province of Posen, or any other region from the Prussian zone of partition, in this body. In 1890, Karłowiec published his treatise on the spelling of the phoneme /j/ Niezalatwiana Kwestia, Kwestia, Kwestigia, Kwestia ortograficzna, the unresolved orthographic question, Warsaw. Placing the word question in 4 different spellings in the title, he appealed for a truce with the letter J, so much abhorred by Kopczynski and Jansniadecki. In 1891, the Commission presented its project Ortografii Polskiej Podręcznik Książkowych, a proposal of Polish orthography to be employed in school textbooks, to the school council, and the latter, in turn, passed it for corrections and final adoption to the O. The O published the authoritative version of this document the following year to the outcry of Karlowicz, Kriński, the internationally renowned linguist of Polish origin Jan Bodwanda Kortny, 1845–1929, and the German scholar of Polish philology and history, who wrote mainly in Polish, Alexander Bruckner, 1856–1939. In 1896, they published their protest in the annual Prace Philologiczny, Philological Review, Warsaw, edited by Karlowicz and Kriński. The O's 1891 orthography finally did away with Kopczynski's wanted by neither Galician or Warsaw linguists, but on the other hand, it contributed to the further divergence between Polish orthography as employed in the Crown Land and the Vistula land. Kriński presented the rules of his so-called Warsaw orthography in his Gramatyka Języka Polskiego, Grammar of the Polish Language, 1897, Warsaw. The main difference between O, Krakow, and Warsaw orthographies was in the spelling of such words as general, geografia, geography, or Kellner, waiter. The former forms, which strike the contemporary Polish speaker as somehow Russified, were used in the Vistula land, and the latter ones, almost identical with the present-day Polish orthography, in Galicia. The norm of Warsaw orthography was popularized by Karlowicz's Słownik Języka Polskiego. No multi-volume authoritative dictionary of the Polish language was published in Galicia, but the actual use of Polish as the official language of this crown land successfully propagated the O's spelling. The deepening split between Krakow and Warsaw orthographies coaxed the O to form a section on orthography in the framework of the 1906 meeting. The Polish Case 429. Of historians and philologists which convened in Krakow. Bodwanda Kortny chaired this section, and it accepted Warsaw orthography with some minor changes. The O itself disregarded this decision, however. In 1916, when the Central Powers established the Kingdom of Poland, its Provisional Council of State began to develop a system of Polish language education. The Council appealed to the O to propose some unified form of Polish orthography to prevent any serious divergence between Polish orthographies used in Galicia and the Kingdom. The O's Komisja Językowa, Language Commission, agreed to prepare a proposal that would be presented for comment and final acceptance to scholars and scientific societies from all three partition zones of Poland-Lithuania. The discussion never took place, however, because the Provisional Council of State adopted the O's Zasady, Principles of Polish Orthography, early in 1917. The University of Warsaw accepted Zasady, but they were opposed by the TPN of Posen and various cultural and professional associations from the Galician cities of Krakow and Lwów. In light of this widespread disagreement, the O suspended its Zasady in May 1917. The O obliged the Department of Philology at the University of Warsaw to rework the proposal in collaboration with Polish scientific societies from the three partition zones. This resulted in Glone Zasady Pisoni, the main principles of Polish orthography, January 1918, with additional explanations and usage hints provided by the Department of Philology and the O's Language Commission. The document was adopted as binding in June 1918, shortly before the independent Polish nation-state emerged in November 1918. Quite symbolically, the orthographic norm of the Polish language was unified, just as modern Poland was founded, which clearly indicates how deeply the question of language was ideologized. A year earlier, in 1917, Bruckner had published his monograph tellingly titled Walka o Język, The Struggle to Preserve the Polish Language, Lwów, which, in a nationalist manner, equated the waning and waxing of the Polish nation with the changes in the status of the Polish language in the three partition zones of Poland-Lithuania. It was also a contribution to the discussion of correctness and foreign influences in Polish language and orthography. Interestingly, despite the renewed interest in ridding Polish of foreign influences, no purist movement arose. Karlowicz Podresnik Czyste Polszczyzny dla Litwinów I Petersburgson, Handbook of the Pure Polish Language for Poles Living in Lithuania and St. Petersburg, c. 1902, remained unpublished, and Alexander Letowski's Bledy Nasse. Rzeczo Czysto Ciee Języka Polskiego na Litwy Our Errors, a treatise on the purity of the Polish language in Lithuania, 1915, Vilnius, never gained any popularity, the author hoped for. The butt of both authors' criticism was mainly Russian linguistic loans, and also dialectal words and grammatical constructions in the case of Letowski. But despite half a century of Russification, Polish speakers in Russia's western gubernias felt quite secure in their Polishdom, shielded by their high social status of nobles, gentry, and 430. Intelligentsia. In the areas where Polish speakers were in minority, they usually constituted the elite. Hence, it comes as no surprise that they saw their regional variants of Polish as equal to those of Warsaw or Krakow, and did not fear that sticking to these variants might splinter Polish into separate languages. Only nationally minded linguists disagreed. Polish nationalists, who had invested Polish with so much meaning in the course of the 19th century, when no all-Polish polity existed, were afraid that any lack of unity in the field of Polish language might harm the task of building a single centralized Polish nation-state. In these circumstances, there was not much time for discussion of the new spelling rules. The need to concentrate all political, ideological, and military forces on the founding of independent Poland was of utmost and immediate importance. Orthographic squabbles were put aside. The temporary nature of the 1918 agreement became apparent in the 1920s, when continuing orthographic inconsistencies became apparent and disagreements flared up yet again, leading to further spelling reforms in 1932 and 1936, Beauvois 2005, 499 to 508, 694 to 708, Siankowski 1983, 347, Jodlowski 1979:46, 54, 158, 167, Nowy Słownik Języka Polskiego 1873, Vol 1 I, 6, Spires 2003, Zdanois ETAL 1861. 5. From Natio to the Ersatz Nation State. Italian is pleasant, French beautiful, German earnest, but all these qualities are so united in Magyar that it is difficult to say wherein its superiority consists. János Rybányi, 1722–1788, Oratio de Cultura Lingui Hungarica, the treatise on the culture of the Magyar language, 1751, Edinburgh Sopron, in Fishman 1973, 65. Estates Politics. The Kingdom of Hungary had been part of the Habsburg realm since 1526 when the Sultan Suleiman I the Magnificent, ruled 1520 to 1566, defeated the Hungarian armies at Mohacs. The King of Hungary and Bohemia, Louis II, ruled 1516 to 1526, died in the battle. Due to the dynastic agreement between the Jagiellonians and the Habsburgs, the latter were to take over Hungary and the Czech lands should the former fail to produce male heirs. In the other case, the Jagiellonians could hope for the imperial throne in Vienna. Meanwhile, the Ottoman Empire seized most of Hungary proper, including Buda, 1541, the seat of Hungarian kings. Foreseeing this outcome, the Habsburgs had already moved the capital of their part, known as Royal Hungary, to Pressburg, Bratislava, one in 1536. Between 1526 and 1570, the native Zapolia dynasty contested the Habsburg rule. The Zapolias had held the governorship of Transylvania since 1511, and made this region into their stronghold. While the Habsburgs championed Catholicism according to the logic of the Counter-Reformation, Transylvania became a haven for Hungarian Protestants. In 1568, The Transylvanian Diet of THIRD-WORLDISM decreed religious freedom for Catholics, Lutherans, Calvinists, and Unitarians. As serfs, the Romance von Wallachians, who professed Orthodox Christianity, were excluded from this arrangement. 431. 432. Such freedoms could be negotiated among and conferred only on the nobility, the Hungarian natio. These provisions of religious freedom were not extended to Jews and Muslims living in Transylvania, either. A segment of Transylvania's Orthodox population improved its legal status only when their hierarchy joined the Catholic fold at the end of the 18th century. This was an emulation of the Uniat Union of Ungvar, Unvar in Magyar, and today Uzhhorod in Ukraine, in eastern Upper Hungary, which had been finalized in 1646. When the House of the Zapolyas died out, their protector, the Ottoman Sultan, downgraded the status of their Bathory successors to that of Transylvanian princes in 1571. The Hungarian political and cultural life was concentrated in Habsburg-held Royal Hungary. In 1542, the Hungarian Diet moved to Pressburg, which had been made into the coronation town of the Hungarian kings in 1536. In the wake of the Habsburgs' reconquest of Hungary, Buda was recaptured in 1686. Between 1686 and 1687, the Hungarian Diet abolished the institution of royal elections and recognized the Habsburgs as the hereditary monarchs of the Kingdom of Hungary. Many a Hungarian nobleman disagreed. In 1703, the Transylvanian prince, Ferenc II Rákóczi, 1676–1735, led the nearly successful uprising of the Hungarian natio against Germans, meaning the Habsburgs. The following year the Hungarian nobles of Transylvania elected him King of Hungary. The 1707 Diet of Onod dethroned the Habsburgs and proclaimed the independence of the Kingdom of Hungary. The fighting continued until 1711, when, in the Peace of Satomer, Emperor Joseph I guaranteed the traditional rights of the Hungarian natio, and the status quo was re-established. Ironically, Ferenc II Rákóczi found safe haven in the Ottoman Empire, where he died. Meanwhile, in 1716, Banat was regained from the Ottomans and the reconquest of Hungary was complete. In 1723, Vienna allowed the transfer of the Lieutenancy General, Concilium Locomtenential, or administrative government of the Kingdom of Hungary, from Pressburg to Pest, a fen in German. At that time, it was a German-speaking commercial center. Across the Danube, Buda remained an imperial garrison town, where only Germanophone Catholics were allowed to settle at the beginning of the 18th century. In 1777, the university was moved from Tirna, Nagyszombat in Magyar, today Trnava in Slovakia, to Buda. 6 years later, Emperor Joseph II finally transferred the Hungarian capital and the Curia, court, from Pressburg to Buda and the Lieutenancy General from Pest to Buda. Simultaneously, the university moved from Buda to Pest, but Pressburg remained the coronation town for Hungarian kings until 1832 and the seat of the Hungarian Diet for even 18 years longer. Similarly, Vienna did not reincorporate Croatia, Slavonia and Transylvania into the kingdom as its historical parts, and continued to administer these two provinces directly. After 1711, the Hungarian lands became an integral part of the Habsburgs' hereditary lands. The Magyar natio agreed with this development and confirmed. 433. It through the 1723 promulgation of the Pragmatic Sanction. They agreed to recognize the female Habsburgs' right to the Hungarian throne. The Thirtian and Josephine centralizing reforms provoked renewed opposition on the part of the Magyar noblemen. They especially disliked Joseph I's edict of 1784, making German the official language of the Habsburg realms. In Hungary, this measure replaced long-established Latin in this function and allowed not more than 3 years for implementing this change. The traditional order of Central Europe having been endangered by the ideas of the French Revolution, Leopold II had to repeal most of the reforms under the pressure of the 1790–1791 Diet of Pressburg. Not only did reinstate Latin, or lingua patriae, the fatherland's language, as the official language in Hungary, but also reaffirmed the privileges, usually referred to as constitution, of the Hungarian nobility, which, in turn, reintroduced a degree of administrative separateness for the Kingdom of Hungary within the broader framework of the Habsburg realms. This de facto compromise declaration of autonomy for Hungary prevented the noblemen from staging an uprising, which could have been seized by a minority of nobles who hoped to gain full independence for their country. Under the influence of the French Revolution, the ineffectual Martino-Vix conspiracy of 1794 to 1795 proposed to overhaul the kingdom into a republic consisting of autonomous, and partly ethnically based, territorial units. The absolutist reaction against the narrow circle of insignificant supporters of this idea unified the Habsburgs and the Magyar nobility in their opposition to any change and to novel political solutions emanating out from revolutionary France. This blunted the emergence of the ethnic dimension of Hungarian nationalism, and promoted the universal values of dynasty, religion, and Latin as the foundations of lasting and traditional order. This alliance between Vienna and the Magyar Nátio survived even the 1809 incursion of the French troops into Hungary. At the beginning of the 18th century, the rebel leader Ferenc II Rákóczi looked for help in France, but even at the height of the Napoleonic Wars, the Hungarian noblemen were not tempted to emulate their Polish-Lithuanian counterparts, to whom Napoleon granted the Duchy of Warsaw in the shape of a French protectorate. The Magyar Nátio had too much to lose. The 2.5-century-long partition of their kingdom among the Habsburgs, the Ottomans, and semi-independent Transylvania had come to an end less than 100 years earlier. In addition, the Habsburgs recognized the administrative and legal separateness of Hungary vis-a-vis other Habsburg lands, Can 1960, 141, 0 1997, 13-14, Molnar 2001, 140-141, 157. The narrow circles of noblemen and educated burghers who supported Josephine reforms and the Enlightenment project, which was spread throughout Europe by the French Revolution at the end of the 18th century, did not include more than 15,000 to 20,000 individuals. They constituted only 0.3% of the kingdom's total population, but it was they who first translated 434 French tracts into Latin, for consumption by nobles, and, as of the beginning of the 19th century, increasingly into Magyar. Obviously, the Lutheran German-speaking burghers of Hungarian towns used German translations produced in the Holy Roman Empire. These burghers dominated Hungary's economic life through the towns because they constituted the majority of the urban population. Politics was reserved for Hungarian nobility, especially for the Catholic aristocracy and noblemen from western and northern Hungary, which had remained in the Habsburgs' hands when the Ottoman Empire had taken control of the rest of this kingdom. Transylvania's Calvinist nobility had less say in politics, because Vienna did not trust them and their region was not permanently reincorporated into the Kingdom of Hungary until 1867. Obviously, Hungary's Magyaro-, Slavo-, and Romance-phone peasantry achieved a modicum of political significance only after the scrapping of serfdom in the first half of the 19th century, and due to the gradual liberalization of political life in Austria-Hungary during the second half of the century, Barani 1971, 336, 351, Benda 1980, 435 to 436, Sugar 1958, Zelenii 2003. Language enters politics. Maria Theresa considered schooling part of politics, which the state should control in pursuing the centralizing reforms that were to change the Habsburg realms into a Gesamtstate, a unitary state. Unlike in Poland-Lithuania, where Polish had increasingly become the language of politics and education since the 17th century, it was Latin that continued to play this role in Hungary. In 1773, the Jesuit order was dissolved. In Poland-Lithuania, during the very same year, Commission of National Education, took over the Jesuit educational system and replaced Latin with Polish as the medium of instruction. In Hungary, the ratio educations, System of Education, edict was announced 4 years later in 1777. On the basis of the schools left by Jesuits, Vienna attempted to ensure popular education for all children aged 7 to 13, as well as schools and teachers for communes deprived of such facilities. They constituted half of all the Hungarian communes. These ambitious goals were never met, but the remaining educational system, complete with the university, moved from Târnătrânava to Buda in 1777, proved to be the most impressive result of the absolutist enlightenment in Hungary. It would probably have been of more significance than the rise of Magyar language literature and the aristocratic reform movement drawing its ideas from France, had the educational system not been partially dismantled during the years of political reaction after 1794 and in the course of the Napoleonic Wars. The achievements of the Hungarian educational reform were as short-lived in real, if not ideological, terms as those of its Polish-Lithuanian counterpart. After the third partition of Poland-Lithuania, Ken's educational system survived. 435. Though progressively limited, in the Duchy of Warsaw and its successor, the Congress Kingdom of Poland. In contrast to Poland-Lithuania, Latin remained the medium of education in the Hungarian school system, as it had been during the times when Jesuits had controlled the system. Additionally, schools were split along confessional lines, separate for Catholics, Lutherans, Calvinists, Greek Catholics, Uniats, Russians, Orthodox Christians, and Jews. Very few schools aspired to be interdenominational, mixed. Because of these religious divisions, various other languages alongside Latin were also employed at schools so as to reflect this confessional variety. They consisted of Magyar among the Catholic and Calvinist nobility and peasantry, German among the urban Lutheran population, Church Slavonic, obviously, in Cyrillic, among Uniats and Orthodox Christians, including Wallachians in Transylvania, as well as Hebrew, written in its specific script, among Jews. After the 1784 edict, German began replacing Latin, but this process was never completed and was largely reversed at the beginning of the 1790s. What remained of the educational reform and the temporary imposition of German as an official language and medium of education was the requirement for learners to master the Roman, Antiqua, and Gothic versions of the Latin alphabet. The former was to be employed while writing in Latin or Magyar, the latter in German. As of the mid-1790s, the social and political disruption caused by the French Revolution, embodied in the Martino-Vix conspiracy, convinced Vienna to roll back reforms in order to bolster the destabilized state apparatus that could be destroyed if revolution spread to the Habsburg realms. The confirmation of the role of Latin as the medium of education in Hungary allowed for a return of some elements of the old status quo, but since the 1780s the question of language had become an increasingly politicized element of social and cultural reality. 1. Especially if a nobleman or burgher could not speak simply in order to communicate any more. One had to speak in something reified as a language. And soon, one's choice of one language or another amounted to a political statement. Barani 1971, 334, Kintler 1999, 211-212. This acceptance of language as an instrument of politics also took place due to the reaction of the Hungarian nobility and thinkers to repeated high-handed assertions that the Magyar language was heading for extinction. For instance, in 1777, Friedrich Wilhelm von Taube, 1728-1778, opined that German would gradually but surely replace Magyar in Slavonia and all the Hungarian lands. In his unfinished Ideen zur Philosophie der Geschichte der Menschheit, 1784-1791, Regand Leipzig, Outlines of a Philosophy of the History of Man, 1800, London, Johann Gottfried Herder, 1744-1803, devoted a chapter to the Slavs. Herder foresaw that these charitable, hospitable to excess, lovers of pastoral freedom, foes to plunder and rapine, will at last awaken from their long and heavy slumber, will be freed from the enslaving chains, and will use as their own the beautiful regions from the Adriatic Sea to the 436. Carpathian Mountains, from the Don to the Moldau. This prediction involved the replacement of Magyar with Slavic languages. In the same work, Herder repeats prophecy stating that the Magyar speakers would be diluted in the ocean of the surrounding German, Slav and Wallachian speakers. 3. The writings of Herder had been known in Hungary, where they were commented on in Latin tracts, since the very beginning of the 1790s. This made the issue of language into, even more of, a political question when the elites noticed that Magyar was the native language of a minority of the country's population. For example, in 1853, out of Hungary's 14.5 million inhabitants, including Croatia, merely 5.5 million spoke Magyar. The idea that a language, as a marker of a nation, should be made into the legitimizing basis of statehood would make the Kingdom of Hungary appear illegitimate. The renewed support for Latin as the official language of Hungary was a logical solution to this dilemma. At the 1790 Diet, the nobility of Croatia protested against the proposed adoption of Magyar as the official language in the kingdom, let alone in their own country. They stood fast for Latin. But unlike on the territory of former Poland-Lithuania where ethno-linguistic movements started emerging in earnest after 1864, this process commenced considerably earlier in the Kingdom of Hungary. It was a reaction to adding the novel ideological element of the Magyar language to the traditional assertion of political separateness of Hungary vis-à-vis other Habsburg lands, which rested on purely historical and legal grounds. The kingdom's non-Magyarophone inhabitants did not fail to take the hint. A Slavonian, Croatian, grammar, Nova Slavenska, I Nemesijska Gramatika, New Slavonian and German grammar, authored by Matijarel, J. Kavisi, Mathiarel Kavish, 1732–1798, was published in 1764 in Agram, Zagreb. Juraj Papanek, 1738–1802, in his Latin History of the Upper Hungarian Slavs, or future Slovaks, stresses that they descended from Slavs that had arrived in this area in the 4th century. His thesis equally legitimized the claims to autonomy forwarded by Slovaks and Croats. Anton Bernolak, 1762–1813, in his Latin Literary History, 1787, and Grammar, 1790, proved that the Slavic vernacular of Upper Hungary could be made into a distinctive written language. The former monk from Hungary's Banat, Dositej Obradovici, 1739–1811, wrote in and propagated the use of the vernacular Serbian language. His memoirs are the first major work printed in vernacular Serbian. Obradovici taught the most significant codifier of the Serbian and Serbo-Croatian language, Vuk Karadžić, and at the end of his life was involved in organizing the Serbian language education system in Ottoman-held Serbia, where an uprising raged from 1804 to 1813. For in 1780, the Latin grammar of the Daco-Roman, Ian, or Wallachian language, Elementalin, Gui Daco-Romani Savvalicasi, Vienna, was printed for use in Transylvanian schools. A year later, this textbook's author, Samuel Micu Klein, 1745–1806, grandson of Bishop Ion Innocent Micu Klein, published his Historia Daco-Romanorum Savvalicorum, Daco-Roman Ian or Wallachian History, Vienna. 437. He stated that there was continuity of history between the ancient Dacians and the contemporary Wallachians in the territory of Transylvania, Adler and Menz 1997, 300–301, Cox 2002, 41, 48, Kintler 1999, 216, 226, Petro 1995, 44, Pinsent 1994, 63, Sundhausen 1973, 12, 72, Viator 1908, 434. During the time of their Shion and Josephine reforms, the Magyar aristocracy started attending the new educational institutions of higher and military learning at Vienna. Apart from ensuring that the future elites of Hungary would speak German and be integrated with the elites stemming from other Habsburg lands, the Magyar aristocrats also acquired French. Through this language, they gained immediate access to ideas and news flowing from Western Europe. German-speaking Lutheran burghers of the Hungarian towns achieved the same by attending Lutheran universities in Wittenberg, Halle, Leipzig, or Jena. In Hungary, there was an attempt at merging burghers and nobility so that they would be transformed into Bildungsbürgerdom, educated middle class of noble and burgher origins, as had already happened in the Holy Roman Empire. In interdenominational schools for the kingdom's elite, classes were conducted in Magyar on one day and in German on the next. In the second half of the 18th century, burghers and noblemen alike hoped that they could form a renewed Hungarian natio, a natio that would be transformed into the modernized Hungarian nation, whose members, irrespective of their native tongues, would remain loyal to the kingdom united by the lasting tradition of its institutions. The tide of ethno-linguistic politics dashed these hopes. At the beginning of the 19th century, the burghers and noblemen accepted that to remain the elite of Hungary they had to speak Magyar. The days of Latin as the lingua franca of the kingdom and its elites were numbered. In 1810, no one still saw any contradiction in the inscription over the entrance of Pest's German language a theater that announced it in German as Ungarische National Theater, Hungarian National Theater. This was bound to change soon, however. György, George, von Bessenii, 1747–1811, who renewed Magyarophone literature by writing fiction in this language, committed his first works to paper in German. The leader of the Hungarian reform movement, Count István, Stefan, Székely, 1791–1860, spoke better German than Magyar. Count Lajos, Ludwig, Batthyány, 1809–1849, who served as the prime minister of the first Hungarian government established in the course of the 1848–1849 revolution, learned Magyar as an adult. His first language was German. Ferenc, Franz, Versegyi, 1757–1822, one of the reformers of the Magyar language, wrote poems in German, as did such renowned Magyarophone writers as Mihaly, Michael, Vörösmarty, 1800–1855, and Sándor, Alexander, von Kisfaludy, 1772–1844. These important figures of Hungarian history and literature shared the German language with Joseph Dobrovsky and František Pálaki, who shaped the Czech language and national history, as well as with Jan Koller and Pavol Josef. 438. Safarik, Pavel Joseph Safarik, Paul Joseph Safarik, who did the same for the Slovak language and national history. To a certain extent, Samuel Bogomil Linda, the compiler of the first authoritative dictionary of the Polish language, also falls into the same category. Thanks to his German-speaking background and education at Germanophone universities, he employed the standardization paradigm of the German language in order to make Polish into a modern language. The very same pattern was later copied in the case of Magyar, Czech, and Slovak, but unlike in the case of Polish, there was no continuity in the use of Magyar and Czech. Slovak was a totally new language whose creation began in the mid-19th century. The written tradition of both these languages came to an end in the 17th and 18th centuries, so that they had to be, to a certain degree, reinvented anew in the first half of the 19th century. A few Magyar and Czech publications, which came off the press in the intervening period, at best amounted to quite a tenuous continuity. The movement for making Magyar into a written language equal in versatility to German or French commenced in the 1770s and 1780s. In 1772, the writer György Besenyi published his play in his native language. This is considered the starting point of modern Magyar language and literature. Others opt for 1780, when the first Magyarophone periodical Magyar Hírmondó, Hungarian Courier, 1780–1788, started publishing. In his 1778 pamphlet published in Vienna, Magyar Szag, Magyardom, Bessenii famously proclaimed that no nation on the globe has ever acquired wisdom and depth before incorporating the sciences into its own vernacular. Every nation has become knowledgeable by using its own and never a foreign language. He adopted the strong thesis that modernization can be achieved only through ethno-linguistic nationalism. Thinking of their multi-ethnic kingdom, Saint Stephen, reigned 997 to 1038, the first Christian king of Hungary admonished his son that unius lingui unius qui moris regnum imbecilli et fragile est, the kingdom which has one language and a single custom is weak and frail. He then added that the newcomers from abroad, usually Germanic-speaking settlers from the Holy Roman Empire, not only brought diverses linguas et consuetudines, diverse languages and customs, but also diversa documenta et armas, documents that is, novel legal practices and equipment that is, novel technologies, much needed in the realm. This tradition of multi-ethnic Hungary was approaching its end when, in the name of the nation, politics was increasingly combined with official monolingualism at the end of the 18th century. In line with this attitude, the primacy of Magyar over other languages began to be asserted in administration, education, and public life. Bessenii's attitude was not a jot different from that of Kołłątaj who, in 1773, had made Polish into the medium of Ken's educational system in Poland-Lithuania. The continuing tradition of Polish as a language of politics and education dated back to the 16th century. In the previous centuries, it had 439. Paralleled and even outshone Latin as a lingua franca of the Commonwealth of the Kingdom of Poland and the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. Hence the final legal confirmation of this fact did not cause widespread opposition, unlike in Hungary. In this kingdom, the imposition of German in place of Latin created vociferous advocates of Magyar. In turn, the growing political and social role of this latter language elicited the same reaction on the part of Hungary's non-Magyarophone inhabitants. Barani 1971, 339, Drall 1991, 173, Forgax 1999, 142, Kintler 1999, 216, Kosa 1999, 67, Sundhausen 1973, 12-13, Zelenii 2003, 121 to 122, 133, 140, 142, Tornoff 2005, 323 to 325. Magyar, from codification to official language. The period of language renewal, a Nyelvogyitas Kora, received its initial boost in the form of Bessenii's works. In his 1781 pamphlet, published in 1790, he called for establishing a Hungarian Academy of Sciences that would encourage development of scholarship on and in the Magyar language. The French prescriptive example, complete with an academy that guarded the correctness or purity of a language, won the day. At the time of the French Revolution and the subsequent Napoleonic Wars, the French language and the French state appeared as the beacon of modernity and progress. János Batthyány, 1763-1845, who together with Ferenc Kazinczy 1759-1831 established the first Magyar language literary magazine, Magyar Museum. The Magyar Museum in 1788, wholeheartedly endorsed the French model of national modernization in his 1792 revolutionary poem, A Francia Orzagy Voltos Asacra, on the changes in France. Besides, throughout the 18th century, Central European aristocrats and aspiring intellectuals had already acquired French as a counterbalance to Latin, often perceived as backward. The surge of public interest in Magyar is clearly indicated by the fact that while in 1751 to 1770 only 3 grammars of this language appeared, they numbered 31 in the following 3 decades. The effort was crowned with Miklós, Johannes Nicolaus, Rives, 1750 to 1807, monumental, 2-volume, Latin language Grammatica Hungarica, Grammar of Magyar, 1803, Pest, which influenced the development of comparative and historical linguistics as developed by Franz Bopp, 1791–1867, and the brothers Grimm, Jacob Ludwig Karl, 1785–1863, and Wilhelm Karl, 1786–1859. Rive was also the editor of Magyar Hermandő, and since 1802, he held the first chair in the Magyar language, established at the University of Pest in 1791. At that time, the German-speaking character of Buda and Pest began to change, though Magyar speakers did not constitute the majority of Budapest's inhabitants prior to the 1870s. In 1789, nomen omen, the year of the French Revolution, the first Magyarophone newspaper Erdei Magyar Hírviv, Magyar Courier of Transylvania, started publishing in the Transylvanian capital of Klausenburg, Cluj, in answer to the German-language newspaper Siebenbürger Zeitung, Transylvanian. 440. Newspaper, established at Kronstadt, Brașov, in 1784. In 1792, the Magyar language theatre opened in the Klausenburg. 9 years later, the Transylvanian Association for the Cultivation of the Magyar Idiom, Erdélyi Magyar Nyelvmivalotarság, emerged in another Transylvanian city, Numart, Târgu-Mureș. In 1802, not unlike Count Iosif Osolinski, who 15 years later founded Ossolineum at Lemberg Lviv, Count Ferenc Zechényi, 1754–1820, donated his library and collections to the Hungarian nation. In 1807, the Diet provided the necessary matching funds for the founding of the Hungarian National Museum and Library in Pest. A year earlier, in the same city, the Magyarophone newspaper, Hazai Tudósítások, reports from the homeland, started publishing. Its paramount goal was the promotion of the Magyar language. Also, the 1805 imperial decree to publish all Hungarian laws in Latin and Magyar bolstered this ambition. The institutional and conceptual scene was set for the emergence of the full-fledged Magyar language movement. The minor poet and novelist, Ferenc Kazinczy, was imprisoned for 6.5 years due to his involvement with the Martinovic circle. He was freed in 1808 and rejoined the language reform movement as its leader. Kazinczy immediately emphasized that his goal was the elevation of Magyar to the stage of a civil idiom, that is, a language as versatile in meeting the needs of modernity as French or German. The following year, in the context of his efforts and undertakings for the sake of this language, he added that the central idea of his work was nothing but nationalism. Kazinczy, as Beszényi, perceived the Magyar language as the basis of the emerging ethnic Magyar nation. Similarly, Poland-Lithuania's Ken activists saw the Polish language as an ersatz fatherland for the Polish-Lithuanian Natio after the partition of their state, Barani 1971, 336, 348, 355, Benko and Imre 1972, 280, Edwards 1994, 156–157, Forgax 1999, 140–141, Klimo 2003, 81, Sundhausen 1973, 86, Tornoff 2005, 325, Trabant 2006, 246–247. Kazinczy was aware of Herder's prediction that the Magyar language was bound to disappear, but called him a false prophet. Adelung's works on language, and especially his dictionary of the German language, provided him with guidance how to go about the modernization and standardization of Magyar. In 1819, Kazinczy published his translation of Christoph Martin Wieland's, 1733–1813, Über die Frage was ist Hochdeutsch. On the question of what Standard German is, 1798, Leipzig. Wieland proposed that good writers should shape and polish the national language so as to prevent imposition of the speech of the elites from a country's most developed province as the language of the nation. This became the bone of contention between Kazinczy's camp of neologists and orthologists. The former stood for overhauling Magyar with the use of native neologisms as well as for cleansing this language of Latin, German, and other foreign, especially Slavic, influences as well as dialect-specific elements. The similar 18th century process of standardizing German based on the replacement of 441 Latin and French linguistic loans served Kazinci and neologists as a ready-made model. He and his supporters prolifically translated from German and French into Reformed Magyar. Conservative orthologists opposed this trend, settling for the Magyar language as it was, with its linguistically diverse lexical stock, dialectal differentiation, and the three written varieties of this language from the west, Transdanubian region, the northeast, along the upper reaches of the Tisteza River, and Transylvania. Due to the conservative reaction in the Austrian Empire, the Magyarophone natio and intellectuals were barred from participation in politics reserved for the monarch and loyal aristocrats, who would take into account the interest of the whole empire and not its regions such as Hungary. Thus the Magyar language was the sole arena where ethnically minded Magyar nationalists could play out their early arguments. The struggle between orthologists and neologists became most heated in 1813 to 1815. The moderate camp of neologists won when, in the 1820s, all the significant writers stood on the side of language reform and wrote in this freshly neologized Magyar. In 1825, Város Marty's Zélan Fudisa, The Flight of Zélan, sealed the victory. This epic poem on the Magyars' conquest of Hungary attained a similar status as a national treasure in Hungary to its Polish counterpart, Mikołaj's Pantadeus, Sir Thaddeus, Paris, published 9 years later. However, Város Marty's epic was soon forgotten, while Pantadeus still features prominently on lists of assigned reading in Polish schools. At the 1825 Diet, Count István Székely, 1791–1860, son of Ferenc Székely, brought about a law that established the Hungarian Academy of Sciences, Magyar Tudományos Akadémia, which incurred Vienna's displeasure. Committed to the Habsburgs and monarchy, he worked for the economic and institutional reform of Hungary within the Austrian Empire. He hoped that, like their English counterparts, Magyar aristocrats would take the leadership of the reform. Actually, few did so, hence Székely remains such a towering figure in Hungarian history. In 1827, he founded the National Casino, that is, club or organization, which soon spawned a network of similar clubs throughout the country. Although the network of these casinos was established to spread the tenets of liberal reform, which Székely intended for Hungary, with time it became a significant conduit for the spread of ethnic Magyar nationalism. With the administration, the university, the National Museum, the National Library and the Hungarian Academy of Sciences concentrated in Pest, other centers of Magyar culture waned. The Transylvanian variety of written Magyar fell out of use, while the northeastern one became the dialectal basis of standard Magyar with some additions from the western variety. The poet Károly Kisfaludy, 1788–1830, younger brother of Sándor Kisfaludy, established the first significant Magyarophone literary magazine, Aurora, 5 in Pest. Város Marty, together with other significant poets and writers, contributed to this journal. 442. They organized a literary center in the economic and political center of Hungary, and in this manner shaped standard Magyar, which the Magyarophone elite accepted as their national language. Young Gergely István Csükszer, 1800–1866, also participated in this circle. He observed the forming of standard Magyar, which, together with János Fogarasi, 1801–1878, he would record in the first multi-volume authoritative dictionary at the end of his life. The foremost task of the Hungarian Academy of Sciences was the cultivation of the Magyar language and literature. In 1832, the Academy published Magyar Helyesírász és Záragastas Fob Szabályai, the significant rules of Magyar orthography and declension, Buda, just 2 years after the publication of a Polish-language work of the same kind, Rozprawy Ionioski o ortografii polskiej. 6 years later, the Academy produced the Pocket Hungarian-German dictionary that omitted many neologisms proposed in the course of the language reform. This reinforced the dominant position of the moderate neologist camp patronized by Vörösmarty. The Academy's 1844 work A Magyar Nyelvrendszere, the system of the Magyar language, Buda, cannot be overestimated as it provided the basis for the compilation of school grammars and practical handbooks of Magyar grammar. Since that moment, the Schule system spread widely among users the syntax and vocabulary of this language as set by neologists. Orthologists lost the struggle to keep the Magyar language as it was, complete with its numerous non-Magyar loan words and grammatical structures spread out among the written language's three regional varieties, Barani 1971, 356, Benko and Imre 1972, 277, 282, 287, Fodor 1983, 58, Kosa 1999, 69-71, Skio 1998, 100, Varga 1993, 268. The year 1844 is especially significant if one remembers that then the Diet finally accepted Magyar as the official language of the Kingdom of Hungary. The road to this outcome was rather complicated. Al Rediath 1790-1791 session of the joint Hungarian-Croatian Diet, it was demanded that Magyar should be introduced as the official language throughout the kingdom. Croatian and conservative deputies disagreed. Magyar did not replace Latin, but education and cultural activities in this language spread gradually. Even in Croatia, the Sabor, regional parliament, agreed to the introduction of Magyar at schools as an optional subject. After the lapse of almost 15 years, the Emperor convoked the Hungarian Diet in 1825, Transylvania's Diet was allowed to convene only 9 years later. It was the sign that the period of staunch absolutism was coming to an end. The language law, which this Diet passed, introduced Latin-Magyar bilingualism in Hungary's state institutions, but preserved the actual domination of Latin. Despite the Croatian deputies' protests, the Diet made Magyar into the medium of instruction at schools. These deputies could not help it because, each Hungarian comitat, county, was allowed 2 delegates, while the 3 Croatian comitats together, just 2 deputies. 443. The introduction of Magyar in Croatian schools was delayed because it was not clear if Croatia could be considered part of the country. Traditionally, Croatia had been a distinctive part of Hungary or a separate land united with Hungary through the person of the monarch. In 1715, Vienna had excluded the internal matters of Croatia from the jurisdiction of the Diet, but 8 years later this Diet proclaimed Croatia an indivisible part of Hungary. Between 1767 and 1779, Vienna administered Croatia directly via the Croatian Royal Council. Afterward, matters Croatian were transferred to the Lieutenancy Council, and in 1785, Croatia disappeared as an administrative unit. In addition, the Croatian Comitat of Agram, Zagreb, had been merged with the Hungarian Comitat of Fundkirchen, Pécs, in line with the centralizing Josephine reforms. In 1790, the organization of the Habsburg realms reverted to the status quo ante. In 1809, Napoleon made southwestern Croatia, less Zagreb and Slavonia, into Illyria. As of 1815, once again, Croatia-Slavonia was a separate administrative unit in the centralized Austrian Empire. Dalmatia, gained from the defunct Venetian Republic, was more closely attached to the empire's Austrian section. This historical, legal, and administrative tradition of Croatia's separateness vis-a-vis the rest of Hungary allowed for temporization in the introduction of Magyar as a medium of school instruction, though the 1830 Diet made the Croatian deputies accept this measure. In reaction, Thesaver accepted as its program the main theses from Count Janko Drasković's 1770-1856, political pamphlet of 1832. The Sabor demanded an independent Croatian government and Stokavian as the official language. Also in 1832, Drasković's friend and the first codifier of modern Croatian, Ljudović Guy, wrote the poem Horvatov Slogai za jedinjenje, Croatian Concord and Unity. It copied the refrain of Josif Wybicki's, 1747-1822, PSN Legionał Polskich Wiolaszek, the Song of the Polish Legions in Italy, 1797. These legions had fought in Napoleon's armies hoping that he would re-establish Poland-Lithuania. Wybicki's song functioned as an unofficial anthem in the Duchy of Warsaw, and became a popular military march played in the Polish uprisings of 1830-1831 and 1863-1864. After World War I, in 1926, it was made into the Polish national anthem. In the course of the 19th century, numerous Slavic national movements adopted the famous refrain in their own national songs, namely, Jeziche Polska nie zginęła, Poland is not yet perished. Similarly, Guy wrote, Jos Hrvatska nie propada, Croatia has not yet perished. In 1834, the Slovak student in Prague, Samuel Tomášek, 1813-1887, wrote, originally in Czech, Hej, Sloveni este nasa slovenska řízij, o, Slovaks, there still lives our Slavic Slovak language. Due to the song's potent dual Slovak national and Pan-Slav character, it functioned as an informal Slovak national anthem, but was also popular among Czechs and Moravians before 1918. Obviously, the Hungarian administration strove to suppress it. In 1862, Pavlo Chubinskyi, 1839-1884, an ethnographer from Kiev, wrote Shchenev Merla Ukraina, Ukraine has not yet perished. 444. And 2 years later his song was officially performed as a national anthem in the Ruthenian, Ukrainian, theater in Lemberg, Galicia. Tomášek's song was the national anthem of Slovakia in 1939-1945, and of Yugoslavia in 1945-1992. Chubinskyi's song was Ukraine's national anthem in 1917, and once again was adopted in the same role in 1992. The actual beginning of Croatian ethno-linguistic nationalism dates back to Guy's newspaper Novine Hrvatsk, Croatian News, 1835. 7 years later, the Cultural political organization, Matica Ilirska, Illyrian Cultural Organization 6, was founded. It copied the model of Matica Srpska, Serbian cultural organization, set up in the Hungarian town of Newsatz, Novi Sad, in 1826, which, 5 years later, had been followed by the Matice Seska, Czech cultural organization, founded in the Bohemian capital of Prague. The adjective Illyrian harked back to Napoleon's Illyria and the then current belief that the Croats along with other southern Slavs were descendants of the ancient Illyrians. As in the case of the Transylvanian Wallachians, who claimed to be descendants of the ancient Dacians, and in the case of the Upper Hungarian Slavs, who maintained that their forefathers had come to this area in the 5th century, this thesis allowed Croatian nationalists to justify their claims to political autonomy. Faced with this ancient pedigree and lineage, the arrival of the Magyars into the Danube basin at the turn of the 9th century seemed rather late. The highly ideologized use of the words Illyria and Illyrian in the Croatian endeavors to win some concessions from the Hungarian government caused Vienna to ban the use of these terms in Croatia, 1843. The Croatian aristocracy as well as most of the local nobility from the vicinity of Zagreb did not agree with this radical course of Croatian ethnic nationalism. Guy and his supporters called them Madarini, Magyarani, in Croatian, or Magyarones in Magyar, that is, lovers of all things Magyar. In 1841, they founded a Croatian-Hungarian party. They demanded the use of their Kajkavian written language, different from Guy's Stokavian-based Croatian, the introduction of Magyar as the official language and a close alliance with Hungary that would lead to a centralized Hungarian state, which would include Croatian-speaking ethnic territories. Croatian nationalists replied with the founding of the Illyrian Party in the very same year of 1841. The ban on the word Illyrian forced the party to change its name to the Croatian National Party. In 1843, the young nobleman and supporter of Croatian nationalism, Ivan Kukuljević Sasinski, 1816–1889, was the first deputy of the Sabor who dared not to speak in Latin. He spoke in Croatian and in support of this language, a dead Roman language, and the living Hungarian, Magyar and Italian languages. These are our masters, the living ones threaten us, the dead one is clutching at our throats. By that time, the tradition of Latin, common to all the Natio Hungarica, was irrevocably lost. The staunch support of the Magyars and the Croats for their 445 respective national languages added a linguistic dimension to the historical and legal separateness of Hungary and Croatia. All was poised for a novel politicized ethnic conflict. This kind of ethno-national clash has been fairly typical in Central and Eastern Europe since the second half of the 19th century. At the 1844 Diet, which introduced Magyar as the official language in the Kingdom of Hungary, the Croatian deputies were forbidden to speak in Latin. Only Magyar was permitted. The Croatian representatives left in protest. 7. The Diet also decided that Magyar should become the official language of Croatia in 6 years. Emperor Ferdinand I did not confirm this ruling, but secured that Croatian delegates in the Diet should begin to speak in Magyar within 6 years, for Gax 1998, 105, Goldstein 1999, 54–65, Seaton Watson 1965, 178, Sundhausen 1973, 164, Varga 1993, 51, 89–90. These measures never fully came into force as the events of the revolutionary year 1848 and the Hungarian War of Independence, 1848–1849, intervened. Although the introduction of Magyar as the official language was much less contentious in Hungary proper, the process was not unidirectional. The main impetus for this solution was the pragmatism of Josephine reforms and the desire for modernizing Hungary so that it could catch up with the level of development achieved in France or England. Emperor Joseph II wished for the same when he imposed German as the official language of all the Habsburg lands in 1784. But in the case of Hungary, it did not help much, as equally few Magyars could speak either Latin or German. At that time, according to the contemporary estimates that excluded clergy, out of the 136,000 noblemen of Hungary and Croatia who constituted the Natio Hungarica, 15,000 actually had a reasonable command of Latin. In 1830, the Diet forbade employing civil servants who did not know Magyar. But this was not a sufficient incentive for non-Magyar speakers to learn this language. Elementary education was in the native tongue of a given community, while Latin remained the sole medium of instruction in secondary and higher education schools. Magyar was taught as subject. The 1840 Diet was decisive, as it required all clerical appointment to be conditional on knowledge of Magyar. The same applied to teachers. New ones entering the profession had to know the language, and those already teaching were to acquire it in a definite period of time. In 1841–1843, the Komitat assemblies passed a dazzling array of laws that aimed at making Magyar the language of each Hungarian Komitat and, by default, of all Hungary and its people. The usual problem was that the Austrian authorities refused to recognize documents done exclusively in Magyar. For a while some documents were used in bilingual versions with Latin or German featuring as the second language. Due to the dynamics of ethno-national strife, Latin was preferred because Magyars perceived the German speakers as the other. At the height of the controversy with the authorities in Austria, most of the Hungarian Komitats decided to reciprocate and not to recognize. 446. Documents done in German. Until 1844, the compromise was to issue documents in Magyar and Latin if earmarked for circulation in the entire Austrian Empire. Hungarian reformers famously proposed that only one nation can inhabit a country at any one time. Hungary's Magyar elites had already espoused the rhetoric of the ethnically homogeneous nation-state, though at that time it usually meant nothing more than the assertion of the primacy of Magyar in administration, schools, and public life in general. The liberal movement for language and economic reform from the beginning of the 19th century gave birth to clearly defined ethnic Magyar nationalism in search of its centralized and homogeneous nation-state. As in the case of Polish in Poland-Lithuania prior to the partitions, in Hungary proper close to 90% of the nobility spoke Magyar. Even if one included Croatia in this calculation, the total dropped not more than by 5%. And at least 80% of nobles defined themselves as ethnically construed Magyars. The change from the Natio-Hungarica to Magyar nation was swift during the 1830s and 1840s. What troubled Magyar ethnic nationalists was that even in Hungary proper, without Croatia, Magyars constituted hardly more than 40% of the total population. In 1850, Hungary's sizable ethno-linguistic communities of Wallachians, Upper Hungarian Slavs, and German speakers accounted for 19, 15, and 12% of the population, respectively. Lajos Kossuth, 1802–1894, the radical leader of the reformers and Magyar ethnic nationalists, opined that a Magyar middle estate was what the Magyar nation needed above all. István Székely had trusted in the Hungarian aristocracy as the force that would overhaul the Natio-Hungarica into civic Hungarian rather than ethnic Magyar nation. Kossuth observed that in Western Europe the middle class was the nation, as the right to vote was limited to propertied males at that time. He wished to follow this model in building the ethnic Magyar nation. Unfortunately, out of over 500,000 burghers, only 43% defined themselves as Magyars. The rest was composed of German speakers, including Jews. This was the reality any Hungarian politician had to take into account. After serving a 4-year-long sentence in prison for radical activities that promoted Magyar nationalism, Kossuth established Pesti Hírlap, Pest newspaper, in 1841. This periodical became the mouthpiece of Kossuth's radical camp of reformers. He agreed that the languages of non-Magyar speakers should be respected, and their use could not be restricted in the private sphere of one's home and family. But Kossuth could not stress more that once Hungarian was the language of education, teaching sciences in a Slavic language would, forever remain an absurdity. His camp argued that Hungary needed one official language only, as was the case in the most developed states of that time, namely, France, Prussia, and the United States. 447. István Gorov, 1819–1881, summarized this line of thought in his 1842 book Nemzetiség, Nationality, Pest. He looked to England as the beacon of modernity and nation-building, as clearly seen from the motto taken from a poem by Lord Byron, 1788–1824, which Gorov quoted in the original. Oh, my own beauteous land! So long laid low! So long the grave of thy own children's hopes, what is there wanting then to set thee free? Her sons may do this with one deed, unite. Gorov saw popular education in Magyar as the instrument that would make Hungary's multilingual population into the Magyar nation. To this end, he suggested that the Diet oblige landowners to build Magyarophone schools in every village with a considerable number of non-Magyar speakers. This free and compulsory education would be directed at children aged 4 to 7 so as to ensure that they acquire Magyar perfectly. István Székely disapproved of the reformers' forceful Magyarization campaign. His former political supporter, Baron Miklós Wesselényi, 1796–1850, who later sided with Kossuth, also appealed for moderation. In his Szozét a Magyar és Szláv Nemzetiségügyében, an appeal in the cause of the Magyar and Slav nationalities, 1843, Klausenberg Cluj, Wesselényi declared that it was the Diet's right and duty to pass a law that would provide for punishing those impeding the legal use of Magyar as well as those agitating against non-Magyar speakers. Gorov 1842, Zas 1989, 48, Varga 1993, 37–38, 53–60, 68, 71, 262, 268, 271. Magyarization and the rise of national minorities. In reality, this even-handedness faltered. As earlier, the rise of ethnic Magyar nationalism incited the development of its Croatian counterpart. The pressure of the official policy of Magyarization brought about the reaction on the part of the North Hungarian Slavs and the Wallachians of Transylvania. The former could look for guidance in organizing their national movement to Bohemia's Czechs, and the latter to the Romanian national movement that rapidly unfolded across the border in the semi-independent Ottoman principalities of Wallachia and Moldavia. Contemporary observers saw Magyarization and the non-Magyars' reaction against it as a war of races. 8. To prove this point they repeatedly quoted the oft-repeated Magyar proverb Tot nem ember, kasa nemitel, teliga nemzikar, a Slovak Slav is no man, millet is no real food, a cart is no coach. Similar sayings and doggerels equally taunted German speakers and Wallachians. Interestingly, the Magyar word tot is derived from the Germanic term Deutsch, Deutsch for a Germanic or German speaker. Perhaps when the Magyars arrived in the Danube basin, they first came into contact with the Slavic speakers. 448. In Greater Moravia and in the eastern marks of the Frankish kingdom, the Germanic speakers in this kingdom referred to themselves as Deutsch, Deutsch, and the Slavic speakers in the borderland areas knew this ethnonym too. In the Magyar usage, tot came to denote any Slav but especially those from Upper Hungary and Croatia. With time, this word acquired pejorative meaning while Magyar speakers accepted the Slavic ethnonym Nemec for a German. Nemek nn in Czech, Niemiec in Polish, and Nemec in Slovak come from the Slavic adjective niemi, mute. To Slavs the speech of Germanic speakers was unintelligible, which in the eyes of the former made the latter seem as incapable of speech. Benko 1976, 951-952. During the 1830s and 1840s, the Slavophone clergy of Upper Hungary began to see themselves and their Slavic-speaking parishioners rather as Slovaks and less as Protestants and Catholics or Slavs and Hungarians. Unlike in the case of Croatia, or, to a lesser degree, Transylvania, there was no historical or juridical tradition that would make Upper Hungary into a separate region or administrative unit. Understandably by default, Magyar was used in this region as the official language and the medium of education. Between 1802 and 1812, 24 various and usually comitat-level laws were issued to this end. When absolutism was reinstated in the Austrian Empire at the end of the Napoleonic Wars, Latin returned and there were no further attempts at broadening the already established public sphere where Magyar was used. Liberalization brought about a new wave of Magyarization. Between 1830 and 1843, 28 new Magyarizing laws were issued in various comitats in Upper Hungary, before Magyar became the official language of entire Hungary in 1844. Even if Slavophone Upper Hungary's nobility invariably saw themselves as an integral part of Natio Hungarica, when the novel ethno-linguistic entity of the Magyar nation began to emerge, they tended to side with it. These nobles perceived the novel process of nation-building through the spectacles of estate differentiation. For them, there was no contradiction as long as peasants remained beyond the pale. In the eyes of this nobility, the Magyar nation appeared as coterminous with the Hungarian natio, not unlike in the case of the Polish-Lithuanian nobility who, until the mid-1860s, basically equated the Polish nation with themselves and the Polish-speaking intelligentsia. There was no place for Polish-speaking peasants or non-Polonophone middle class in this early concept of ethnically construed Polish nation. Understandably, many a Slavophone nobleman of Upper Hungary accepted the newly codified Magyar language as his national language and mother tongue to be used in everyday life. Slovak nationalists disparagingly dubbed these Slavophone noblemen of Upper Hungary turned ethnic Magyars as Magyarans. They borrowed this term from Croat nationalists, who had coined it, Magyarans d, for branding a similar pro-Magyar attitude widespread among the Croatian aristocracy and the Croatian nobility in the Comitat of Zagreb. 449. The Lutheran pastor Jan Koller, Johann Koller, 1793–1852, and Safarik, a scholar of Lutheran background, were the first significant Slavic speakers of Upper Hungary to emphasize the ethnic difference of the region's Slavophone population vis-a-vis the rest of Hungary's inhabitants. They did not support any independent Slovak national movement but rather foresaw its union with the Czechs, which together would constitute a part of some pan-Slavic nation. For instance, Koller declared, in Latin, Ego hente Slavus, I am a Slav, and the members of his congregation he served at Pest spoke Slovak/Slavic and German. The clergy was the only social force, which for the sake of the better understanding of the gospel among their Slavophone parishioners, took into account their linguistic distinctiveness. These clergymen did not sympathize with the Magyarone nobility, but they did not appeal for some ethnically based Slovak nation, either. Koller's 1821 article Etwas über die Magyarisierung der Slawen in Ungarn, on Magyarization of the Slavs in Hungary, was written for the sake of defending civic rights in Hungary, and not to promote Slavic or Slovak ethnic nationalism. In addition, the confessional cleavage between Catholics and Protestants still ran deeper among Upper Hungary's Slavophone peasants than any ethnic difference. Catholics, who accounted for 6/7 of the population, used Brno-Latina while Protestants Biblitina as their written languages, which fortified the confessional divide. The first Slovak newspaper in Biblitina Titanik and Obsisis Kralovska Narodní Noviny, the weekly, or the Imperial Royal National Newspaper, 1812-1818, appeared in Prespig. But during the 1830s, Magyarization pressure brought both religious communities closer together. In 1834, they established the Spolok Milovnikov Rci Literatury Slovenskej, Association of Lovers of the Slovak Language and Literature, and published their periodical Zora, Aurora, in Biblitina and Brno-Latina. The divide was crossed and the ethnonym Slovak, Slovenský, started entering the common usage. But the emergence of ethnic Slovak nationalism was due to the radicalism of the new generation of Slavophone Lutheran intelligentsia. Their leader was Ludwig Stur, 1815–1856. In response to Kossuth's program of ethno-national Magyarization of Hungary, they authored in 1842 the Slovenský prestany Prospopis, Slovak regional written request, which was delivered to Chancellor Klemens von Metternich, 1773–1859. This document asked the emperor to protect the Slovak language and Slovak language schools. It further requested a separate censor for Slovak books, a chair for the Slovak language at the University of Pest, and the use of Latin instead of Magyar in church registers. Vienna disregarded this petition, while this document enraged Magyar authorities and reformers. The failure also taught Stur that for his later political actions he should seek support among Catholic Slovaks, who constituted the vast majority of the Slovaks. At that time, the question of language was not so much pressing for Slavophone Catholics, as priests tended to accommodate the linguistic needs of their parishioners and 450. Latin remained the sole official and liturgical language of the Catholic Church until the late 1960s. In 1844, Stur established the Slovak Cultural and Educational Society Tatran 9 in Liptov St. Nikolaus, Liptovský Svätý Mikuláš. A year later, having placated Vienna with his repeated pledges of loyalty to the Habsburgs and the political order established at the Congress of Vienna, 1815, Stur was allowed to publish the Slovak newspaper, Slovenské národné noviny, Slovak national newspaper. In 1846, he published his first treatise, Nerkja Slovenského alebo potreba písa v tomto nerkja, the Slovak dialect and the need to write in this dialect, Prespig, which was closely followed by his Náuka Rci Slovenskej, Grammar of the Slovak Language, Prespig. With this grammar, on the basis of the central Slavophone dialects of Upper Hungary, Stur codified the Slovak language as separate from Czech. The first book printed in this language was the second volume of the literary annual Nitra, 1844. The previous volume had been published in Biblitina. Nutra, Nitra, is an old city, the beginnings of which date back to the times of Greater Moravia. In his 1780 work, Papinek had pointed to this polity as the possible beginning of statehood-oriented history for the Slavs in Upper Hungary. 4 years later, Georgius Skolner, 1745–1790, published his Latin history of Greater Moravia, Vetississimus Magni Moraviae, Prespig, and the incursion of the Magyars, who had destroyed this Slavic state. Since that time, Greater Moravia had continued to feature in Slovak national mythology as their first nation-state. Following this obvious knowledge, Stur had organized trips since 1836 to the ruins of the Greater Moravian stronghold in Theban, Devon, near Prespig. The historical linguistic basis of Slovak nationalism was ready. Nitra's editor, Josef Miloslav Herban, 1817–1888, was one of Stur's Lutheran friends. Herban famously proclaimed that it was the Slovak language that has resurrected Slovakia. On the ideological platform described above, Stur was elected in 1847 to the Hungarian Diet from the town of Altsol, Zvolen. It was the first significant political success of Slovak nationalism. Boyan and Masok 1851, 10, Juravisi 1980, 213, Giza 2000, 31, 36, Mikas 1973, 22, Armis 1973, 169–176, Petro 1995, 44–45, 66–67, Repent 1947, 50–51, 241–246, Toma and Kovaci 2001, 27, 29–32, Viator 1908, 59–89. Transylvania was a transitory case between Croatia, perceived as aspirate entity within the Kingdom of Hungary, and Upper Hungary, which seemed to the Magyar nobility an integral part of the state. After the victorious wars with the Ottoman Empire and the uprising of the Magyar nobility led by the Transylvanian Prince Rákóczi, Vienna reiterated the religious freedom accorded to the nations of Magyars, Zeklers, and Saxons, 1691, but separated it from the rest of Hungary in order to directly administer this region. At the beginning of the 1770s, Transylvania's population of 1,066,000, less the military border with the Ottoman Empire, was composed of 558,000 Orthodox Christians, 140,000 Calvinists, 131,000 Lutherans, 119,000 Greek Catholics, Uniats, 451, 89,000 Catholics, and 29,000 Unitarians. Lutherans usually represented the German-speaking Saxons. The vast majority of Calvinists, Catholics, and Unitarians represented Magyars and Zeklers, 250,000. But Orthodox Christians and Greek Catholics, who added up to 677,000, or 63.5% of the total, were the Romancephone Wallachians. Throughout the 18th century, the Transylvanian Diet repeatedly refused to recognize the Greek Catholics, that is, Wallachians, as the fourth natio of this land, though at the end of the 17th century, the Orthodox clergy had signed a union with the Catholic Church exactly for this purpose. The political struggle brought about the rise of the Wallachian Uniat Cultural Center in Blazendorf, Blaj, in this town. Beginning in 1754, Wallachian religious schools opened with Church Slavonic and Wallachian as languages of education. This gave rise to educated clergy collectively known as the Scola Ardeleanae, Transylvanian School. 30 years later, in 1784, the Josephine reforms overhauled the old order. German replaced Latin and Magyar as Transylvania's official language, the Zekler and Saxon autonomous territories disappeared, and the region was divided into 11 regular comitats. In the wake of these changes, the Wallachian peasants started a revolt demanding an end to all serfdom obligations, which was crushed in 1785. Leopold II, who ascended the throne in 1790, was expected to do away with most of the sweeping changes introduced by his predecessor. Before the monarch convened the Transylvanian Diet, 1791, Greek Catholic leaders drafted the Supplex Libellis Vallicorum, supplication of the Wallachians to the monarch, so as to prevent any worsening of the legal status of the Wallachians. The authors of this supplication drew on, and developed the ideas of the Greek Catholic bishop, Ion Innocent Micu Klein, 1692–1768, who identified the Dacians and Trajans Roman colonists as the ancestors of the Wallachians in Transylvania, Wallachia, and Moldavia. The supplication requested official recognition for the Wallachians, gentis Vallicaci, as Transylvania's fourth natio, irrespective of their religion and non-noble social status, and the use of Wallachian names for localities where Wallachians constituted the majority of the inhabitants. The emperor passed this document to the Diet at Klausenburg, which indignantly rejected it. Despite this, the supplication became the program of the later religious leaders of the Wallachians, and ethnic Romanian nationalists chose to refer to it during the first half of the 19th century. Since the end of the 18th century, Russia regularly had warred with the Ottoman Empire. In the 1820s, Greece emerged as the first semi-independent Balkan nation-state, before gaining full formal independence in 1832. In the Treaty of Adrianople, Edirne, 1829, St. Petersburg made the Sultan grant autonomy to Wallachia and Moldavia, which Russia guaranteed be occupying both these principalities until 1834. The Russian administration granted both states organic statutes, constitutions, and in 1846 to 1847, they contracted 452. A customs union. Between 1782 and 1846, 37 Wallachian language periodicals appeared in Wallachia and Moldavia, and the first daily, Romania, started publishing in 1838 in Bucharest. There emerged consensus among the intellectual and governing circles of both principalities that the ethnonym Romanian should replace the erstwhile Wallachian, as Bishop Ion Innocent Micu Klein had proposed in the 18th century. Ethnic Romanian nationalism had much better conditions for development in Wallachia and Moldavia than in Transylvania, tightly controlled by Vienna and the Magyar nobility. But prior to 1848, 6 Wallachian language periodicals appeared in Transylvania, including the Gazetted Transylvania, Transylvanian newspaper, 1848, which was read in Bucharest. A member of the still active Transylvanian school, Petru Meyer, 1761–1821, published his Istoria pentru începutul Romanilor in Dacia, History of the Origin of the Romanians in Dacia, in Buda in 1812. At that time, a controversy flared up whether the claim was true at all. First, German-speaking scholars disagreed and claimed that Wallachians arrived in Transylvania from the Balkans in the early Middle Ages. Magyar intellectuals followed this line of thought, while Romanian national scholars stood fast by the theory that maintains the historical continuity of Romanian settlement in Transylvania, Wallachia, and Moldavia since antiquity. Meanwhile, Romanian leaders protested against forced Magyarization, especially in the first half of the 1840s. Further, Wallachian/Romanian and Slovak opposition to Magyarization, and requests for wider use of non-Magyar languages were voiced most vociferously in 1848. It is important to note that the squabble about language did not affect the German-speaking Swabians and Saxons living in Hungary. The introduction of German in 1784 played into their hands. Even when this decision was revoked, German maintained its privileged position in their communities and throughout the Austrian Empire. Magyar nobility had no legal or economic power to apply Magyarization policies on them. It was the German speakers themselves, who, on the basis of traditional patriotism of Natio Hungarica, chose to learn Magyar so as to become part of the forming Magyar nation. This did not mean resigning from German, which Magyar nobility and intellectuals sought to acquire, perceiving it as more developed and useful than Magyar. Hence, unlike the other instances discussed above, the rise of Magyar nationalism did not incite German ethnic nationalism. The slight exception to the rule were some of Transylvania's Saxons, who disagreed with the loss of privileges they had enjoyed before the scrapping of their status of a separate natio. Last but not least, Serbs living in Hungary's Vojvodina, Vajdasig, 10 had their important journal Srpsk Narodni Novine, Serbian National News, published in Pest. They leaned more to Magyar reformism than to Serbian radical nationalism. But the Magyar elites remained worried that sooner or later Vojvodina Serbs might espouse the program of Serbia's territorial expansion into the lands of Tsar Dušan's, reign 1344–1355, Serbian Empire, as proposed in 1844 by 453. Serbia's interior minister, Ilija Garazanin, 1812–1874. Magyar nationalists saw this Serbian goal as part of some larger Pan-Slav conspiracy that would help Russia dominate all the Slav-speaking and Orthodox lands at the cost of tremendous territorial losses to Hungary, Austria, and the Ottoman Empire. They did not distinguish between callers pro-Austrian Austroslavism and secessionist and pro-Russian Panslavism. The policy of Magyarization that pitted Magyar against all other languages spoken in Hungary overshadowed such significant differences and fueled what was called a virtual war of languages, especially in Croatia and Upper Hungary, Bule 1998, 65, 72–74, Castellan 1989, 107, 110–113, 127, Cox 2002, 16, Magoxi 2002, 65–66, Molnar 2001, 180–181, Prodin 1971, 10, 16–17, 407, Aradudio and Guillemont 1975, Spira 1977, 2–3. The War of Independence. The revolutions of 1848 were the embodiment of the political hopes of Europe's nationalists, who called this period the springtime of peoples, Volkerfrühling in German. First uprisings, identified with this period, broke out in Palermo and Naples. Further, revolutionary unrest followed on February 23 in Paris, on March 13 in Vienna, and 5 days later in the Prussian capital of Berlin. On May 18, the German National Assembly convened in Frankfurt. It was the formative event that translated the ideas of German nationalism into the vocabulary of politics. The Habsburgs were faced with the stark choice. The German Confederation, established in 1815, comprised the predominantly German-speaking states of the former Holy Roman Empire, including the western, non-Hungarian, section of the Habsburgs' realms. Choosing German nationalism would destroy their multi-ethnic empire. The Habsburgs opted for fortifying their rule in the Austrian Empire. In the longer run, it meant losing to Prussia the battle for dominance in Germanophone Central Europe. After Berlin defeated Vienna in the 7 Weeks' War, 1866, the way for establishing the first Central European nation-state was open. In 1871, the German Empire was founded. In June 1848, in the Bohemian capital Prague, the Czech historian and national leader, František Palacký, convened the Slav Congress to counterbalance the German National Assembly in Frankfurt. Various Slavic ethnic groups of the Austrian Empire were represented in greatest numbers. Efforts to attract Poles failed, because Polish leaders, like their Magyar counterparts, believed that any kind of Panslavism must play into the hands of Russia. In the eyes of Polish nationalists, the Russian Empire was the largest obstacle in the way of re-establishing Poland-Lithuania as a Polish nation-state. Like the Magyars, Polish leaders were not interested in Austroslavism, which, if successful, would prevent incorporation of Galicia into the future Polish nation-state. The sudden weakening of Vienna's hold on the empire was the moment when Kossuth forced his radical program on the Pressburg Diet. On March 15, the 454 12 points were published without permission of the censor, together with the flamboyant national song by the poet Sándor Petőfi, 1823–1849. Rise, Magyar! Is the country's call. The time has come, say one and all. Shall we be slaves, shall we be free? This is the question, now agree. For byth Magyares God above. We truly swear. We truly swear the tyrant's yoke. No more to bear. Since then, Petőfi overshadowed Vörösmarty in stature as a national poet of the Magyars. The emperor bowed to these demands and allowed for the forming of a separate Hungarian government and national assembly, in place of the Diet, establishment of the Hungarian National Bank and National Army, Honvédség 11, introduction of the national currency, forint, and the union with Transylvania. Despite his bitter disagreements with Kossuth, Székely also joined the first Hungarian government headed by Count Lajos Batthyány, 1806–1849. Against the interest of the Magyar nobility, the government did away with serfdom. It learned from the Polish mistakes. The Polish 1830–1831 uprising 12 collapsed and the 1846 one never took off, because the Polish-Lithuanian nobility refused to free their serfs. By excluding the peasantry from the commonality of the nation, Polish leaders conserved the Polish-Lithuanian natio, and, thus, prevented the emergence of the Polish ethnic nation until the end of the 19th century. In contrast, already in 1848, Magyarophone peasants began to enter the Magyar nation and espouse Magyar nationalism. The Polish national leaders failed to learn this lesson again. Hence, the 1863–1864 uprising was defeated, because not the Polish-Lithuanian nobles, but the Tsar freed peasants from serfdom. Encouraged by the Magyar success, Hungary saw their national movements also tabled their own demands. Vienna, preoccupied with the revolutionary events in Austria, Venetia, and Bohemia, did not intervene. The emperor trusted that the avalanche of various national demands in Hungary would check the radicalism of the Magyars. At the end of March 1848, the Sabor, Croatian National Assembly in Zagreb, adopted the national demands, Narodna Zadovoljevanja, which appealed for the establishment of the Triune Kingdom of Croatia, Slavonia, and Dalmatia within the Hungarian framework of the Austrian Empire. Basically, Croatian leaders wanted the same rights as the Magyars had already won. On 3–5 May, a meeting at Blazendorf, known as the National Assembly, gathered over 40,000 Romanians, Wallachians. They protested against the incorporation of Transylvania into Hungary, demanded official status for the 455 Romanian language in Transylvania, as well as an equal status as natio for the Transylvanian Romanians. On May 11, the Slovak General Gathering in Liptau St. Nicolaus adopted a declaration known as the Demands of the Slovak Nation, Žiadosti Slovenského národa. Slovak leaders demanded official recognition of the Slovaks as a nation, official status for the Slovak language in Upper Hungary's predominantly Slovakophone areas, reorganization of Hungary into a country of equal nations each with its own parliament, and equal representation for all the nations living in Hungary. To complicate matters even further, Serbs demanded autonomy, and Transylvanian Saxons, like Romanians, opposed union of their region, Zaszek, or Saxon Autonomous Territory in Transylvania, with Hungary. The Hungarian government rejected the demands of the national minorities. This made the minority leaders distrustful of Hungary and fortified their support for the emperor as the only force that could prevent the emergence of a unified Magyar nation-state. Serbs in Banat, eastern Vojvodina, embarked on a revolt against royal, Magyar, forces. The Slovaks were on the brink of rebellion. Later, they even organized a group of pro-Austrian volunteers, who entered Upper Hungary from Moravia, but proved an ineffectual force that failed to instigate a Slovak military rising. Actually, more Slovaks joined the Magyar Honved militia. Similarly, the Slovak National Council's September 19 declaration of separation of Slovakia from Hungary did not elicit any meaningful support among Upper Hungary Slavic speakers. Vienna helped to equip the Croatian army commanded by the Ban, governor, of Croatia, General Josip Jelacic, also Joseph Jelacic or Jelacic, 1801–1859, who attacked Hungary on September 11. Soon Austrian forces joined the war. 13 In December, Francis Joseph ascended the throne. Magyar leaders refused to recognize him as king because he had not been crowned in Hungary. At the end of February 1849, the emperor abolished the 1848 laws that had legalized the Magyar Revolution. On April 13, the Defense Committee presided by Kossuth, declared the independence of Hungary and deposed the Habsburgs. That is why this war is known as the War of Independence in Magyar historiography. The two Polish generals, Józef Bem, 1794–1850, and Henryk Dębinski, 1791–1864, commanded Magyar armies in which numerous Polish volunteers also served. Russia was afraid that, if the Magyars won the war, the wave of national revolution could spill into their Kingdom of Poland. Bearing this possibility in mind, at Vienna's request, Russian imperial forces, 300,000 troops in total, fell on the Magyar armies in the second half of June. Kossuth fled the country. On August 13, the Magyar troops surrendered to the Russians at Vilagos, Syria. This defeat sent a wave of refugees, mostly aristocrats and intellectuals, to Western Europe, but also to the Ottoman Empire. Around 1,000 of them formed the center of Magyar intellectual life in Western 456 Europe. A similar group of Polish-Lithuanian émigrés had been active there since the defeat of their 1830–1831 uprising. To forestall the unavoidable, on July 29, at its last refuge, Zjeżdżan, the parliament emancipated Jews and passed the first law on national minorities. This law gave minorities the freedom to use their mother tongue at the local administrative level, in courts, in elementary education, and even in these detachments of the National Guard located in non-Magyarophone comitats. Later, Kossuth and his Magyar émigré political circle proposed the formation of a Danubian confederation of autonomous nation-states for all of Hungary's ethnic nations. All these measures and ideas came too late to save independent Hungary. The same mistake was repeated by the last Austro-Hungarian emperor, Charles I, ruled 1916–1918. He proclaimed federalization of the Austrian part of the dual monarchy on October 16, 1918, a mere half-month before the volley of declarations of independence that created numerous nation-states after World War I. This proclamation came too late to save Austria-Hungary, Castellan 1989, 128–129, Goldstein 1999, 68, Magoxi 2002, 78–79, Manova and Holik 2000, 196, Molnar 2001, 184–195, 246, Schultz 1998, 124–125, Seaton Watson 1965, 187, Toma and Kovaci 2001, 33–34. Magyar, the state language. In the aftermath of the revolutions and the Hungarian War of Independence, it was Vienna's turn to suppress nationalists and supporters of federalism. In 1850, Francis Joseph, like his late 18th-century predecessor Joseph II, set out on the absolutist policy of centralization. Transylvania, Croatia, Slavonia, and Vojvodina, renamed as the Serbian Voivodeship, were separated from Hungary. The kingdom's 46 historical comitats were replaced by 5 bureaucratic districts. No legislative bodies were convened. German was imposed as the official language of all the Austrian Empire. This period of neo-absolutism lasted for a decade. In 1859, Austria suffered a crushing defeat in Lombardia, unable to prevent the creation of the Italian nation-state. Vienna lost this province as well as dynastic control over Tuscany, Modena, and Lucca to Italy. In order to remain in the European club of great powers, the emperor set out on the course of liberalization in 1860, and the following year democracy began in the Austrian Empire with the founding of the bicameral Reichsrat, imperial parliament, in Vienna. With these measures a semblance of the pre-1848 order was introduced. But the concessions were too little for Magyar, Croatian, and Czech politicians who refrained from participating in the Reichsrat. This continual obstruction of its activities led the emperor to suspend it in 1865. A year later, Prussia defeated the Austrian Empire that stood in the way of the German nation-state. Simultaneously, Vienna lost Venetia. 457. In order to preserve the empire, Francis Joseph could federalize it or share power with a partner. He chose the latter solution, accepting Ferenc Daox, 1803–1876, 1865 proposal of Ausgleich, Kigizes in Magyar, or compromise. In 1867, the Hungarian National Assembly assembled in Pest and the Reichsrat in Vienna agreed to transform the Austrian Empire into the dual monarchy, composed of the Kingdom of Hungary, and the kingdoms and countries represented in the Reichsrat. The latter part of the monarchy became known as the Austrian Empire. The Magyars received their own nation-state, composed of historical Hungary, including Transylvania, Croatia, and the Serbian voivodeship, Vojvodina. Organizing their state, Magyar politicians hoped to emulate the French centralistic model, complete with one language only. In 1873, Buda, Pest, and Óbuda were merged into the new Hungarian capital of Budapest. What united Hungary with Austria were the common institutions of the army, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the person of the monarch, who reigned as king in Hungary and as emperor in Austria. Kossuth prophesied that the 1867 Ausgleich would prove disastrous for the Magyar nation. On the contrary, Hungary developed as never before. The only dent in the unity of the Magyar nation-state was Croatia-Slavonia. Due to the province's long-established status of legal separateness, the Hungarian government had to contract a 1868 Nagadba, compromise, with the Croatian Sabor. This document closely followed the Ausgleich. The Croats were officially recognized as a nation with the right to cultural autonomy within Hungary, but had to cede the Adriatic port Fiume, Rijeka, which was incorporated directly into Hungary, and agree to the subjection of the Croatian band to the Hungarian government. Unlike in the case of the Austro-Hungarian Ausgleich, the Nagadba was a compromise of unequal partners. The Nagadba declared the founding of the Triune Kingdom of Croatia, Slavonia, and Dalmatia, but it remained a dead letter in the case of the last province. Vienna did not agree to any union of Croatia-Slovenia with Dalmatia, which remained in the monarchy's Austrian section. But the Croats openly and Vienna and Budapest tacitly treated all three provinces as the Croatian nation-state. This was a predicament similar to that suffered by Czech nationalism, which futilely appealed to Vienna to recreate a union of Bohemia, Moravia, and Austrian Silesia. In addition, to ensure the working majority in the Reichsrat in the face of the growing Czech obstructionism, Vienna also granted broad cultural and political autonomy to Thepoles in Galicia. In this general shape, Austria-Hungary survived until its dissolution in 1918. Numerous Magyar and Polish politicians served as common ministers of Austria-Hungary and prime ministers of the Austrian government. On the contrary, only ethnic Magyars staffed the governments of Hungary. The Austro-German alliance fortified the position of the dual monarchy in Europe and shielded Vienna's interests in the Balkans from Russian, which hoped to extend its 458 influence there among Orthodox Slavic speakers. In 1878, Austria-Hungary occupied the Ottoman province of Bosnia-Herzegovina and annexed it in 1908. This made the dual monarchy a main player in the Balkans and also in the national politics of the South Slavs. Hungary reached its zenith of liberalism and stability during the long term of Kálmán Tisza's, 1830–1902, government, which lasted from 1875 to 1890. In 1896, Hungary celebrated the millennium of the Magyar conquest of their country. No efforts were spared to make this event memorable. The Magyar nation rejoiced in its Magyar nation-state. The attraction of this success was such that almost 1 million Hungarian Jews adopted Magyar as their mother tongue, as they did German in Germany and Austria. A similar feat in willing cultural and linguistic assimilation of Jews was not repeated further east until the establishment of the Soviet Union. Other ethno-linguistic national minorities living in Hungary opposed Magyarization, which, especially after 1895, became official policy despite the 1868 nationalities law that guaranteed the minorities elementary education in their mother tongues. The 1868 law on popular education provided by the state did not help the minorities, because it furthered the use of Magyar in state schools. Initially, it did not matter much because most school children attended denominational schools owned by various churches. These schools provided education in minority languages. In 1907, elementary education was made free and compulsory, but it was to be provided only through the medium of the Magyar language. By that time, most churches had bowed to the Magyarizing pressure and withdrawn minority languages as a medium of instruction from the denominational schools. The only possibility for education in minority languages was in private schools founded by the minorities themselves in the face of the staunch opposition of the Hungarian state administration. The idea of Magyar ethnic nationalism did not merge well with the reality on the ground. Half of Hungary's inhabitants did not speak Magyar, the influence of Magyarization was especially weak in rural areas, and refused to consider themselves members of the ethnically defined Magyar nation. To the minorities, usually narrow, elites, it was the betrayal of the centuries-long ideal of Natio Hungarica, and left them no choice but to become leaders of various emerging ethno-linguistic national movements, which coalesced in the face of increasingly forced Magyarization. Magyarization worked best in the case of Jews, who did not have their own national movement, until the turn of the 20th century, or nation-state to which they could look for help and support. Israel was founded in 1948. Almost all of them spoke Magyar and over 55% identified themselves as Magyars, in 1910. Between 1867 and 1918, 75,000 changes of surnames were registered, quite a rise from 2179 surname changes in the years 1835 to 1866. Almost 60% of the changes were carried out with regard to Jewish surnames, almost 20% with regard to German surnames, almost 459. 15% with regard to Slovak surnames, 3.5% with regard to Magyar surnames, 3% with regard to Romanian surnames, and 2% with regard to Croatian surnames. Out of all the non-Magyars, including Jews, only 16.4% of them knew Magyar in 1890, and only 0.4% more 10 years later. The share of Magyars in Hungary's population, without Croatia, rose from 41.5% in 1850 to 46.7% in 1880 and 54.5% in 1910. Hence, Magyarization worked though more slowly than Budapest hoped. But should Croatia be included in this calculation, the Magyars constituted a mere 45.4% of Hungary's population in 1900. During World War I, it proved too weak a legitimization for historical Hungary put in the role of Magyar nation-state. The Allies agreed that Central Europe should be reorganized on ethno-national basis. There was no place for multi-ethnic and multilingual Austria-Hungary on the political map of Europe. In autumn 1918, a cascade of declarations of independence followed. Czechs, Slovaks, Poles, and Southern Slavs proclaimed their separation. Washington recognized the right of Transylvania's Romanians to self-determination. Rump Austria declared its independence. Hungary belatedly separated itself from its king, hoping to preserve territorial integrity. In agreement with the provisions of the Trianon Treaty, 1920, Hungary lost 2/3 of its territory and 3/5 of its population to Czechoslovakia, Romania, the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats and Slovenes, Austria, Poland, and Italy. This rump Hungary became almost ethnically homogeneous, with 90% of Magyars, 7% German speakers, and 2% Slovaks. On the other hand, the Magyars remaining beyond this new Hungary's borders, as national minorities, numbered 1.7 million in Romania, 1 million in Czechoslovakia, 0.6 million in the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats and Slovenes, and 26,000 in Austria. Goldstein 1999, 81-84, Gianni etal 2004, 286, Nazivi 1989, 91, Kochanowski 1997, 67-68, Kintler 1999, 282, Copy S 2001, 145-146, Molnar 2001, 202, 207-227, 242, 246-248, Puttkamer 2004, 98, Zass 1989, 48, Viator 1908, 434-435. The political events of the years 1849 to 1918 are duly reflected in the development of the Magyar language. After 1849, German became the sole language of administration as well as the medium of education at the University of Pest and in secondary education. In 1856, it was decided to Germanize all secondary education within the following 6 years. All these Germanizing measures put Magyar on defense. As in the Polish case, when there was no state or even region identified as Hungary, language became the Magyars' Ersatz-Fatherland. Not surprisingly, the extreme purism of newly coined Magyar neologisms was the answer to Germanization. At that time, the vocabulary of natural sciences and technology was Magyarized, 40,000 terms, however, never to the point of replacing international terminology derived from Latin and Greek. Magyarophone secondary education was never fully Germanized, because political. 460. Liberalization intervened in 1860. It was allowed to reintroduce Magyar in administration and secondary education. But Vienna's acceptance extended also to Croatian and Slovak and 3 years later, to Romanian too. Interestingly, Sabor deputies had to choose the name of this language. From the proposed vernacular, Croatian Slavonian, Croatian or Serbian, and Yugoslavian, they settled for Yugoslavian. Vienna saw it as an unjustified political statement, which upheld the political significance of the 1850 Vienna Literary Agreement which proclaimed the Serbo-Croatian language. The following year, Croatian was affirmed as this language's proper name, which disentangled it from the politics of Yugoslavism and Panslavism, seen as irredentist or irresponsible by the Austro-Hungarian administration. In 1867, Magyar was elevated to the rank of sole official state language of Hungary with the partial exception of Croatia-Slavonia, where, in line with the provisions of the 1868 Nagodba, Croatian was to fulfill the role of the official language. With regard to other languages, the 1868 nationality law allowed for their unhindered use in elementary and secondary education, communal assemblies, and churches. This law specifically did not apply to Croatia, Slavonia, and Dalmatia but reaffirmed the right of Croatian deputies to speak in their language in the Hungarian parliament. After 1867, all place names were Magyarized and all university-level education was to be transmitted via the medium of this language at the University of Budapest, construed as the Magyar National University. The only exception to the official use of Magyar was the army's language of command. German remained in this position throughout Austria-Hungary. Magyar politicians took it as an offense to their nation, but the language of command was limited to some 150 specialized words, the proficient use of which never actually allowed a soldier to speak fluent German. The secure position of Magyar in post-Auschwitz-like Hungary did not mean that linguistic purism disappeared. Magyar intellectuals still perceived their national language as a poorer cousin of German in the dual empire. On the other hand, the national linguistic aspirations of the minorities made the Magyar language appear as a beleaguered fortress. As a result, the trend was to guard the language against any foreign influences. Understandably, the journal devoted to the development of Magyar was named Magyar Nyelv or the guardian of the Magyar language. It was established in 1872 and is published to this day. Within the Hungarian Academy of Sciences, the Magyar Nyelvi Bizottság, Commission for the Magyar Language, was founded in order to oversee and coordinate Magyar language politics in Hungary. Between 1862 and 1874, the 6 volumes of the first authoritative dictionary of Magyar, a Magyar Nyelvzodora, the dictionary of the Magyar language, were published in Pest. The Hungarian Academy of Sciences supported this groundbreaking work authored by István Csükszer and János Fogarasi. Unlike the similar dictionaries of the Polish and Czech languages, by Linda and Jungmann, 461, respectively, their Magyar counterpart was exclusively monolingual. In that it was similar to Jan Karlowicz's, 1900 to 1927, Słownik Języka Polskiego e.e. Csükszer and Fogarasi's Magyar dictionary constituted the necessary basis for the introduction of Magyar as the official language in almost all the public spheres of life in Hungary. Other lexicographic work supported by the Hungarian Academy of Sciences followed soon in emulation of similar dictionaries that made Western European languages into scientifically established entities. In 1890 to 1893, Gabor Sarvas, 1832 to 1895, and Zsigmond Simonyi's, 1853 to 1919, 3-volume Magyar Nyelvtörténeti Zótár, Historical Dictionary of the Magyar Language, was published. Each word in it is followed by its equivalent in Latin and German, not unlike in Lindus and Jungermann's dictionaries. Earlier than Karlowicz's Dictionary of the Polish Dialects, the 2 volumes of József Zinyi's, 1857 to 1943, Magyar Tagzótár, Dictionary of the Magyar Dialects, came off the press in 1893 and 1901, respectively. In 1914, the publication of Zoltán Gombóc, 1877 to 1935, and János Melika's Magyar Etymologiai Zótár, Etymological Dictionary of the Magyar Language, commenced but was never completed. Not surprisingly, all these works appeared in Budapest, which had been established as the very center of Magyar political, cultural, and economic life since the 1820s. While during the Great War Central Europe faced radical transformation in agreement with the national principle, Magyar, out of the other Central European languages, enjoyed the widest range of lexicographic and scholarly works that codified it and standardized its usage. Only German lexicography surpassed its Hungarian counterpart in this region of the old continent. An increase in the number of graduates from Magyarophone universities facilitated the process of standardization of the Magyar language and the dynamic spread of its use. A second Magyar language university was established at Kolozsvár, Cluj, Klausenburg, in 1872. 2 others were set up in 1910 in Pozsony, Bratislava, Prespig, and Debrecen. In 1895, the Jewish College was founded in Budapest, modeled on Paris's famous École Normale Supérieure. This college was named after Baron József Jewish, 1813 to 1871. He had introduced popular elementary education in Hungary, and together with Deák conceived the 1868 nationality law. The cultural, economic, and social life of the Magyar nation was played out in the arena of various associations. Their number skyrocketed from 579 in 1862 to 4,000 in 1881 and 10,000 in 1914. The publication of a Magyar Nyelvzodora was paralleled by the production of the 13 volumes of the first Magyar encyclopedia, Egyetem's Magyar Encyclopedia, the Universal Magyar Encyclopedia. From the denominational viewpoint, it was a Catholic encyclopedia that appeared between 1859 and 1876 at Eger. In its scope, this work followed the example of the Czech-language Encyclopedia Slovnik now CNY. However, it was only a Pallas Nagy Lexikona, Pallas Great Lexicon, that fully emulated the German-language conversation lexicon in extent, 800-page volumes, as well as in the illustrated material. This work of 18 volumes was 462. Brought out at Budapest in 1893 to 1904. This encyclopedia's enlarged edition in 21 volumes was published in 1925. Like Otov Slovnik now CNY in the Czech Republic, a Palisnagi Lexikona remains the most comprehensive encyclopedia in its country. Kamusella, 1838–1924, 2-volume A Magyar Nyelvvizsgálatos Zodara, Dictionary of the Magyar Language Reform, 1902–1908, Budapest, gathered the lexical achievement of the language reform. Out of the 10,000 entries recorded, 8,000 remain in current use. The broadly defined language reform movement produced around 100,000 coinages between the end of the 18th century and the beginning of the 20th century. Magyar thrives on these word standards. The 20th century coinages, prior to the fall of communism in 1989, accounted for less than 7% of all lexemes in use. The number of foreign words did not exceed the mark of 3%. These changes render many 18th century Magyar texts, particularly specialist ones, hardly intelligible to modern users of this language, especially due to the expunging of Latin and German linguistic loans. Castellan 1989, 144, Fodor 1983, 61–62, 79–84, Forgax 1998, 106, Goldstein 1999, 76, Janik and Gruhl 2002, 324–325, Kosa 1999, 71, Molnar 2001, 221–223, 230, 234, Toma and Kovaci 2001, 36, Viator 1908, 429–433. Paradoxically, when there was no political, cultural, or social force to endanger the elevated position of Magyar, the perceived insecurity of Magyar was at its highest. In 1905, it was even proposed that a central office for the protection of the Magyar language should be founded. Probably, it was a function of Budapest's policy of Magyarization. This policy took off after Deox and Eötvös's influence on Hungarian politics waned. The symbolic moment is 1875 when Tisza became the prime minister. In the same year, he ordered the closing of the Matica Slovenska, Slovak cultural organization, which had been established in 1863 in St. Martin, Tu Archanski Svätý Martin. A year earlier, the 3 Slovak language secondary schools were dissolved. Upon taking office, Tisza famously declared that there can be only one visible nation in the frontiers of Hungary. His stance was the logical conclusion of following the tenet of Magyar Politikai Nemzet, Hungarian/Magyar political nation, developed in the 1830s. It followed the French definition of nation that claimed all the inhabitants of France as the French nation. This did not blind Magyar politicians to the fact that one could distinguish various groups among Hungary's inhabitants, varying from one another in language or faith. But it made them into peoples, not nations. It was, however, up to the Magyars to mold the cultural and institutional shape of Hungary. In 1908, Kamusella, 1843–1915, formerly Prime Minister of Hungary, 1899–1903, stated in no uncertain terms, "The Magyars have conquered this country for the Magyars and not for others. The supremacy and the hegemony of the Magyars is fully justified." This act of conquest alone made them into the founders of the Hungarian/Magyar nation. This conflation of the civic and ethnic understanding of nation was made easy by the Hungarian usage. 463. Of Magyar, which can be translated as either Hungarian or Magyar. Pairs of 2 different words came in use to reflect this highly political distinction in Hungary's minority languages, for instance, Magyar vs Uher in Slovak, Madar vs Ugar in Croatian, Madzar vs Ugar in Slovenian, Magyar vs Ungur in Romanian, or Magyar vs Ungar in German. This development dates back to the 1840s when ethnic Magyar nationalism coalesced as the legitimizing ideology of Hungary. Magyarization was played out in the arena of language in blatant breach of the provisions of the nationality law. Because the status of official language was reserved for Magyar only, a good indicator of Magyarization was the medium of instruction in schools. The number of Magyarophone schools rose from 5819 in 1869 to 11,742 in 1906. During the same period, in Hungary proper, without Croatia, the number of schools with other languages as a medium of instruction plummeted. German ones from 1232 to 271, Romanian from 2569 to 2440, Slovak from 1822 to 241, Croatian and Serbian from 252 to 165, Ruthenian from 473 to 23. Transylvania's Romanians led the coalition of non-Magyar speakers against Magyarization in Hungary proper because they could look for guidance to Romania. Romania was founded on the basis of the 1859 union of Wallachia with Moldavia, and gained independence from the Ottoman Empire in 1878. The Transylvanian Romanians intensified their political and educational activities in the 1890s. In 1893, some Romanian, Slovak and Serbian leaders met in Vienna, and 2 years later in Budapest. In 1895, they formed a self-styled Congress of Nationalities and coordinated their activities against Magyarization. But without too much success, in 1897 Budapest Magyarized the still Germanophone place names in Transylvania. Earlier, Czech leaders had shunned closer contacts with Slovaks, because they limited their national postulates to the historical lands of the Czech crown, namely, Bohemia, Moravia, and Austrian Silesia. Forging a link with Upper Hungary's Slovaks would go against this logic, as Upper Hungary had never belonged to the Czech crown. On the other hand, such a move would irk Budapest to the detriment of Czech national aspirations in the Reichsrat. However, the loyalty and cooperation of Magyar-dominated Hungary and the Galician Poles ensured Vienna saw no point to grant any serious concessions to the Czechs. The new generation of Czech nationalists supported cooperation with the Slovaks on a purely ethno-linguistic basis. In 1896, a group of Prague intellectuals called for the creation of a Czechoslovak language. 2 years later, the Československá jednota, Organization of Czechoslovak Unity, was founded, and Hlas, Voice, the mouthpiece of supporters of Czechoslovakism, started publishing at Prague. Interestingly, like Kossuth in his exile program for a Danubian confederation, the Romanian intellectual Aurel Popovici, 1863–1917, proposed in 1906, federalizing the dual monarchy into a United States of Greater Austria. 464. Although this project met with great reservations on the part of Romanian leaders, it annoyed Magyar politicians and convinced them to press on with Magyarization. Federalization would deprive them of Hungary as their greater Magyar nation-state. They also saw the development of the Czechoslovak movement as a clear sign of panslavism that would play into Russia's hands, thus endangering the continued existence of Austria-Hungary. The only part of Hungary legally exempted from the direct pressure of Magyarization was Croatia-Slavonia. After the Nagodba, the Croatian nation and its language were officially recognized. This agreement even required the Hungarian king to say his coronation oath also in Croatian. In 1874, the Croatian language university opened in Zagreb. The limiting of the Nagodba commenced with the 1881 liquidation of the military frontier, which led to the incorporation of this region into Croatia-Slovenia. As a result, in the enlarged province, the share of Serbs grew to 1/4 in the population of 2.6 million, and partly unmade this province character as ersatz Croatian nation-state. In 1881, the display of the bilingual Magyar-Croatian coat of arms at the Financial Administration building in Zagreb sparked demonstrations that turned into a veritable language war, and required imposition of a state of emergency. Croatia's modern ethno-linguistic national movement emerged from this commotion. Kalmantaza's long premiership was paralleled by Count Károly Könhitervari's, 1849–1918, term in office as the Ban of Croatia from 1883 to 1903. He played Croats against Serbs, which allowed him to ignore the Nagodba and further Budapest's policy of Magyarization. In 1883, Könhidérvary introduced Hungarian national symbols in common Hungarian-Croatian offices located in Croatia-Slavonia. In 1892, he ordered Magyarization of place names in Croatia. In 1903, Hungary rejected Croatian demands for financial independence. The ban quelled demonstrations, and suppressed the Croatian press. This led to cooperation between Croats and Serbs, however a Sabor majority in 1908, just in time to condemn the annexation of Bosnia-Herzegovina. Budapest replied in kind, making Magyar the operative language on Croatian railways, the last non-Magyarized common Hungarian-Croatian institution. Moreover, in Croatia-Slavonia's schools for civil servants, Magyar was made into the medium of instruction. The tension never ceased. Later, ethnic Croatians were nominated to the position of ban, but this failed to placate Croatian nationalists. In 1912, the Sabor was dissolved and the Croatian constitution was suspended. The following year, Magyar inscriptions were removed from public buildings, but the offending bilingual coat of arms remained in place. Boya 1977, 107-125, Castellan 1989, 147-148, Forgax 1998, 107, Goldstein 1999, 92-93, Jassy 1929, 321, Johnson 1985, 43-44, Nazivici 1989, 92-94, Copy S 2001, 40-42, Kostiki 1963, Kolasek 1964, 354, Lukács 1988, 126, Maxwell 2004, Varga 1993, 42, Viator 1908, 213, 437. 465. The politicization of language that led to national conflict in Hungary should not overshadow the everyday practice of multilingualism. More often than not it was pragmatic, peaceful, and grassroots. A person wishes, first of all, to lead a satisfying life in any social and political circumstances. In Hungary the growing excesses of Magyarization inevitably added to the gradual radicalization of the population, especially the educated elites of the minorities. But rebellions arise only when a large section of society has nothing to lose, or something substantial to gain. This time arrived in Austria-Hungary after the economic, political, and social tribulations of the Great War. Only then was the situation ripe for a change, but not without the active involvement of the leaders of various national movements. After 1918, the Allies necessarily played the role of midwife to this novel reality of ethno-linguistic nation-states desired by these movements. The best example of the everyday practice of multilingualism at the grassroots level was the phenomenon of children exchange in the region of Pasini. Since the Turkish wars in the 16th century, it had been a multilingual area where in the same locality vernaculars spoken at home and in streets could be labeled as Croatian, German, Magyar, and Slovak. This multiplicity of idioms obstructed communication, because these languages were not mutually comprehensible, with the exception of Slovak and Croatian. In the latter case, Slavic commonality allowed for imperfect communication between Slovak and Croatian speakers. Faced with this predicament, burghers and villagers developed their own practical solution. Schools were of no help. They did not cater to everybody and offered education exclusively in Latin first, then in German, and later in Magyar with little concessions for other languages. These concessions had largely disappeared by the beginning of the 20th century. Families exchanged their children with neighbors in a locality or the vicinity. Living for 1 to 3 months as members of such an exchange family, the children acquired its home language. As a result, before reaching adulthood all the children were practically quadrilingual, even if illiterate when they attended no school. The system survived until World War I, but in a more personalized manner it continued well into the 1960s, especially in the case of Magyars living in Czechoslovakia. They made sure their children would become proficient in Slovak by sending them to live with their Slovak-speaking friends. The multi-ethnic roots of today's Magyar culture show up in numerous Slavic and German surnames spelled in agreement with Magyar orthography. Interestingly, the most hailed Magyar national poet hero, Petőfi, was a son of an assimilated Serbian father and a Slovak mother. Similarly, the famous Polish national poet, Adam Mickiewicz, 1798–1855, was a son of a Jewish mother and a Polonized Ruthenian, Belarusian, noble, who inculcated him with patriotism to the defunct Grand Duchy of Lithuania, Liska 1996, Molnar 2001, 177, Snyder 2003, 28–29. 466. Another interesting phenomenon connected to the increasingly sterner policy of Magyarization in the Kingdom of Hungary during the Ausgleich period, 1867–1918, was Budapest's tacit acceptance of other languages at least in church, school, and local publications for ethnically non-Magyar populations, which remained or became staunchly pro-Magyar on the basis of traditional Hungarian civic patriotism. In the vision of such civic patriotism, Hungary was a home to all its inhabitants, irrespective of the various languages they might speak. At the end of the 19th century, it became obvious that the possibility of Hungarian civic nationalism lost with the attraction of its Magyar ethnic counterpart. But in many cases, religious difference and historical vicissitudes prevented some non-Magyar populations from merging with their close co-ethnics, who had already embarked on the reactive process of shaping their own ethnic nationalisms in reply to Magyarization. On the linguistic plane, the pro-Magyar, though ethnically non-Magyar, groups often expressed their political choice by using Magyar orthography to write their languages. This allowed for making the group's local dialects into languages separate from standard languages created by their co-ethnics engaged in various nation-building efforts. As a result, the standard languages were cast in the role of national languages. On the other hand, the pro-Magyar groups were content with diglossia, which prescribed the use of their languages in church, school, and local publications, while reserving for Magyar the elevated status of the language of state politics, administration, economy, and higher education. Most of the Slovaks were Catholics, but 1/7 of them professed Lutheranism. However, the Slavophone population of the Upper Hungarian Comitat of Saros, Saris, was Calvinist. Although Catholicism predominated among Magyars in the Habsburgs' Royal Hungary, most Magyars professed Calvinism in Transylvania, which made the religion a second national faith of the Magyar nation. Beginning in 1750, a handful of religious books in Magyar spelling were produced in the idiom of the Saros Slavic speakers. Unsurprisingly, they call it Saroskajizik, Saros language. Under the influence of developing Slovak nationalism but in opposition to it, the Saros speakers dubbed their language Ksist as Slovenska Recs, pure Slavic/Slovak language, at the close of the 19th century. At the beginning of the following century, with Budapest's support, they switched to standard Slovak spelling, but retained their pro-Magyar stance. The tradition of this literacy became part of the brief Slovjak national movement, which, in 1918, culminated in the establishment of the short-lived pro-Hungarian Slovjak People's Republic with its capital in Kassa, Košice. Later, neither Slovjaks nor politicians used Slovjak language and culture for political projects, with the exception of World War II, when Budapest again encouraged Slovjak separatism in order to improve on its legitimization of the annexation of southern Slovakia in 1938. After 1945, Slovjakism became East Slovak regionalism, and at the turn of the 21st century, Slovak linguists finally incorporated 467. The East Slovak, Slovjak, literacy into the canon of Slovak writings, under the novel name of Cultural Eastern Slovak, Kulturna Východo Slovenina. In the west of the Comitat of Zala, north of the river Mura, the Slavophone population of Lutherans and Catholics resided. In Slovenian, the area is referred to as Preek-Merge, or the land beyond the Mur. The Austrian-Hungarian administrative border and Protestantism isolated the Slavic-speaking group from their overwhelmingly Catholic co-ethnics in southern Styria, who became Slovenians. In the south, the river Mura separated them from another group of Slavic-speaking Catholics, who decided to identify as Croats. Although the latter lived next to the border of, not in, Hungary's autonomous Croatia Slavonia, their region was included in the Croatian Diocese of Agram, Zagreb, which proved crucial for their decision to adopt the Croatian national identity. The earliest Preek-Mergen manuscripts originated in the 17th century. The first Protestant book in the Preek-Mergen language came off the press in 1715, and the first Catholic one in 1780. The Preek-Mergen writers of both confessions used Magyar orthography, though they increasingly adopted diacritic letters common to Standard Croatian and Slovenian. As in the case of Standard Slovak, the diacritic letters were originally borrowed from Standard Czech. When Slovenian nationalism developed in the second half of the 19th century, the Preek-Mergens preferred to refer to themselves as Wins, and to their language as Hungarian Windish. After the Great War, the incorporation of Preek-Merge into the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes extinguished the Preek-Mergen literacy, which merged with the Slovenian literacy by the 1930s. Preek-Mergens continued to use their language in the United States and in the area of the town of Venceg, which remained in Hungary. South of Preek-Merge, in the northern corner of historical Croatia, between the rivers Drava and Sava, the Slavophone population expected protection from the Habsburgs' Royal Hungary during the wars with the Ottoman Empire. They spoke the Kajkavian dialect, which was distanced from the Kajkavian one in which early Croatian literature, written with the use of Italian orthography, flowered in southern Croatia and western Dalmatia. During the Reformation, Hungarian Calvinists inspired the use of written Kajkavian for proselytizing, which also meant the employment of Magyar spelling. The first book in Kajkavian was published in 1574. After the 1830s, Kajkavian literacy was largely extinguished, because the leaders of the nascent Croatian national movement settled on another dialect as the basis of their standard language, Stokavian, also shared by the Serbs, the Montenegrins, and Bosnia's Slavophone Muslims. Kajkavian intellectuals, many of whom professed Calvinism, remained more pro-Hungarian than the rest of the Croats, alienated from the latter by the making of Catholicism into the ideological basis of Croatian nationalism to the exclusion of Protestantism. However, the increasing danger of Magyarization convinced the Kajkavian intellectuals to adopt Croatian national identity. 468. The last Kajkavian book in Magyar spelling came off the press in 1859. When Kajkavian and Kajkavian literacy revived at the beginning of the 20th century, it was a reaction against the project of merging the Croats into a proposed Yugoslav, South Slav, or Great Serbian, nation. Indirectly, this movement played into the hands of Budapest and Vienna, which saw Yugoslavism as a danger to the dual monarchy. Kajkavian and Kajkavian writers used Croatian orthography, and after 1918, strove to reaffirm the separateness of the Croatian nation in Yugoslavia increasingly dominated by the Serbs. Although Kajkavian Croatian was written in Italian spelling, a group of Kajkavian-speaking refugees, who at the turn of the 16th century fled the advancing Ottoman armies to the safety of Burgenland in western Hungary, today, in eastern Austria, soon adopted Magyar orthography. This gave rise to the Burgenland Croatian language. After the initial manuscripts produced in Burgenlandian during the 16th century, the first book in Burgenland Croatian was published in 1732. Because German, not Magyar, was the lingua franca of Burgenland, many Germanisms entered Burgenland Croatian. This still separates the language from the Kajkavian literacy in Croatia, even after the Burgenland Croats adopted modern Croatian orthography at the close of the 19th century in reply to the excesses of Magyarization. Due to the Germanophone character of Burgenland, most of the province was apportioned to Austria in 1921. Burgenland literacy survives there to this day. In 1738 to 1741, a similar group of Slavophone refugees arrived from the Rhodope Mountains in historical Bulgaria, and settled in Hungary's Banat. Their ancestors converted to Catholicism under the influence of the Franciscans from Bosnia, busy uprooting Bogomilism. In 1616, Vienna coaxed the Sultan to grant religious freedom to Catholics in the Ottoman Empire. However, the Catholic converts became the target of Ottoman fury when in 1688, Austria used them to stage an anti-Ottoman uprising in Chiprovtsi, today in northwestern Bulgaria. The refugees settled in the vicinity of the town of Vinga, today in Romania, south of the Maros, Mursul, river. They referred to themselves as Polychians, which was a vague memory of persisting Manichaeism in the Balkans. It dates back to the Byzantine times, when in 970, 200,000 Armenians guilty of belonging to the Polychian sect were expelled from the Caucasus to the Balkans. But their heresy survived, and in the 11th century, gave rise to Bogomilism in Bosnia. The first book in Polychian, Banat Bulgarian, was published in 1851, it employed a mixed Magyar-Slovenian orthography. The 1866 textbook of the language dropped the glottonym Polychian in favor of Bulgarian, and adopted a version of Croatian spelling. This change was dictated by Budapest's policy of Magyarization, but their Catholicism prevented the Banat Bulgarians from accepting Cyrillic-based Standard Bulgarian. After World War I, Banat was divided between Romania and the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes. However, most of the Banat Bulgarians found themselves in Romania. In the 1930s, their literacy revived, but 469. In communist Romania they were treated as a Bulgarian minority, so they were not allowed to express their separate ethno-linguistic identity. This changed after the fall of communism, when the Banat Bulgarians again changed the name of their group and language from Bulgarian to Polychian. At the turn of the 18th century, Catholic Slavophone refugees from Dalmatia and Herzegovina and their Orthodox counterparts from Bosnia arrived in Hungary's Vojvodina, and settled mostly in the vicinity of Maria Thereziopol, Sabatka in Magyar, today Subotica in Serbia. The former went by the name Bunjevci and the latter by that of Sasai. The Sasai were less numerous and gradually converted to Catholicism. Both groups spoke close lyre-related varieties of the same dialect, Stokavian, which became the basis of Serbo-Croatian, and at present serves the same function for Standard Bosnian, Standard Croatian, and Standard Serbian. The first manuscript in the language of the Bunjevci and Sasai appeared in the 18th century. They were written in the Latin script with the use of Magyar orthography. With the rise of Magyarization pressure in the 1860s, Croatian and Serbian nationalists replied in kind by claiming the Bunjevci and Sasai as Croats or Catholic Serbs for their respective national projects. The clash of the three nationalisms cancelled out the influence of one another, which, as a result, preserved the Bunjevci and Sasai as separate groups. But the first books printed in their languages, which were published in the 1860s, employed Latin-based Croatian spelling in preference to Magyar orthography, which persisted in handwritten documents. Moreover, in 1899, 1,200 Sasai converted to Orthodoxy, which meant their gradual merger with the Serbs, whereas the remaining Catholic Sasai became indistinguishable from the Bunjevci. After 1918, Vojvodina was granted to the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes, but the separate Bunjevchan literacy survived in the interwar period. However, there was no place for it in communist Yugoslavia, because the logic of this federal state would require Belgrade to recognize them as a separate nation, an unwanted complication in the already staggeringly multinational autonomous Vojvodina. In the wake of the post-Yugoslav wars, in 2005, Belgrade recognized the Bunjevci as a national minority and their language as well in order to counter Zagreb's claim that they were part of the remaining Croatian minority in Serbia. In 2006, the subject Bunjevchan language and national culture was introduced to Bunjevchan schools. Apart from the aforementioned languages, often referred to as historical Hungary's micro-languages, which, at least initially, employed Magyar orthography, there were some that never did. In the ideological strife, which developed in the mid-1840s between the proponents of the then proposed Standard Slovak and those of Biblitina, or the biblical language, modeled on the Bohemian Chancery language of the Kralis Bible, Budapest sided with the latter. The supporters of Biblitina dubbed it Old Slovak, and made eth language into the sign of their loyalty to Hungary, while claiming that standard. 470. Slovak was part of the Pan-Slav danger. Budapest made Biblitina into an auxiliary language in Upper Hungary, and strove to limit the popularity of Standard Slovak. The latter gained wide following during the 3 last decades of the 19th century, and thus became the rallying point against Magyarization. Biblitina survived in its semi-official capacity until the turn of the 20th century. However, had it really stifled the development of Standard Slovak, as Budapest wished, the rise of Slovak nationalism might have been stunted or even stopped by presenting it as a mere appendage of the Czech national movement. Such a situation would have played into the hands of the Magyarizers, since the Czech leaders did not claim Upper Hungary, Slovakia, for a proposed Czech nation-state until the close of the Great War. A similar case is posed by the Carpatho-Ruthenian, Rusin, language. After the 1646 union signed at Ungvar, the Orthodox Slavophone population of eastern Upper Hungary, from the Comitat of Sorrows to the Comitat of Maramares today Maramures in Romania, entered the Catholic Church with their own Slavic liturgy. Maria Theresa changed their name of Uniats, considered derogative, to Greek Catholics. The oldest manuscripts in this region, invariably composed in Church Slavonic, date back to the 12th century. The local Slavic vernacular entered Cyrillic manuscripts as early as the 15th century under the influence of the Ruthenian literacy in Poland-Lithuania. It appears that the earliest book in Ruthenian was published in 1797. In 1848, the Ruthenian national movement developed more dynamically than that of the Slovaks. After 1867, Magyarization suppressed Ruthenian nationalism, and the Ruthenian language was renamed Hungarian Ruthenian. A handful of Ruthenian priests and intellectuals advocated the incorporation of their homeland to Russia, which caused Budapest to persecute the Ruthenians and to impose a Magyar-style Latin alphabet on their publications in 1916. In 1918, a pro-Ukrainian faction appeared as well. The Ruthenian homeland was incorporated into interwar Czechoslovakia under the name of Subcarpathian Ruthenia. Although Prague paid lip service to the development of the Ruthenian language, in reality, first Galician Ukrainian and then Russian was employed in Ruthenian schools. The Ukrainian faction proclaimed the independence of Carpathian Ukraine in 1939, but after a few days the Hungarian troops annexed the new nation-state. Budapest turned it into a semi-autonomous Carpathia with 2 co-official languages, Magyar and Cyrillic-based Hungaro-Ruthenian. In 1945, the region, now dubbed Transcarpathian Ruthenia, was incorporated into the Soviet Union's Ukraine. Russian and Soviet Standard Ukrainian replaced all other languages. No expression of Ruthenian identity or culture was allowed. The Ruthenian language survived among Ruthenians in Vojvodina, who had settled there in the vicinity of Newsats, Novi Sad, in the mid-18th century. The first book in their language was published in 1904. In communist Yugoslavia, their language was recognized as co-official in Vojvodina, which spurred the 471 development of the Yugoslav Rusin language. Like the Bunjevci, the Rusins in Vojvodina numbered 20,000, but a quarter of them decided to identify themselves as Ukrainians, which makes the region's Rusins less numerous than the Bunjevci. After the fall of communism, the Rusin diaspora from Northern America facilitated the rise of Rusin literacy in Hungary, Poland, Slovakia, and Ukraine. This Cyrillic-based literacy is split among various standards based on different dialects, and not all Rusin speakers side with the current Rusin national project. On the other hand, although most Rusins live in Ukraine, Kiev aggressively discourages any Rusin national or ethnic identity there. As a result, at present, only Yugoslav Rusin continues to be used in official capacity. Last but not least, Budapest liked to see Bosnia, occupied in 1878 as a joint territory of Austria-Hungary, as a historically Hungarian land. Between 1882 and 1903, the Magyar politician, Benjamin Kelly, 1839 to 1903, was entrusted with the administration of Bosnia. In this capacity he hoped to induce the coalescing of a Bosnian nation, which would lessen the impact of Yugoslavism or Great Serbianism, which could endanger Hungary's southern borderlands. After the arrival of the occupation administration, German was introduced as the official language, but until 1890, most official publications for public use were printed in Ottoman, Old Turkish, in the Arabic script and in Serbo-Croatian in Cyrillic and, sometimes, in the Latin alphabet. In addition, Slavophone Muslims published their newspapers and books in Slavic but with the use of Arabic characters. In 1890, Kelly sponsored the publication of a grammar of the Latin script-based Bosnian language. Hence, apart from German, Bosnian replaced all the other co-official languages. The policy of building a Bosnian nation complete with its Bosnian language was terminated in 1907, a year before Austria-Hungary annexed the region. Serbo-Croatian, in its Latin and Cyrillic variants, replaced Bosnian. In 1915, the use of Cyrillic was prohibited to stem the inflow of Serbian propaganda to Bosnia. In interwar and communist Yugoslavia both alphabets were used in the region. But between 1941 and 1945, Bosnia was part of the independent state of Croatia, where Croatian written in Latin characters was the sole official language. After 1945, Bosnia's Muslims were recognized as a nation, which in the wake of the post-Yugoslav wars, in 1995, gave rise to independent Bosnia complete with the Bosnian, Bosniak, nation and its Latin alphabet-based Bosnian language. Interestingly, neither Budapest's coaxing nor stern Magyarization managed to produce the rise of a non-Slavic micro-language among some pro-Hungarian populace. It appears that the situation of Transylvania's Romance speakers was most opportune for such a project. First, they were split on the confessional basis into Greek Catholics and Orthodox Christians. Second, the shift from Cyrillic to the Latin script for writing their language was faster here than in the principalities of Wallachia and Moldavia. However, the confessional split and scriptural difference did not prevent Transylvania's Wallachians. 472. Romanians, from merging with their co-ethnics in the principalities into a Romanian nation. Maybe the answer to this paradox is the fact that Magyarization was less successful in Transylvania than elsewhere in the Kingdom of Hungary. On the other hand, the center of Romanian national movement was initially in Transylvania before it moved to the Principalities united as Romania in 1861, Bunjeva Ck Novine, 2006, Dulichenko 1981, 88-90, 2003, 11-12, 85-86, 207, 309-310, 2004, 100-102, 143-144, Tornov 2005, 286, 458-461, 595-597. The mythologization of language in the interest of the nation. The steeping of Magyar nationalism in language showed also in other fields besides codification of the Magyar language, Magyarization of Hungary's administration and education, and suppression of the public use of other languages than Magyar. One of the results of the European Enlightenment was science, that is, the secular search for the truth about the world and people through reasoning. On one hand, this development contributed to distancing state from religion, while, on the other, it made legitimization of statehood partially dependent on scholars' findings and opinions. Understandably, when ethnically defined nations and nation-states were built in Central Europe in the course of the 19th century, academies of sciences became a significant element of national politics. Academics mostly invested their time and efforts into objective research, but they did not forget to mold their projects in such a way that they would support or at least go along with the local nation-building endeavors. If a scholar's line of research failed to meet these requirements, his prestige was at stake, and he could not count on receiving funding anymore. The biblical image of the Tower of Babel and its confusion of tongues seized the minds of Europe's thinkers. They believed that all languages emerged from the common tongue in which Adam and Eve conversed in Eden. In the 16th century, the tentative agreement was that Hebrew was the sure language. But soon counterclaims followed. The term language of Babel became an emblem of antiquity and nobility, hence a useful instrument of power legitimization. It was proposed that Tuscanian, Italian, Castilian, Spanish, Dutch, Swedish, or German was the first language. In turn, all other languages were believed to have stemmed from it. This logically justified domination of one state or natio over all others. The Bible ceased to be the ultimate source of knowledge and legitimacy after the religious wars ended with the Treaty of Westphalia, 1648. Later, less biblical claims to the distinction of first language were tabled. Some maintain that German was the language of nature, and in his famous 1782 work, Antoine Rivarol, 1753–1801, stated that the French language was universal and it should be spoken in all Europe. 473. Between the mid-18th and mid-19th centuries, these claims to primacy for one's language took on increasingly nationalist overtones. None of the established nation-states or aspiring national movements wanted to be outshone by its neighbors. The logic of the historical argument was to prove that one's national language was older than the neighboring tongues. Obviously, the fact that languages change through time did not feature in this discourse. The reification of a language through writing was taken at its face value, not as an imposition on but the reflection of socio-linguistic reality. Under the influence of scholars, people began to perceive languages as discrete entities, which have moved unchanged through time and space. Calvet 1974, 17–20, 1998, 48–49, Eco 1995, 95–101. The Magyar language was as much a mystery to Europe as to Magyars themselves. Within the families of Romance, Germanic, and Slavic languages, vernaculars remained similar to one another. It was apparent that Latin was the immediate source of the Romance languages and, though to a lesser degree, Church Slavonic, Old Slavic, of the Slavic tongues. The Germanic languages, though initially perceived as barbarian in the Roman Empire, could claim ancient lineages going back to Norse runes, the Gothic translation of the Bible, and the extensive corpus of writings in Anglo-Saxon. In this context, Magyar stood alone, underlining the perceived foreignness of the Magyars in Europe. In order to be accepted as a full and legitimate member of civilized Europe, the Hungarian nobility adopted Latin as their language and kept it much longer than any other states in Western and Central Europe. But it was not enough, they needed a historical lineage that would illustrious and credibly, on the terms accepted in a given period, explain the origin of the Magyars. Through the Renaissance, Ptolemy's 100–170 map and description of the known world provided the scholarly basis for explaining origins of various peoples. Since the 15th century, the nobility of the Kingdom of Poland had claimed descent from the Iranian Sarmatians, who in the 1st century BCE came into contact with the Romans along the banks of the Danube. To match this illustrious lineage, the nobility of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania maintained they were descendants of the ancient Romans themselves. Later, this myth gave rise to the theory that the Lithuanian language was identical with archaic Latin or its direct offshoot. In 1843, Mykios proposed that Lithuanian is a close cognate of Sanskrit, and the Lithuanians a lost tribe of Hindus. The promoters of Lithuanian faced a similar predicament as Magyar speakers, their idiom was dissimilar from all the illustrious languages of Europe. When Poland-Lithuania stabilized as a polity, all its nobility tended to speak about themselves as Sarmatians and their country as Sarmatia. Biblical imagery came to the picture when a need arose to explain the estate stratification of the society. In the 16th century, the belief arose that all the population living in Poland-Lithuania stemmed from Noah's 3 sons. The popular saying encapsulated this view. 474. Tu Semora, Cham Labra, Jaffe Regiti Protege, U, Shem, Pray, Ham, Work, and Japheth, Rule and Protect. Obviously, the nobility stemmed from glorious Japheth, Jews from Shem, and peasants from cursed Ham. The appellation of Cham, Ham in English, became a synonym of serf. The same view of social relations also obtained in Hungary, though moderated by the disappearance of serfdom on the Hungarian territories in Ottoman control. As of the first half of the 16th century, the Hungarian nobility saw themselves as descendants of the Huns, perhaps Turkic-speaking pastoralists, who between the 420s and 450s established the center of their khaganate between the Danube and Tisza rivers and successfully warred with the Roman Empire. They even earned their king Attila the nickname Flagellum Dei, Scourge of God. This was a heroic past to which Magyar nationalists aspired to continue their attachment in the 19th century. The fact that the khaganate overlapped with the territory of Hungary lent a degree of credibility to this claim. The term Hunia, the land of the Huns, was coined as a glorious synonym for Hungary. Later, it fell out of use, because at the end of World War II, Hungary's fascist Arrow Cross regime employed this term in its propaganda. Magyarization was in full sway during the second half of the 19th century. There was a realization of the widespread social need to make Magyarness more authentic, and one way of achieving this goal was by going back to pre-Christian roots. In that period, Attila and Arpad became popular first names for Magyar boys, as proved by the first names of the famous Magyar poet Attila József, 1905–1937, and of the Hungarian president Arpad Goncs, 1922. Even Francis Joseph was referred to as another Arpad in his capacity as King of Hungary. Arpad was one of the leaders who led the coalition of Magyar and Turkic tribes from the shores of the Black Sea to Pannonia. The oldest surviving Magyar literary writings, recorded in the 12th century, praise Arpad as the conqueror of Hungary. Beginning in the 15th century, ancient Pannonia made a lasting appearance as an appellation for Hungary. It allowed the nobility to claim some connection with the Roman Empire and early Christianity apart from extolling Hungary as the lands of Saint Stephen's crown. Vajk, christened Stephen, ruled 997–1038, was the first Christian ruler of Hungary, crowned in 1000 or 1001 with the insignia received from the Pope. Although it was Maria Theresa who initiated the official cult of Saint Stephen in the second half of the 18th century, this cult gained mass national following among the Magyars only during the 1860s. Special respect was paid to the holy relic of the saint's right hand. Furthermore, the cult added a new dimension to the centuries-old admiration for the crown of Saint Stephen as the symbol of Hungarian statehood. This term functioned like the Czech crown of Saint Wenceslas, ruled 921–929, for denoting Bohemia. In 1891, St. Stephen's Day, August 20, was proclaimed Hungary's main national holiday. Since then, it has vied for primacy with March 15, the date when the Hungarian Revolution broke out in 1848. Obviously, official celebrations of the latter date were allowed only. 475. After Hungary gained independence in 1918. In 1905, after its half-century-long construction, St. Stephen's imposing basilica opened in Budapest. This Catholic strain of Magyar nationalism was designed partly to save the land from Calvinists and Jews, as well as to oppose the pagan dimension of the millennium of 1896 that had extolled the Magyar conquest of the Danubian basin. Language was an altogether different matter, which resisted such glorious mythologizations. The first idea was to pair Magyar with Hebrew as equally foreign to all other European languages. This related the Hungarian nobility with Jews, which, ideologically speaking, was a poor ploy. Jews were perceived as a defeated people and slayers of Christ. Nobles chose to regard their idiom as stemming from the Hunnish or Scythian language. The Scythians were an Iranian people who thrived in the steppes north of the Black Sea from the 8th to 3rd century BCE. The Greek writer Herodotus, 484 to 425 BCE, wrote about them in his history. Like Ptolemy's works, this book served as another source to find a people's glorious origins. In the 18th century, the belief developed that Magyar was one of the Oriental languages. This broad category clustered together the written languages of the Middle East, anything from Hebrew and Arabic to Turkish and Persian. In 1786 in Calcutta, Sir William Jones, 1746 to 1794, famously postulated the common origin of Latin and Sanskrit. This was the beginning of the linguistic venture, which uncovered the lattice of genetic relationships among various idioms now grouped in the Indo-European family of languages. Earlier, the Jesuit János Sajanovics, 1733 to 1785, had demonstrated genetic relationship between Magyar and Sami, Lap, in his 1770 Latin work. It was the beginning of research that yielded the Finno-Ugric family of languages. Derided as kinship smelling of oil fish, this relationship was rejected as less glorious than the imagined Scythian-Hunnish connection. Pál Brigzazi-Naki, 1750 to 1828, supported the erroneous opinion on the Scythian-Hunnish origin of the Magyar language in his works. In response, Samuel Gyarmathy, 1751 to 1830, in his 1799 publication, clearly delineated genetic relationships between Magyar, Finnish and other Finno-Ugric languages. He also pointed out a plethora of Turkish linguistic loans in Magyar. In the 19th century, this spurred the rise of the spurious theory that Magyar was a Turkic language. An additional argument seemed to bait a fact that Magyars, like Turkic peoples, employed runes to record their earliest texts. Certainly, the same script may be employed for writing in widely different languages, as proved by the widespread use of the Latin and Cyrillic alphabets. In the 1870s and the 1880s, a major dispute erupted in the Hungarian academic circles whether Magyar was of Finno-Ugric or Turkic origin. Although the former belief, as scientifically proved, prevailed, the belief in the Turkic relationship continued as more illustrious. It was also ideologically useful. Since the mid-19th century, German scholars started researching Turan, in Persian, the non-Aryan lands north of Persia. At the end of the 19th century, the political 476 movement of Panturanianism developed. According to the now discarded theory that postulated their common origin, this movement sought to unite all the Turkic, Tatar, Uralic, and Finno-Ugric peoples living in Turkey and across Eurasia from Hungary to the Pacific. Some Magyar politicians and intellectuals sought to encourage Panturanianism as a means of uniting Turks and Magyars against Theslavs and Panslavism. This idea slid into oblivion when Hungary and Turkey lost their common border after World War I. When Sumerian studies developed in the last decades of the 19th century, similarities were noticed between some Magyar and Sumerian words. In the first half of the 20th century, this coincidence, which does not prove any genetic relationship, galvanized amateur Magyar linguists to state that none other than Magyar was the language of ancient Sumer. This, in their view, made Magyar into the oldest surviving language, if not the parent language of all others. Likewise, the quaintly named Sun theory claimed the same status for the Turkish language during the second half of the 1930s. At present, these claims that Magyar is of Turkic, Sumerian, or even Celtic or Etruscan origin do not belong to the mainstream of Hungarian linguistics. They straddle a no-man's land between science, folk beliefs, and urban legends. But books devoted to these theories still are written, published, and even sold in Budapest scholarly bookstores. New publications propagating these spurious theories became especially numerous in Hungary during the period of the post-communist transition, Bercic 1859, Bobula 1961, Borowski 2001, 70 to 71, 172 to 173, Hajdu 1975, 16 to 17, Helferish 1868, Klanazetal 1964, 12 to 13, 28 to 29, 33, Climo 2003, 126, Kosa 1999, 36 to 37, Kozari 1987, 160 to 162, Law 2000, 48 to 52, Maxwell 2004, Molnar 2001, 13, Neems 2007, Cinco 1994, Snyder 1984, 121 to 123, 2003, 37, Weaver 2004. There was no such need to legitimize the place of the Polish, Czech, or Slovak language in European history. These three languages were accepted as rightfully European, though, from the Western European viewpoint, maybe of a somewhat baser pedigree than the Romance and Germanic languages. In the case of Polish and Czech, fantastic claims to their historical primacy were limited by these two languages' credible continuity of literacy traditions dating back only to the 16th and 15th centuries, respectively. What preoccupied historians and linguists more were differences between Czech, Polish, and Slovak that would allow reifying them as separate entities from the all too well realized Slavic commonality. It was quite a long process. In the 15th century the linguae, idioms, of the Poles, Moravians, and Slavs of Upper Hungary were considered parts of the Czech language with its font in Bohemia. In the 16th and 17th centuries, Czech waned, gradually replaced by German in its role of the official language in the lands of the Czech crown. Polish was then in ascendancy, which was reflected in the contemporary thinking on this language. The prevalent view was that Polish was the language of Poland-Lithuania. Some even claimed that 477. It was synonymous with the Slavic language, that is, the language of all the Slavs. Hence all the Slavic idioms were mere dialects of Polish. Another opinion limited the term Polish to the speech of the Slavophone inhabitants of Wielkopolska and Malopolska, which made the Slavic idioms of Silesia and Mazovia different from Polish. Until the final partition of Poland-Lithuania, some also tended to name Polish as Sarmatian when employed in the meaning of the common Slavic language, composed of such dialects as Church Slavonic, Russian, Polish, Sorbian, Wendish, Bohemian, Slovenian, Windish, Croatian, Illyrian, Serbian, and even Lithuanian and Latvian. After the partition, Polish ceased to be a significant official language, and Russian had not attained this role yet in the Russian Empire, where German and French were still preferred in this function. In this context, Christian Gottlieb von Arndt, 1743–1829, in his 1818 book Über den Ursprung und die Verschiedenartige Verwandtschaft der Europäischen Sprachen, on the emergence and variegated interrelatedness of the European languages, Frankfurt am Main, spoke of the Slavic languages or the dialects of the Slavic language. With the disappearance of the unified government of the lands of the Czech crown following the Battle of White Mountain, 1620, not only the use of Chancery Czech declined, but the power center of Prague also disappeared. This allowed for the emergence of the Bohemian, Czech, and Moravian written languages. Chancery Czech as employed by Slavophone inhabitants of Upper Hungary also diverged into the two different Catholic and Protestant variants. In the 18th century, Poland-Lithuania waned and eventually disappeared, so there was no state that would use and support the Polish language. At the same time German emerged as a standardized language to be used by all the inhabitants of the Germanic phone states within the German Confederation. This unification of the German nation, and, later, of the German nation-state, through the language made up from such highly variegated even mutually unintelligible dialects as Alemannic and Low German gave rise to the idea that a similar path should be followed in the Slavophone world. In his 1826 work Elementa Universalis Linguae Slavici, The Elements of the Universal Slavic Language, published in Buda, Jan, János, Herkel, Johann Herkel Panonio, proposed creating a common written Slavic language, and also coined the term Panslavism. Koller developed this idea in his 1837 study über die Wechselseitigkeit zwischen den verschiedenen Stammen und die Mundarten der Slawischen Nation, on reciprocity between the various tribes and dialects of the Slavic nation, Pest. While Herkel believed that there were numerous Slavic nations, which should establish their common Slavic language, Koller maintained that there was one Slavic nation, a nation that still lacked its own written language. Koller's was the basic statement of Panslavism to which later authors referred. The idea that there was one common Slavic language was not novel. Before Herkel and Koller, Dobrovsky, Ch. von Arndt, and Linda also had espoused this idea. The project of creating, or recreating, a common Slavic language dates 478. Back to the 16th century. In his De Origine Successoribus Slavorum, on the origin of the present-day Slavdom, 1525, Venice, the Croatian, Dalmatian, Vinko Pribojevici, Vincenzo Pribovo, Vincentus Priboevus, as well as the Polish-Lithuanian Protestant, Jan Machinsky, 1520–1584, in his Lexicon Latino-Polonicum, Latin-Polish Dictionary, 1564, Königsberg Kaliningrad, propounded unity of all the Slavic peoples as indicated by affinity of their respective vernaculars. The Croatian Catholic priest-theologian, Juraj Krizanic, Lura Krizanic, 1618–1683, who spent almost 2 decades as a missionary in Muscovy, in 1667, sent a letter to Tsar Alexis, ruled 1645–1676, in which he wrote that it was necessary and quite possible to unite all Theslavs in a common state, where they would speak a common language. Later, he worked out a common Slavic, or a merger of elements from Church Slavonic, Croatian, and the Muscovian vernacular. He wrote his numerous books in this constructed language, and they gained quite a popularity when they were published for the first time in Moscow between 1848 and 1860. Krizanic hoped that a common Slavic language would be the first step to a religious unity of all the Slavs. He actively advocated a union of the Orthodox and Catholic churches, which in turn, would make it possible for the rise of a common Slav state under the rule of the Russian Tsar. The idea of a specially linguistic unity of the Slavs proved attractive to Linda and Jungmann, the compilers of the first authoritative dictionaries of Polish and Czech, respectively. They introduced to both languages several thousands of Slavic loanwords so as to emphasize their Slavic nature. Between 1800 and 1914, at least 9 projects of creating a common Slavic language were put forward. Within his grander scheme of Panslavism, Koller was the first to define the Czech tribe of the postulated Slavic nation as consisting of Slovaks, Bohemians, Czechs, Moravians, Silesians, and Sorbs, Lusatians, in his anonymously published book Hlaso o potrebi jednoti spisoniho jazyka pro seki, Morawieni a Slawiki, Voices on the Need of the Common Written Language for the Bohemians, Moravians, and Slovaks, 1846, Prague. It became the classical work for those late 19th century Czech and Slovak activists, who proposed the creation of the Czechoslovak nation and language. The idea of lumping Czech and Slovak as the Czechoslovak language composed of the 2 dialects of Czech or Slovak, or as a separate branch of the West Slavic languages made up from the 2 kindred languages of Czech and Slovak, became popular throughout Europe as of the mid-19th century. Czech and Slovak nationalists were looking for legitimization of their claims to separate nationhood and national statehood rather on the basis of history than language. The stable inclusion of the Slavophone population of Bohemia, Moravia, and Upper Hungary, first within the Holy Roman Empire and Hungary, and then, within the Austrian Empire did not allow Poland, Lithuania or, later, Polish nationalists to claim this populace as Polish. On the other hand, as of the 18th century, it was clearly realized that, from the vantage of language, 479. They were different from the German and Magyar speakers. What Czech and Slovak nationalists lacked was a historically based claim to separateness. At the end of the 18th century, Dobrovský pointed to the fact that the center of Greater Moravia was located in Upper Hungary and Moravia, and that the Church Slavonic language was first committed there to parchment. He stressed that Catholic liturgy in this language survived in Bohemia through the Hussite times in the 15th century. In 1836, Palacký codified this reading of history in his Geschichte von Böhmen, History of Bohemia, Prague. He noted that before Slavs settled in this land in the mid-5th century, Celtic and Germanic populations had thrived in Bohemia and Moravia. But he also adds information on the Frankish warrior merchant Samo, whose 6th century short-lived realm might have its center in southern Moravia. Following the revolutionary events of 1848, Palacký made this vision into straightforward Czech national history in his 5-volume Dějiny národočeského wc na Mora, History of the Czech Nation, 1848-1876, Prague, the Czech translation of his above-mentioned Geschichte von Böhmen. Interestingly, Palacký's monumental monograph commenced as a commission from the Committee of the Bohemian Estates, Hochklubliche Herrenstand. Not to be outdone, the Committee of the Moravian Estates, Hohes Marisk Landesausschuss, commissioned Beda Franziskus Theodek, 1815-1890, to write the quasi monumental Marens Allgemeine Geschichte, General History of Moravia, Brunn/Brno. Its 12 volumes were published between 1860 and 1888, while the Czech translation Dějiny Moravy, History of Moravia, Brunn/Brno, even faster between 1875 and 1884. As the Czech title clearly indicates, Theodek had no hope or intention to transform his history into the ideological blueprint for some Moravian nation, though Greater Moravia would function more aptly in the role of the predecessor of a Moravian than the Czech nation. Slovak national activists first sought to emulate the example of the Czech national movement before the idea of sharing a common past became popular among the proponents of Czechoslovakism at the end of the 19th century. The late 18th century Latin histories of Slavs written in Upper Hungary by Juraj Papanek, Juraj Skulner, 1745-1790, and Juraj, Gyurgy, Fondly, 1750-1811, extolled the Christian character of Greater Moravia, Magna Moravia, as opposed to the heathen Magyars who destroyed this realm. Encouraged by Jungmann, Safarik, Safa RJK, developed this vision of a 1,000-year history of the Slavs in his monumental Czech language Slovenské starožitnosti, Slavic Antiquities, 1837, Pirga. But it was Safarik's Lutheran co-religionist Jan Halley, Jonas Halley, Gan Halley, 1785-1849, who imprinted the vision of Greater Moravia and the tradition of Cyrillo-Methodian literacy on the ideological blueprint of Slovak nationalism. He did this with his epic poems written in Brno Latina. Svatopluk, 1833, Tirnotranava, hailed an important Greater Moravian ruler who reigned in 870-894. Cyrillo-Methodiata, Cyrillo-Methodiana, 1835, Buddha, focused on the struggle of saints. 480. Cyril and Methodius against pagans and the Franks. Finally, Slav, 1839, Buddha, revolves around the origin of the ethnonym Slav in his opus Halley imagined heroic past that could be equally well used by Slovak and Czech nationalists as well as Pan-Slavists. And they did. In the second half of the 19th century, it became popular in Upper Hungary to name Slavophone male babies Samo and Svatopluk. On the Pan-Slavist platform, the name of the 14th century ruler of medieval Serbian Empire, Dusan, also gained lasting popularity, especially after Palacký, in his History of the Czech Nation, chose to point to close parallels between Slavic law in Bohemia and Dusan's empire. This novel historicizing naming practice counterbalanced the ideological brunt of Magyarization expressed in baptizing boys as Attilas and Arpids. Last but not least, the preamble of the 1993 Constitution of newly independent Slovakia openly refers to the spiritual heritage of Cyril and Methodius and the historical legacy of the Great Moravian Empire, which reaffirms these elements as the very basis of Slovak nationalism. Arndt 1818, 65, Bajan 1993, Constitution of Slovakia 2004, Dobrowski 1936, 6-14, Judic 1860, v. Havlik 1993, Lewiskiewicz 1995, 102-103, Otwinowska 1974, 166, 179, Palaki 1836, v. 18-118, Palaki 1854, 293-339. Petro 1995, 44-50, 54-60, Smahel 1969, 191, Talv J 1852, 14, Tornov 2005, 315-316. Having noted that the idea of the primacy of the Polish language did not play an important role in Polish-Lithuanian or Polish history, it is interesting to mention several figures, whose works could provide a necessary ideological basis, had anyone cared to use them in such a manner. Already at the beginning of the 17th century, the Franciscan composer, Wojciech de Balecki, 1585-1646, maintained in his Wywód tract, that Adam and Eve spoke Polish in paradise. He used interchangeably the term Slavic and Polish language, and stated that all other languages emerged from this ethnic Slavic/Polish. In his meticulously researched and posthumously published Harmonjamo, Harmony of Languages, 1895, Vilnius, Adam Jocher, 1791-1860, attempted to prove the same thesis that Polish was the first human language. When this claim turned out to be too ridiculous, the famous linguist and lexicographer, Jan Karlowicz, propagated the view that Polish was the most central of all the Slavic languages. This centrallocation was to make it into the most Slavic, ergo, best Slavic language out of all of them, Bystron 1995, 20-22. 6. The Czech case, from the Bohemian Slavophone populace to Czech nationalism and the Czechoslovak nation. We share the same noble Slavic idiom, and the sublimity of the same noble language. Emperor Charles IV, King Charles I of the Crown of the Czech lands, in his 1355 letter to Emperor, Tsar, Stephen Dusan of Serbia. 1. In Stankiewicz 1984, 9. The first and best of all the Slavic dialects is the Czech language, which is not spoken only by the Bohemians but also by the Moravians and, partly, by Silesians. Jan Blagoslav, Blazek, 1523-1571, a bishop of the Czech Brethren, translator of the New Testament, 1564, he also authored a Czech language grammar of the Czech language, 1571, published only in 1857, from which the above quotation was taken, Orlo S. 1993, 28, Sietkowska 1992, 118-119. Wherever your language and your nationhood are disregarded, you are oppressed, no matter how liberal the country may be. Here your language is excluded from schools and offices, freedom is taken away from you, from your nation, more than by police or by censorship. Here your national language is excluded from offices and schools, the mouth of the people is tightly locked. Karol Havlicek Borowski in Narodni Noviny, 1848, in Fishman 1997, 202. If Austria did not exist, she would have to be invented in the interest of Europe and then humankind. 2. František Palaki, 1848, in Monarchy 2007. 481. 482. Estates Politics. Bohemia emerged as a separate polity after the Magyar conquest of Greater Moravia. The Frankish protection that extended to Bohemia attached this country to the empire, while Moravia became a province permanently linked to the Principality of Bohemia in the late 1020s. In 1079, Moravia was organized as a margraviate. Usually sons or younger brothers of the Bohemian princes reigned as margraves of Moravia, which emphasized the separateness of Moravia vis-a-vis Bohemia. A similar arrangement developed in Poland-Lithuania, where sons or younger brothers of the King of Poland ruled in the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, THIRD 1999, 140. In 1197, Bohemia was made into a kingdom within the borders of the Holy Roman Empire. The emperor still crowned the King of Bohemia, as earlier he had crowned the Prince of Bohemia. Bohemian King Charles I, reigned 1346–1378, was himself crowned emperor in 1355 and moved the imperial capital to Prague. In 1348, he founded the first Central European university in the city and made Bohemia, with its possessions, into a distinctive unit of the lands of the Czech Three Crown. This crown comprised Bohemia, Moravia, Silesia, gained in the 1320s and 1330s, and Upper Lusatia. In the course of Charles's reign, Lower Lusatia and Brandenburg were added as well. But with time, the concept of the lands of the Czech crown stabilized as consisting of Bohemia, Moravia, and Silesia. In 1526, the Habsburgs took over the Czech crown along with the Kingdom of Hungary. From that time until 1918, the fate of Central Europe was inexorably connected to the fate of the Habsburg dynasty. Emperor Rudolf II, ruled 1576–1612, moved the imperial capital to Prague again. This added to the political and economic prestige of the city. In Poland, the capital moved from Gniezno to Poznan, and to Krakow. In Poland-Lithuania, it moved again to Warsaw. In medieval Hungary, the capital, as the seat of temporal and ecclesiastical power, moved variously between Visegrad, Esztergom, Székesfehérvár, and Buda. In the late 14th century, Buda won the contest, but not for long. In 1541, the Ottomans seized the city, and the Habsburgs moved the Hungarian capital to Prešov, Bratislava. The capital was moved again to Buda in 1784, but Prešov remained the coronation city of the Hungarian kings until 1830. In 1873, the Hungarian capital of Budapest was founded with the merger of Buda, Pest and Óbuda. In this context, the steady continuity of Prague as the capital is an exception in Central European history. The city has always been a capital, though the political entities that it has served in this capacity changed quite often and included the Principality and Kingdom of Bohemia, the lands of the Czech Crown, the Holy Roman Empire, the Crown Land of Bohemia, Czechoslovakia, the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia, Czechoslovakia, and recently the Czech Republic. Although Slovakia was established as a semi-separate polity. 483. In 1918, there was some vacillation if the Magyar German city of Bratislava, located next to the Austrian border, should be the capital of Slovakia rather than the long-established Slovak patriotic and cultural center of Turčinský Svätý Martin placed farther away from the borders. Some even proposed Banská Bystrica, located in the center of the country. Eventually, the continuing competition between Bratislava and Turčinský Svätý Martin to be the Slovak capital was decided in favor of the former in the late 1950s, Krekov 2005, 153, Tierestic 1999, 147. The lands of the Czech Crown were the most economically developed part of the Habsburg realm. Although Habsburg rulers combined the titles of Emperor, King of Bohemia, and the position of Moravian Margrave, they preserved the traditional political and administrative makeup. The lands of the Czech Crown remained a separate entity within the empire. As constituent lands of the Czech Crown, Moravia and Silesia retained their separateness vis-a-vis Bohemia. This political cum administrative arrangement survived until 1918. There were several changes though. First, In 1740 to 1742, Prussia seized most of Silesia. The 1/8 of this province that remained with the Habsburgs came to be known as Austrian Silesia as opposed to Prussian Silesia. Then, in 1806, Napoleon dissolved the Holy Roman Empire, but the lands of the Czech crown found themselves inside the Austrian Empire that had been established 2 years earlier. In 1815, these lands were included in the Vienna-dominated German Confederation. This confederation overlapped with the western half of the empire, because Hungary, that is, the empire's eastern wing, remained outside the confederation. In 1866, the German Confederation was dissolved and, a year later, Austria-Hungary came into being. The lands of the Czech crown remained in the Austrian, Germanophone, section of the dual monarchy. Thus, the intimate connection of the Czech lands with the Germanic or German-speaking world lasted for a millennium, from the late 9th century to 1918. Likewise, Slavophone Upper Hungary, Slovakia, was part of the Magyarophone Kingdom of Hungary for the same length of time. The important difference is that Upper Hungary never formed an administratively separate entity within Hungary. The distinctive status of the lands of the Czech crown in the Holy Roman Empire, the Austrian Empire, and Austria-Hungary was similar to that of Croatia, Slavonia and Transylvania in the Kingdom of Hungary. In the wake of the religious wars that took place between the early 15th century and the mid-17th century, the domination of Catholicism in the Czech lands was reasserted after 1620. The overwhelmingly Protestant and usually bilingual, Czech and German-speaking, Czech nobles lost their power contest with the Habsburg Emperor, and were forced to leave Bohemia and Moravia, or convert to Catholicism. Their property and mansions were seized and granted to loyal Catholic nobles who arrived in the two regions from all over the Holy Roman Empire. The new nobility was overwhelmingly Germanophone. 484. Though some learned Chancery Bohemian or the local Slavic dialect of their serfs. This increasingly homogeneous, Catholic, and German-speaking character of the Habsburg realm, apart from Hungary, constituted the foundation, which helped Maria Theresa and her son Joseph to introduce their centralizing and modernizing reforms. These reforms weakened the political influence of the estates and the traditional links among various lands within the Habsburg realm. Joseph II refused to be officially crowned in Prague as the king of the lands of the Czech crown because this would emphasize the separateness of this entity within the Habsburg realm. But the shock of the French Revolution and the backlash of the nobility against the reforms convinced Leopold II to revoke most of them. In 1791, unlike his brother, he agreed to be crowned in Prague. But at the insistence of the Moravian estates, who had consented to participate in this event, the monarch stopped at the Moravian capital of Brno, on his way back to Vienna, and confirmed the separateness of the Margraviate. After Leopold's death the following year, the delegation of the Moravian estates agreed to pay homage to Francis I during his coronation in Prague, but at an audience separate from that granted to the Bohemian estates. His successor Ferdinand I received the Czech crown in the capital of Bohemia in 1836. No representation of the Moravian estates was present at his coronation, which was interpreted in Moravia as the final reaffirmation of the Margraviate's independence from the Kingdom of Bohemia. The last two emperors, Francis Joseph and Charles I, never agreed to be crowned in Prague and remained loyal to the idea of the dual monarchy in the framework of which they received the Austrian imperial crown in Vienna and the Hungarian royal one in Budapest. In addition, they also ruled as King of Bohemia, Margrave of Moravia, and Prince of Silesia. The emperors accepted these positions as part of their other numerous hereditary titles, the right to which the Habsburgs did not have to confirm in formal coronations. Tradition was legitimization enough. The historical and legal distinctions between Bohemia, Moravia, and the Czech crown largely disappeared in the Czech language. A similar phenomenon can be observed in the Magyar language in relation to Hungary. In Magyar, the adjectives Hungarian and Magyar are rendered by one word only, Magyar. In Czech, the multi-ethnic Kingdom of Hungary was known as Uhorsko and the post-1918 ethnic nation-state of the Magyars as Maďarsko. The Slovak counterparts are Uhorsko and Maďarsko. However, in Magyar, there is no terminological distinction between these two different polities. The term Magyarország covers both of them. Similarly, although in English, Latin, and German one can draw a clear distinction between Bohemia and the Czech lands, this is not reflected in Czech. In this language, Bohemia is Český, and the Czech crown Koruna Česká. Following the establishment of Czechoslovakia in 1918, the less formal term Česko gained currency for referring to Bohemia, Moravia, and Czech Silesia as an entity opposed to Slovakia and Subcarpathian Ruthenia. Being a singular noun, Česko 485 had the obvious advantage over plural Český. For the latter suggested plurality and multiplicity, and the former unity and singularity sought by Czech nationalists who planned to build a unified and homogeneous Czech nation-state before Czechoslovakia became a plausible option late in World War I. The term Česko entered the political discourse in 1968 when Czechoslovakia was transformed into the Federation of the Czech Socialist Republic, Česká socialistická republika, and the Slovak Socialist Republic, Slovenská socialistická republika. Česko became the popular synonym for the former Socialist Republic, and conveniently blurred the historical distinction between Bohemia, Moravia, and Czech Silesia. Local patriots in the two latter regions disliked this development. But prior to 1945, it was justified by the German menace against which all the Czechs had to stand together united despite any differences that might divide them. After World War II, the unifying thrust of communist totalitarianism silenced not only Moravian and Czech Silesian regionalisms, but, to large extent, also Slovak nationalism until 1968. Following the division of Czechoslovakia into the nation-states of the Czechs and the Slovaks in 1993, there was a proposal to name the Czech nation-state Česko. This would have conflated the Czech language name of the western half of this new state, Bohemia, with the Czechophone name for the entire nation-state. In the context of newly re-established democracy, changes unilaterally imposed by Prague were not accepted gladly by the inhabitants of Moravia and Czech Silesia, who, in this context, perceived the city as the capital of the rival region of Bohemia. Due to their staunch opposition, the idea of the name Česko was dropped in favor of the Czech Republic, Česká republika. On the other hand, Prague did not accept their proposal that the new nation-state should be named Bohemia Moravia Silesia, Český Moravskoslezsko, or Bohemia Moravia, Český Morava. The dissenting voices of Moravian and Silesian regionalists produced a compromise in the form of the national coat of arms of the Czech Republic, which incorporates Bohemia's doubled coat of arms, lion, and the single coats of arms of Moravia, checkered red and white eagle, and Czech Silesia, black eagle. Despite the official compromises, in popular speech, Czechs, especially those from Bohemia, tended to speak interchangeably about Česko and the Republic, as shorthand for the official Czech Republic. Eventually, in 2004, the Czech Senate recommended that the short form Česko should be used in preference to Česká republika. This recommended usage is reflected in popular German, in which the Tschechische Republik I referred to as Tschechien or Tschechii. The curious Czech German term Tschechien for referring to the Czechophone lands of Bohemia, Bohemia, and Moravia, Marin, appeared in the late 19th century when the multilingual communities of the Bohemians and Moravians irreversibly split into the Czechs and Germans. In 1919, German speakers referred to Czechoslovakia as Tschechien or Tschechii before the form Czechoslovakia was 486 accepted as official. Tschechii became popular among Czechoslovakia's Germans in the 1930s, for denoting the Czech-speaking areas of Bohemia, Moravia, and Czech Silesia. This concept allowed for singling out the German-speaking areas of these three regions, and these areas became jointly known as the Sudetenland. There was another proposal to call the Czech-speaking areas Bohmerland, Bohemialand, but Tschechii prevailed. When the Czech Republic was founded in 1993, the controversy about how to refer to the state in German flared up again. To a German speaker, Tschechien sounds somewhat ridiculous, and Tschechii a bit ungrammatical, hence, like in Czech, One says Tchetchiskan Republic though it is longish. In popular speech, Tchetchen sometimes pops up. English Czechia is modeled on it, and seems to replace the official Czech Republic more often than Tchetchiskan Republic. In the Polish language, the notion of Czechy normally lumps all the Czech lands as a unit, and only a specialist realizes it may stand for Bohemia. Because of this long-established onomastic tradition, a Polish speaker finds the name Czech Republic, Republika Czeska, cumbersome, and usually sticks to ambiguous Czechy. The situation is the same in the case of the Magyar language. Czechország functions as shorthand for the Czech Republic, Czechostarszság, though originally it meant Bohemia. In Polish and Magyar, the term Moravia exists, Moravy, Morvayerzag, but fell out of general use after the founding of Czechoslovakia in 1918. Whereas the lack of distinction between the concept of Hungary and the Magyar nation-state in the Magyar language, invariably rendered Magyarország, allowed Magyar nationalists collapse the former into the latter. Czech nationalists how Česko, Čechy or Česká Republika may conveniently overlook the ethno-political differences between Bohemia and Moravia in the interest of the unified Czech nation-state. In Slovak, the terminology and its functioning is exactly the same as in Czech, that is, Čechy refers to Bohemia and the Czech Republic, while Česko is increasingly more popular and stands for the latter polity. Havlik 1993, 38,137 to 138, 144, 179, Heck and Orzechowski 1969, 193, Lemberg 1993, Tomaszewski 2006, 378. In the course of his 1781 reforms, Joseph II extended religious toleration to Lutherans, Calvinists, and Orthodox Christians, but not to the Czech Brethren, religious descendants of the Hussites. In order to be tolerated in the Czech lands, they had to become members of one of the accepted churches. The number of remaining Protestants sank rapidly after the confirmation of rule of the Catholic Habsburgs in the Czech lands following the defeat of the Protestant estates in the Battle of White Mountain, 1620, and in the wake of the ensuing Counter-Reformation. Throughout the 19th century, Bohemia and Moravia were overwhelmingly Catholic. Catholics accounted for about 95% of 487. The entire population, while Protestants and Jews for 2% each. The only exception to this rule was the eastern half of Austrian Silesia, where Protestants made up 1/5 of the population, and Jews were more numerous as well. Actually, only there, in Teschen, Tesensiasen, did the sole Protestant parish in the Habsburgs' non-Hungarian possessions survive throughout the Counter-Reformation. Otov Slovnik now CNYU 1901, 638, Rieger 1862, 344. Religion and the lands of the Czech crown remain the main loci of the identity of the nobility, burghers, and population outside the states. Whatever differences might exist, all of them were united in their loyalty to the monarch who since 1526 had invariably been a Habsburg. In addition, the Habsburg monarch concentrated in his hands the previously separate positions of the emperor, the king of Bohemia, the margrave of Moravia and the prince of Silesia. This stable modus vivendi began to crumble under the pressure of the novel ideas about nation and equality spawned by the French Revolution and forcefully spread all over Europe by the Napoleonic armies. The ground for the coming changes had been prepared by the reforms of Maria Theresa and Joseph II, which weakened the political influence of the estates as well as their economic basis due to the partial phasing out of serfdom. In emulation of France and the United Kingdom, where the vernacular had replaced Latin as the language of administration and education in the 16th century, Joseph II introduced in 1784 German in place of Latin as the language of administration and secondary and university education in his lands. The reaction against the centralizing reforms set in after the death of Joseph II. Hence, Vienna was not in a position to enforce unification of the state as Paris and London had managed, overhauling France and the United Kingdom into practically monolingual polities. In effect, the reforms stopped midway. The former cultural unity guaranteed by Latin, and the political one grounded in the estates, unraveled in the Habsburg lands. However, Vienna was not able to replace this political cultural unity with the Western European model of the centralized state. In Western Europe, nation-states emerged at the end of the 18th century and at the beginning of the following one. At that time, the Austrian Empire evolved as a pragmatic cluster of variegated lands of various statuses. The first half of the 19th century saw the rise of ethnic national movements. They were not counterbalanced by an equally potent political force, which deepened the overall diversity of the Austrian Empire. On the one hand, the economic development of this empire, contrasted with Russia's much poorer performance in this regard, legitimized Habsburg rule. But the even more rapid industrialization in Prussia made the empire look backward and increasingly illegitimate after the political standard of ethnic nationalism entered Central Europe with the founding of the German nation-state in 1871. The overhauling of the empire into dual Austria-Hungary, 1867, only added to this tension, as the Austrian half of the monarchy retained its diverse character. On the contrary, inside 488. The dual monarchy, Hungary emerged as the Magyar nation-state in theme-making. Open-ended politics of pragmatic multiculturalism did not merge well with nationalism in pursuit of ethno-linguistic homogeneity. The long-established tradition of administrative and political separateness of the lands of the Czech crown, under the disputed leadership of Bohemia, made them similar to Croatia, which claimed unity with Slavonia and Dalmatia. Vienna could not deny that the Czech lands had a juridical and historical right to be treated as a separate entity. This lent continued attraction to Landisch patriotismus, or the feeling of loyalty and patriotic attachment to Bohemia, Moravia, and Austrian Silesia. At first, this region-based patriotism was limited to the narrow class of the natio composed from the nobility and richer burghers, which earned it the name of patriotism of the nobility, Szlachtici patriotismus. The loyalties of the nobility had been of composite nature, that is, a noble tended to identify with several polities, regions, and localities at any given time. Until the founding of the lands of the Czech crown, they had sworn fealty to the Holy Roman Empire and Bohemia or Moravia. The Czech crown merged both regions, and Silesia, into this new unit. But this freshly forged unity deteriorated during the religious wars and disappeared after the Battle of White Mountain in 1620. Over 100,000, usually Czech-speaking, nobles and burghers with their families left the Czech lands. The Czech crown disappeared as an effective locus of loyalty, so the nobility's identity was once again shaped by their allegiance to the empire, and the regions of Bohemia, Moravia, and Silesia. In addition, the nobility and burghers, having fused into the natio of estates, spoke and wrote mainly in German. The Syro-Bohemian, Czech, language of the Prague court had fallen into disuse during the 17th and 18th centuries. Whereas between 1526 and 1620, about 1900 Czech language book titles appeared, Czech language book production came almost to a standstill in the course of the 17th century. Some crusading Catholic nobles prided themselves that they burnt tens of thousands copies of heretic, that is, Protestant, and mainly Czech language, publications up till the beginning of the 18th century. Between 1729 and 1770, 3 editions of the Index Bohemicorum Librorum Prohibitorum et Corrigendorum, Index of the Prohibited Bohemian Books, Prague, appeared. The index recorded mostly Czech language books published between 1414 and 1620. The few Czech language publications, which came off the press between 1620s and 1770s, were overwhelmingly of religious and devotional character. Due to this increasing lack of use, Chancery Czech acquired a wealth of dialectal differences and various linguistic loans from German, depending on where it was used. This differentiation, combined with strong regional loyalties, gave rise to the region-based classification of Bohemian, Moravian, and, sometimes, Silesian as separate Slavic languages. This division was not an entirely modern phenomenon. The strong and continued separate regional identities of Moravia. 489. And Bohemia engendered the practice of naming the Slavic chancery language employed in Moravia as Moravian, idioma Moravical, Moravice dicitur, in vulgari Moravico, or Slavic, lingua Slavonica. This phenomenon dates back at least to the 13th century. In the mid-19th century, the term Czech, Czechish, Czechis, Tchechis, in German usage began to replace Bohemian as the name of the language, following the Czech language example. This agreed with František Palacký s. Franz Palacký, 1798–1876, post-1848 methodological approach, which combined the Slavophone population of Bohemia and Moravia as the Czech nation, which spoke its own specific Czech language. Austrian and Prussian, German, offices disagreed, and continued to distinguish between the Moravian and Bohemian language until 1918. In Moravia, weary of the dominant position of Prague and Bohemia in the Czech lands, the Germano and Slavophone elites officially termed their written Slavic language as Moravian, Slavo-Moravian, or simply Slavic. This practice disappeared after the creation of Czechoslovakia in 1918. Even when the Moravian language was written out of socio-linguistic reality in the interwar period, the English term Bohemian and the German one Bomis continued to denote the Czech language until the late 1920s. To add to the confusion, since the 1830s, it had been proposed that there was, or should be, some common Czech, Czechoslovak, or Czechoslovak language based on, or composed of, the tongues of the Bohemians, Moravians, Silesians, Slovaks, and even Sorbs. There was no agreement whether this Czechoslovak idiom ought to be a language of its own, or a dialect of the common Slavic language Itobe spoken by the Slavic nation. The former, Czechoslovak, solution would make Bohemian, Moravian, and Slovak, later discussions avoided Silesian and Sorbian, into dialects. On the other hand, the latter, Pan-Slavic solution, would transform Bohemian, Moravian, and Slovak into subdialects of the Czechoslovak dialect of the Slavic language. Arndt 1818, 85, Kraus 1980, 161, Hannon 1993, Junga 1920, Kohler 1837, 12, Rank 1920, Riesner and Croucher 1989, 15, 21, Safa RJK 1837, 483, Schleicher 1850, 9, Smahel 2000, 61–64, Talv J 1852, 123, Trieste 1864, Ziasek 1995. Language enters politics. Discussion of the nature and classification of the speech of the Slavophone inhabitants of the Czech lands commenced with Joseph Dobrovský s. Dobrowski, 1753–1829, Seminal Geschichte der Bohemischen Sprache, History of the Bohemian Language, 1792, Prague, and had not been completed by 1939, because in interwar Czechoslovakia, Czechoslovak was declared as the official language of this nation-state of the Czechoslovak nation. Only the founding of an independent Slovakia on the eve of World War II permanently split Czechoslovak into the Czech and Slovak languages. Dobrovský wrote about the dialects of the Slavic language. He accorded the greatest importance to Russian, as at that 490 time the Russian Empire was the apparent leader of the Slavic world. Polish earned the second place because Poland-Lithuania still stood on its last legs. Dobrovský classified Bohemian as the leading dialect of the group composed also of Moravian, Silesian, as spoken in the western half of Austrian Silesia, and Slovak of Upper Hungary, Slovakish in Ober-Ungarn. Silesian of the eastern half of Austrian Silesia he grouped together with Polish, Dobrovský 1936, 71–72. The natio of the lands of the Czech crown, or rather the nations of Bohemia, Moravia, and Austrian Silesia, did not take much interest in the issue of language prior to the modernizing reforms of Maria Theresa and her son Joseph II. Members of the estates conversed and wrote in German, while the administration and the learned used Latin also. When some members of these nations knew the Slavic speech of the populace, that is, peasantry and poor urban dwellers, they hardly ever took care to commit it to paper, and if they did, they almost never perused Protestant, ergo heretic, writings in Chancery Czech to check on their grammar or spelling. It was a different story with the clergy of variegated social backgrounds who gained literacy in increasingly antiquated Chancery Czech in order to ensure efficient pastoral services for their Slavic-speaking parishioners in a written language that would be closest to their speech. However, the social acceptance and dominance of German was so strong that the first Czech-language newspaper Prask Postosk Noviny Neboli Český Post Ilian, Prague Post, or Czech Postilin, 1719 to 1772, went defunct for the lack of subscribers. The 1784 replacement of Latin with German and the gradual widening of elementary education in the latter language made the question of language into a burning one. In 1773, Count Franz Joseph Kinsky published, in German, his appeal for teaching the Bohemian language and history, which was a clear expression of Bohemian landish patriotismus. He did not defend Czech ethno-linguistic identity, of which there was little, if any, consciousness then, but rather strove to protect the traditional regional privileges of the Bohemian estates that the centralizing reforms endangered. Other defenses of the Bohemian language followed and gradually moved from Bohemian regionalism to the espousal of the Czech ethno-linguistic program. The first defense written in Czech came off the press in 1783. In the meantime, 2 Czech-language chairs in pastoral theology were set up at the theological seminaries in Prague and Omets, both in 1778. Thus, the Chancery Czech language returned to higher education. Czech-language textbooks were published for the growing educational system, despite the intensive promotion of German as the official language. Bilingual teachers were in short supply, so Czech instruction remained the norm at the elementary level. In 1780, a new edition of the Czech Bible was printed. 6 years later, the first permanent Czech language theatre opened in Prague and the first Czechophone periodical commenced publication, also in the Bohemian capital. The 1780s afforded the hope that the historian Franz Martin Peltzlow's 491. František Martin Pelcl, 1734–1801, prediction that German could push the Czech language out of Bohemia and Moravia in half a century would not come true. Rather, 1791, the year when Peltzlow voiced this opinion, saw 2 milestones in the process of official recognition of Czech as a full-fledged language. A chair in Czech language and literature was founded at the University of Prague, where German had superseded Latin as the medium of instruction in 1784, with the exception of philosophy, which continued to be taught in Latin until 1825, and Czech was used ostentatiously during the coronation of Leopold II at Prague. Peltzlow was the first holder of the chair. In 1789, with the publication of Krumeriusovy Cesarsko Královsk Prask Postosk Noviny, Krumerius's Imperial Royal Prague Post, the new, as yet unbroken to this day, tradition of the Czech language press was begun. The following year, the newspaper's owner, Matěj J. Václav Krumerius, 1759–1808, founded a Czech language publishing house, which founded the new tradition of the Czech language book industry. Between 1791 and 1796, the Czech translation of Peltzlow's 3-volume German language history of Bohemia was published, which after over a century of discontinuity re-inaugurated the use of Czech as a language of scholarship. It was, however, Dobrovský who firmly placed Czech among other European languages, which he achieved with his authoritative Geschichte der Bohemischen Sprache und Literatur, History of the Bohemian Language and Literature, 1792, Prague. In 1809, he published his Lehrbuch der Bohemischen Sprache, Learning System of the Bohemian Language, Prague. Further codifiers of the Czech language took it as the foundation of their project of how to standardize the Czech language. Dobrovsky's clear exposition of the Czech language was unique and exemplary. It even served as the model for grammars of other Slavic languages, especially Slovenian. The problem was that Dobrovsky's grammar referred to the 16th and 17th century Czech of Protestant writers as the model to be emulated. This Chancery Czech of 3 centuries earlier was very distant from the everyday Slavic speech in Bohemia. Dobrovsky's 2 works were republished in revised editions in 1818 and 1819 respectively, setting the standard for the future development of the Czech language, Agnew 1986, 591-597, Auty 1980, 174-175, Basage 1999, 162-163, Heck and Orzechowski 1969, 196, Crofta 1946, 593, Riesnar and Croucher 1989, 27, 29, Sayer 1998, 69, Seaton Watson 1965, 162, Solk 1881, 335, 338. Although during the 1780s and 1790s, Czech was firmly established as a written language complete with its institutional infrastructure of schools and research centers, Dobrovsky had little confidence in the future of Czech, which he had decided to research as a scholar. Dobrovsky is credited with the creation of Slavic philology, but beyond that he had no wish for or vision of the establishment of a Czechophone ethnic nation of the Czechs. The ideal of the Czech ethnic nation was worked out by the next generation of Dobrovsky's students and followers, Josef Jungmann, 1773-1847, Václav Hanka, 1791-1861, Palaki, 492. And Pavel Josef Safarik, Pavel Josef Safarik, 1795-1861. Because of Dobrovsky's pronounced lack of nationalist enthusiasm, Jungmann called him a German of Slavic sympathies. Dobrovsky was a Bohemian, a believer in Bohemian Landish patriotismus, not unlike Count Kinsky. Still in the spirit of Bohemian patriotism, the Königliche Böhmische Gesellschaft der Wissenschaften, Royal Bohemian Society of Sciences, was established in 1790, and the Bohemian Museum founded in Prague in 1818. A change toward Czech ethnic nationalism began in 1827, when, in addition to its German periodical, the museum commenced the publication of the first scholarly journal in Czech. At that time, this society also acquired its Czech language name, the Královská česká spolnost vědecká, which is a literal translation of the German one. 4 years later, the Matice Česká, Czech cultural organization, was established following the example of the Matice Srbska, Serbian cultural organization. It supported the publishing of scholarly works in Czech, written by scholars cooperating with this museum. The ground for the shift from Bohemian regional, non-ethnic, patriotism to Czech nationalism was prepared during the last decade of the 18th century, and in the first 3 decades of the following century. This period coincided with the slow spread of the use of Czech in elementary and secondary education, in the press, book publishing, and research. Czech, as an auxiliary medium of instruction, was employed in secondary schools in Prague, 1802, Konec Rats, Hradec Králové, 1802, Budvice, České Budějovice, 1815, and Pilsen, Plzen, 1815. In 1822, Jan Koller, Johann Koller, 1793-1852, established a secondary school in Pest, where Czech and Biblitina functioned as languages of instruction. Further chairs of Czech language and literature opened at the secondary schools in Pressburg in Upper Hungary, 1803, and Omets in Moravia, 1831. The latter chair was transferred to the Moravian capital of Brunn in 1847. In an 1810 decree, the Bohemian authorities emphasized that clergymen and civil servants in Bohemia should have a command of Czech. 6 years later, another decree insisted that secondary school teachers ought to know this language too, so as to be able to provide instruction in it. This requirement was extended to court clerks in 1843. All these measures were copied, however, to a lesser degree, in Moravia, but almost not at all in Austrian Silesia. The number of Czechophone elementary schools in Bohemia grew from 1328 in 1791, to 2020 in 1851, and German-language ones from 1042 to 1442. As in Hungary, where towns were mainly German-speaking and the countryside Magyarophone, in the Czech lands, Czech was spoken outside predominantly Germanophone towns. The complication was that a German-speaking countryside skirted the western, southern, and northern borderlands of Bohemia, Moravia's southern and northern borders, and most of the western half of Austrian Silesia. In 1857, Czech and German speakers accounted for 64% and 36% of Bohemia's population, respectively. In 1890, the corresponding numbers for Moravia were 70,493. And 30%. Not unlike in Hungary, where most towns became Magyarized by the mid-19th century, the same process unfolded in Bohemia and Moravia. It peaked in the 1880s, a decade later than in Hungary. For instance, in 1847, the population of Prague consisted of 66,000 German speakers, 6,000 Yiddish or German-speaking Jews, and 37,000 Czech speakers. In 1880, the respective numbers were 23,000, 15,000, and 213,000. In Austrian Silesia, German speakers remained the plurality, 44%, until 1918. Czech and Polish statisticians variously allotted the Slavophone remainder of the population between the Czech and Polish nations. Poles usually accounted for over 30% and Czechs for over 20%. However, the Germanophone inhabitants constituted the majority of the inhabitants in the western half of this crown land, and the Slavophone, mostly Polish, in the eastern half. Agnew 1986, 597, Auty 1980, 176 to 177, Heck and Orzechowski 1969, 196, Harity 1973, 368, 375, Kamusella 2001, Ken and Zidnike 1984, 196, Millet 1928, 434, Otov Slovnik now CNYU 1893, 192, Otov Slovnik now CNYU 1901, 638, Rieger 1862, 345, Riesnar and Croucher 1989, 29-30, Sayer 1998, 97, Solk 1881, 338-342. Zichkowski 1948, 13, Tornoff 2005, 478, Waldenberg 1992, 44. In 1811, Jungmann showed the viability of Czech as a literary language when his translation of Milton's entire Paradise Lost was published. In 1817 and 1818, Hanka announced the discovery of the two astonishingly rich and extensive Czech language manuscripts from the 10th and 13th centuries, which were useful to those scholars striving to establish a long-lasting pedigree of written Czech. Only in 1886, would the scholar and future first president of Czechoslovakia, Tomáš Garrigue Masaryk, 1850–1937, dare to show that these manuscripts were hoaxes. Palaki believed in their authenticity and used them as genuine documents for his analysis of early Czech history. Jungmann Slovsnost, word formation, 1820, set the rules of Czech word formation. These rules were reaffirmed when the second edition was brought out in 1846. In the meantime, in emulation of Samuel Bogomil Linda's authoritative dictionary that standardized the Polish language, Jungmann compiled his 5-volume Sloan J.K. Česko Německý, Czech-German Dictionary, 1835–1839, Prague. Besides Polish, he also drew on Russian and other Slavic languages to fill in lacunae in the Czech lexicon. Jungmann's dictionary also marked the completion of the emergence of the Czech language from the cultural commonality with German, which until the 1820s was marked by the almost uniform production of Czech books in the Gothic font. Sloan J.K. Česko Německý was printed in Antiqua, with the exception of the German words and phrases, which were given in Gothic characters, as in Linda's dictionary. This switch of Czech language publications from the Gothic to Antiqua type was possible thanks to Dobrovský and his friend, Jan František, Johann Franz, Tomsa, 1750–1814, who had developed the Czech version of the Antiqua between 1798 and 1799. Also during the 1830s, an important switch. 494. In grapheme-phoneme correspondence took place. The new graphemes J and V replaced the old ones G and W, standing for the phoneme /J/N/V/. The grapheme V helped to differentiate Czech from German and Polish, which continue to use W for the phoneme /V/, whereas the introduction of J did away with the confusion when G represented the phoneme /J/ and G the phoneme /G/. At that time, the grapheme L standing for /W/ disappeared, as the phoneme was not used in newly codified Standard Czech. Safarik is credited with this change, which helpfully deepened the difference between Czech and Polish, where the grapheme is used to this day. However, these innovations spread rather slowly as there was no central Czech Academy of Sciences. Jungmann preserved the old usage, that is, W4/V/, G4/J/ and G4/G/, in his dictionary, and Palacký clung to it in his Dějiny národa Českého, History of the Czech Bohemian Nation, Prague. Together with Jungmann's dictionary, Palacký's history, published during the 1850s and several times republished in the second half of the 19th century, lent authority to the old usage. The change in graphemes was increasingly slower in Moravia, and especially so in Austrian Silesia, which reinforced the popular belief that Bohemian, or Standard Czech, was different from the Moravian language used in writing in Moravia and Austrian Silesia. These old graphemes, as well as the consistent use of the Gothic font for writing and printing in Moravian, survived in Germany's southernmost Upper Silesia until 1920. Jungmann's lexicographic feat was possible because an extensive German-Czech dictionary was published in 1788, and its Czech-German counterpart in 1807–1808. In 1791, an equally extensive Czech-German-Latin dictionary came off the press. Even more important was Dobrovský's 2-volume Deutschböhmisches Wörterbuch, German Bohemian Dictionary, 1802 and 1821, Prague. But it was Joseph František Šumavský, 1796–1857, who tentatively completed Jungmann's dictionary with its 2-volume close counterpart, Úplný německý slovník, Complete German Bohemian Dictionary, 1843–1847, Prague. The grammatical and lexicographic base of Standard Czech was ready. Publications of the Bohemian Museum, and its scientific periodical contributed strongly to the development of technical and scientific vocabulary during the 1830s and 1840s. The goal was to make Czech versatile enough for use in any sphere of life in modern state and society. In 1853, an important step was taken in this direction with the publication of the 350-page-long Německočeský slovník Vědeckého Vysloví NN pro Gymnasia Realnscholi /Deutschböhmisches Wörterbuch der Wissenschaftlichen Terminologie für Gymnasien und Realschulen, the German-Czech Dictionary of Scientific Terminology for Secondary Schools, Prague. It was Safarik who supported the compilation of this groundbreaking work, and he wrote the preface to it. But Czech could not be a truly national language unless cleansed of numerous Germanic words and phrases, because language equated nation in Central European political thought. The so-called reform of the Magyar language. 495. aspired to do the same, to purify this language especially from Latin but also German and French linguistic loans. Hence established Czech words of Germanic origin were replaced, theatre, theater, with the medieval word divadlo, luft, air, with Russianism viz Dutch, and handel, commerce, with its Slavophone synonym of chod. This puristic streak strengthened during the second half of the 19th century when the German-Czech tension reached its heights, and continued well into the 1930s. Although Magyar linguistic purism reached its heights between the 1820s and 1870s, the penchant for attacking ugly Germanisms also continued in Hungary until World War II, Aughty 1973, Aughty 1980, 176 to 177, 181, Heck and Orzechowski 1969, 197, Janik and Gruhl 2002, 304, Orlo S 1993, 42 to 48, Riesnar and Croucher 1989, 27, Sayer 1998, 70 to 71. Landish patriotismus, Czech nationalism, and panslavism. The terminology of the Central European ethnic national movements focused on the idea of national awakening and renaissance. Nationalists who were building their proposed nations before starting to demand separate nation-states for these nations, strove to legitimize their projects on the ground that they were presumably awakening the long-established but so far sleeping nations. That is why, in Czech historiography, the period before 1848 is known as Národní obrození, that is, national renaissance or reawakening, while the early Czech nationalists earned themselves the sobriquet of buditelé, or awakeners. All this very evocative and potent terminology, which ethnic national movements from Central, Eastern and Southeastern Europe have employed time and again, dates back to Herder's classical work Outlines of the Philosophie of the History of Man that was published in the German original in 1784 in Riga and Leipzig. In Book 16, he devoted Chapter 4 to Theslavs. Herder describes them as industrious, peace-loving peoples who were unjustly suppressed by numerous nations, Nationen, of German origin, vom Deutschen Stamm. In the original, Herder refers to the Slavs as Völker, peoples, while at 1800 English translation employs the term nations. Herder concludes this chapter hoping that these now deeply suppressed, but once industrious and happy peoples, will at length awake from their long and heavy slumber, shake off the chains of slavery, enjoy the possession of their delightful lands from the Adriatic Sea to the Carpathian Mountains, from the Don to the Moldau. 5. Agnew 2002, 52, Herder 1800, 482 to 484, Herder 1966, 433 to 435. This idea of awakening the sleeping nation was as popular among Czech nationalists as among their Slovak followers. It gained considerably less popularity among the Polish-Lithuanian and the Hungarian nations. The former did not wish to wake up some dormant Polish-Lithuanian or Polish nation but to regain their partition state. The Hungarian Nátio regained their state at the end of the 18th century. Their grievance was that they had to share the 496. Control of the Hungarian state with the Habsburgs. Already in the first half of the 19th century, the Magyarophone noble patriots espoused the tenets of the ethno-linguistic nationalism stemming from the Italian and German national movements, and as self-conscious Magyars, set out to transform Hungary into the ethnic Magyar nation-state. A similar ethnicization of the national movement of the Polish-Lithuanian Nátio took off after the failed anti-Russian uprising of 1863 to 1864, and produced the overwhelmingly ethnic Polish national movement during the 1890s. But neither in the Polish nor in the Magyar case was there any need to legitimize the existence and goals of these movements by using the imagery of national awakening. The existence of the Polish-Lithuanian and Hungarian nations with their respective long-established traditions of statehood sufficed. Nationalists simply repossessed the non-national past of these nations and their states, and repackaged it as the millennium-long history of the Polish or Magyar ethnic nation. This dominance of the ethnic in Czech nationalism did not manage to obliterate the possibility of civic nationalism as shown by the frequent appearance of the term vlastenectati, or patriotism in Czech national historiography. This I-concept corresponds directly with the Germanophone one of Landespatriotismus. In the case of Czech nationalism, there was ideological ambiguity bred by the fact that vlastenectví could refer to all the lands of the Czech crown, or to each of them separately. On the other hand, Landespatriotismus was a feeling of patriotism, which attached a person to one of these lands. Until the mid-19th century, the building of the civic nations of the bilingual Czech and German-speaking Bohemians, Moravians, and Silesians was a well-established option. There was a chance for non-ethnic German Slavic reciprocity parallel to Kohler's call for ethnocentric Slavic reciprocity, Wechselseitigkeit. Sometimes the term Bohemian nation was not limited to Bohemia but extended to cover all the lands of the Czech crown. The first thinker to sketch out this possibility was the famous Bohemian mathematician and student of religions, Bernard Bolzano, 1781–1848. He devoted one lecture to this issue in 1810, and 3 more in 1816. Bolzano spoke about 2 parts or tribes, Volksstamm, of the Bohemian nation, Bohemisk nation, and consciously employed the French loanword nation instead of Germanic Volk, because the former emphasized the free union of citizens, while the latter denoted a predetermined ethno-linguistic community. On the ground of common Christian faith and implicitly referring to the civic values of the French Revolution, Bolzano appealed for treating Bohemia as a locus of identity more important than language. This line of thought went back to the Landespatriotische motivation of Germanophone Bohemian nobles who had begun to support the cause of the Czech language at the end of the 18th century. At that time, they had not foreseen that it would ever come to choosing between Czech and German as the sole national language for all Bohemia, language understood as the measure of the nation. 497. In the simplistic logic of ethnic nationalism, victory for one would invariably mean defeat and the downgrading of social and political status for the speakers of the other language. This consequence had been unimaginable for the Bohemian nobility. Bolzano was the first to predict what the future might hold in store. The growing breach between the Czech and German-speaking Bohemians did not emerge clearly until 1848. Bohemia's Czechophone intellectuals such as Palacky wrote on the history of the Czech lands in German, while their Germanophone counterparts such as Karl Egon Ebert, 1801–1882, or Wilhelm Adolf Gerl, 1783–1846, wrote in German on figures and events from Bohemia's Slavic history. This cooperation and vision of Bohemia, as rightfully belonging to all the inhabitants, was shattered in the course of the revolutionary events. The German National Assembly at Frankfurt urged all Bohemians, Moravians, and Silesians, regardless of the languages they spoke, to participate in the elections to this representative body of the coalescing German nation. In the ethnic German national perception, all 3 provinces of the Czech crown rightfully belonged to the future German nation-state as an integral part of the German Confederation. Palacky disagreed and turned down the invitation to sit in this assembly. With the help of his son-in-law František Rieger, 1818–1903, and the father of Czechophone political journalism Karel Havlíček, Borovsky, 1821–1856, he organized the Pan-Slav Congress in Prague, May 31 to June 14. The participants included 237 representatives of the Czech and Slovaks, 61 Poles, Ruthenians, Ukrainians, and Russians, 32 representatives of the South Slavs, and 1 Sorb. Ironically, in the absence of any common Slav language, and the fact that the Russian language was still relatively unknown outside the Russian Empire, German functioned as the lingua franca of this Congress. On the one hand, this event counterbalanced the ideological influence of the Frankfurt Assembly and the Magyar Revolution in Hungary, especially among the Slavophone inhabitants of the Austrian Empire. On the other, this Congress angered German and Magyar nationalists. It also overshadowed the elections to Bohemia's National Assembly, and Palacký's earlier appeals that all the lands of the Czech crown should be represented in some common assembly for Bohemia, Moravia, and Austrian Silesia. Palacký emphasized that he was a Bohmer Slawisk Stams, Bohemian or Czech of Slavic origin, not German. In 1846, Havlíček had stood for loyalty to the multi-ethnic Austrian Empire and rejected the possibility of overhauling the German Confederation into a German nation-state. In 1848, he demanded the separation of the lands of the Czech crown, that is, Bohemia, Moravia, and Austrian Silesia, from this confederation. Rieger joined in, and all three appealed for boycotting the elections for the German National Assembly in Frankfurt. The political leaders of the Germanophone population took opposing views. Conservatives, such as the Austrians, called for the preservation of the multi-ethnic. 498. Austrian Empire as a civic nation-state. Liberals chose German ethnic nationalism. They formed the Union of Germans from Bohemia, Moravia, and Silesia for the preservation of their nationality to ensure election of their representatives to the Frankfurt Assembly. They feared that any success of the Czech national movement would isolate them not only from a united Germany formed at Frankfurt, but also from their Germanophone Austrian kin, if Bohemia or all the lands of the Czech crown were separated from the Austrian Empire. Palacký's boycott of the elections to the German National Assembly was quite effective in Bohemia, where over half of the constituencies did not elect representatives. In Austrian Silesia, over two-thirds of the constituencies sent delegates to Frankfurt, while in Moravia, all but two did so. Symptomatically, during this volatile time, the proponents of the Austrian Empire and Bohemian non-ethnically specific Landisch Patriotismus published Bolzano's lectures in 1849 to promote their cause. The political success of Czech nationalism in Bohemia was undeniable. The leader of the German-speaking Bohemians, Ludwig von Lohner, 1812–1852, who established the Union of Germans from Bohemia, Moravia, and Silesia for the preservation of their nationality in Vienna, soon overhauled this organization into the Verein Deutsch Österreichs, Society of German Austria. He disagreed with any program that would make Bohemia or all the lands of the Czech crown into some prospective Czech national region, or would overhaul the Austrian Empire into a federation consisting of the Slavic and Magyar national units as opposed to the rest, namely Austria. Lohner proposed a different kind of federalization that would closely follow the ethno-linguistic lines of division, not the provincial borders. He foresaw the creation of Polish Austria, Italian Austria, Slovenian Austria, Czech Austria, and German Austria. Czech Austria was to comprise the Czechophone sections of Bohemia, Moravia, and Austrian Silesia. Similarly, German Austria would embrace the German-speaking areas of these crown lands apart from the Alpine Germanophone provinces. At the end of August 1848, German-speaking intellectuals and aristocrats from Bohemia met at their own national assembly convened in Teplice, in Bohemia. They demanded that Bohemia be included in the future German nation-state, and appealed for consolidation of German national life in this crown land. In agreement with Lohner's program, they also called for the division of the Bohemian administration into the separate German Bohemian and Czech Bohemian administrations. In 1848, during the last year of his life, Bolzano gave voice to his disapproval of this blatant ethnicization of Bohemia's political life, a danger he had already predicted in the 1810s. His voice remained unheard. Leaders of the Czech national movement did not recognize the Bohemian National Assembly at Prague, to which elections were never held after the forced dispersing of the Pan-Slav Congress. But they actively participated in the deliberations of the Vienna Constituent Assembly. They formed alliance with all. 499. The political forces that attempted to prepare the ground for a constitutional and federal system. Due to continuing revolutionary fervor in Vienna and the unfolding war with the Magyars, the court and the assembly moved to the safety of Kremsir, in Moravia. While Vienna concentrated all the troops against the Magyars, the Kremsir assembly was dispersed in March 1849. Although the war in Hungary continued through August, the revolution was over in the Czech lands. After the abolishing of the last vestiges of constitutionalism in 1851, absolutism was firmly reinstituted. No concessions were granted to any of the aspiring national movements. What remained were the clearly defined political programs, Agnew 2002, 56-57, 62-65, Bolzano 1849, Menzel 1985, 55-63, 101, 104, 107, 117, 144-147, Winter 1956, 85, 1977, 77-90. The Czech national movement led by Palacký stood on the ground of staunch opposition to German ethnic nationalism and unwavering loyalty to the monarchy. He trusted that the Austrian Empire was the best protection for the forming Slavic nations against the encroachment of German nationalism and of the authoritarian Russian Empire. He famously remarked, "If there were no Austria, it would be necessary to create one." In this context, Palacký preferred to use the term nationality, Nationalität, Národnost, instead of nation, Tvok or nation in German, and Národ in Czech. This distinction goes back to the significant Central European correction applied to the French theory of nation. In the French opinion, every nation has the inalienable right to its own nation-state, which in the specific case of France meant that the existing state molded its population into the French nation. At the beginning of the 19th century, German nationalists opined that all the states remaining after the dissolution of the Holy Roman Empire were too small to comfortably house the postulated German nation, while the Austrian Empire was ethnically too little German in order to fulfill such a role. Unlike in the case of the French nation-state, it remained up to the German nation to carve out a nation-state of its own. This tension between the French model of nationalism and the political realities of Central Europe provided fodder for thought to numerous German thinkers. The philosopher Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, 1770-1831, in his Encyclopädie der Philosophischen Wissenschaften im Grundriss, 1817, Encyclopedia of the Philosophical Sciences in Outline 1959, introduced the seminal distinction between nations with history and nations without history. Accordingly, to become a nation, a folk had to express strong political will to become a state, and, at best, it should have enjoyed the long-established tradition of its continuous statehood. Thus these Völker were nations with history. On the other hand, these Völker, whose states perished before the period of the Occidental Enlightenment and which had no hope to attain their separate statehood, Hegel considered as nations without history. He actually termed them as Völkerabfall, or remnants, ruins, of peoples, that would be of no significance for history. 500. Of nations. Famously, he maintained that no Slavic Völker, not even the Poles, would have a chance to become a nation, that is, a folk with its own state. This line of thinking spawned the division between Völker or Nationen, full-fledged nations with their own nation-states or clearly destined to achieve this goal, and Nationalitaten, ethnic or national groups whose existence one could not deny, but which did not have any right to their own separate nation-states. In Vienna's official documents, Nationalitaten were sometimes referred to as Volksstamm, national tribes. Palacký's Austroslavism went along this line, though he preferred to refer to the Czechs as a nation, Národ, as indicated by his famous history. The Czech Národ can also mean a people, which left a margin of ambiguity in his usage. However, in the second half of the 19th century, the term Národnost was often used interchangeably with Národ in the Czech national circles. Palacký's main exposition of Austroslavism, earlier expressed in Havlíček's 1848 Journalism, was his 1865 work Idea Statu Rakouského, The Idea of the Austrian State, Prague. In this book, he set the program of Czech nationalism for the coming decades until World War I. He called for the unity of all the historical lands of the Czech crown within Austria. The justification of this program was the legal theory that the entity in the form of the crown of the Czech lands, founded by Charles IV, continued to exist. The goal was to gain an autonomous Czech nation-state in the Austrian Empire by legalistic means. This earned the program the sobriquet of Statoprávny, state legal. Czech nationalists pledged to act within the framework of law, and to limit their demands to those that were justified by the historical and juridical tradition of the Czech crown. Obviously, this stance went against the wishes of German or Austro-German nationalists of Bohemia, Moravia, and Austrian Silesia, who continued to subscribe to Lohner's 1848 program that called for the division of the Czech lands along the ethno-linguistic lines. Interestingly, in 1855, Karl Marx, 1818–1883, opined that the Slavic stam, tribes, of the Austrian Empire divided among various provinces were slated for extinction as appendages, either to the German or the Hungarian Magyar nations. 4 years later, Friedrich Engels, 1820–1859, agreed with this opinion in his remark that Central Europe's would-be nation-states should follow the example of the French nation-state. Völkerabfall, ruins of peoples, were to assimilate either with the German, Magyar, or the Italian nation, not unlike the Bretons or the Basques in France. The future was to prove them wrong. But their unflattering view of the Slavic nations in the Austrian Empire made the communist and socialist movements largely blind to the force of nationalism. On the other hand, it spurred activities of Czech and other nationalists so as to forestall the possibility of assimilation of their nations with the Germans, the Magyars, or the Italians. Herod 1976, 29–30, 37–38, 43, Reinfeld 1982, 30–45, Seaton Watson 1915, 17, Solk 1881, 383. 501. The issue of splitting the lands of the Czech crown into the nationally differentiated Czech and German sections divided Czechophone and Germanophone politicians, especially in Bohemia, though less so in Moravia and Austrian Silesia. In the two latter crown lands, neither Czech nor German nationalism was so pronounced as in Bohemia. The separate national lines of Czech and German politics and culture developed in the Czech lands during the second half of the 19th century. But this event did not obliterate continued identification with Austria as a multi-ethnic state symbolized by Habsburg monarchy, and with separate crown lands in the spirit of Landish patriotismus. Actually, it took Czech nationalism considerable time to cross into Moravia from Bohemia. In the 1830s, the first Czech national activists from Bohemia moved to Moravia, but their influence did not amount to much. The Matice Moravska, Moravian cultural organization, was founded only in 1853, as Moravia's Czech national counterpart of Bohemia's Matice Česká, which had come into being in 1831. The tradition of Moravian Landish patriotismus shielded this crown land against encroachments by Czech nationalism, which Moravians perceived as an unjustified spread of Bohemian Landish patriotismus. Moravian intellectuals evoked Greater Moravia as the direct antecedent of their separate statehood. At that time, the Slovak claims to this tradition were hardly recognized. It was the Moravians who shared even the name with the Slavic state. Moravian patriots emphasized the difference of their Moravian language vis-a-vis Czech, or Bohemian, and accepted bilingualism of the population in the civic spirit of Bolzano's appeals. The proverbial staunch Catholicism of Moravia, the stereotype of Catholic Moravia, was opposed to that of Hussite Bohemia, added to the ideology of this Landish patriotismus memory of Cyril and Methodius as the apostles of Greater Moravia. These elements constituted the pronounced difference in the Moravian dimension of Czech nationalism when this ideology began to successfully infiltrate this crown land during the 1860s. Only then did the ethnonym Czech gradually replace the ethnonyms Moravian, Moravan and the old Rhone of Moravek, Slav, Sloven, and Czechoslav, Czechoslovan, which until then had predominated in the speech of the Moravians when they referred to themselves. It is mainly true of the Slavophone Moravians, as their Germanophone counterparts usually chose the ethnonyms Moravian, Marier, Austrian, Österreicher, or German, Deutsch. The question of identity in Moravia was further complicated by Austro-Hungarian censuses, which allotted this Crownland Slavic-speaking population to the subregional cum-ethnic categories of the Horakan, Horasi, in the west, Hanakan, Hanasi, in the center, Walachan, Vlasi, in the northeast, and Slovaks, or rather Slovakons, Slovakian, Slovacii, in the southeast. I6 The tension between Czech and German nationalists never achieved in Moravia such levels as in Bohemia. Due to the national conflict, the latter Crownland became virtually ungovernable and its constitution had to be suspended. 502. In 1913. Meanwhile, in Moravia, Slavophone and Germanophone politicians negotiated the wide-ranging 1905 Ausgleich compromise, that peacefully regulated their relations between these two national groups in politics, administration, and education. Moravia was Austria-Hungary's first crown land that satisfactorily and effectively resolved the national question of its territory. Kapka 2003, 114, Kraus 1980, 113-116, King 2002, Nabert 1994, Map, Arasic 1933, 624, Ripa 2001, 205-207, Smahel 2000, 61-64, Ziasic 1995. In Austrian Silesia, the Germanophone population dominated. German remained the sole official language of this crown land, but in 1882, Czech and Polish were accepted for external use in some county courts. In 1908, local languages, meaning Czech and Polish, or rather the local Slavic subdialects written in Czech and Polish orthographies, were allowed in local self-governments in communes. Within the German cultural and political preponderance, the Matice Opavska, Opava cultural organization, was founded in 1877 at Tropa, Opava, and its Polish counterpart, Masierczkina, educational organization, in 1885 in Teschen. The word Masierc is the direct rendering of Czech Matice or Serbian Matica into Polish orthography. The Matice Opavska did not use the adjective Silesian in its name, unlike the Matice Seska or Matice Moravska, because at that time it was the received opinion that the Czech nation had the cultural right only to the western part of Austrian Silesia, Opava/Tropa Silesia. This crownland's eastern half, or Cieszyn/Teschen Silesia, was believed, culturally speaking, of the Polish nation. The critical moment was in 1848, when a Slavophone delegate from Cieszyn/Teschen Silesia, Paweł Stalmach, 1824-1891, did not agree to be seated with the Czech representatives at the Pan-Slav Congress, and became a member of the Polish Ruthenian delegation. The rise of Czech national life in eastern Austrian Silesia was due to the influence of the Czech national movement flowing from Bohemia and Moravia. Meanwhile, Galicia's Polish national movement championed Polish nationalism in the eastern section of Austrian Silesia. Significantly, the Masierc Polska, Polish cultural organization, was founded in the Galician capital of Lwów, Lviv, in 1882. The first Czech-language secondary school in Austrian Silesia was established in 1883, and its first Polanophone counterpart followed 12 years later. During the 1890s, the Czech-Polish national conflict arose in the eastern half of Austrian Silesia. The first sign of this new phenomenon was the founding of the Czech organization Matice Osvěty Lido pro Těšínsko, educational organization for Těšín Teschen Silesia, in 1898. This conflict limited the pressure on the Crownland's German language administration and politics. Additionally, on the basis of Silesian Landespatriotismus, Germanophone politicians supported the development of the political movement of the Slavophone Silesians, Slunziks, as a counterbalance to the local Polish and Czech national movements. German and Silesian politicians held 503. Sway in Austrian Silesia until 1918, while Czech and Polish national activists did not feel ostracized, being able to use their languages in communal administration, and in elementary and secondary schools as well. Czech and Polish national activists equally castigated the Slavophone Silesian regional/national movement as inauthentic and playing into the hands of the Germans. Hanan 1996, Kamusella 2001, Kan and Zednike 1984, 305, Nowak 1995, the absolutist 1850s was not as painful for the Czechs as it was for the Magyars. In Hungary, German replaced Magyar as the official language, while in the Austrian half of the empire, the official use of German had continued uninterrupted since its inception in 1784. Similarly, education and external administration in local languages proceeded as usual. This contrasted with the quite thorough suppression of all other languages but Magyar in Hungary beginning in the 1840s. Paradoxically, the introduction of the Austrian system in Hungary, with the official German and the toleration of local languages, boosted the rise of the non-Magyar idioms to the level of semi-recognized languages with some official and public uses guaranteed. It was the time when Slovak, Croatian, Romanian, Serbian, and Ruthenian were used more freely. With the liberalization of political life during the 1860s, Magyar gradually regained its pre-1848 status as the dominant language in Hungary. The 1867 Ausgleich overhauled Hungary into the virtual Magyar nation-state with Magyar as the sole official and national language. During the 1850s, Czech national life in Bohemia unfolded in the field of culture as it had done before 1848. Czechophone elementary schools functioned alongside their German language counterparts while further education was available in German only, with the exception of the theological seminaries. At the same time, Czech scholars cum politicians concentrated on research. They ironed out the myths that were to underlie the ideology of Czech nationalism. In 1850 to 1851, Pálaki published the third volume of his Dejiny Národosesko, which was devoted to the Hussite wars in the first half of the 15th century. Another volume that came off the press in 1857 and 1860 concentrated on the rise and reign of the people's king Griz Potibrad, George of Potibrady, ruled 1458 to 1471, the first and only Hussite monarch. Ironically, he fought with another people's king of the Magyars, Matthias Corvinus, to whom he lost Moravia and Silesia, so that Gri's rule was effectively limited to Bohemia only. This event deepened the separateness between Bohemia and Moravia, to a degree annulling the unity of the lands of the Czech crown forged by Charles IV a century earlier. Pálaki spoke about the anti-Hussite military onslaughts as crusades, Wyprawy and Griz Potibrad as the truly national Czech king after the brief interlude of 1437 to 1457 when the Habsburgs ruled the lands of the Czech crown. Pálaki did not consider as foreign the House of Luxembourg. 504. That replaced the local Bohemian dynasty, because its most illustrious member, Emperor Charles IV, actually established the lands of the Czech crown as a unit, and founded the University of Prague, the very two ideological and political institutions upon which Czech nationalism was based. Pálaki being the main historian and politician of Czech nationalism when this ideology was formed, his vision of the Czech past spawned the basic Czech national mythology and imagery that remains to this day. Because Pálaki made Hussitism into a founding ideological basis of Czech nationalism, it is necessary to have a brief look at this religious movement, which derives its name from Jan Hus, 1369 to 1415. He championed liturgy in the vernacular and reforms of the Catholic Church, for which he died burned at the stake in Constance, despite the promise of safe passage. This event triggered the Hussite Wars. Among the Hussites, there were Slavic and Germanic speakers, as the religious division did not follow the ethno-linguistic one. But in Czech national mythology, both these divisions were made to overlap so that the Germans and German-speaking Austrians could be presented as treacherous conquerors bent on overtaking and Germanizing Czech lands. In this scheme Jan Hus and such Hussite generals as Jan Žižka, 1376 to 1424, were elevated to the rank of Czech national heroes, while the Czechs earned the self-conferred title of the Nation of God's Warriors, Národ Bozích Bojovníků. The conflation of medieval Germanic speakers with Catholic Crusaders and the Slavophone population from the lands of the Czech crown with the Hussite cause also allowed for presenting the Germans as the eternal enemy, Dedičný nepřítel, of the Czech nation. This image was projected onto the whole past of Bohemia and its relations with the Holy Roman Empire and the Austrian Empire perceived as a German nation-state in disguise. The fact that drawing on the Hussite tradition the later Reformation broke out and attained success in the north of the Holy Roman Empire did not bother Czech nationalists. Another discourse of Czech nationalism focused on foreignness. As the Czech language was cleansed of foreign, mainly German, words and phrases in search of the lost purity of its Czechness, the same measure was applied to history. It was decided that the pro-Hussite nobility was Czech and those who fought for the Catholic cause were usually Germanophone foreigners. Because non-Catholic noble families, after 1620, had to leave the lands of the Czech crown or convert to Catholicism, Czech national historians claimed that the remaining nobility and newcomers were, ethnically, non-Czech and, as such, foreign and necessarily inimical to the Czech nation, notwithstanding the fact that it was Bohemia's and Moravia's aristocracy who, in the spirit of Landish patriotismus, encouraged and supported interest in the Czech language and history at the end of the 18th century. And during the first half of the 19th century. The popular belief still holds that the Slechta Záradná Isizaka, nobility was treacherous and foreign. 505. Obviously, Palacky did not write his history meaning to produce such Czech national stereotypes and myths. Until his death, he stood on the ground of close cooperation with the Bohemian aristocracy and Vienna within the existing legal framework. However, the intensification of the Czech-German national tension and radicalization of Czech ethnic nationalism produced these myths and stereotypes during the second half of the 19th century. It was Masaryk who, in the 1880s, promoted the Protestant, Hussite, dimension of Czech nationalism through his influential essays on Palacky's historical works. Ironically, Masaryk's father was Czech-speaking, or rather Moravian-speaking, while his mother German-speaking. Czech-German bilingualism was part of everyday social reality for Masaryk as it had been for Palacky. The question of Masaryk's and his father's native speech was made even more ambiguous by the fact that it was an Eastern Moravian dialect, sometimes classified as a dialect of Slovak. Additionally, in 1880, he finally converted from Catholicism to Protestantism under the influence of his wife, Charlotte Garrigue, 1850–1923, an American of Huguenot background, who, together with Masaryk, had attended the University of Leipzig. The couple married in 1878. Both Palacky and Masaryk came from Moravia, the most staunchly and homogeneously Catholic of all the Czech lands. The pronounced emphasis on Hussitism, though intelligible to the Czech national elites as the instrument of distancing the emerging Czech nation from the Germans and Austria, alienated the peasantry and the average town dweller. This made Czech nationalism into the concern of the Czechophone intellectuals, who concentrated in Prague and could be defined as free thinkers, often neutral but sometimes hostile to Catholicism. The old-fashioned grievances of the Moravian estates against the dominance of their Bohemian counterparts in the contacts with Vienna so significant during the first half of the 19th century, in the century's other half were translated into the average Moravian's perception of Czech nationalism as unjustified dominance of Prague. The average Bohemian shared this sentiment. In consequence, these perceptions persist to this day. The inhabitants of Moravia tend to see their region as more Catholic in opposition to atheistic Bohemia. And together with the average inhabitant of Bohemia they continue complaining of Pragocentrismus, or the centering of the state, economy, and resources on the Czech capital only. When Czechoslovakia existed the Slovaks agreed with this criticism too, RAC 1994. The process of the standardization of the Czech language was also seen as an element of Pragocentrismus. The Slavophone elites of Moravia or Austrian Silesia were not consulted, which ensured the persistence of the Moravian written language in both these provinces, when Standard Czech had already served everyday written uses in Bohemia. Standard Czech is a complicated compromise between the 16th century literacy of official documents and Protestant writings in Chancery Czech, and everyday speech of the Slavophone inhabitants of 506. Prague, Bohemia, and partly Western Moravia. Jungmann and other codifiers of Czech based the standardization of this language on this 16th century literacy, which resulted in the rise of spisovna sestina or written Czech. Because no one speaks in this idealized Czech of Hussite times, one has to acquire spisovna estina C at school. One uses it in official situations, namely in administration, for writing scholarly books, and in newspapers. Hardly anybody attempts to speak in spisovna sestina, because its pronounced written cum historical nature, disconnected from the spoken language, effectively limits its use to writing. The standard also rejected numerous words and structures of Germanic origin as well as the Gothic font and the graphemes W and G, representing the phoneme /v/n/j/ that persisted in the Moravian written language. Written Moravian was closer to the vernacular, but it did not mean that it would be allowed not to conform with spisovna sestina if the latter rose to the rank of an auxiliary or official language in the Czech lands. Havlíček 1851 claim that the literary language used in Bohemia is actually pure spoken Moravian was just an ideological ploy. Nobody spoke 16th century Chancery Czech in Moravia. He also avoided mentioning that not Chancery Czech but Chancery Moravian had been then employed in Moravia. Through this mythologization of language, Havlíček wanted to forge a Czech linguistic unity that would underlay Czech nationalists' claim to all the lands of the Czech crown as their future Czech nation-state. Because the gap of some 4 centuries separates spisovna sestina from the contemporary vernacular, a complicated diglossia arose. The prestige of Prague, its culture and Slavonic speech, lasted continuously since the 10th century. This caused the spread of the Prague, or Central Bohemian, Slavic dialect all over Bohemia. Having replaced the local dialects, the Prague dialect established its dominance in the entire Crown land. Due to this fact, linguists term it interdialect, a lingua franca of everyday contacts for a region within the Czechophone speech community today synonymous with the Czech nation and the territory of the Czech Republic, the Czech nation-state. Czech linguists call this interdialect obyčejná sestina, or popular spoken Czech. The many centuries-long tradition of institutional and administrative division between Bohemia and Moravia persisted until 1918 and even later in Czechoslovakia. This, coupled with the Moravians' continuing suspicion of Prague's domination, did not allow spreading of the interdialect either to Moravia or Austrian Silesia, where local dialects survive as the vernacular of everyday communication. In the context of official situations when neither the dialects or obyčejná sestina are acceptable as media of spoken communication, Czech speakers usually employ a compromise between the interdialect and spisovna sestina known as hovorová sestina. Confusingly, the literal English translation of this term is spoken Czech. This usage requires the inhabitants of Moravia and Czech Silesia to acquire elements of the interdialect in the form of hovorová sestina in addition to spisovna sestina. This task is a bit easier for the inhabitants of Western Moravia whose dialect used to 507 be the basis of the written Moravian language, and the numerous features of this dialect are shared with spisovna estina and obyčejná sestina. Auty 1980, 182, Eckert 1993, Short 1996, 41-42, Tornoff 2005, 480, with the era of absolutism over in 1860, Pálaki and his friends could return to politics. They established the Strana národní, National Party, as the leading organization of Czech nationalism. Although Pálaki stood at the party's helm, his son-in-law Rieger took over its leadership. In 1862, emulating the example of German Turnverein, gymnastics associations, established for the national cause at the beginning of the 19th century, Miroslav Tejš, born Friedrich Emanuel Tejš, 1832-1884, founded the Sokol, Falcon, Gymnastics Association. While the Strana národní worked out the main course of the Czech national movement, The all-inclusive Sokol movement that involved students, workers, and women, ensured growing grassroots mass support for the Czech national cause, first, in Bohemia, but soon in Moravia and Austrian Silesia, as well. At the end of the 19th century, the main forms of mass Czech nationalism emerged: Sokol slits, conventions, and tabors, political rallies. In 1861, the Czech-language press also re-emerged with its first dailies. The most important of them was Národní listy, national newspaper, the mouthpiece of the Strana národní. In the field of education, by 1861, 14 Czechophone secondary schools had been established in Bohemia. At the same time, there were only 10 German-language secondary schools and 7 bilingual Czech-German ones, Bradley 1984, 22-23, Nolte 2002. The camp of the so-called Old Czechs headed by Rieger stood for Palacký's program of overhauling the historical lands of the Czech crown into a Czech nation-state within the Austrian Empire. This required sustaining alliance with the Bohemian aristocracy, who had a decisive say in the Bohemian Landtag, regional diet, and the Reichstag. In 1867, the Magyars obtained wide-ranging autonomy within the monarchy, duly transformed into dual Austria-Hungary. By 1871, Poles had received a similar status in Galicia. A certain nod toward the Czechs' cultural and linguistic needs was the opening of the first 2 monolingual Czech-language secondary schools in the Moravian cities of Brunn, Brno, and Olomouc, in 1867. Vienna chose Moravia for this experiment, since this crown land, unlike Bohemia, was staunchly Catholic, and the Czech-German conflict was not so pronounced there. The fitful negotiations between Czech leaders and Vienna collapsed in 1871. The Emperor did not wish to overhaul the dual monarchy into a tripartite one, as Czechs insisted, mainly because the Magyars opposed this solution, fearing it would downgrade the newly elevated status of Hungary within the empire. Finally, not even an autonomous status for Bohemia was allowed. Commenting on this event, Palacký remarked, "Before Austria was, we Czechs were, and when Austria no longer is, we shall be." This political defeat of the Old Czechs at the hands of the Viennese central administration caused a rift in the Strana národní. The opposition, known 508 as the Young Czechs, wanted dissolution of the traditional alliance with the Bohemian aristocracy, and less emphasis on the unity of the lands of the Czech crown. For Young Czechs, general improvement in the overall status of the Czech language and standard of living were the goals worth striving for. They stemmed from the growing Czechophone middle class, educated in Czechophone secondary schools, who enjoyed unprecedented economic prosperity as Bohemia, Moravia, and Austrian Silesia had grown into the most developed area of Austria-Hungary. Young Czechs chose the purely ethnic dimension of Czech nationalism and set the course of future Czech politics that led to the separation of the Czech and German-speech communities of Bohemia and Moravia, now perceived as foreign nations. A modicum of the erstwhile civic commonality afforded by Landish patriotismus was gone. Despite this growing opposition, Rieger retained the leadership of the Strana národní for 2 more decades until 1891, when the Old Czechs lost to Young Czechs in the Reichsrat elections. Meanwhile, the cultural and economic domination of the Czechophone middle class became obvious in Bohemia and Moravia during the 1880s, but German speakers retained their dominant position in Austrian Silesia until 1918. In 1880, the Austrian Minister of Justice and Education, Karl von Stramayr, 1823–1904, issued an ordinance that restated the traditional principle of external use of Czech in the courts and public administration in Bohemia and Moravia. 6 years later, the Deputy Minister of Justice, Alois Pražák, 1820–1901, issued an ordinance, which, for the first time, sanctioned Czech as an official language of internal administration, though only in the processing of Czechophone cases at the Supreme Courts in Prague and Brunn. In the field of culture, the Czech language National Theatre opened at Prague in 1881. Already in 1869, the Czechs had received their first university-level educational institution when the Technical University of Prague had been divided into three separate Czech and German sections. But the success was complete in 1882, when the oldest Central European university located in Prague split into the German and Czech universities. 7. It was a sea change from the time several years earlier when the German-dominated Senate of the University of Prague prohibited Czechophone students from organizing celebrations in memory of Jan Hus, 1877, and on the occasion of the 500th anniversary of the death of Charles IV, 1878. The dissatisfaction of the young Czechs mounted after 1886 when further spread of the Czech language in secondary education and administration was halted. This led to the provisional separation of the Czech and German boards of education, which was made permanent in 1890. In the same year, the Czechs obtained their own Academy of Sciences, the Česká akademie Cesary Františka Josefa pro vědy, Slovsnosti umění, Francis Joseph Czech Academy of Sciences, Literature, and Art, which emerged by the officially accepted Czechization of the Königliche Bundesgesellschaft der Wissenschaften / Královská Česká. 509. Spolnost vědecká, Academy of Sciences of the Kingdom of Bohemia, founded in the late 18th century. Now they were equal to all other civilized nations, a badge of distinction gained when a state or stateless nation founded its own Academy of Sciences. Also in 1890, the Old Czechs strove to take over the Young Czechs' ethno-linguistic program. Under the pressure from Vienna, eager to end the German boycott of the Bohemian Landtag, the Old Czechs entered into negotiations with the Bohemian German speakers over a national agreement, Punctus, in Bohemia. Ominously, Lohner's 1848 idea of dividing Bohemia along the ethno-linguistic borders re-emerged. As a result, this crown land would be divided into the separate Germanophone and Czechophone zones. The young Czechs were dissatisfied with this arrangement because Czech would be excluded from the former zone, while German would remain the language of internal administration in the latter. After the downfall of the Old Czechs, the young Czechs were caught in the same dilemma as their predecessors, trying to balance linguistic demands with those for territorial autonomy. In 1897, they accepted Austrian Prime Minister Kazimierz Bádany's, 1846–1909, proposal that Czech would become a co-language of internal administration along with German in Bohemia and Moravia. This official bilingualism, to be introduced within 4 years of grace for Germanophone civil servants who did not know Czech, the same stipulation applied to Czechophone civil servants, but almost all of them knew German, outraged German speakers, who demonstrated in the Bohemian Landtag, the Reichsrat, and on Viennese streets. In the German Empire, demonstrations of solidarity with the Germans of Bohemia and Moravia were organized in Brandenburg. Widespread violence in Prague caused the imposition of the state of emergency on the Bohemian capital. As a result of these events, the emperor dismissed Bádany from office. An interim prime minister, Paul Gotz, 1851–1918, tried appeasement by new ordinances. In 1898, the requirement of full bilingualism for civil servants was scrapped. The Bádany ordinances, as reformulated by Gotz, were implemented in their entirety in Moravia and Bohemia's nationally mixed zones. In Bohemia's Czechophone and Germanophone zones, internal administration was carried out in Czech and German, respectively. This solution obviously deepened the ethno-linguistic cleavage inside Bohemia and Moravia. The staunch German opposition to the de facto introduction of Czech as a co-official language of state administration in Bohemia and Moravia led to the obstruction of the Reichsrat. Gotz had to resign from premiership, and in 1899, the legal position of Czech was demoted to that ensured by the 1880 and 1886 ordinances. However, municipalities were allowed to choose Czech as a co-official language of internal bureaucracy, and some did, for instance, the town of Pilsen, Plzen. On the other hand, the relative lack of ethno-linguistic tension in Moravia allowed for the founding of a Czech language technical school in Brunn in 1899. 510. German speakers grudgingly accepted the situation, though in their opinion, apart from Galicia and some Italian-speaking counties, German was and should remain the sole language of administration in the Austrian section of Austria-Hungary. They pointed out that as a national group they were seriously disadvantaged in Bohemia and Moravia. For instance, in 1903, among Bohemia's 24,700 civil servants there were 19,400 Czechs and only 5,700 German speakers. In accordance with the ethno-linguistic composition of this crownland's population, the number of the German-speaking civil servants ought to have been at least 10,000. In 1890, there were 293 Czech-language periodicals published in Bohemia against 157 in German. In the eyes of German speakers, who remembered times 3 decades ago when there had been scarcely any Czechophone periodicals to be had, it seemed as if Czech had pushed German out of this crown land. On the other hand, German speakers who added up to 37% of Bohemia's population, paid 53% of the all collected taxes. Bohemia's Czech leaders, however, would not settle for anything less than full legal equality of Czech and German. The 1905 achievement of this goal in Moravia on the common ground of Landish patriotismus, was perceived as a hurdle in the path of the development of Czech ethno-linguistic nationalism. The 1907 scrapping of the electoral curie, which privileged the rich, in the Austrian half of the dual empire allowed the Czech parties capture the absolute majority of the mandates in the Bohemian Landtag. Beginning in 1908, they expressed their displeasure at the slightly unequal position of Czech vis-a-vis German in this crown land by instituting a permanent obstruction of this legislative body. The Germans replied in kind the following year, when the Landtag of the Lower Austria, that is, the region with Vienna at its center, banned Czech from education and local self-governments. This move enraged Bohemia's Czechs, because they saw it as the beginning of the planned Germanization of Czechs, who had moved there in search of education, employment, and career. In 1900, in Vienna alone 300,000 persons resided who had been born in the Czech-speaking areas of Bohemia and Moravia. In the context of the escalating Czech-German conflict in Bohemia and the continuing obstruction of the Landtag, the emperor was left with no choice, and had to dissolve this body in 1913, subsequently to replace it by a governing commission nominated by Vienna, Bradley 1984, 22, Havranek 2002, 72-73, Janik etal 2005, 265-266, Ken and Ziedenike 1984, 303, 305-308, Arasik 1933, 623-624, Sayer 1998, 93, Seaton Watson 1915, 17, Tornoff 2005, 475, Waldenberg 1992, 42-47. Toward Czechoslovakia. In the 1890s and in the first decade of the 20th century, the Czech national movement lost the leadership of the Czechs to socialists and agrarians. A balanced bilingualism more or less achieved and the dominance of Czechs in 511. Economic and political life of Bohemia and Moravia assured, the issues of standard of living and social security among the rural population and industrial workers proved more pressing. The Austrian Social Democratic Party was the only political force in Austria-Hungary that merged in its program social needs of the workers with those of the national groups. Although it was a Gesamtpartei, party for all the Social Democrats of Austria-Hungary, there emerged within it the nationally based subparties of Czechs, German speakers, Poles, and other national groups. The Czech lands being the most developed part of the dual monarchy, and Moravia, the crown land with an exemplary cooperation between the Slavophone and German-speaking sections of its population, the Social Democrats announced their renowned 1899 program at Brunn. They famously called for federalization of the Austrian half of the empire. Crown lands would determine their national belonging and the nationally determined political entities would constitute this federation. Cultural autonomy would be guaranteed for groups of people and individuals living outside their respective national entities. As a result, Austria-Hungary, transformed into some socialist Austrian federation, would be saved as a large sphere of economic activity. At that time, Social Democrats and Socialists believed that only large states could develop viable industrial economies where workers' rights would be effectively guaranteed. The Social Democratic thinking on the national issue underlaid the Moravian Ausgleich of 1905 and the 1910 electoral law for Bukovina, where no national group formed even a decisive plurality. In 1909 to 1910 and 1913, these positive developments encouraged repeated rounds of negotiations for a similar compromise in Bohemia. But they failed, as similar attempts at a compromise had failed earlier in 1890. The fate of the Austrian Social Democratic Party did not bode well either. In 1911, it disintegrated into a multitude of nationally based socialist parties. The national took precedence over the socialist or the economic. National tension among Bohemia's Czechs and German speakers never relaxed after 1890 and repeatedly broke out into cycles of disturbances and even riots. The introduction of popular suffrage in 1907 deepened the conflict as Czech parties gained majority in the Bohemian and Moravian landtags. The 1905 Ausgleich mellowed the ethno-national edge of this victory in Moravia, whereas in Bohemia the splintering of the mandates among a multitude of various parties blunted the edge of Czech ethnic nationalism in this province. The neo-Hussite and anti-clerical characteristic of the Czech national movement led by Masaryk also alienated Moravia, which remained deeply Catholic. What made Vienna and Budapest nervous was the development of the Czechoslovak movement that commenced in earnest during the 1890s. It concentrated in Prague among Slovak students and intellectuals, who contributed to the Slovak language monthly Hlas, 1898 to 1906, published in the Bohemian capital. Usually, they were Protestants and closely related with their professor. 512. Masaryk. It was not only his free-thinking attitude toward Catholicism that attracted them, but also Masaryk's Moravian background and his ability to speak in the East Moravian dialect, so close to the Western Slovak dialect. The latter dialect formed the basis for the early 19th century codification of the Slovak language, now known as Brno-Latina, as explained in the following chapter. Because Standard Slovak as used today was codified in the mid-1840s, Brno-Latina appeared to these students as Old Slovak. Although of Catholic provenance, the students knew and appreciated it, because the Catholic priest Jan Hali's epic poems written in this Old Slovak, were retained in the forming national canon of Slovak literature. According to the national myth, in 1843, the Protestant politician and scholar, Ludovit Stur, asked Hali to accept his new codification of Slovak, which the latter is said to have granted, thus paving the way for the rise of Standard Slovak as it is today. In 1896, together with their Czech colleagues, the Slovak Protestant students founded the Československá jednota. After the 1905 revolution, Czech politicians started expressing their sympathy toward Russia on the platform of panslavism that increasingly less reminded of Palacký's Austroslavism, staunchly loyal to Vienna. From 1908 until the beginning of World War I, Czech and Slovak national leaders held annual meetings in Moravia. In this network of increasingly multi-directional and conflicting political and social forces, Czech nationalism lost its ideological edge. Even as late as 1912, Masaryk agreed that Austria-Hungary should survive, but with a stronger parliamentary system that would effectively limit the emperor's arbitrary decisions. The confused political scene in Bohemia caused Vienna to suspend the Bohemian constitution in 1914. The incursion of Russian troops into Galicia and Upper Hungary at the beginning of the Great War convinced some Czech and Slovak leaders that an independent Czechoslovakia could be created under the rule of the Russian Tsars. This view equally frightened Vienna and Budapest, especially after some Czech troops defected to Russia, and led to the systemic persecution of Ruthenians in Upper Hungary, next door to the Slovaks. Masaryk left his family in Prague and escaped from Austria-Hungary on a Serbian passport. First, he stood for a Czech nation-state composed from the lands of the Czech crown. In 1915, however, the Czech and Slovak organizations in the United States signed the Cleveland Agreement, in which they expressed their support for Czechoslovakia, a common state of the Czechs and the Slovaks. Masaryk was partial to this idea, as before the war, he had encouraged and supported Slovak intellectuals concentrated in Prague around the journal Hlas. Meanwhile, Milan Rastislav Stefanik, 1880–1919, a Slovak astronomer who made a military career during the war as a pilot in the French Air Force and attained the rank of general, together with Masaryk, established in Paris in 1916 the National Council of the Czech lands that adopted the program of common. 513. Czechoslovak state. Masaryk and American Slovak leaders signed an agreement to this end in Pittsburgh at the end of May 1918. On June 30, the French government recognized the National Council of the Czech lands as the de facto Czechoslovak government. Other allies followed suit. On October 28, independent Czechoslovakia was proclaimed. Without having learned about this proclamation, the Slovak program was announced at Teršinský svatý Martin 2 days later. In line with the Cleveland and Pittsburgh agreements, the program called for founding Czechoslovakia as a federal state with autonomy guaranteed. Prague did not respect the Slovak demand of autonomy, and Czechoslovakia was created as a largely unitary and centralized state controlled by the Czech elite. The German speakers of Bohemia, Moravia, and Austrian Silesia attempted to separate their areas and to attach them to Rump German Austria in agreement with Lohner's 1848 program. But it was of no avail. Czech forces suppressed their attempt at a separation, and Vienna, busy with the social and political turmoil in the nearby provinces, could not and did not wish to intervene. Czechoslovakia's constitution defined a tasked nation-state of the Czechoslovak nation who spoke in the Czechoslovak language. In reality, it was a multi-ethnic country not unlike pre-1918 Hungary. In 1918, Czechoslovakia's population comprised 6.8 million Czechs, 3.1 million German speakers, who increasingly defined themselves as Germans, 2 million Slovaks, 0.75 million Magyars, 0.46 million Ruthenians, 181,000, German-Yiddish- and Czech-speaking, Jews, and 76,000 Poles. Bradley 1984, 35, 95, 98, Herod 1976, 44-45, Ken and Zedny K 1984, 310-312, Kovaci 2002, 109-110, Menzel 2002, 84-85, Sayer 1998, 168, Toma and Kovaci 2001, 44, 51-56. Development of nation equates language development. In practice, as of the 1860s, Czech became a more or less official language in Bohemia and Moravia, and also a medium of instruction alongside increasingly less dominant German. The ground for this success was prepared by the codification of the Czech language carried out with Dobrovsky's grammar and Jungmann's dictionary in the first half of the 19th century. At that time, Jungmann had opined, Dvej suzinamky neomiln narodnosti, diahenia jazyk, ili historia literatura, plody narodního života. There are two unmistakable features of the nationality, its past and language, or history and literature, the very fruits of national life. The old Czechs and the young Czechs closely followed his advice, conflating history, language, and literature with the political program of Czech nationalism. On this basis, the Slovak Lutheran Safarik, who published in Czech and signed his name Safarjk or Safarik, compiled and published Českoněmecká právní politická terminology, Czech-German legal and political terminology, 1850, Prague, and Německočeský NN Slovník Vydechován z Vysloví pro. 514. Gymnasia Realnskoly, German-Czech Dictionary of Scientific Terminology for Secondary Schools, 1853, Prague. The former work provided courts and administration with necessary Czech vocabulary, and the latter for schools. This was the foundation for the unprecedented development of Czech language journalism and book publishing during the 1860s and 1870s, which was followed by the dramatic rise in the volume of Czechophone scholarly and scientific publications during the 1880s. The second half of the 19th century also saw the emergence of the whole milieu of Czech language fiction writers and poets. The consolidation of Czech as a language of administration, education, politics, law, literature, and scholarship came with the publication of Rieger's 11-volume Slovník Naučení, 1860–1874. This was the second encyclopedia published in a Central European language other than German. This work proved to the doubters that Czech was a civilized language capable of transmitting all scientific and other information necessary for the functioning of a modern state. This encyclopedia was preceded by a Polish one, and followed shortly by a similar Magyar lexicographic work. In contrast, the Slovaks had to wait until 1932, when the first Slovak language encyclopedia Slovenské Naučení Slovník. Priručená Encyclopedia Vedomosti v troch dialek, the Slovak Scientific Dictionary, a short universal encyclopedia in 3 volumes, Bratislava and Prague, was published. The clear connection between scholarship and politics in Czech culture dates back to Palacký, who wrote the authoritative history of the Czech nation and led the Czech national movement. His successor, Rieger, edited Slovník Naučení, while Masaryk was the first editor of the second, and so far most extensive and authoritative, Czech encyclopedia, Otov Slovník Naučení, 1888–1909, in 28 volumes, which closely followed and even surpassed the model of German-language conversation lexicon. Between 1930 and 1943, the 6-volume Osov Dodatky, supplement, to Otov Slovník Naučení were published in 12 parts. Masaryk was a renowned scholar and the first president of Czechoslovakia. It was only natural that under his patronage Czech and Slovak scholars of his generation compiled and published the 7-volume Masarykův Slovník Naučení. Lidová encyclopedia Všeobecných vědomostí, Masaryk Scientific Dictionary, a People's Encyclopedia of General Information, 1925–1933, Prague. Although concise in comparison to its predecessors, this work considerably updated the information included in Rieger's Slovník Naučení and Otov Slovník Naučení. And most importantly, in the Czech tradition of conflating scholarship with politics, this encyclopedia, eponymous in its title of President Masaryk, reflected the preoccupations and needs of the new national ideology of Czechoslovakism that underlay Czechoslovakia as the nation-state of the Czechoslovaks. A work equally significant for the consolidation of Czech technical vocabulary was Tslurkotiska's 17-volume Technický Slovník Naučení. Illustrovaná Encyclopedia Věd technických, Scientific Dictionary. 515. Of Technology, Illustrated Encyclopedia of Technical Sciences, Prague, 1927–1949. The increasingly intensive use of Czech in all spheres of public, educational, and economic life in Bohemia and Moravia necessitated acceptance of numerous German words and phrases for these phenomena and objects of modern life that were not described in Czech dictionaries. This irked leaders of the Czech national movement and cultural life, who saw language as the main basis of Czech nationalism. It was the Czech language that constituted the difference between the Czech and the German speakers. In this view, any German linguistic loans in Czech were unwelcome because they downplayed the cleavage and, in the Czech eyes, contaminated the Czech language. The purest reaction against this trend drew on Czech vocabulary worked out in Rieger's Slovník Naučení and Otov Slovník Naučení. Necessarily, these two works did not function only as encyclopedias but also as dictionaries of the Czech language. In view of the rapid technological development and the elevated status the Czech language achieved in Bohemia and Moravia after the mid-19th century, Jungmann's Czech-German dictionary was outdated. What is more, it employed the equally outdated orthography. In this respect, the Poles and the Magyars were in a better position, because the second edition of Linda's Dictionary of the Polish Language was published in the mid-1850s, and Chukser and Fogarasi's authoritative monolingual Dictionary of Magyar between 1862 and 1874. Meanwhile, Polish and Magyar language encyclopedias came off the press too. On top of that, the publication of the new and purely monolingual Dictionary of the Polish Language under Karlowa's editorship commenced in 1900, and concluded in 1927. In the case of Czech lexicography, the long-established tradition of bilingualism that paired Czech with German continued. In 1878 to 1893, the 7 volumes of Stepan František Kott's, 1825 to 1915, Česko Německý slovník zvlášť grammatiko-phraseologický, Czech-German Grammatical and Phraseological Dictionary, Prague, was published. In 1911, the Czech Academy of Sciences started work on a monolingual dictionary of the Czech language that would replace Jungmann's work. But the result, in the form of the 9-volume Příručný slovník jazyka českého, the reference dictionary of the Czech language, Prague, was published only between 1935 and 1957. The first comprehensive, though not all-embracing and authoritative, dictionary of the Czech language was that of Pavel Vasa, 1874 to 1954, and František Travníček, 1888 to 1861, Slovník jazyka českého, Dictionary of the Czech Language, 1937, Prague, published in 2 volumes. This achievement came only at the end of interwar Czechoslovakia. New editions of this truly monolingual Czech dictionary followed in 1941, 1946, and 1952. As of the 1870s and until the end of Austria-Hungary, Czech linguists focused on purifying the Czech language of German words and phrases. In 516 light of this task, the problem of a monolingual dictionary seemed secondary. In 1877, the Matice Česka published the extremely influential Brus jazyka českého, the whetstone of the Czech language, Prague. The contributing Czech philologists reinforced the 16th and 17th century Bohemia's Chancery Czech and the Czech language of Protestant writers from this period symbolized by Jan Amos Komensky, Johann Amos Comenius 1592-1670, as the model to be closely followed by the users of Spisovna Cestina. These Bruzi, as they were known from the title of their work, did castigate not only German linguistic loans in Czech vocabulary but also syntactical constructions modeled on or similar to those employed in the German language. In 1890, Jan Gebauer, 1838-1907, published his Archaizing and Puristic Mluvny Česka pro školy Střední a Ústavy Učitelsk, the Czech grammar for schools and teachers' colleges, Prague, in which he finally codified the prescriptive model of the Czech language almost a century ago proposed by Dobrovsky. Gebauer's grammar was used at Czech language schools, which facilitated the spread of this model. New editions first revised by Václav Ertel, 1875-1929, and then by František Travníček were published for Czech schools until World War II. Gebauer wrote the preface to Pravidla hledisí k českému pravopisu a t Verislovi, The Rules of Czech Orthography and Morphology, 1902, Prague, which officially rubber-stamped the Dobrovsky-Gebauer codification of the Czech language. Similar though less extensive works that codified Polish and Magyar, namely Rozprawy Ionioski o ortografii polskiej and Magyar Helyesaras es Zaragistas f obsabiliai had been published much earlier, in 1830 and 1832, respectively. Gebauer did not subscribe to the extreme linguistic purism of the Bruzi, but his prescriptive codification of Spisovna Cestina did encourage purism. This approach to the Czech language became particularly insistent again during World War I when Czech nationalism decisively turned against Austria-Hungary favoring an independent Czech nation-state. In 1913, it was decided to accept foreign words into Czech but not in their original foreign spelling. Czechization of such words meant their phonetic rendering. This phenomenon showed up also in Czechization of surnames. For instance, German Schmidt became Czech Schmidt. In 1917, a group of Czech philologists under the leadership of Josef Zubody, 1855–1931, founded the influential journal Naše Řeči, Our Language, which has been published to this day not unlike its Magyar and Polish counterparts Nyelv and Język Polski. Naše Řeči called for extreme internal and external purification in search of the authentic and clean, nezkalani, Czech language. Not surprisingly, this prescriptive and puristic approach remained popular in Czechoslovakia until the 1930s. The change came with the famous Prague linguistic circle, Pražský lingvistický kroužek, which, among others, grouped Vilém Matthews, 1882–1945, Bohuslav Havranek, 1893–1978, and the Russian Roman Jakobson, 1896–1982, they opposed. 517. Linguistic purism with its principle of historical purity and indiscriminate prescriptivism propagated by Naše. Instead they proposed moderate prescriptivism that also allowed etymological orthography, as summed up in their novel principle of elastic stability, prusna stabilita. In 1932 they presented their position in the volume Spisovna Cestina Jazykova Kultura, written Czech and language culture, Prague, edited by Havranek and Milos Weingart, 1880–1939, Auty 1973, 338–339, Auty 1980, 179–181, Otov Slovnik now CNYU Novdoby 1940, 182–183, Karlik ETAL 2002, 423–422, Rouse 1979, 18. The race to develop the Czech language so that it would stand its ground with the other civilized languages of Europe also took place in other fields. Between 1901 and 1913, with the support of the Francis Joseph Czech Academy of Sciences, Literature, and Art, the A. and fascicles of Gebauer's Slovnik Staročeski, Dictionary of Old Czech, Prague, came off the press. This work paralleled Sarva's and Simonyi's Magyar Nyelvtörténeti Zótár, Historical Dictionary of the Magyar Language, Budapest, of 1890 to 1893, while the similar Slonik Staropolski, Dictionary of Old Polish, Warsaw, would start publishing only in 1953. Publication of further fascicles of Slovnik Staročeski, now entitled Staročeski Slovnik, resumed in 1968. By 2000, the letters N, pred had been covered. Czech dialectology commenced in earnest with Alois Vojtěch Sembra's, 1807–1882, Základ of dialectology Slovensk, the basis of Czechoslovak dialectology, 1864, Vienna and Omets, but to this day no dictionary of the Czech dialects has been published similar to Zinyi's, 1857–1943, Magyar Tagzótár, Dictionary of the Magyar Dialects, 1893–1901, or Karlowy's Slonik Polskich, Dictionary of the Polish Dialects, 1900–1911. Significantly, neither for the Czech nor Polish language an etymological dictionary was compiled before World War I, while Magyar speakers could refer to Gombach and Melika's Magyar Etymology Zótár, Etymological Dictionary of the Magyar Language, 1914. These minute differences aside, Czech linguists also fought for the territory of their nation-state, as did their Polish and Magyar colleagues. In 1920–1921, the Polish scholar Nys sketched the correct territorial extent of the Polish nation-state using to this end his earlier works on the dialects, which he classified as Polish. He lamented that not all of the truly Polish territory found its way into the Polish nation-state founded in 1918. Likewise, in 1924, the aspiring Czech philologist Travníček published his influential book O českém jazyce, on the Czech language, Prague. In the historical overview that commenced with Greater Moravia, Hekla aimed that it was the Czech language a thought had been spoken in this area where Magyars would settle. Then he conflated the historical program of the Czech national movement that had called for the unification of the lands of the Czech crown in a Czech nation-state with the ethno-linguistic definition of the Czech nation. Basically, Travnicek maintained that Czech was or had been spoken in Bohemia, Moravia, and Silesia, which 518 made these regions rightfully belonging to a Czech nation-state. Then drawing on official Czechoslovakism, he added that Czech had been and still was the language of the Slavophone inhabitants of Slovakia, which justified making this region into another part of a Czech nation-state, as embodied by Czechoslovakia. Quite radically, he denied the existence of any Slovak language. According to Travnicek, what some wrongly called the Slovak language was either the group of Czech dialects from the territory of Slovakia, or a written dialect of the Czech language. He did not even use the politically correct legal concept of the Czechoslovak language. Travnicek 1924, 87, 106-109. Czechoslovakism. On October 28, 1918, Czechoslovakia was proclaimed as the nation-state of the Czechoslovak nation. Notwithstanding, the law number 64 of December 10, 1918 decided that Slovak was the official language in Slovakia. Although the 1920 Constitution of Czechoslovakia was done in the name of the Czechoslovaks, the 1920 language law issued in pursuance of this Constitution's Article 129 proclaimed Czechoslovak as the state and official language of the Republic of Czechoslovakia. The Constitution and the language law emphasized the unitary character of the new state and made the Czechoslovaks into the absolute majority, 67%, of the population vis-a-vis the over 3 million strong German minority, 22%. Otherwise, the Czechs numbering 7 million would have constituted less than half of Czechoslovakia's total population of 14.5 million, and the 2.6 million Slovaks would have been only the third largest national group in the Republic after Germans. As the latter practice showed, Czechoslovakia was as much ethnically diversified as post-1918 Poland and pre-1918 Hungary. In a way, complete with its binational Czech and Slovak character, it was an Austria-Hungary in miniature. Implicitly, legislators construed the Czechoslovak language to comprise two completely equal standards, Czech and Slovak. As a rule, the former was to be employed in the Czechlands and the latter in Slovakia. However, no law clarified this intention, and, on the other hand, Slovak had not been fully standardized yet, and did not enjoy such a rich corpus of writings as Czech. Illiteracy was quite rampant in Slovakia due to the practical liquidation of any meaningful Slovak language primary educational system after 1905, while as of the mid-19th century, illiteracy was an unknown phenomenon in the Czech lands. As a consequence, in Czechoslovakia, Czech was favored over Slovak in employment, administration, industry, and education not only in the Czech lands but also in Slovakia itself. This traumatized Czechoslovak relations. Dissatisfaction with the state of matters could be freely expressed by Slovak émigrés. They pointed out that they wanted a binational and bilingual Czechoslovakia, not a mononational and monolingual unitary Czechoslovakia. They 519 perceived this state as imposed on the Slovaks by the Czechs. Prague never answered pleas for national autonomy for Slovakia between the two world wars. This dissatisfaction constituted the ideological basis of the increasingly anti-Czech character of Slovak nationalism, which prevented coalescence of the sought-for Czechoslovak nation and facilitated the creation of independent Slovakia that existed between 1939 and 1945. Staunch opposition to the proposal of developing a common Czechoslovak language played a significant role in interwar Slovak nationalism. Autonomist 1935, 98-114, Kirschbaum 1960, 49, Ossowski 1943, 17, Sobotin 1931, 75-78, 179-180, 203, Toma and Kovaci 2001, 86, 107-109. The origin of the concept of Czechoslovak language dates back, at least, to the end of the 18th century, though it bases upon the earlier 16th and 17th century Latin usage of the Hungarian Chancery that treated the Czechs and the Slavs of Upper Hungary as one group, Bohemi et Slavai, or even identified the latter as Czechs, Slavus scu Bohemies. In 1742, Matej Bel, Matthias Bel, 1684–1749, and Pavel, Jacobe, 1695–1752, published their Orthographia Bohemica Slavica, the orthography of the Bohemo-Slavic language, Prespig. The Lutheran pastor Pavel, Dolezal, Paulus Doleshalius, 1700–1778, published in Prespig his Grammatica Slavico-Bohemica, Slavo-Bohemian grammar, in 1746, and 6 years later, its abbreviation Elementa Lingui Slavo-Bohemici, the elements of the Slavo-Bohemian language. Nowadays, Dolezal's Latin term Slavico-Bohemica is usually translated as Slovak Czech. In 1792, Dobrovsky spoke of the Bohemian dialect of the Slavic language as consisting of Bohemian, Moravian, and Slovak, Slavikish. In 1803, George Palkovitsk, 1769–1850, a Protestant pastor, established and held the chair of the Czechoslovak language and literature in the Lutheran Secondary School in Prespig. This chair existed until his death in 1850. He published a new edition of the late 16th century Czech language Kralis Bible in 1808. At the end of the New Testament, he added the list of old Czechoslovak words with explanations. Palkovici also believed that written Slovak, Hokoslavikish, Finaroslavikisk, is nothing else but Czech, Bomis. In 1842, Safarik opined that the Czech language comprised the Czech dialect and the Slovak, Hungarian Slovak, dialect. 6 years later, had that both these dialects shared one written language, namely Czech. In 1846, Jan Nepomuk Konečný, 1815–1887, published at Vienna his bilingual textbook and selection of texts for learners of the Czechoslovak or Czechoslavic language, Czechoslowisk or Československý. Between 1858 and 1861, also at the imperial capital, Alois Vojtěch published his Dějiny Eci literatury Československ, History of the Czechoslovak Language and Literature. 3 more editions of this work had been brought out by 1872. In 1864, he published his aforementioned book on Czechoslovak dialectology. In the 1880s and 1890s, František Pasternak, 1853–1940, wrote interchangeably about the Czechoslovak and Czech language. In 1887, he stated that Slovak was a group of 520 Czech dialects. In the same year, the Slovak scholar, Samo Zambal, 1856–1910, published in Budapest his overview of the history of the Slovak language. He agreed that until the 16th century, in Upper Hungary, the Czechoslovak language remained in use. Jan Gebauer, the last codifier of the Czech language, also subscribed to Pasternak's view on the dialectal status of Slovak within the Czech language. For the first time he employed the term Czech, Czechoslovak, language in his famous historical grammar of Czech published in 1894. After 1918, not only Travnicek denied existence of the Slovak language. Václav Vondrák, 1859–1925, in his Vergleichen Slavisk Grammatik, Comparative Slavic Grammar, 1924, defined Slovak as a dialectal variety belonging to the Czech language. In 1926, Milos Weingart, 1880–1939, spoke of Czech as the Slovaks' own language. Some Czech scholars such as Václav Flachshans, 1866–1950, strove to overcome the dilemma of the domination of Czech in the fold of the Czechoslovak language, calling the latter our mother tongue or our language with no ethno-regional label attached to it. But this did not help either, because this new category once again comprised the Czech language and written Slovak of uncertain status. The international acceptance of the concept of the Czechoslovak language grew as evidenced by the Dutch scholar Nicholas van Wijk's 1880–1941 work, Češi Slovaks Czechoslovaks, Czech Slovaks Czechoslovaks, 1928, published in Amsterdam. The dogma of the Czechoslovak language also remained in Czechoslovakia until World War II, so Travnicek could publish his Historicum Lovni Československa, Historical Grammar of Czechoslovak, Prague, in 1935. Another significant proponent of this trend was Albert Pražák, 1880–1956, who was the professor of Czech and Slovak literature, 1921–1928, at Komenský University, Bratislava, the first Slovak language university, established in 1919. In 1925, he published his Československý národ, the Czechoslovak nation, Bratislava. After World War II, his Dejiny Slovensk literatury, History of Slovak Literature, Prague, appeared in 1950. Slovakia had been an independent nation-state from 1939 to 1945, so he posed the idea of the Slovak language as a separate entity but cloaked it in the Czechoslovak cultural commonality up to 1918. Pražák also reaffirmed the existence of the unitary Czechoslovak language and literature between 1918 and 1939, and added that after 1945 the separate Czech and Slovak languages and literatures were united in the commonality of common Czechoslovak statehood shared by the Czech and the Slovaks. Many Slovak intellectuals disagreed with this opinion, though some, for instance Milan Haja, 1878–1944, decried the progressing breakup of the Czechoslovak language. The post-1918 Magyar propaganda, not unlike the former group of the Slovak intelligentsia, also emphasized that Slovak was not part of the Czech, or Czechoslovak, language, and that there was no Czech culture in Upper Hungary. Ironically, after the creation of Czechoslovakia, which the Slovaks joined on the anti-Magyar ticket, it was Budapest, not Prague, that 521 was more ready to accept the ethno-linguistic separateness of the Slovaks. Obviously, Prague strove for the consolidation of Czechoslovakia as a bulwark against the Germans and the Magyars, while Budapest was interested in undermining the legitimization of Czech or Czechoslovak rule in Upper Hungary, Slovakia, in order to regain at least some of the Hungarian territories lost after 1918. The Slovaks remained a mere pawn in these games. Although after World War II, the concept of the Czechoslovak language disappeared from the political lexicon in Czechoslovakia, in 1967, Slovak linguists felt it necessary to state in their famous theses on the Slovak language that from the genetic and typological viewpoint Slovak was a separate Slavic language. They also added that the dialects from the territory of Slovakia form the dialectal unity on which Standard Slovak is based, Zambel 1887, 1–32, Dobrovsky 1936, 5, Flachshans 1924, Haja 1920, 54, Konechny 1846, Masaryków Slovnik now CNYU 1926, 322, 1931:480, 481, 960–961, Otov Slovnik now CNYU Nov Doby 1939, 1401, Pražák 1950, 6, 18, Rosiand Krjkovi C 1967, 283–284, Sietkowska 1992, 180, Steyr 1920, 75–76, Weingart 1923, 56, 1926, 6–9, 15, 1937, 64. 7. The Slovak case, from Upper Hungary Slavophone populace to Slovak nationalism and the Czechoslovak nation. A nation is a quantity of human beings war-bound to each other by the bonds of language, style of thought, customs, and habits. In Maxwell 2007, Chapter 4. Apology to Ungariskan Slawismus, an apology for Hungary's Slavdom, 1843, Leipzig, Samuel Hodge AC, 1806–1868. H. How beautiful, how rich, is our church language Biblitina, our in truth holy language, in which the most sacred significance for the humanity of Protestant Christians are professed. In Collar 1846, 231, Jan Seberini, 1780–1867, a hierarch of the Lutheran Church in Upper Hungary. Nerkja Slovenského alebo potreba pisa v tomto nerkja, the Slovak dialect, or the need to write in this dialect, 1846, Prespig. The significant in itself title of Eludovit Stur's book, which opened the era of Standard Slovak as the language is to this day. We Slovaks, in our Slovak nationality, also have a Slavic nationality, which is a world nationality, that a great and special factor in European humanity, against which Magyar nationality has remained through the ages only a domestic, secondary, petty nationality. In Maxwell 2007, Chapter 4. Michael Miloslav Haja Dobro Slovo Slovakom, a good word to the Slovaks, 1847, Luchalevo ca. 522. 523. Imagining Slovakia and the Slovaks. As a political entity, Slovakia emerged in 1918 within the broader framework of Czechoslovakia. The ethnonym Slovak, though known since the mid-15th century, denoted either a Slav in general or a Slavophone inhabitant of Upper Hungary. Only in the course of the 19th century was the usage limited exclusively to the latter case. Although the name Slovakia for the region where the Slovaks lived appeared at the end of the 18th century, it did not gain any official recognition until 1918 when Czechoslovakia came into being. Clearly, the nationalism of the Slovaks is much more steeped in ethnicity than that of the Magyars, the Poles, or the Czechs, Flachshans 1924, 5, 307. For instance, the Magyars have enjoyed the continuous tradition of their own statehood since the 10th century, notwithstanding the partition of their kingdom in the 16th century and the truncation of Hungary after World War I to the ethnically homogeneous, Rump Magyar nation-state. The submersion of Hungary within the Austrian Empire was never complete, as evidenced by the transformation of this empire into Austria-Hungary in 1867. The Poles can gaze back to the Polanian, Piast, monarchy and Poland-Lithuania, which existed in one form or another since the 10th century, before the Third Partition wiped Poland-Lithuania from the political map of Europe in 1795. Poland-Lithuania, however, was recreated as a Polish nation-state in 1918 and claimed the tradition of Polish-Lithuanian statehood as its own. The tradition of Czech statehood is more discontinuous and complicated. Bohemia existed as a state in its own right from the late 9th century until 1348, when it was made into the most important region among the lands of the Czech crown. The tentativeness of separate Bohemian/Czech statehood was emphasized by the fact that Bohemia had been immersed in the broader political framework of the Holy Roman Empire since the 10th century. The lands of the Czech crown maintained a special position within this empire until the 1620s, due to the fact that the holder of the Czech crown had the privilege of being one of the 7 electors, who selected the emperor. Later, under the rule of the Habsburgs, the Czech lands were administered as separate administrative entities until 1918. First of all, they constituted part of the Holy Roman Empire, until 1806, then, beginning in 1804, the lands found themselves in the Austrian Empire, and after 1867 in Austria-Hungary. Upper Hungary, Slovakia, was an integral part of the Hungarian kingdom until 1918. It was never separated from this kingdom, unlike Transylvania or the lands of southern Hungary conquered by the Ottoman Empire. Only a small section of eastern Upper Hungary was seized by the Ottomans. Following the Ottoman conquest, Upper Hungary became the very political and cultural center of truncated Royal Hungary, with its capital at Prespig, Bratislava. By default, most autonomous Magyar cultural life, unfolding then without the previously. 524. All Hungarian Latin language framework, also concentrated there. Slovak nationalism emerged in earnest during the second half of the 19th century and especially after the creation of Austria-Hungary, when the Magyarophone elites attempted to transform Hungary into a Magyar nation-state. The ethnic nationalism of the Slovaks was a reaction to the growing success of Magyar nationalism. The Slavophone population of Upper Hungary did not have their own elites apart from the clergy, though Slovak scholars claim some Upper Hungarian nobles as Slovaks. However, even if they were of Slavic origin and sometimes could speak a local Slavic dialect, they invariably identified themselves as members of the Hungarian Nation. Traditionally, burghers spoke German and the predominantly Magyarophone nobility spoke the official Latin along with their Magyar vernacular. If a Slovak gained education, it was mediated via Latin, and later via German and Magyar. Social advancement meant either assimilation to the German-speaking milieu in towns or to the increasingly exclusive ranks of the Magyar-speaking nobility. Only Catholic priests and Lutheran pastors originating from among Upper Hungary's Slavophone population retained their attachment to their original speech community in order to render effectively pastoral services to their faithful. With time, this feeling spread to a number of middle-class town inhabitants of Slavic origin. This was the social ground from which Slovak nationalism would spring up. The example of the Czechs' political movement offered the Slovaks a geographically proximate model of Slavic nationalism, easily transmitted to Upper Hungary thanks to the mutual intelligibility of the vernaculars employed in Bohemia and the region, and also due to the tradition of using Chancery Bohemian, Czech, among Upper Hungary's Slavophone Lutherans that dated back to the 16th and 17th centuries. The post-1620 arrival of Protestant exiles from Bohemia to religiously tolerant Royal Hungary strengthened this tradition. Encouraged by the clergy, the Slavic-speaking peasantry of Upper Hungary only slowly discarded its traditional loyalty to Hungary. The latter trusted that the old civic concept of Natio Hungarica would allow the preservation of the multi-ethnic character of the Kingdom of Hungary when it was made into the nation-state of Hungarian citizens. To their surprise, the uncompromisingly monolingual and ethnocentric nation-state of the Magyars emerged. It was the end of Old Hungary and the beginning of the way toward the creation of the ethnically homogeneous Maďarsko, as it is known in Slovak and Czech, in which there would be no place left for speakers of other languages than Magyar. Any predicted concessions to other languages were to be temporary in order to facilitate the spread of Magyar as the sole national and official language of Hungary. The ideological coalition with the Czechs offered an alternative to the suppression of the Slovak cultural and political interests in the name of Magyar nationalism. It also permitted a clear articulation of the ethno-linguistic strain of Slovak nationalism vis-a-vis the Slovak intellectuals, leaders, and clergy. 525. Who saw Slovaks as Slovak-speaking Hungarians and hoped for cultural, rather than political, autonomy within a future Hungarian nation-state. Pro-Hungarian Slovak leaders usually professed Catholicism, and were also afraid that predominantly Protestant Czechophile Slovak activists would spread Czech Hasidism among the Slavophone Catholic faithful. Czech nationalists, however, were not interested in overtures of ethno-linguistically minded Slovak nationalists. Forging any political coalition with Slovaks would undermine the political framework of the Austrian Empire, which Czech leaders pledged to respect in their legalistic struggle for the reunification of the lands of the Czech crown, which they construed as a Czech nation-state. Only when this stance failed to bear any fruit, due to the staunch opposition of Vienna and Budapest, did some Czech politicians decide to seek a broader cooperation with their Slovak counterparts in the 1890s. Austria-Hungary posed the main obstacle to the realization of their respective national dreams. Although Czech and Slovak leaders remained loyal to the Habsburgs and the dual monarchy until the outbreak of the Great War, in wartime, many Czech and Slovak politicians appealed for the destruction of Austria-Hungary. To the surprise of these politicians who hoped for an end to the dual monarchy, their wish came true in 1918. What followed was a nation-state for neither the Czechs nor the Slovaks, but for the constitutionally proclaimed Czechoslovaks. Besides these tentative Czechoslovaks, or the Czech and Slovak nations, Czechoslovakia also housed a considerable number of German speakers, Magyars, and Ruthenians. The last group was defined as a state-nation of Czechoslovakia, while the two others as mere minorities. This state failed to deliver its Czechoslovak nation and Czechoslovak language. Except Czechophiles, Slovaks wanted a federal Czechoslovakia, not actual Czechoslovakia, which they perceived as a Czech nation-state in disguise, thus, only a little better than pre-1918 Hungary. Slovak nationalists and the Slovak public opinion resented the influx of Czech intellectuals and civil servants in Slovakia, whose number, including family members, rose from 10,000 in 1910 to 120,000 in 1930. This Czech elite replaced the core of 12,500 Magyar civil servants, all of whom but 35 left Slovakia after 1918. Neither the victorious West nor the Soviet Union recognized the short-lived First Slovak nation-state, 1939 to 1945, which Berlin urged into being during World War II. Despite initial Czech promises of devolution, after 1945, Czechoslovakia was re-established as a unitary state with no concessions of autonomy, let alone federalism for the Slovaks. This prompted many Slovak nationalists, especially émigré ones, to judge the fate of Slovakia during the first half of the 20th century as from Hungarian despotism to atheistic Czech communism, with a brief spell of liberty and independence during that interval, meaning independent wartime Slovakia, Abrams 1996, Lettrich 1955, 39, Manova and Holik 2000, 274 to 276, Nurmi 1999, 78, Palikar 1948. 526. In the context of the well-established traditions of Czech, Hungarian, and Polish statehoods, Slovak nationalism compensated the pronounced absence of its own state with the ideological construction of connecting the Slovaks with the 9th-century glory of Greater Moravia. Some of the political and ecclesiastical centers of this early medieval polity happened to be located in the territory of future Slovakia, others within the borders of the present-day region of Moravia. Even this claim the Slovaks had to share with the Moravians. The latter, however, despite efforts to this end, did not emerge as a separate nation. As a result, the Slovaks have continued to boost their imagined history by attaching the origins of their nation to Greater Moravia. Interestingly, the leading politicians of Czechoslovakia failed to utilize the common Czech and Slovak historical tradition of Greater Moravia for the sake of constructing a Czechoslovak nation. They stressed Hussitism as the historical legitimization of Czechoslovak statehood and nationhood, which actually drew a permanent wedge between the Czechs and Slovaks, for the latter perceived this tradition as exclusively Czech and opposed to Slovakdom, because of the heretic and godless character of Hussitism. This backward projection of modern Slovak national categories to the times of Greater Moravia also extends to the Slovak language. Unlike their Bulgarian, Macedonian, Croatian, or Slovenian counterparts, Slovak linguists do not often claim their language to have evolved from Church Slavonic, which would make the latter into Old Slovak. However, certain ambiguity remains ingrained in Slovak and Czech language linguistic terminology. Old Church Slavonic is Staroslovenčina in Slovak and Staroslovenština in Czech. Because the Slovak language is Slovenčina in Slovak and Slovenština in Czech, the two former terms for Old Church Slavonic could also mean Old Slovak, but for single-letter differences. However, even the majority of Slovak linguists, who do not equate Old Slovak with Old Church Slavonic, choose to emphasize that some linguistic features present in the Slavic vernacular of Greater Moravia passed into the speech of the Slavophone inhabitants of Upper Hungary. On the other hand, these linguists speak of Slovak influences in Church Slavonic, which was codified as a language by Cyril and Methodius on the dialectal basis of Thessaloniki, Salonika, and its vicinity. Both apostles of the Slavs came from this Byzantine town to Greater Moravia. On this basis, the linguists maintain that Church Slavonic was the first written, literary, language of the Slovaks. This anachronistic projection of the relatively recent ethnic category of Slovakness to the distant past allows for claiming the speech of the Pannonian Slavs, who disappeared through assimilation with the Magyars, as the southern dialect of the Slovak language. Obviously, the speech of the ancestors of the present-day Slovaks left some mark on the actual use of Old Church Slavonic and vice versa. Indeed, neither were these ancestors aware that in a millennium their descendants would form a 527 Slovak nation, nor did Cyril and Methodius realize that the latter would also claim the Slavic speech of Central Greater Moravia as Old Slovak. The idea of the separate entity of the Slovak language originated at the turn of the 19th century, and this entity slowly emerged shaped by grammars, literature, and dictionaries between the mid-19th century and the interwar period. The tradition of the progressive antiquation of the pedigree of the Slovak language dates back to the end of the 19th century, when the official policy of Magyarization clashed with the aspirations of the nascent Slovak national movement. The Russian linguist Timofey Dmitrievich-Florensky, 1854–1919, stressed that Slovak was a separate Slavic language that should not be subsumed either in the Czech or Czechoslovak language. In order to emphasize the separateness of the Slovak language, the Slovak scholar Samo Zambel, 1856–1910, proposed in his Slovenský ca místo výrodiny slovenských jazykov, the Slovak language and its place in the family of the Slavic languages, 1906, to Roxant Martin, that Slovak did not belong to the group of the West Slavic languages, together with Czech and Polish, but to the group of the South Slavic languages, together with Bulgarian and Serbo-Croatian. To the Bulgarian scholar Benotsanov, 1863–1926, supported this thesis in the first volume of his monumental three-volume Istoria na Bulgarski Jezik, History of the Bulgarian Language, 1919, Sofia. Also drawing on the presumed South Slavic character of the Slovaks and their language, Buzuk Pavlo in his Narys Istoria Ukrainskoy movie, Outline of the Ukrainian Language, 1927, Kiev/Kiev, proposed that the Czechs bordered directly on Kievan Rus before Slovaks arrived from the south in the 9th century and drew auge between these two. In 1930, the Polish linguist Zdzisław Stieber, 1903–1980, stated that at least the Central Slovak dialect, if not all the dialects of the Slovak language, was more South Slavic than West Slavic. Significantly, in the early 1840s, this central dialect was selected as the basis of Standard Slovak. Thus the Western and Eastern Slovak dialects, deemed Czechized and Polonized, Ruthenized, respectively, could be brushed aside as insignificant for the development of the Slovak language. In 1929, János Melich, one of the compilers of Magyar Etymologiai Zotar, Etymological Dictionary of the Magyar Language, Budapest, remarked that it was the Slovaks who constituted the core of Greater Moravia's population. Ergo, Slovak was the everyday vernacular of this early Slavic polity. With the background of this dynamic discourse, which insisted on the separation of Slovak as an entity of its own from any Czechoslovak commonality, the Slovak scholar Ludovit Novak, 1908–1992, wrote Jazykovední glosíky Slovenského otázky, Linguistic Notes on the Czechoslovak Question, 1935, Teršinský Svatý Martin. He maintained that Slovak was in no way part either of the Czech or the Czechoslovak language. In 1938–1939, when Slovakia gained independence, he wrote Knaj Starsem Dejnom Slovenského jazyka, on the oldest history of the Slovak language, which was published only in 1980, Bratislava, in his work. 528. Novak claimed Slavic vernaculars of Samos realm and Greater Moravia for the earliest history of the Slovak language. In his Stanowisko Moje Slovko, on the position of the Slovak language, 1937, Stieber stated that Old Slovak was a transitory dialect between Old Czech and Old Polish during the pre-1000 time of the Slavic linguistic commonality. All these theses gave rise to the widespread belief in the historically and geographically central position of Slovak among the Slavic languages. In 1951, Reginald George Arthur de Bray published his influential Guide to the Slavonic Languages, in which he designated for Slovak the role of modern Common Slav or lingua franca among the Slavs today. 3. This antiquation of the imagined history of Slovak culture and language resulted in the myth of the Cyrillo-Methodian dawn of the Slovak nation that was written into the preamble of the 1992 Constitution of Independent Slovakia. This document refers to the spiritual heritage of Cyril and Methodius and the historical heritage of the Great Moravian Empire as inherently Slovak. In the 1990s, this led to the coining of the sobriquet Stary Narod, Mladý Stat, Old Nation, Young State, for denoting the Slovak nation-state which came into being in 1993. This tradition had also flowered in the short-lived First Slovak Republic, 1939 to 1945, where the 5,000 crown banknote was adorned with an imaginary portrait of Mojmír, Moimirus, reigned 833 to 836, who had founded Greater Moravia. Equally significantly, this presumed historical primacy allowed for presenting the Slovak nation as primus inter pares among the Slavs, and after the fall of communism in 1989 linked them to the common European heritage by emphasizing that Cyril and Methodius are also patron saints of entire Europe. Bagin 1987, 1992, 1993, Bray 1951, 513, Brock 2002, 19-45, 131-132, Constitution of Slovakia 2004, Furko etal 1998, 18, Hizek 1909, Novak 1980:46, 47, 300, Otov Slovnik now CNY Novdoby 1939. 1401-1402, Paulini 1971, 5-13. Not surprisingly, Cyril, Methodius, and Greater Moravia reappeared first in works that sought to glorify the history of Hungary when the kingdom found itself at its nadir, partitioned among the Ottomans, the Habsburgs, and Transylvania. The history of the mission of Cyril and Methodius to Greater Moravia was described in Annals Ecclesiastici Regni Hungarii, the Annals of the Kingdom of Hungary, 1646, Rome, and Ungarica Sanctitatis Indicia, on Sainthood in Hungary, 1692, Tirnatranava. The father of modern Hungarian historiography, Samuel Timon, 1675-1736, broadened the aforementioned descriptions with an overview of Greater Moravia's political history in his Imago Antiqui Hungarii, The Picture of Old Hungary, 1733, Kaska Kosica, which was reprinted several times in the 18th century. The Protestant exile from Bohemia, Daniel Sinopius Horsia, 1644-1680, who settled in the Polish-Lithuanian town of Lesno, emphasized in the preface to his Neoforum Latino-Slavonicum. The New Latin Slavic Fair, 1678, that Cyril and Methodius had insisted on the use of Slavic in the liturgy so as to make it intelligible to the 529 inhabitants of Greater Moravia. In his De Vetera Literature Hunno-Scythica Exercitatio, Exercises in Old Scythian Hunnic Literature, 1718, Leipzig, Matej Bell 4, 1648-1749, mentioned the Glagolitic and Cyrillic scripts employed for writing in Church Slavonic. Modern textbooks of Slovak history and culture point to Juraj Papanek, 1738-1802, and Juraj Fondley, 1750-1811, as fathers of Slovak historiography. The title of Papanek's Historia Genta Slavi 5, History of the Slavs, 1780, Funfkirchen Pex, is often anachronistically translated as the History of the Slovak Nation. The same treatment is meted out to Fondley's abbreviation of Papanek's work, Compendiata Historia Genta Slavi, Concise History of the Slavs, 1793, Tirna, whose title is popularly given as Concise History of the Slovak Nation. Often Juraj Skulner is added to Papanek and Fondley. He is remembered for his Vetistissimus Magni Moraviae Citus et Primus in Hungarorum Ingressus et Incursus, The oldest situation of Greater Moravia and the first arrival of the Magyars, 1784, Pressburg. Skolner held the unusual opinion that the center of Greater Moravia was located in Bulgaria and that Slovakia was included in this polity by treaty. Perhaps this was the source from which Zambel derived his theory that Slovak belongs to the group of the southern Slavic languages. Skolner also said that the Magyars never conquered the territory between the Tatras and the Danube. Later, this allowed Slovak national leaders to claim that, like Croatia, Slovakia was not an integral part of Hungary, which necessitated granting it a special status, similar to of Croatia's, within the kingdom. Thanks to the Czechoslovak movement, this view spread to the west, and in 1918, helped legitimize the creation of Slovakia as an administrative unit within Czechoslovakia. Bajin 1993, 13-15, Masaryków Slovnik now CNYU 1926, 687, Petro 1995, 44-45, 49, Slovakia 1920, 10-11. Prior to 1781, when Joseph II granted religious tolerance to most Protestants as well as to Greek Catholic and Orthodox Christians, religion had been a much more significant locus of identity than language. Reification of language as the basis of group identity took place in Central Europe at the end of the 18th century due to the popularity of Herder's ideas and the Europe-wide spread of nationalism emanating from revolutionary and Napoleonic France. The merger of language and nationalism into the ethno-linguistic kind of nationalism specific to Central Europe became the standard ideology of statehood legitimization in the course of the rise of German nationalism in the first decade of the 19th century. This nationalism offered the ethno-linguistic pattern in accordance with which other nationalisms of Central Europe were molded. The re-establishment of the old order after 1815 temporarily subdued nationalism as a political and social force, and the confessional cleavage played a more significant role in Upper Hungary up to the mid-19th century. Only in the latter half of the century, under the pressure of state-ordained Magyarization, did Slovak nationalism emerge as an ideology that decisively crossed the confessional divide. But until 530, the end of World War I, the majority of the Slovaks remained loyal to the emperor and, rather than for separation, they either strove for autonomy within the Kingdom of Hungary or were satisfied with the obtaining status quo. The everyday speech of Upper Hungary's Slavic inhabitants was of little political significance until 1784, when German replaced Latin as the official language in the Habsburgs' lands. Prior to that moment, the established order had prevailed, which provided for the use of Latin in state and ecclesiastical administration and German in cities and commerce. At that time, the written use of Magyar and Upper Hungary's Slavic was limited to elementary education and a few publications. The employment of these usually unwritten vernaculars at school constituted the necessary intermediate step toward prestigious literacy in Latin and German. Obviously, it does not mean that this process somehow unduly privileged the Germanic-phone population in Upper Hungary's towns. Social advancement necessitated acquisition of prestigious Latin too, and even if burghers limited themselves to German, still this required them to span the gap between Chancery German and their local Germanic dialects, sometimes as distant from this standard as, today, Polish is from Czech or Slovak from Ukrainian. Due to the continuing prestige of Chancery Bohemian in the 15th and 16th centuries, this language dominated written communication conducted in the Slavophone areas of Central Europe. Not surprisingly, the first written documents and publications in this language appeared in Upper Hungary during the 16th century. Slovak linguists, who wish to establish an old pedigree for their language, tend to search for Slovacisms in these texts. This, in accordance with the Herderian paradigm, allows for including these texts in the history of Slovak literature. In the framework of ethno-linguistic nationalism, it is not enough that a certain corpus of texts was created on a specific territory occupied today by a nation-state. Only the scientifically confirmed genetic connection between the language in these texts and a modern standard language does amount to a proof of the belonging of these texts to the literature of a given nation that is housed in this nation-state. Necessarily, this more ideological than scholarly approach to categorization of languages is easily malleable in line with current political needs. That is why, when Czechoslovacism was on the rise in the second half of the 19th century and eventually became the official national ideology in interwar Czechoslovakia, scholars and politicians tended to refer to the Bohemian Chancery language of documents and publications produced in Bohemia, Moravia, Austrian Silesia, and Upper Hungary as the Czechoslovak language. This tendency was facilitated by the fact that quite a few Protestant noblemen, exiled from Bohemia after 1620, settled in Upper Hungary. After the mid-17th century, Chancery Bohemian fell out of popular administrative use in the lands of the Czech crown and in Upper Hungary. Actually, in the Upper Hungarian comitats of Saros, Saris, Saros, and Zips, Spies, Zipes, Slavophone Calvinists even began to apply quite different Magyar orthography for writing Chancery. 531. Bohemian. 5 religious books in these orthography were published during the 1750s. It is the origin of the little-known Saris language, which remained in use for Slavophone Calvinist publications until 1919. This indicated the growing cultural closeness of Upper Hungary's Slavic speakers with the Magyarophone center of the Kingdom of Hungary. Proponents of Slovak and Czechoslovak nationalisms, however, anachronistically interpreted this fact as a sign of the early policy of Magyarization, even though the leading Magyarophone members of the Hungarian Natio used solely Latin, and sometimes German, when speaking to peers in public. Dolichenko 1981, 87-90, Flachshans 1924, 307, Price 1998, 439, Sundhausen 1973, 102-103. The ethnonym Slovaks and the geographical name Slovakia began to enter German and Czech language literature at the end of the 18th century. It was only the Protestant Slovak teacher and preacher, Michael Kunis, 1765-1835, who, in his Reflexionen über die Begründung der Magyarischen Sprache und Ungarn als Staatsdicasterial und wie auch als allgemeine Volkssprache, Reflections on the Introduction of the Magyar Language as the Sole Official Language in Hungary, 1833, Angram Zagreb, for the first time, explicitly defined Slovakia as the Upper Hungarian comitats where Slovaks constituted majority of the population. He also categorized the Slovaks as a nation of its own. But until the mid-19th century, it was not unusual to refer to Upper Hungary's Slavophone population as Slavs or Pannonian Slavs. Arendt 1818, 85, Dobrovsky 1936, 7, Juravisi 1980, 213, Flachshans 1924, 307, Armis 1973, 165, Sundhausen 1973, 105. Which Slovak language for which Slovak nation? This tendency showed most clearly in the names employed for the varieties of written Slavic employed by Slovak intelligentsia. Crucially, 15% of the Slovaks were Lutherans, and the remaining 85% Catholics. An insignificant number of Slavophone Calvinists overwhelmingly identified with Hungary and assimilated to Magyardom. During the 15th and 16th centuries, both groups usually employed Chancery Bohemian, spiced up with writers' specific vernacular usages and various orthographic variants. The latter was a function of the peripheral location of Upper Hungary and indicated the rudimentary character of these writers' education. As of the mid-19th century, the dialectal territory of Standard Slovak was customarily divided among the Western, Central, and Eastern Slovak dialects. During the 1970s, this division was anachronistically projected backward in time, and today histories of the Slovak language and literature refer to the language of the early documents and publications in Chancery Bohemian produced in Upper Hungary as Cultural 6 Western Slovak, Kulturna Zapadoslovenina, and Cultural Central. 532. Slovak, Kulturna Stredoslovenčina. Initially, there was no mention of any cultural Eastern Slovak, Kulturno-Východoslovenčina, because very few Slavophone documents were written or survived in this backward border region, which during the 16th and 17th centuries was ravaged in the course of the protracted warfare of the Habsburgs and the Hungarian Nacio with the Ottoman Empire. But inescapably drawing on Calvinist Slavophone publications in Magyar orthography, the term Cultural Eastern Slovak entered Slovak linguistics in the 1980s. Rudolf Krajkovici and Pavol Zigos Priruake Dejnom Spisovnich Slovenčiny, The Handbook of the History of Written Slovak, 1999, Bratislava, apportions all the Slavophone publications and documents created from the 16th to 18th centuries in the areas coinciding with the territory of modern Slovakia to Cultural Western Slovak, Cultural Central Slovak and Cultural Eastern Slovak. Local Protestants and Protestant exiles from Bohemia brought along to Upper Hungary the tradition of writing in the 16th century Chancery Bohemian, employed for the translation of the Kralis Bible. In the course of the Counter-Reformation that followed 1620 defeat of the Protestant section of the Bohemian Nacio, Catholic writers tended to use a written language that was closer to the vernacular. Although at that time there was no steadfast barrier dividing the Slavophone literacy in the Czech lands from that in Upper Hungary, the present-day borders are usually written into past so that the language of these Catholic publications and documents is dubbed as Jesuit Czech and Jesuit Slovak, respectively. The adjective Jesuit is employed to reflect the crucial role, which the Society of Jesus played in the recatholicization of Central Europe by establishing a dense network of schools. Obviously, if the largely administrative border between the Czechlands and Hungary is anything to go by, one would be also tempted to split the concept of Jesuit Czech into, at least, Jesuit Bohemian and Jesuit Moravian, if not also Jesuit Silesian. From the end of the 18th century to the mid-19th century, this very intuition led numerous authors, including Pavol Josef Safarik, Pavel Joseph Safarik, Paul Joseph Shafarik, 1795-1861, and Jan Koller Johann Koller, 1793-1852, to distinguish between Bohemian, Moravian, sometimes Silesian, and Slovak as different dialects of the Czech, Oslovak, language or subdialects of the Czech, Oslovak, dialect of the Slavic language. During the last 3 decades of the 18th century, Slavophone literacy revived in the Czech lands and Upper Hungary due to the phasing out of Latin as the official language, replaced with German, in the former region, and the rise of Magyar, alongside Latin, in the latter. The rise of vernacular-based standard languages in the role of official or semi-official languages frequently incited speakers of other vernaculars to codify their own written languages. Modernization also required the spread of popular literacy and intensification of communication mediated by the written word. Protestants were at the forefront of these changes as they employed local vernaculars, or written languages close to these vernaculars, in 533. Liturgy, unlike Catholics who stuck to Latin in this sphere. Upper Hungary's Slavophone Protestant writers developed an extensive tradition of literacy in Biblitina, the biblical language, modeled on the Bohemian Chancery language of the Kralis Bible. Denoting this written language by the name of Biblitina is standard in the histories of Slovak language and literature, but the actual users of Biblitina called it a variety of names. The biblical language, Czech, Slavo-Bohemian, are beautiful, pure biblical Slovak, the Czechoslovak dialect, the biblical or Czechoslovak language, our Czechoslovak biblical language, the true language of our forefathers. Whatever names one may choose to refer to it, Biblitina formed the basis for codification of Spisovna Estina, written Czech, that is, Standard Czech, or the official and most prestigious register of the modern Czech language. Biblitina also contributed to the rise of Slovak as a separate language. Some Protestant writers in Biblitina tried to codify it as a special variant for Upper Hungary Slavic speakers, who were perceived as different from the Bohemians or the Moravians. An attempt undertaken by Pavel Dolezal, Paulus Dolezalius, 1700-1778, in his Grammatica Slavico-Bohemica, Slavic Bohemian Grammar, 1746, Prespig, was most significant. The continuing prestige of Biblitina was such that Catholics also used it. But the confessional cleavage caused the Catholic majority of Upper Hungary to reply with their own codification that would not smack of Protestant Biblitina. The Catholic priest Anton Bernolac prepared the ground for this new codification with his Dissertatio Philologico-Critica Literaturorum, cum ad nexa lingui Slavonicae per regnum Hungarii, the philologico-critical dissertation on Slavic writing, with an appendix on the Slavic language for the Kingdom of Hungary, 1787, Pressburg, and Grammatica Slavica, the Slavic grammar, 1790, Prespig. Earlier, another Catholic priest, Joseph Ignac Baja, 1755–1836, had published the 2 volumes of René Mladenc Prihodis Curiosnosti, The Adventures and Experiences of a Young Man Called René, 1783–1785, Prespig. Today, it is acclaimed as the first Slovak novel, but its influence on the rise of Slovak was minimal because censors suppressed it. Bernolac accused Baja of introducing a language that was a hodgepodge of Czech Moravian Polish Croatian Ruthenian, and criticized his orthography. Bernolac's codification found the necessary official support, which was not offered to Baja's codification. The basis of this support originated in Bernolac's Societas Excolandi Lingui Slavici, Society for the Teaching of the Slavic/Slovak Language, which was active when he studied in the Prespig Seminary, 1784–1787. This led to Bernolac's cooperation with another priest, Juraj Fondly. In 1792, they founded the Slovenské Tovarystvo, Slovak Scientific Society, in Tirna, Trnava. Soon numerous branches of this society sprang up all over Upper Hungary. Bernolac's older colleague, Fondly, was the tireless promoter of Bernolac's codification and wrote the first substantial book in this newly standardized language, Dovernizm Lava Medzini Shama Diablom, The Secret Contract. 534. Between the Monk and the Devil, 1789, Tirna. Because of its creator, this codification is known today as Bernolatina, Bernolakovchina, or Bernolac's language. Bernolac himself called this new written language, Pannonian Slavic, the Slavic language in Hungary, or simply the Slavic language. He wished to educate Slavophone Catholics of Upper Hungary through a language that would be closer to their speech than antiquated Biblitina. Bernolac was a loyal member of the Hungarian Natio and could not foresee that his work would be interpreted in Slovak national terms in future. Bernolatina found another significant protector and promoter in the person of the priest, Juraj Palkovici, 1763–1865, 7, a member of the chapter of the Cathedral of the Esztergom Archdiocese. He translated some Italian plays and Virgil's Aeneid, 1828, into Bernolatina. Most significantly, after Bernolac's death, Palkovici published Bernolac's Slower Slovenski Sesko Latinsko Nemeko Uherski, SCU Lexicon Slavicum Bohemico Latino Germanico Ungaricum, the Slovak/Slavic Dictionary, Czech/Bohemian Latin German Hungarian, 1825–1827, Buda. This work is composed of 6 volumes, each in excess of 800 pages. In its scope, this work rivaled Linda Slonik Języka Polskiego, the Dictionary of the Polish Language, and preceded Jungmann Sloan J.K. Sesko Enemeki, the Czech-German Dictionary, by a whole decade. Had Bernolac's dictionary become the basis for codification of the Slovak language, it would have preceded the modern codification of Czech. This did not happen, and the first authoritative dictionary of the Slovak language similar in scope to Bernolac's work, the 6-volume Slovnik Slovenského jazyka, the Dictionary of the Slovak Language, Bratislava, was published only in 1959–1968. Moreover, it is all too easily forgotten that with his dictionary Bernolac did not wish to codify a Slovak language, but compiled it for the sake of spreading the knowledge of Magyar among the Slavophone inhabitants of Upper Hungary. He recognized Slovak as the mother tongue of this population and appealed for its use in books and education. However, Bernolac continued to see Hungary as the patria of all who lived in the country, whatever languages they might happen to speak. He never proposed that there existed some separate Natio Slovakia, let alone a Slovak nation. Bernolac's stance in this regard was not different from his predecessors, who, in the course of the Josephine reforms, published periodicals in Biblitina during the 1780s to spread the knowledge of German, then freshly made into the official language of the Habsburg lands. Interestingly, though Bernolac calls the language described in his dictionary Slovak in Bernolatina and Slavic in Latin, it is transformed in the subtitle into Czech in Bernolatina and Bohemian in Latin. However, all four different names, which one would not use as synonyms nowadays, denoted Bernolatina. Entries in Bernolatina and German were printed in Gothic characters, while Latin and Magyar entries in Antiqua. The pinnacle of the development of Bernolatina was reached with Palkovic's translation of the Bible, 1829–1833, Estergom, into this language, and Gan Holly's epic poem Svatopluk. 535. Svatopluk, 1833, Tirna, Cyrillomethodiana, 1835, Buddha, and the Slav, 1839, Buddha. Bernolatina persisted among Upper Hungary's Slavophone Catholics until the mid-19th century. 328 books were published in Bernolatina, but 80% of them were devoted to religious subjects, which did not allow this language to develop into a medium of communication in other spheres of life. Apart from Latin, German, and Magyar, it was Biblitina that dominated Slavophone newspapers and non-religious publications in Upper Hungary. Bajan 1993, 20, Bernolac 1825–1827, Brock 2002, 37, 122, Dulichenko 1981, 88–89, Juravisi 1980, 213, 215, Krjkovic and Zigo, 1999, 93–101, Masaryków Slovnik now CNYU 1931:480, Kotvan 1957, Maxwell 2006, 2005, Oravkova 1994, 14, PCR 1959–1968, Petro 1995, 45–46, 48, 59–60, Price 1998, 116, Sundhausen 1973, 107, Tryelkova 1962, 8, 15. 75% of the 500 members of the Slovenské tovarstvo were Catholic priests. They formed an influential elite for the use and popularization of Bernolatina. After the introduction of religious freedom in the 1780s, the Protestants, who formed a minority in Upper Hungary, became quite active. They disliked and rejected Bernolac's codification on several grounds. First, Bernolatina appeared to them to be a Catholic language. Second, it undermined the use of prestigious Biblitina, which had been an established language in the Czech lands and Upper Hungary since the 16th century. Third, Biblitina was derived from the famous 16th century Kralis Bible, while Bernolatina drew on the Slavic vernacular of the region between Prespig and Tirna. The prestige of the Kralis Bible's language obviously towered over the oft-derided peasant talk. In 1793, a year after the establishment of the overwhelmingly Catholic Slovenské tovarstvo, Juraj, Ribi, 1745–1812, a friend of Ferenc Székely and Joseph Dobrovsky, proposed that Protestants counter this development with their own Societas Slavobohemica, Slavo-Bohemian Society. 8 years later, the Lutheran superintendent, Martin Hamelyer, 1758–1812, founded the chair of the Slavo-Bohemian language and literature in the Prespig Lutheran Secondary School. In 1803, the Protestant preacher George, George, Palkowice, Palkowitsk, was nominated to this chair, which he held until his death in 1850. After Palkowice's death, the chair was dissolved. Obviously, the languages of instruction at the secondary school were Latin and German. Palkowice necessarily taught his classes in Slavo-Bohemian language and literature with the use of both official media of education. Palkovic was a student of Dobrovsky and obtained education at the University of Jena, where he belonged to the student organization Societas Slavica, Slavic Society. In his 1792 article, O Slovicish, on the Slavs, he wrote that his goal was to educate the Slav nation of Upper Hungary. From Ribe, Palkowice took the Herderian conviction that history, languages, and literature of the Slavs were unduly neglected and now should be researched and taught. Dobrovsky's early codification of modern Czech steeped in the 16th century literacy of Chancery Bohemian provided Palkowice with the 536 model of language use. In 1804, he gave his title as Professor of Rysia Literatura Slovenska, Slavic/Slovak language and literature, but in 1830 he identified himself as a professor of the Bohemian, Czech, Slavic language and literature. Palkowice aggressively promoted Biblitina as the written language of Upper Hungary's Slavs. His success was greater among Slavophone Protestants than Catholics, but the prestige, which this language enjoyed not only in Upper Hungary but also in the Czech lands, facilitated Palkowice's efforts to spread Biblitina among Slavic-speaking Catholics too. Although constituting 1/7 of Upper Hungary's Slavic-speaking population, Protestants, with usually higher rates of literacy than Catholics, formed a readership of Biblitina publications that rivaled the Slavophone Catholic readership served by Brno-Latina writers. What is more, unlike the latter, Biblitina writers did not limit themselves to religious issues only. In 1801, Palkowice translated a fragment of Iliad into Biblitina and 7 years later published a new edition of the Kralis Bible, which he edited together with Stefan Lska, 1757–1818. Lska had published the first Slavophone periodical in Upper Hungary, Prispersk Noini, Prespig News, 1783–1787. Palkowice continued this tradition and brought out 2 Biblitina periodicals, Tidnik ob Cesarsko Kralosk Narodny Noini, weekly or the Imperial Royal National News, Preshurg, 1812–1818, and Tatranka, Tatra News, Prespig, 1832–1847. Palkowice's most important achievement was compilation and publication of the authoritative 2-volume Dictionary of Biblitina Böhmisch-Deutsch-Lateinisches Wörterbuch, Bohemian/Czech-German Latin Dictionary, 1820–1821, which he financed himself. The dictionary's first volume came off the press in Prague and the second in Prespig. Interestingly, it was the printing shop of the Prague Archdiocese that brought out the first volume. A decade later, the same institution would publish Jungmann Sloan J.K. Sesko Enemeki, 1835–1839. Prior to Jungermann's dictionary, Palkowice's work served as the sole dictionary of Dobrovsky's codification of modern Czech. But Palkowice wished to reflect differences in usage between Bohemia on one hand, and Upper Hungary and Moravia on the other. Hence, his dictionary subtitle announced mit Befügungen den Slowaken und Maren eigenen Ausdrucker und Redensarten, with the addendum of expressions and idioms used among the Slovaks and in Moravia. Most importantly, the rest of the subtitle earmarked this dictionary for use in schools. Brno-Lax's dictionary of Brno-Latina was so large and expensive that very few Catholic schools of Upper Hungary could afford it. Meanwhile, Palkowice's less extensive work found a ready market not only in Upper Hungary, but also in Bohemia and Moravia. In Bohemia during the 1820s, and later in Moravia, Czech language publications began to be printed in Antiqua instead of the traditional Gothic type, which earlier they had shared with German language prints. This nationally minded change appeared to Upper Hungary's Protestants as the severing of the link with the language of the Kralis Bible. In their eyes, it was as inexcusable. 537. As Bernolac's codification, which drew on the vernacular. The belief was that one should not dare to alter the language of this Protestant translation of the Bible, which appeared as holy to Upper Hungary's Slavophone Protestants as the Latin of the Vulgate to Catholics. This and further attempts at replacing W with V, G with J and G with G Palkovici assessed negatively in his Bestraytungdern in der Bohemischen Orthography, against novelties in Bohemian/Czech orthography, 1830, Pressburg. His opposition to follow the changes, emanating from Bohemia, introduced a degree of difference between the standard Czech of Bohemia and Biblitina. Moravia found itself between these two because the use of Bernolatina was limited to Upper Hungary's Slavophone Catholics, Agnew 1992, 22, Haler and Weingart 1922, v. Masaryków Slovnik now CNYU 1931, 480-481, Maxwell 2005, Palkowicz 1820-1821, Petro 1995, 50, Sundhausen 1973, 108, 110-111. In the 3 decades preceding the middle of the 19th century, the traditional, confessionally based conflict between Protestant Biblitina and Catholic Bernolatina acquired the new dimensions of nationalism, Czechoslovacism, and Panslavism. Pavel Yosef Safarik and Jan Koller, who were almost of the same age, like Palkovici, received their education at the University of Jena, and became Lutheran pastors. After 1812, Koller, and Safarik in 1816, met Palocki at Pressburg, where the future historian of the Czech nation worked as a private teacher until 1823. Besides German, all three wrote in Bohemian/Czech of Dobrovsky's recent codification, which Palkovici merged with Biblitina. Palkovic and Jungmann highly praised Safarik's collection of poems, Tatranska Muza Slj Roslauinskayu, the Muse of the Tatras with a Slavic lyre, 1814, Luch Olivoka, while the latter, together with Palocki, complained that now there was no great poet writing in Czech. To their surprise, Jan Holi embodied in his poems their main ideas regarding how great Czech poetry should look. Although his first collection of poetry came off the press in 1824, Holi knew nothing about Palocki and Safarik's prosodic proposals. Also in 1824, Koller published his famous Pan-Slavic epic Slavidsira, the daughter of Slava, of Fenpest. These Lutheran writers, Palkovic, Palocki, Safarik, Koller, and Holi, shared the same written language to which they referred in German as Bohemian and in Czech as Czech. Due to the rise of Czech nationalism complete with its specific language, the language of Palocki's Slavophone works was labeled as Czech, and the German sobriquet of Bohemian was gradually rejected and replaced with that of Czechish, today, Tchechis. The emergence of Czechoslovacism in the second half of the 19th century prompted its proponents to speak of the language of Biblitina, embodied in Safarik's, Koller's, and Holi's Slavophone writings as Czechoslovak, or Czecho-Slovak. The codification of the Slovak language as we know it today took place from the mid-19th century to the mid-20th century. In their attempt, 538. To provide this relatively new codification with more historical legitimization, 20th century historians of the Slovak language and literature replaced the label Czechoslovak with the new one of Biblitina. This allowed for categorizing Czech language writings from Upper Hungary as different from those written and published in the Czech lands. Thus, Biblitina redefined as a specifically Slovak phenomenon was included in the imagined history of the Slovak language. Obviously, in the heyday of Czechoslovacism in interwar Czechoslovakia, the category of the Czechoslovak language was applied to the language of the Czech language publications from the Czech lands and to the language of the Biblitina publications from Upper Hungary. In 1817, influenced by Herder's Stimmender Volker in Liedern, the voices of peoples expressed in their songs, 1778, Safarik appealed for folk songs of the Slavs to be collected. He pointed to Karadzic's collection of Serbian folk songs and Ivan Praka's 9, 1750–1818, of Russian ones as examples to be emulated. The latter collection was published in 1790 and the former in 1814. Safarik published his collection of Pjsn Switskla do Slovensko Wrjch, the secular songs of the Slavic Slovak people of Hungary, of Pest, in 1823. Koller continued the work and brought out an enlarged edition of this collection, Narodni Zipawanki, Sili Pjsn Switskslauka w Urake, National Folk, or Secular Songs of the Slovaks in Hungary, Buda, in 1834–1835. Neither Safarik nor Koller seemed to be bothered by the distance between the vernacular of these songs and the Biblitina they used for writing their learned works. However, much to the consternation of their Czech colleagues, Koller Slovakized, vernacularized, his Czech between 1825 and 1838, and Safarik between 1825 and 1829. Both, Koller and Safarik, operated within the larger framework of the Kingdom of Hungary as contained in the Austrian Empire. Between 1819 and 1833, Safarik worked as a teacher in a Serbian-language secondary school in Newsatz, Novi Sad, Austrian Empire, and then moved to Prague. In 1833, Koller moved to Pest where he rendered pastoral services to Slovak and German-language Lutherans. In 1849, he moved to Vienna and became a professor at the university. Both of them wrote in German as well as a Slavic written language, which Slovak scholars tend to label as Biblitina, while their Czech colleagues as Czech. However, if one chooses Palkovic's codification as the standard of Biblitina, the language of Safarik and Koller appears closer to Czech. In the 1820s, Czechs rejected the Gothic type in favor of writing their language in Antiqua, and Safarik and Koller followed this change in their own writings, unlike Palkovic who condemned it and stuck to the Gothic lettering. Both Safarik and Koller looked up to Prague as their home. The former lived there during the last decades of his life and was buried in the Bohemian capital. Koller died in Vienna but wished to be buried in Prague as well. His wish was finally granted in 1904, when his grave was moved from the Austrian to Bohemian capital. 539. In 1849, escaping the advance of the Magyar army, Koller fled from Pest to Vienna, where he petitioned the court for severing Upper Hungary from the Kingdom of Hungary, so that this region under the novel name of Slovakia could be included in the lands of the Czech crown. Koller drew from his teacher Palkovic's 1812 dictum, in which the latter claimed that a nation without its own language could not be a nation. None of them clearly delineated between the Czechs, Czechoslovaks, Slovaks, or Slavs, but the Herd-Ryan equation of language with a people, nation, allowed them to exclude Upper Hungary's Slavophone population from the commonality of Natio Hungarica, increasingly turned into the Magyar nation. Koller separated the concepts of Natio and Patria, which had been still synonymous for Bernolac, and unsuccessfully attempted to change the political reality of Hungary on this basis. After the mid-19th century, however, it became obvious that one did not have to be a Hungarian/Magyar even though one lived in the Kingdom of Hungary. Koller's and Safarik's vision appealed for cultural unity of all the Slavs and for political cooperation and eventual unity of the Slavic inhabitants of the Austrian Empire. The latter part of their program became the basis of Austroslavism espoused by Palaki as the ideological platform in which Czech nationalism should be anchored. The figure of Koller easily lends itself to be molded into one of the founding fathers of the Slovak nation, for in 1821, he published an anonymous article Etwas über Magyarizierung der Slawen in Ungarn, on the Magyarization of Slavs in Hungary, in the journal, Über Lieferungen zur Geschichte unserer Zeit, published in the Swiss town of Arras. Slovak historians usually translate the title Slavs as Slovaks. Translations of this article were published in Serbian and Croatian periodicals printed in the Austrian Empire, in 1827 and 1835, respectively. Koller's neologism Magyarization became popular not only as part of Slovak nationalism's ideological package, but also as that of all the Slavic and Romanian nationalisms, which developed in the Kingdom of Hungary. Koller also drew on the thought of Jan Hurkel, who maintained that cultural commonality unites all Theslavs, and coined the term Panslavism in 1826. Koller, however, spoke of the singular Slavic language, unlike Hurkel, who distinguished several Slavic languages. Koller presented his views in his 1837 polemic, Über die Wechselseitigkeit zwischen den verschiedenen Stammen und die Mundart der slawischen Nation, on the reciprocation among different tribes and dialects of the Slavic nation, Pest. Within the Slavic language he distinguished the following dialects: Bohemian, Polish, Russian, and Serbian, Illyrian. He contended that every educated Slav should learn all the 4 dialects of the Slavic language, but stopped short of calling for creation of some all-Slav nation-state. Koller's opinions proved to be quite an influence on Safarik, who experienced Slavic reciprocity firsthand when he cooperated with Czech intellectuals and working in a Serbian language secondary school in Vojvodina. Safarik retreated from 540. His tentative statements on the specificity of the Slovak language, which he had made in the 1820s, while compiling the first collection of Slovak folk songs. In his monumental Slovensk Strozitnosti, Prague, 1837, he categorized Slovak, Moravian, and Czech, Bohemian, as the subdialects of the Czechoslovak dialect of the Slavic language. In 1842, he published another groundbreaking study, Slovenský národopis, Slavic Ethnography, Prague, in which he identified Slovak as the Ugros-Hungarian Slovak dialect of the Czech language. 4 years later, Koller agreed with Safarik in his Hlaso o potrebi jednoti spisoniho jazyka pro seki, Morawania Slawiki, Voices on the Need of the Unity of the Written Language for Bohemians, Moravians, and Slovaks, Prague. In this book, Koller identified Slovak along with Bohemian, Moravian, Silesian, and Sorbian as parts of the Czech language spoken by the Czech national tribe, Národní Kmen, construed as part of the larger encompassing Slavic nation. Under the category of the Czech language, Safarik and Koller understood Jungmann's Czech of Bohemia and Moravia written in Antiqua as well as Palkovi cs Biblitina written in Gothic characters, Brock 2002, 43, 50, 122, Haler and Weingart 1922, 7, Koller 1837, 6, 1846, 124, Masaryków Slovnik now CNY 1929, 30, Armis 1973, 169, Petro 1995, 54-59, Safa RJK 1837, 483, Sundhausen 1973, 104, 113. Apart from the legacy of nebulous pan-Slavic ideas and of the highly politicized coinage of Magyarization, Koller left his potent definition of nation, ein Vaterland kann man leicht wiederfinden, wenn es auch verloren geht, Nation und Sprache nie und nirgends, das Vaterlanden sich ist tot ein fremdartiges Objekt, ein Nicht-Mensch, die Nation ist unser Blut, Leben, Gist, Subjektivität. When one's fatherland has been lost, one can easily find another, but it is impossible to find a replacement nation and language. Fatherland is nothing more but an inanimate stretch of territory, a non-human object. On the other hand, the nation is our blood, life, spirit, and our subjective selves. Clearly, he did not believe in the Magyar notion of the Hungarian nation that claimed for it the entire population of the Kingdom of Hungary. The famously ambiguous term Magyar Nemzet can be translated into English as the civic concept of Hungarian nation, that is, Natio Hungarica, or the ethnic one of Magyar nation. This ambiguity allowed the Magyar national elite to credibly claim the multi-ethnic population of their kingdom for the ethnic project, which through linguistic Magyarization would turn all the populace into the Magyar nation. Although Koller settled for the purely ethnic definition of nation, he used the German word nation that is usually reserved for denoting the concept of civic nation, while the idea of ethnic nation is rendered with the term Volk. He also excluded the concept of territory, fatherland, from his definition, perhaps because he could not come up with some administratively, politically, or historically defined area that could be proposed as exclusively Slavic. The Magyars had at their disposal a much better claim to the entire territory of the Kingdom of Hungary with the exception of Croatia Slavonia, Collar 1837, 35. 541. Kollar's definition of nation was quite useful for Slovak nationalism. It allowed for asserting the existence of the Slovaks as a nation when there was still no clear-cut territory that could be claimed as the Slovak national territory. Upper Hungary was divided into comitats that did not add up to any Slovakia. These comitats remained an integral part of Hungary. The elevated stature of Kollar as an academic, thinker, and writer in Vienna's academic and governmental spheres as well as among Czech and Slovak intellectuals in the Czech lands, Upper Hungary, and Pest, lent considerable prestige to Biblitina. In 1849, he chaired a governmental committee that convinced the Austrian government to prescribe the use of Old Slovak, Staroslovenský, for prints earmarked for Slovaks and in publications produced by Slovaks. This Old Slovak was nothing else but Biblitina, or slightly Slovakized Standard Czech, less its Gothic script which had been replaced with Antiqua, thus making Old Slovak even more similar to Czech. After Kollar's death in 1852, Old Slovak lost its influential protector, but newspapers and books appeared in this language in Upper Hungary, Pest, Buda, and Vienna until the end of the 1850s. The official support for Old Slovak was to counterbalance the political influence of those who promoted the use of the vernacular as the Slovak language. The authorities accused the opponents of Old Slovak of anti-Austrian and anti-Magyar panslavism. The Hungarian administration continued addressing Upper Hungary Slavic speakers in Old Slovak well into the 1860s. Despite his insistence on the use of Biblitina, so much removed from Upper Hungary's Slavophone vernacular, at the end of his life, Kollar at least acquiesced to the category of the Slovak language. After the mid-19th century, those who questioned the existence of Slovak as a distinctive language in its own right became a minority. Brock 2002, 98-99, Haja 1920, 325-328, Maxwell 2005, Short 1996, 59. The change from Biblitina to the vernacular-based Slovak language came with the new generation of Slovak intellectuals. The ground for this change was prepared by Martin Hameljak, 1789-1859, a Catholic lawyer and civil servant employed in Buda, who encouraged Slovak cultural life. Thanks to his efforts, in 1834, the Spolek Milovníkov Rcia Literatury Slovenskej, Society of Lovers of the Slovak Language and Literature, was founded in Buda. In the 1820s, Hameljak formulated the clear-cut, linguistic definition of the Slovak nation drawing on Herderian thought. Although as a Catholic he stood for Brno Latina, but, in line with his definition of the Slovak nation, he also supported cooperation with Slovakophone Protestants, who, in the persons of Kollar and Safarik, wavered between Czechoslovakism and Panslavism. Recognizing the influence of Slovak Protestants and Czech leaders, in 1827, Hameljak proposed a linguistic compromise. Popular books for Slovaks were to be written and published in Brno Latina, whereas Biblitina was to be reserved for scholarly Slovak publications and ecclesiastical use among Slovak Protestants. 542. In 1836, Palkovi CS students published their almanac Plody Zebraju Sankarici I Seskolauersk Prisperskho, the literary fruit by the students of the Czechoslovak language at the Prespurk Prespig Secondary School, Prespig. On the advice of one of the students, Michael Miloslav Haja, 1811-1870, this almanac was published in Biblitina. Hodge argued that this would demonstrate their goodwill to the Czechs. These student authors, many of whom would become future leaders of the Slovak national movement, were still not reditagóid alone. This almanac was severely criticized in Prague because it did not conform to the newly standardized Czech language, as used in Bohemia. Jungmann's Czech and Palkové cs Biblitina, although equally archaizing, emphasized different elements of Chancery Bohemian, from which both codifications developed. Already in the 1830s, the Czech language comprised the formal register and the informal one formed from Prague's contemporary Slavophone vernacular. Biblitina contains some Slovacism, but its users under Palkové cs ideological leadership scoffed at the vernacular as a lowly peasant gibberish and the dialectal basis of the Brno-Latina of the Catholics, which was equally disliked by them. The Bohemian Slavophone elite's clear rejection of Biblitina presented the forming Slovak national elite, mainly composed of Protestants, with the urgent question, in which language they should write. The urgency was emphasized by the Czechs' unwillingness to Slovakize their language in reciprocation to Kollar's and Safaric's support for Czechizing Biblitina. The eventual fusion was to spawn unequally Czech and Slovak Czechoslovak language. An answer to the Slovak Protestant intelligentsia's dilemma would be worked out in the following 2 decades. It was not an easy matter. First, besides Biblitina, the Protestant elite were also literate in Latin, Magyar, and German, the usual languages of their elementary, secondary, and university education, respectively. Second, there were proposed several radically different solutions to this dilemma, as discussed below. In his 1833 pamphlet, Sollen wir Magyaren werden? Should we become Magyars, Karlstadt Karlovac, the Slavic speaker from eastern Upper Hungary, Samuel H.A.C., 1806–1868, drew on the idea of the civic Hungarian nation composed from all the inhabitants of the Kingdom of Hungary. He predicted that Arpadians Magyars Slavs, Germans, Wallachians will lose themselves in the completeness of Hungary, while maintaining and cultivating their languages. H.A.C. distinguished between the civic all-embracing Hungarian nation, Narod, D spelled with the capital N, and its constituent ethnic nations, Narodi, spelled with the lowercase n. He did not distinguish among Hungary's Slavs, treating them instead as a single group. H.A.C.'s attitude gave credence to the elevation of Magyar as the state language and relegated all other languages to secondary functions. In this multicultural and pro-Hungarian pan-Slavic perspective, it was 543. Simply not important whether Slovak elites would write in a single language, or continue using Biblitina, Brno-Latina, and Czech alongside Magyar. Kollar persisted in his propagation of the unitary Slavic nation with its own language composed from the 4 literary dialects, Polish, Russian, Serbian, and Slavo-Czech. The Slovaks were to write in Slavo-Czech, that is, Czech. The political and intellectual prestige of Kollar and his friend Safaric, who supported this stance, relegated to oblivion Brno-Lax and Herkel's views that the Slovaks formed a distinctive group vis-a-vis the Czechs and should enjoy their own written language. Haja agreed, and in 1840 stated that Moravians, Slovaks, and Czechs are a single nation and we are all Slavs. The third possibility for a distinctive Slovak language emerged in the 1840s. In 1836 and 1844, Magyar was made the sole official language of Hungary. The process of Magyarization, which Kollar had predicted, commenced. The overhauling of Hungary into a nation-state was not to be conducted with a liberal cushion of multiculturalism as H.A.C. had proposed. Hungary's population was to be made into the Magyar nation through linguistic assimilation. In 1840, the Slavophone students of the Protestant secondary school in the Upper Hungarian town of Lucsa, Levoca, encouraged by their teacher Michael Hlavasic, in turn, a student of Palkové, founded their Societas Slavica, Slavic Society, and published a volume of poems and stories in Biblitina, Gitranka TT, Morning Star, Luecho. The contributors described themselves as Czechoslovak students and found subscribers to this volume in the Czech lands and Upper Hungary. Alarmed by this Czech influence, a teacher at the school, Karl Kramarczyk, denounced the student group in the Magyar language newspaper Társakodó, Nobody who is bound to this fatherland by true feeling can allow that there should be a teacher in Hungary, in a German city, in a Protestant school in the year 1840, who is a preacher of Panslavism. This news prompted Karoly, Zay, 1797–1871, Inspector General for the Hungarian Lutheran Church, to demand wholesale Magyarization of Hungary's Slavs as an answer to subversive Panslavism that could play into Russia's hands. In his 1841 book, Protestantismus, Magyarismus, Slawismus, Protestantism, Magyarism, Slavism, Leipzig, Zay argued that Magyar was the language of Protestant religious freedom. Throughout the 1840s, with the use of his position, Zay strove to implement this program, which strove to supplant Biblitina with Magyar in Lutheran churches located in Slovakophone areas. Successful Slovak opposition to these measures led to the subsequent fortification of the nascent Slovak national movement. Haja's friend, Ludwig Stur, 1815–1856, disagreed with Zay's program and methods. In 1842, he did not succeed in drafting an appeal to the emperor with a request to stop Magyarization. The leaders of Catholics, who constituted a majority of Upper Hungary's population, did not support him. The following year, Stur published his Die Beschwerden und Klagen der Slaven in Ungarn über die Gesetzwidrigen Übergriffe Magyaren, the complaints and 544 accusations of the Slavs in Hungary about the illegal attacks of the Magyars, Leipzig. Stur defended the Slovak language against Magyarization within the broader framework of Panslavism understood as the right of Hungary's Slavs to speak and write in their own language. Stur fought for the linguistic rights within the borders of all Hungary. Out of the 16 instances of illegal Magyarization as directed against Slovak speakers, which he mentioned in his study, only 5 took place within modern Slovakia's boundaries. Stur's book caused the authorities to interrogate him on charges of treason in 1843. This cost him a teaching position in the Protestant secondary school at Prespig, where since 1835 he had taught instead of Palkovici, who was otherwise busy with his publication projects. Afterward, Stur feared for the survival of Slavic culture within Hungary. This close brush with the power of the official policy of Magyarization convinced Stur that the Slovaks split between Catholics and Protestants writing in Brno-Latina and Biblitina, respectively, must be united through a single Slovak language that would not be confessionally specific. Besides these 2 Slavophone written languages used in Upper Hungary along with recently standardized Czech, Stur took into account the vernacular. This added a complication to the overall calculation because extant classifications of Upper Hungary's Slavophone dialects were equally disparate and did not point to some presupposed Slovak cultural linguistic unity. In the 1664 study, Neue Undiekers Beschreibungskönig Reichs Ungarn, the new and brief description of the Kingdom of Hungary, Nuremberg, the vernacular of the Slavs in the eastern half of Upper Hungary was labeled Polish and in the western Bohemian. At the end of the 18th century, Grellman in Statistische Aufklärung über Wichtigkeitstheorie und Gegenstände der Österreichischen Monarchie, the statistical explanation on significant regions and objects in the Austrian monarchy, 1795, Göttingen, classified the speech in the same areas as quasi-half Polish and Bohemian. This Bohemian, Czech, Polish taxonomy for the analysis of the Slavic speech of Upper Hungary persisted until the mid-19th century, with the addition of the Ruthenians in the easternmost section of this region, today. In Ukraine, neither Catholic nor Protestant Slavic speakers of Upper Hungary perceived Ruthenians as kindred. What separated them were the different script, Church Slavonic Cyrillic, and the language of liturgy. Ruthenians employ Church Slavonic, while the Slovakophone Protestants Biblitina, and the Slovakophone Catholics Latin, in addition to Brno-Latina for non-liturgical pastoral services. In 1823, Sephardic distinguished songs in the German Slovak, Polish Slovak, and Moravian Slovak dialects in his collection Pjsn Switskla do Slovensko wrjch. Koller, in 1846, added to this taxonomy his new classification in Hlaso Opotrebi Jednoti Spisoniho Jazyka Proseki, Morawania Slaiki. He identified 7 Slovak dialects, Slovak Czech, on the border with Moravia, Slovak. 545. Proper, Western Slovakia, Polish Slovak, the Tatras region in northern Slovakia, Russian or Ruthenian Slovak, Eastern Slovakia, Serbian Slovak, Lower Hungary or Vojvodina, German Slovak, old mining towns of northern Slovakia, and Magyar Slovak, the region around Pest, Vojvodina. A year later, in 2 works published in Lucha, Haja came up with another classification of the Slovak dialects, Czechoslovak, Moravia and Western Slovakia, Polish Slovak, the Tatras region in northern Slovakia, Ruthenian Slovak, Eastern Slovakia, and Slovak proper with its centers in the towns, Sankt Martin, Tershinsky Svety Martin, Liptau Sankt Nikolaus, Liptovsky Svety Mikulas, and Altsol, Zvolen. Haja also mentioned Magyar Polish Slavic, basically Slavic written down with the use of Magyar orthography, especially CS in place of C, SZ4S, and S4S. 10 Unlike Koller and Stur in his Die Beschwerden und Klagender Slaven in Ungarn über die Gesetzwidrigen Übergrifter Magyaren, Haja did not speak of Slovak dialects in the vicinity of Pest or in Lower Hungary, Vojvodina, Brock 2002, 52, 83-84, Haler and Weingart 1922, 89, Koller 1846, 102-104, Masaryków Slovnik Unokny 1933, 102, Maxwell 2006, 2005, Armis 1973, 517, Petro 1995, 65-67. In 1843, as a result of discussions with Haja and Josef Miloslav Herban, 1817-1888, Stur came to a conclusion that the non-confessionally specific Slovak language should be based on what he called the Central Slovak dialect. 11. His decision was perhaps informed by the example of Vuk Karadzic. Karadzic standardized Serbian on the basis of the vernacular, unlike Ljudovic, who, in line with the ideology of Illyrism, hoped to work out a common language for all the South Slavs. In Karadzic, Stur saw himself as the person who stood for a Slovak solution and, in Guy, his opponents who stood for a Czechoslovak solution. At that time of his decision, Stur started writing 2 works that were published in 1846 in Pressburg, namely Nerkja Slovenského alebo potreba pisa jev tomto Nerkja, the Slovak dialect, or the need to write in this dialect, and Naučení I Slovenskej, learning to read and write the Slovak language. Stur dedicated the former work, which legitimized codification of Slovak, to his friends, Haja and Herban. In the latter he presented his codification. The main aim of both works was to prove that Slovak was a separate language and different from Czech. Interestingly, there is a tension in these 2 works about what status they confer on Slovak. In Nerkja Slovenského alebo potreba pisa njv tomto Nerkja Stur wrote of Nerkja, dialect, and in Naučení I Slovenskej, of language. In the former instance, Stur went hand in hand with Koller when he proclaimed, My Slovaci sme kamen ako kamen mame vlastní ner cie, duri jeod sesko odchodny rajdi elm, we Slovaks are a tribe and as a tribe, we have our own dialect, which is different and distinct from the Czech dialect. 12. Koller and Stur disagreed on the question whether Slovak was a self-standing dialect of the Slavic language, or a subdialect of the Czech, Slovak, dialect of this language. But in the second work, Stur wrote about the Slovak language in the title, although he referred to the Slovak dialect in the text. 546. In his 2 seminal works, Stur proposed the tripartite division of the Slovak dialectical territory, which differed considerably from Koller's, Safaric's, and Haja's classifications. Stur's division equally imperfectly reflected the reality of Upper Hungary's Slavophone dialects as those of his aforementioned colleagues. However, It was Stur's codification of the Slovak language that won the competition with Brno Latina, Bib Latina, and Standard Czech as the written language of the Slovaks. As a result, Stur became the father of the Slovak language and nation, and his words and opinions embodied the holy writ of Slovak nationalism. Since then the tripartite division of the Slovak dialects has remained the dogma of Slovak linguistics. Stur argued that the dialectal base of Western Slovak made Brno Latina too close to Czech. Bib Latina was even worse in this respect as it was almost identical with Czech. Stur settled for the Central Slovak dialect. He considered it the purest due to isolation from foreign influences. In his opinion, the Tatras protected it against any Polish influences from the north, while the Western and Eastern Slovak dialects took the full brunt of the Czech, Magyar, and Ruthenian incursions and insulated Central Slovak. Stur identified Turok Komitat with its administrative center in the town of St. Martin as the heartland of Central Slovak. The Komitat embraced the largest percentage of Slovaks in its population out of all the Upper Hungarian Komitats, and was centrally positioned in the Slovak-speaking area. It was a strategic decision. Stur and his colleagues resigned themselves to the necessity of giving up Brno Latina for the sake of bridging the confessional divide between Slovak-speaking Protestants and Catholics. The hard part was to convince the latter that they should part with Brno Latina. Stur, Haja, and Herban obtained a head start in their 1843 meeting with the doyen of Brno Latina poetry, Jan Hali, when the latter apparently blessed their project of codifying the Slovak language on the basis of the Central Slovak dialect. Today, Hali's epic poems belong to the canon of Slovak national literature, but are available exclusively in modern Slovak translations. What decisively differentiated this new codification from Brno Latina and most publications in Brno Latina was script. The new written language employed Antiqua while the two older ones the Gothic type. But some publications in Standard Slovak appeared in Gothic fonts until the end of the 19th century, including the monthly Národný hlasnik, National Herald, 1868–1904. In 1844, Herban published the second volume of the literary almanac Nitra in the newly codified Slovak language. The first volume published 2 years earlier had been in Bib Latina. It was called either New Slovak or, nowadays, Starovčina as opposed to Bib Latina, known then as Old Slovak. The term Starovčina popped up as early as 1847. Between 1845 and 1848, Stur published his weekly Slovenské národné noviny, Slovak National News, in New Slovak. The newspaper received generous support from 151 Upper Hungarian nobles, including Lajos Kossuth's uncle, Durko, Dord, Gyurgy, Kossuth, Kossuth. 547. Not all the Magyarophone nobility of Hungary agreed with overhauling the kingdom into the Magyar nation-state, especially those who lived in the predominantly non-Magyar-speaking areas and spoke local languages. Some stuck to traditional Landish patriotism and lent support to the fledgling Slovak national movement, for example, Bohemia's German-speaking aristocrats to the Czech national movement at the turn of the 18th century. In 1844, Herban wrote the first novel in Starovčina Predomnosti obrazy zo Zivita Tatranskho, contemporary pictures from life under the Tatra Mountains. 13 Andrei Sladkovici, Andrei Braxatories, 1820–1872, was the first poet of significance who wrote in New Slovak. His famous love poem Marina, Pest, was published in 1846, and his epic Dietvan followed 7 years later. In 1846, Herban began to publish the first scholarly journal in Starovčina, Slovenské polednevdy, Umenie a literaturu, Slovak Views on Science, Arts, and Literature, 1846–1848, 1851–1852. The cultural and political life of the nascent Slovak national movement was organized in the framework of the Tatran Association, 1844. Its name was derived from the Tatras, the mountainous region whose dialect Stur made into Standard Slovak. Stur established Tatran in emulation of the Matici Seska, founded in 1831, Like Slovenska Narodna Tatran survived until 1848. Its 80 members constituted the core of the Slovak national movement. In 1845, Stur voiced his criticism of Magyarization in a booklet written in German. 2 years later, he was the first Slovak to be elected to the Hungarian Diet. In the same year, Stur managed to attract some Catholic priests to support his anti-Magyarization stance along with New Slovak. But the majority of Catholics stood fast by Bernolaktina, while Koller lashed out against Starovchina in Hlaso opat ibtt jednoti spisoniho jazyka pro seki, Morawania Slawiki, and mounted support for the continued use of Biblichtina. Beginning in 1849, Koller preferred to speak about it as Old Slovak in an effort to avoid turning away those Protestants ready to embrace a written language as similar to Czech as Biblichtina as long as it could be Slovak, at least in name. Czech national leaders, including Palaki, agreed with Koller that Stur's linguistic secession from Czech was a tragedy and hoped that it would be short-lived. Brock 2002, 85, 94-95, 147, 150, 167, Haja 1920, 154-156, Kovaci and von Grey 1963, IL 100, Matica Slovenska 1963, 22-23, Maxwell 2006, Paulini 1971, 106-107, Petro 1995, 61, 68-72, 75-76, Short 1996, 43, Stur 1943, 19, 73, 131-134. Slovak nationalism and Magyarization. The turning point in the development of the Slovak national movement and the Slovak language was the revolutionary events of 1848. The people of Pressburg soon heard news of the Czech national movement's list of demands, which were drawn in March and forwarded to the emperor. In the same month, the Magyar national movement tabled its own set of demands, and made them into laws in 548. April, when the first separate Hungarian government was formed. Significantly, drawing on the 1844 decision, the specific role of Magyar as the sole official language in the Kingdom of Hungary was reaffirmed, and all other languages were relegated to the private sphere. In this manner, the Magyars started inching toward full independence for Hungary, which they declared a year later in April 1849. The Czech example encouraged the Slovak national movement to take a decisive step, while the Magyar nationalists' attempt at transforming Hungary into a Magyar nation-state frightened Slovak leaders because it would mean the quick disappearance of the Slovak nation if they failed to act. On May 11, 1848, at Liptau St. Nicolaus, the Slovak national gathering led by Stur, Haja, and Herban issued Zjadistai Slovenského národu, the demands of the Slovak nation. This document was written in Biblichtina because the Hungarian administration employed this language in official contacts with Upper Hungary's Slavophone speakers. Obviously, the use of Biblichtina entailed printing this text in Gothic characters. Hence, the founding text of Slovak nationalism looked pretty un-Slovak to the modern Slovak. In the document, the Slovaks demanded, among other things, the official recognition of the Slovak nation, Slovenský národ, and the status of official language for Slovak in the overwhelmingly Slovak-speaking Komitats. They also wanted equality for all the nations living in Hungary and fair representations for all of them in an all-Hungarian assembly, in addition to a separate national assembly for the Slovaks. Logically, these demands led to further pleas for a full Slovakophone school system complete with its own university and for the formation of a Slovak National Guard with Slovak as the language of command. Apart from the usual demand of doing away with the remnants of serfdom, Slovak leaders also requested the same rights, which they demanded to be granted to other nations in Hungary and especially to the brotherly and kindred Polish in Austria's crown land of Galicia. Interestingly, the Poles, not the Czechs, were the only other nation than the Slovaks mentioned by name in the document. Perhaps, Some Slovak leaders grieved at the failed Polish uprising of 1846 that had cost the Galician Poles the loss of the free city of Krakow with Polish as the language of administration and the university. Any clear association with the Czechs was as much a benefit as a liability for Slovak nationalists who would like to see their nation as separate rather than part of some Czech or Czechoslovak nation. The Hungarian administration responded to the demands with warrants for the arrest of Stur, Hajat, and Herban. They fled to revolutionary Prague, where the three friends participated in Palacký Slavic Congress. Similarly as in 1848, Koller, whom the Hungarian government considered to be anti-Magyar, had to leave Pest for Vienna. On September 19, 1848, the Slovak National Council declared the separation of Slovakia from Hungary, and called upon the entire 549 Slovak population to take up arms against the Magyars. The Slovak leadership sided with the monarch, hoping that in his conflict with the Magyars, he would support the idea of a separate Slovak nation. On March 19, 1849, these leaders sent a petition to the new Emperor Francis Joseph requesting the transfer of Slovakia from Hungary to Austria. Neither the revolutionary Hungarian government nor the monarch wished to side with the Slovak national movement. The movement's demands would require a wholesale change in the Magyar concept of nation and nation-state, and the movement was too small and not influential enough to decisively swing the odds in favor of the emperor. This relegated the Slovaks to the periphery of politics in Hungary. The 500 Slovak volunteers operating in western Upper Hungary were far fewer in number than Slovaks who were drafted into the Hungarian Revolutionary Army, an army in which they served loyally to the bitter end in August 1849. The Slovak appeal for granting freedoms to the Poles of Galicia also went unnoticed among the Poles themselves, who came to the aid of the Hungarian revolutionaries. Lettrich 1955, 30-31, Molnar 2001, 186-187, Pasca 1968, 13-15, Pickler 1994, 41, Toma and Kovaci 2001, 32-33. The decade of neo-absolutism, monarch's rule not moderated by a constitution or any popular representation, instituted after the crushing of the Magyars in 1849 actually allowed more space for Slovak culture. None of the Slovak national movement's demands was met, but the replacement of Magyar with German as the official language in Hungary lessened the previously painfully felt pressure of Magyarization. Germanization did not simply replace Magyarization either, because there was not a large enough German-speaking population in Hungary, who could provide a viable basis for such a policy. As they had before 1836, Magyar replaced Latin in the Hungarian Diet only in 1844, German and Latin continued to function as the elite languages after 1849. Vienna dissolved the union between Hungary and Transylvania, and reaffirmed the separate status of Croatia and Slavonia. Moreover, the Kingdom of Hungary was replaced with 5 administrative districts in 1854. Vienna directly administered all the 8 separate territories as homogeneous parts of the Austrian Empire. The juggernaut of the Magyar nation-state disappeared. It did not help the Slovak cause either, for Upper Hungary found itself split between the Prespig and Kaska, Kosice, districts, and the latter comprised the entire Ruthenian-speaking region. In the poor and underdeveloped region of Upper Hungary, except for its western section around Prespig, the number of elementary schools with Slovak as the language of instruction grew from 1821 in 1869 to a high of 1971 in 1874. However, Biblitina predominated as the language of instruction in Protestant schools, and Brno-Latina in Catholic schools. The Slovak-speaking elite still could not agree if it was Starovčina that should be made into the Slovak language. Koller, with his influence in Vienna, exerted 550 pressure for the official acceptance of Biblitina in the guise of Old Slovak, but he died in 1852. One would think that Stur would have jumped through this window of opportunity opened by Koller's death. However, disillusioned with politics, he retreated to his family mansion near Prespig, where he remained under house arrest until his death in 1856, resulting from a hunting accident. In late 1855, Sturr accidentally shot himself from his own rifle while dismounting or jumping over a stream. Taking care of the 7 orphans, left by his deceased brother Karol, did not leave him with much leisure, either. Unimpressed by the cold shoulder Vienna and the Magyars had given to the Slovak national cause, he was nonetheless unsettled by the unstoppable force of the Russian army that had crushed the Magyar troops in 1849. In his student years, he gave up his early Czechoslovakism, and now he cast off Slovak nationalism too. In 1851 Sturr wrote Das Lauanthum und die Welt der Zukunft, Slavdom and the World of the Future. In this study, he proposed the radical pan-Slavic solution. According to Sturr, all the Slavs should unite as a single nation under the rule of the Russian Tsar. He actually said what the Magyars feared and what Herkel, Koller, and Safarik had always taken care not to utter. Sturr developed his friend Hajjah's 1847 argument that the Slavs were a world-size nation, whereas the Magyars a small nation. Understandably, Sturr's work remained in manuscript form until 1867 when its Russian translation was published via Moscow Press. The German original appeared only in 1931 in Bratislava, with an introduction and analytical apparatus in Czech, and no Slovak translation was available until 1993. Sturr wrote his last significant work O Narodných písnech a pioviestek plemen Slovenských, on national songs and stories of the Slavic tribes, 1852, in Czech and published it in Prague, Brock 2002, 150, Johnson 1985, 29, Maxwell 2006, Petro 1995, 69, Viator 1908, 437. Sturr left it to others to carry on the Slovak national cause. The very last effort for a unified Slovak language in which he participated was the 1851 Prespig meeting of the proponents of Brno-Latina, Biblitina, and Struovčina. Biblitina was out of question, because it was too close to Czech and too much removed from the Slovak vernacular. At the meeting, the young linguist Martin Haddula, 1821–1903, dominated the discussion. A year earlier, he had published the theoretical basis for the synthesis of Struovčina with Brno-Latina in his study, Grammatica Lingui Slovenici, the grammar of the Slavic/Slovak language, drawing on Hajjah's 1847 critique of Sturr's orthography. Haddula accepted Sturr's Central Slovak pronunciation, but spelled words in a more etymological fashion that made several concessions to Brno-Latina. When Sturr and his followers accepted these suggestions, the Catholic clergy agreed to abandon Brno-Latina. After 1851, no new publications in Brno-Latina appeared. The Catechism in this language was reprinted as late as 1867. Similarly, the use of Biblitina was markedly reduced during the 1850s, but it survived in 551. Lutheran religious books and liturgy until World War I. In 1852, Haddula's and Hajjah's proposals were presented in the anonymously published Kratkom Lovnica Slovenska, a short Slovak grammar, Prespig. 3 Lutheran and 3 Catholic leaders signed the preface to this compromise grammar, thus ushering into being the standard Slovak language. A thought remains largely unchanged to this day, that is, except for various language reforms that altered the standard from time to time. Confusingly, the participants and later commentators of the discussion on what written tradition should be made into Standard Slovak called Haddula's Compromise codification New Slovak in opposition to Koller's Old Slovak, Biblitina in Antiqua, and Middle Slovak, Struovčina. Previously, there had been no Middle Slovak, because Struovčina functioned as New Slovak until the acceptance of Haddula's codification, Thura VC 1980, 218, Hajjah 1920, 157, Maxwell 2005. During the 1850s, no grassroots political activities were allowed in the Austrian Empire. The period of centralization and neo-absolutism was over in 1860, when the 6 administrative units were abolished, and the Kingdom of Hungary renewed. In the same year, an imperial decree granted the use of Slovak, meaning Biblitina, alongside Magyar and German in 23 comitats. Due to Magyar pressure, this decree was revoked before it could be implemented. In the 1861 elections to the renewed Hungarian Diet, Slovaks pooled their resources with Ruthenians, but only the latter's candidate, Adolf Ivanovich Dobryansky, 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 1817 to 1901, managed to win a mandate. He closely cooperated with Slovak leaders, and, like Ignac Martinovics in 1794, in 1861, Dobryansky proposed that Hungary should be divided into 5 national districts: Magyar German, Serbian, Wallachian, Romanian, Ruthenian, and Slovak. Obviously, the Diet neither considered the introduction of Slovak as an administrative language in Upper Hungary, nor agreed to Dobryansky's proposal. On June 7, 1861, Slovak leaders replied by convening a mass political rally in St. Martin attended by 5,000 people. They drew up the memorandum of the Slovak nation requesting, among other things, recognition for the Slovak nation and its national language, the founding of a Slovak region, Okali, out of the predominantly Slovak-speaking area in Upper Hungary, the establishment of a Slovak educational system complete with a chair of the Slovak language and literature at the University of Pest, and requested similar rights for Ruthenians, Romanians, Serbs, and Croats living in the Kingdom of Hungary. Neither the Hungarian Diet nor the Emperor granted any of the requests. The former even branded this document as subversive, thus making all Slovak national activities illegal, or semi-legal. This memorandum remained the Slovak national program until the creation of Czechoslovakia. Significantly, it did what previous Slovak leaders had never attempted. The memorandum defined what Slovakia should be, namely 15 comitats in Upper Hungary. In this 552 manner, the concept of the Slovak nation-state acquired a tangible geographical shape. The current borders of Slovakia quite closely follow the territorial extent of this Okali, with the exception of the southern sections of the 5 southern comitats included in Hungary. Furthermore, the 2 easternmost comitats incorporated into modern Slovakia were, and still are, more Ruthenian than Slovak-speaking. With both concepts of the national language and the proposed nation-state, Slovak nationalism gained maturity following the ethno-linguistic ideological pattern of other Central European nationalisms. Vienna did not concede the Czechs their own administrative unit or their national language with the status of an administrative language. Czech leaders replied by further developing their cultural life and institutions. Slovak leaders attempted to emulate this example. In 1862, Lutherans established 2 Slovak-language secondary schools, including one in St. Martin. The following year, the Neusiedl, Banska Bystrica, Catholic bishop, Stefan Moises, 1797–1869, supported the founding of the Matica Slovenska, Slovak cultural organization, in St. Martin. 14 This Matica re-established the organized Slovak national movement, which had been largely informal after Vienna dissolved Tatran in 1848. Interestingly, the Matica's 1863 logo was brandished with the Slovak inscription, on the founding of the Matica Slovenska, done in 2 scriptural versions, one in the Latin alphabet, and the other in Cyrillic. Later, no official or semi-official attempts to write Slovak in Cyrillic were recorded. Moises was greeted as the father of the people, and he became the Matica's first chairman. In addition, the emperor granted this organization a generous donation. In 1867, Catholics established the Third Slovak Language Secondary School. The concentration of Slovak cultural institutions transformed St. Martin into a center of Slovak national life. Stur's 1843 decision to base Standard Slovak on the dialect found in the town's vicinity also contributed to the elevated ideological prestige of St. Martin among the Slovaks. In 1865, the leading Slovak language newspaper Pestbudensk Vedomosti, Pestbuden News, 1861–1865, moved its headquarters from the Hungarian capital to St. Martin, and the title was changed to Národní 15 Noviny, National News, 1865–1922. It was the most important Slovak newspaper prior to the founding of Czechoslovakia. In 1871, the emergent mass Slovak political movement coalesced into the Slovenská národná strana, SNS, Slovak National Party, which accepted the 1861 memorandum as its program. Simultaneously, Slovak nationalists left Prešov for St. Martin. At that time, the former city was predominantly German-speaking, and after 1867, this language was used side by side with Magyar until 1885. In 1880, Slovaks numbered 13.5% of the city's population, Germans, German speakers, 13.6%, and Magyars 48.5%. After the death of Palkovic in 1850, Stur could not replace him at the Prešov Secondary School, and the chair of the Czechoslovak language and literature went defunct. During the 1850s, the cultural and political character of the city became increasingly 553 Germanic, and after 1867, Magyar. There was no room for the active cultivation of the Slovak language and culture. This would have been antithetical to Magyar nationalism, in the scope of which Pozsony, Bratislava, appeared to be one of Hungary's capitals. The situation of the Czech national movement and culture changed considerably after the 1867 Ausgleich, which made the Austrian Empire into the dual monarchy of Austria-Hungary. In 1871, Vienna decided not to grant a similar status to the Czechs, and the Slovaks could not count on a special status within Hungary, which Croatia obtained in the 1868 Nagodba. In the same year, Magyar became the sole official language in the Kingdom of Hungary apart from Croatia-Slavonia. Slovak was relegated to lower-level administrative and judiciary offices and elementary schools. The 1868 Law of Nationalities was designed to protect the remaining few linguistic and cultural rights of the non-Magyar groups in Hungary. But the drafters of this law could not see to its proper implementation. József died in 1871, while the aging Ferenc Deák declined all offices in the years prior to his death in 1876. The Prime Minister Kálmán Tisza, who governed from 1875 to 1890, instituted the policy of Magyarization in an attempt to transform the Kingdom of Hungary into the Magyar nation-state. Opposition to Magyarization earned Herben a prison term in 1868. The following year, only 3 Slovak representatives managed to secure seats in the Hungarian parliament. In 1872, the Slovenská omladina, Slovak Youth Association, established in 1870, was outlawed. 2 years later, the Hungarian authorities closed all 3 Slovak-language secondary schools, and in 1875, the recently founded Matica Slovenska. As a result, the Slovak national movement lost its organizational and institutional base. William Paulini Toth, 1826–1877, who headed the Slovak National Party, was also the vice-chairman of the Matica Slovenska and the sole Slovak deputy in the Hungarian parliament. After his death, no Slovak politician was able to win his seat. In 1884, the Slovak National Party protested against electoral manipulations, and abstained from future elections. At that time, Herben's son, Svetosar Herben-Vahinský, 1847–1916, became the main ideologue of the Slovak national movement. In 1881, Herben's Slovenské Poľadnávdy, Umenia literature was revived in Turok St. Martin, as Slovensk Poladi under joint Herben-Vahinský and Josef Skultides, 1853–1948, editorship. The journal is still published. Herbenvahinsky proposed close cooperation among non-Magyar groups in Hungary and expressed this idea in his collection of poems, Tatry Amor, The Tatras and the Sea, 1879. In another collection, Z Podjarma, From Under the Yoke, 1884, he criticized the tragic economic situation that prompted the mass emigration of Slovak peasants to North America. As in the case of his father, Herbenvahinsky's articles in Národní Noviny cost him a prison sentence in 1892. Between 1895 and 554. 1904, 16 further sentences were meted out to the newspaper's contributors. Following Herbenvahinsky's appeal, Slovak representatives along with their Romanian and Serbian colleagues attended the Congress of the Nationalities held in Budapest in 1895. This Congress, while respecting the territorial integrity of Hungary, opposed the idea of the Magyar nation-state, as contradictory with the political history and character of Hungary. The representatives demanded creation of their own autonomous districts with linguistically defined borders, fair representation in the Hungarian parliament, full suffrage, freedom of the press, and the establishment of the post of minister without portfolio for Hungary's non-Magyar nationalities, similar to that of the minister for Croatia. The participating Romanian, Serbian, and Slovak politicians formed the League of Nationalities and invited Germans and Ruthenians to join it. In 1890, the abolished Matica Slovenska's museum and library were revived as strictly non-political institutions, and 3 years later, the Muzealna Slovenska Spolnost, Slovak Museum Association, was founded, also in Turok St. Martin, Tu Archanský Svatý Martin. Czechs obtained their own Czech-language university in Prague and the status of an official language for Czech side by side with German in Bohemia and Moravia during the 1880s. Within this framework, a multitude of Czech organizations, periodicals, and publishers sprang up bolstering the Czech cultural and political life. Having secured this base, Czech leaders embarked on cooperation with their Slovak counterparts on the ideological ticket of Czechoslovakism that had seemed to be defunct since the late 1840s. What legitimized this cooperation was the imagined common Czechoslovak past of the Czechs and the Slovaks, and also the parallel threat of Germanization in the Czech lands and of Magyarization in Upper Hungary. Obviously, the latter threat was much more real than the former. Beginning in the 1880s, in the Czech lands of Bohemia and Moravia, the cultural and economic parity seemed to be tilted in favor of the Czechs at the cost of the local German speakers, who started fearing Czechization. The Czechoslovak cooperation progressed mainly thanks to the personal links, which, mainly Protestant, Slovak students established while pursuing their university studies at the Czech Language University of Prague. This university's professor, Tomáš Garrigue Masaryk, not only got involved in the fields of Czech culture and politics, but also supported the increasing pro-Czech orientation among his Slovak students. This group of Masaryk's former students established two influential journals that propagated the idea of Czechoslovak cooperation, Hlas, The Voice, 1898-1902, Rasa Hedji Ruzemberuk, and Prudi, Currents, 1909-1914, Budapest. In Upper Hungary, the Slovak national movement revived at the beginning of the 20th century. In 1901, for the first time since Paulini Tatha's death in 1877, Slovak deputies were elected to the Hungarian parliament, 4 in all. The following year, it was decreed that Slovak denominational elementary schools, 555, were to teach at least 18 to 20 hours of the Magyar language per week. Meanwhile, the number of Slovak language elementary school plummeted from 1971 in 1874 to 427 in 1902. The Russian Revolution of 1905 made a huge impression on the Austro-Hungarian government and political life in the dual empire. In the same year, the Slovak National Party, SNS, was revived under the leadership of the journalist, Milan Haja, 1877-1944, a grandnephew of Michael Milan Haja. Simultaneously, the Slovak workers' movement unfolded with help offered by Czech workers' organizations. In the SNS's program, as in the 1861 memorandum, Haja repeated that the party respected the territorial integrity of Hungary, and even refrained from speaking of the Slovak region, Okali. Having learned from the unstoppable thrust of Magyarization between the 1870s and the 1890s, they limited their national demands to the appeal for universal suffrage and respect for the Slovak language in schools and courts in accordance with the 1868 nationality law. In 1907, the Austrian half of the dual empire obtained the right of popular vote. Hungary stuck to limited suffrage until 1918. The successes of the Slovak national movement caused the Hungarian administration and Magyar politicians to manipulate the 1905 elections, so only 2 Slovaks won seats in the Hungarian parliament. The number of Slovak language elementary schools was almost halved to 241. In 1907, the Apponyi law required all teachers either in state or denominational schools to imbue their students with loyalty to Hungary, construed as the Magyar nation-state. They were also expected to display Hungarian national symbols in classrooms, and Magyar language instruction had to be organized for Magyar students in minority schools, if these students numbered at least 20. This law was passed in response to the growing activity of Transylvania's Romanian national movement, which Budapest perceived as anti-Magyar irredentism. Worried Slovak leaders also carefully observed the vicissitudes of Budapest's pressure on the Holy See to allow for supplanting of Church Slavonic with Magyar as the language of liturgy in the kingdom's Greek Catholic Church. This was reminiscent of the 1840s efforts to replace Biblitina with Magyar in Upper Hungary's Lutheran churches. This policy was to accelerate mainly the Magyarization of Ruthenians and Romanians. Sporadically, Magyar had been used as a language of chants in Hungary's Greek Catholic Church since the 1820s. Between 1879 and 1882, the Church Slavonic liturgy books were translated into Magyar. Consequently, Magyar began to enter preaching and liturgy, as well. In 1896, the year of the millennial celebrations in the kingdom, Budapest officially requested the Pope to sanction this linguistic practice. In the same year, a law was passed that allowed for Magyarization of place names and personal names. In reply, the Holy See issued the first ever official prohibition on the use of a vernacular language in liturgy. The fear was that Magyarization would alienate Ruthenian and Romanian Greek Catholics, who could then leave for 556. The Calvinist and Orthodox churches, respectively, where they could worship in their national languages. Moreover, granting Budapest's wish could lead to demands of replacing Latin with Magyar as a language of liturgy in Hungary's Roman Catholic Church. Nevertheless, Budapest continued to repeat its request, arguing that Magyar as a language of liturgy among Greek Catholics would prevent Russian infiltration of eastern Upper Hungary. In 1912, the Pope relented and Church Slavonic was replaced with Greek and Magyar. Because priests knew no Greek, in practice Magyar dominated, though Latin was employed as well. Not surprisingly, this situation encouraged pro-Orthodox and pro-Russian orientation among Upper Hungary's Ruthenians, and Romanian nationalism and pro-Orthodox leanings among Transylvania's Greek Catholics. In 1915, the Greek Catholic Church alienated the Ruthenians even more, when relenting to Budapest's pressure, the Apurges, Prisov, bishop replaced Cyrillic with the Magyar-style Latin script for writing Ruthenian. Father Andrei Hlinka, 1864–1938, was the first Catholic priest, who took such an explicit and pronounced pro-Slovak stance even if it meant the open defiance of Hungarian authorities. His principled political stance ensured the final entrance of Catholics into Slovak politics, more than half a century after Stur and his Lutheran collaborators. Hlinka led the emerging Catholic wing in the Slovak National Party. For his pro-Slovak agitation during the 1906 elections, the Zapis, Spies, Bishop Sandor, Alexander, Parvi, 1848–1919, suspended Hlinka and forbade him from officiating at church services. The following year, thanks to the efforts of the Moravian hierarchy, Hlinka was freed from these restrictions. On October 27, he speeded to his parish in his native village of Czernova, near Rozsahegyi. Today, the village constitutes a part of the town, to consecrate the new church built under his supervision. He came too late. The parishioners protested and requested a postponement of the celebration, not willing to carry it out under the offices of any other priest than Hlinka. Policemen, entrusted by the authorities with the task of seeing to it that the celebration was conducted without the participation of Hlinka, shot dead 15 people in the crowd. The Czernova massacre, as this event is known in Slovak historiography, became the founding moment of Slovak nationalism. To nationalists, the massacre proved that Slovaks, like Transylvania's Romanians, were not afraid to shed blood in the struggle for their national rights. It also shifted the leadership of the Slovak national movement from the hands of Protestants to those of Catholics. It was Hlinka, not Protestant Slovak leaders, who spoke and acted most vociferously against Magyarization. In 1905, together with other Slovak activists, Hlinka left the all-Hungarian Catholic NEP People's Party, and founded his own Catholic party, the Slovenska Ludová strana, SL's, Slovak Peasant Party, in 1905. It remained within the Protestant-dominated SNS until 1913. Hlinka's outspoken criticism of Czechoslovakism led to the eventual separation of the 557 SLs from the SNS, and marked the emergence of Slovak Catholics as a significant and autonomous force in Slovak national politics. The outcry over the Czernova massacre and the efforts of the Czechoslovak organization Jednota, Unity, resulted in an annual meeting of Czech and Slovak leaders, which was held between 1908 and 1914 in Moravia, midway between Prague and Upper Hungary. In 1907, 7 Slovaks were elected to the Hungarian parliament, and the government ran out of legal measures to suppress the Slovak national movement. Between 1906 and 1908, 560 Slovaks were sentenced on political charges. Then an uneasy balance between Slovak aspirations and the process of the Magyar nation-state building was reached. The number of Slovak-language elementary schools increased to 365 in 1914. In the same year, Pavol Mudro N. 1835–1914, died. Since 1877, he had been the official chairman of the Slovak National Party. At his funeral, Slovak politicians of all creeds gathered. On May 26, 1914, these politicians met in Budapest to establish a nonpartisan Slovak National Council. However, the outbreak of the Great War intervened, and no council was founded. Babjeva 2003, 38, Bureau 1992, 217–218, Brock 2002, 36, 144, Korolovsky 1957, 23–45, Kovacy 1998, 4th page of the cover, Letrich 1955, 32–39, 285–286, Matica Slovenska 1963, 11, Maxwell 2005, Petro 1995, 94–95, Pop 2001, 158, 2005 B, 249, 261, 271, Seaton Watson 1965, 266–269, 277–279, Short 1996, 57–58, Toma. And Kovacy 2001, 36–46, Viator 1908, 437, 463–465, 476–477, 483. Czechoslovakism. When the War of Attrition set in, Vienna and Budapest began to have trouble holding the monarchy together. To the constant bickering between the Austrian and Hungarian administrations, the growing force of other national movements was added. The Allies were ready to help the émigré politicians of these national movements as long as it was in favor of the war effort. In 1916, Masaryk, Edvard Beneš, and Milan Rastislav Stefanik founded the Conseil National des Pays Tchèques, the National Council of the Czech lands, in Paris. The definition of the Czech lands was extended to cover Slovakia. The three politicians hoped to win French support for the Czechoslovak cause. Beneš succinctly summed up the Council's program in his brochure, Détruisez l'autre Hongrie. Destroy Austria-Hungary, 1916, Paris. After the death of Francis Joseph in 1916, it was Emperor Charles